At one time, I was homeless. Instead of going home every night, there was no home to go to.
Life at home was very difficult. I grew up being abused.
I lost my belt. I lost respect. I embarrassed my family.
My vision was pretty much non-existent. I was able to just about scrape by the medicals.
When I come out, I have supreme confidence, but I'm scared to death. I'm afraid of everything.
I didn't care about living, I just wanted to die. I got up and I felt the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. I knew I was going to make a comeback.
Fighting, this was designed for me. This is what makes us who we are.
I'm the best!
Who the fuck is that?
I'm so far ahead of this game. My dream, my vision for myself is to be the greatest martial artist to ever live.
I have always been a fighter. There's nothing I do better in this life than fighting.
There ain't never been a man that could better me. I was born to do this.
Nobody can get close. I'm the best fighter in the world.
I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been.
It's the Pain Game in the house, lads. How's it going? We are back. We're in the studio this time. We're in London. We're not in Riyadh, but we are covering Riyadh season as per usual. It's a very small arena. We're big boys. We take up a lot of room, so we're doing it from London this time. And as if we didn't have enough to talk about tonight, because we got one of the best boxing cards of all time, lads.
Yes.
We've also had drama. We've also had serious drama in the fact that Daniel Dubois last minute pulls out the fight. He's ill. And you're thinking to yourself, usually the fight's off, and if there is a replacement, it's really not even going to be worth watching.
Yes.
And then we hear Martin Bakole's coach/manager on Twitter being like, oh, we'll take that fight. And you're thinking, no chance, not 2 days out. And boom, 12-hour flight later, the big man steps in. He literally arrived in Riyadh 3 a.m. this morning. And the reporters are trying to can we have a word with you? And he's like, I fucking need to sleep, lads. Can we just dissect this piece by piece? Daniel Dubois pulling out. What do we make of that? Because this was supposed to be his cementing himself as the king.
Honestly, I find it it's a bit weird, man, because I saw him at the workout, the public workout. He looked absolutely fine. Everything was fantastic. And then overnight, boom, bedridden.
Yeah.
Can't compete. Doctors are looking over him. They're worried. This sounds absolutely insane. I hate the fact that the timing of Usyk doing an interview saying, I will happily fight Dubois, win or lose, this summer. And then all of a sudden, I got the flu. I'm finished.
Oh, no.
No chance. No, I didn't know where he was going with this one, because I was listening to Trav talking. I was thinking, there's no way. Let's go now. This is Mr. Let's Go Now. And all of a sudden, he can't go. This is crazy. It has to be. They saw something not looking good. Probably went to the room in the morning. Someone's come to wake him up, and he goes, he's not awake. He's not running around, because he's probably in the room training, shadow boxing, doing nonsense.
He never stops, does he?
He's really, wait, you're actually in bed. Something's wrong.
It's got to be a food poisoning thing, something like that, for it to be that instant, surely.
That's what I mean.
Because he's showing no... sometimes you'll look at someone and sometimes you read in between the lines, but you look at them and you're like, they don't look right, do you know what I mean? And we've seen Daniel Dubois do media so far this week.
Yeah.
Nothing. Looks completely fine. Up for it. Looks like he's going to go out there and really, really show up, and then...
Yeah.
At that, the drop of a hat.
I've got to vouch for Daniel a little bit, because I know what it's like to travel and struggle.
That's true.
Oh, he struggled out there.
Yeah, so luckily, the last time I was in Saudi, great time, fine. But the first time, I was ill, and it happened like that.
That's true.
I think sometimes when you're in a different country and you're ingesting food and drink and all of this, that, for example, like ice cubes that are of different water that you're not used to, or they're making soups of different water, whatever it could be, it's very easy for something to not agree with you, and all of a sudden you're fucked.
In a second, we was on safari, bro, and we lost him, fam.
Yeah.
We lost this guy, and the only time he's talking about being okay there, is when it was all cold. Remember this, the first time we all wore jackets, and he was like, I love it here. He's like, this
I'm a
is
fucking
brilliant.
polar bear, mate, that's why.
You've got to remember, this is his defending his world title. If you're not 100% at this level, it's no good. And I know everyone's going to criticise him and say, because of the Usyk, but realistically, we know Daniel Dubois, he's not pulling out with no fight. I just honestly believe he's ill, because you can't be anything but 100%. I mean...
Another thing, though, lads, is you've just smashed AJ to bits. I don't know where if Parker was some intimidating big puncher, maybe I'd be like, but I think he was fully confident in winning that fight.
Can I play devil's advocate here? Listen, I believe Daniel Dubois, obviously. There's no way that he's flying out there doing all this and knowing that he's going to pull out, right? So completely believe him. But the only thing I will say here is, listen, words are words without any medical proof, whatever, you don't know. But Joseph Parker was ill for the Joe Joyce fight. He said that a few times. I believe him. He looked ill.
Yeah.
He didn't look right, and he went in and had that fight. What we're led to believe from what Frank Warren has said is that this wasn't Dubois' choice. He wasn't given the choice. The medical team...
The British Boxing Board wouldn't clear him. They basically took a look at him and they were like, nah, you're not fucking fighting, mate. So.
But this is generally how it goes. Most fighters will turn up and they'll fight. It's normally the team that's there to protect them. So, end of the day, I don't believe it would be Daniel Dubois. He doesn't think like this, but his team would have noticed something's not right. We don't want him going in there risking his world title and, you know, the opportunities that could potentially follow. Because at the end of the day, you've got to live to fight another day sometimes, and you need your team to protect you.
How does payment work in these moments?
You don't get paid. You don't get paid. That's what a lot of people don't understand, you know, especially at the lower level, because we've got someone like Daniel Dubois who's made a lot of money in boxing, beating Anthony Joshua. But you know, at the grassroots, you know, I know myself, I've fought many times not being paid, and you've still got to go through your camp, spend money on travelling for sparring, nutrition, physiotherapy, all of that, and it's all gone. For Daniel, he's lost money, but I'm sure he's not skint, if you know what I'm saying.
No, he's going to get it back on. Well, if it looks like they're going to push on with the Usyk fight.
Is that
everything,
right?
all the noises from the WBC, I think is it the WBC? No. Yeah, I think it is.
IBF.
No, but it might have been the WBC who've come out and said it. I can't remember, but they're all pushing towards him taking that fight, and Frank Warren is basically making all the noises that we're just going to go with that next anyway.
But don't you feel sorry for Joseph Parker in a situation like this?
It's terrible because he's in a lose-lose tonight. This man is fighting Bakole, who on 2 days' notice, he's expected to walk through because he's had the full training camp. But like, if there's... All right, on 2 days' notice, you've got an advantage. But fuck me, if there's anyone who you just don't want to fight full stop, right now, it's Martin Bakole. So we have to give Joseph Parker credit as well, because Bakole's getting credit. But also, no one else ever wanted to fight this guy, and that's why he's been shut out of big fights. Joseph Parker, quickly before we go into Bakole, he weighed in at 267 pounds for this fight. That tells me that he wasn't planning on staying on the outside against Daniel Dubois. He was planning on having a fight with him, in my opinion, and trying to take punches and give a few. What do we make of him? Because that means he's not going to be as much of a moving target for Bakole as well.
I'm annoyed. I won't lie to you. I'm annoyed because this fight here, it's one of those I guess we'll never know ones. I was really hoping to see, like, I was devastated. When I got the news and I saw you lot in the group, it took me a long time
Not as devastated as Loza was. He just finished editing his video and he was ready to click upload. And he texts me and he goes, should I just upload it anyway? I went, no, bro, it's over. It's over. It's over.
I hadn't even seen my children before I come away. I was devastated. But it happens.
This is the game, mate.
This is quick things move in boxing.
I was just looking at the group and I was just hoping that it was false. My missus calls me and goes, you know your fight's off. I goes, you're chatting rubbish. She goes, I'm telling you right now, it's off. Mm-hmm. Now I'm looking at thinking, wait a minute. This is the fight. We wanted to know we wanted to see how raw Dubois was. I mean, wanted to know about Parker. If this is a real, you know, when you say he's in the ascendancy, it's his time now. Because he's had some wins. Who's the wins that he got over? Like
Zhang and Wilder.
Zhang and Wilder. Zhang's really old for me. So I wasn't sure, even though his record looks good, the CV looks good, but how good has he been at that CV? The Wilder is finished. So this fight against Dubois will let me know he's the real deal. Someone would have told us they are ready for a title fight, like a serious, like the main, this. And now we're never gonna know. And I feel for Parker the
unless
most.
He wins this one, because if
he won't get credit.
No, but it's still, if you beat Bakole, just you mentioned his CV. I wrote this down.
Yeah,
Joseph Parker has already fought AJ. Beat Wilder, beat Zhang, signed to fight Dubois, and is now fighting Bakole. You could argue that's the 5 hardest hitters in boxing in the last 15 years, right?
This man he has a win over Andy Ruiz.
Andy Ruiz. Yeah. He fears no one, Joseph Parker. Ball's like fucking a bull, mate.
He does show up, man.
All right, so on to Bakole.
Sorry, just the last thing on Parker, right? You mentioned that he's coming big. The last time he came in that big. I think he came in at 270 or something for Joe Joyce.
No, I think his heaviest is 255, bro. This is a stone heavier than his biggest weight ever.
I don't know. That's going to be a good thing for him.
Yeah.
But then didn't he come in...
Because his good thing is he can move, and he's a quick hands type of guy, right?
Didn't he come in heavier for the rematch with Chisora as well? Because obviously Chisora's come out in the first fight during lockdown, I think maybe behind closed doors. Chisora's come out, dropped him in the first 10 seconds of the fight, was able to bully him at times. That rematch with Chisora, I think, is one of the most impressive performances I've seen from Joseph Parker.
I agree, yeah.
He backed him up, had him on the ropes.
But
I
this
think
is heavier again, though.
a knockdown and 2 standing counts, something like that. So I think that he's going to show a lot of, or he was going to show a lot of willingness, I should say, against Dubois. But
I thought Parker was going to lose in 6 rounds. I honestly thought I thought Dubois was going to put a clinic on. Parker is one of the guys that starts slow. He doesn't get into the fight very quickly, and he starts to gain confidence as the rounds go on. And we saw that, and a lot of his fights follow that pattern. In this one, Dubois, well, we see the quick start that Dubois had, and Dubois got better at each and every moment. So I was just wondering, I wonder what he's going to come out looking like in this one.
Question about tonight, though, lads. If Parker has an unbelievable performance, obviously we're going to take it with a pinch of salt in that we know Bakole can't be 100% tonight. Yeah. But equally, it would make me believe more that he would be very competitive with Dubois if he dismantles this guy.
Yeah,
absolutely. The industry need Bakole to lose. They need to get rid of him.
No. Let me
industry need Bakole to lose.
Interject because we all know Martin Bakole's sparring stories. This is why this guy is so legendary. Is hardcore boxing fans of all. He's been saying for ages, I beat up AJ, I beat up Daniel Dubois, I beat up all your favourite fighters, and that's why none of them will fight me. And guess what? Not one of them came out in an interview and said you were lying.
Exactly.
Not one of them. So we know he's telling the truth to some degree. However, they've deliberately shut him out of the circle until Turki Al-Sheikh came in and got him that fight with Jared Anderson. He didn't have a prey. And even this fight, he's climbed in through the back door. He was never supposed to be on this world stage. And we kind of know Joseph Parker has had his title shots. Joseph Parker has fallen at the top level before. Martin Bakole's never had this chance. So if he grabs this with both hands and by somehow wins, you're now at the big table, mate.
You know when he's achieved these things as a sparring partner, this is the other thing, right? He's paid sparring, okay? I'm not saying he never had fights coming up. He would have been in the middle sometimes of camps and sometimes whatnot. Very often when you're paying heavyweights to come in for sparring, they're ticking over, yeah? Which is apparently what he was doing at the moment, ticking over. The other thing as well, you get a heavyweight in for sparring. How many rounds, Loza, do you reckon they're doing?
3-4 rounds.
4 rounds, maybe 4 to 6 rounds. So if Bakole goes out there with a 4 to 6 round mindset, if he's not lying and these things did happen in sparring, 4 to 6 rounds. You're sweet, yeah. You've done everyone else in 4 to 6 rounds in sparring.
And I saw an interview yesterday. He goes, yeah, look, I've dealt with Parker in sparring. If it goes like that, I'll be absolutely fine. So I'm like, your confidence comes from somewhere real.
And listen to this is the major part to This is the major part to think about, right? When it comes to this fight, it's lose-lose for Parker. I said the industry wants to get rid of Bakole because he's a problem for everyone. And if he can say that's his loss, he's out the way. How strategic is it for Dubois to say, or Frank and them lot to say, because it's supposed to be the winner of this one fights Dubois. That was the road, and all of a sudden we're getting to Usyk. Because a loss to this guy ain't good for anyone. It ruins everything. And guess who sits at the mountaintop again? My man, Ben Shalom. Ben Shalom now is what they didn't.
I would really like that
what
for him,
they didn't want because he called.
Did you see Johnny Nelson?
They've been on the phone to me.
Johnny Nelson was like, they didn't want to accept that fight, but obviously Big Turkey's rang up and went, "This is the fight. This is what's happening."
Ben played a blinder, and they've been on. Listen, Ben's people, they've been in contact with. Yeah, they thought they wanted to sit down with us today. Literally, they were like, look. They were third. They were there. When he was doing the presser, he was on TalkSport, and he's like, a good name, Martin Bakole. And while they're saying that, they're still trying to look for flights, by the way. Because it's like, how do we get this man from Congo? We're saying to Turkey, hey.
4 flights, mate.
4 flights in skinny jeans at 310 pounds.
Bro, 4 flights in skinny jeans. You know his leg hairs when he got off the plane, they just stood up like,
Yeah, that's the thing. He weighed, what was it? He weighed
That is wild.
He weighed 315. Yeah, if you've done 4 flights in skinny jeans, you was 330 before them 4 flights.
mate.
You sweated off 15 pounds.
Trust me,
4
bro.
flights in skinny jeans.
As a big man, I can testify it's not nice, man. In the words of AJ, it's
All right,
not
yeah.
nice.
I don't know what's going on, but it's not nice. Can I just come back at what KG was saying here in terms of Joe Parker not getting the credit, right? I think you can see it completely different. Like, I think you can look at this and you can go, Joseph Parker will get the credit because at the end of the day, no matter what, Martin Bakole's Martin Bakole. Yeah, Martin Bakole with a camp. Yeah, you can say it's different, and you would probably. Some of us would, including myself, maybe back Bakole as a favourite with a camp underneath his belt.
Agreed.
But at the same time as that, right, we can look at things in hindsight and we can go, yeah, Zhang doesn't really have the best engine. Yeah, Wilder's washed. Well, Wilder's only washed now. Zhang's banged him out. Do you know what I mean? Like, and when you say about the slow starts as well of Joseph Parker, who's going to start fast against a puncher like Wilder, where he was at the time, having only been knocked out once by Tyson Fury, and still in every single man he had been in the ring with, having dropped him? So who's going to say at the time that he's not a big puncher?
I can hear the breathing.
Are you breathing heavy, Loza? Is it you?
It's not me.
Not that I'm aware of.
There's some heavy breathing
Mate,
coming from somebody.
It's driving me crazy.
I was trying to text someone and then, bro, I was in the group like.
I think it's you because I mentioned it. And do you know what's funny? It's these boxers, mate. Their noses, man. Their noses up.
He's ready for 12 rounds, bro. This guy's breathing.
All the oxygen in the room, man.
I thought whatever I was saying was really pissing him off. He's like, I don't like this point he's making.
A bit further away, because I don't want him to stop breathing. Just to be absolutely clear.
I'll just try and breathe a little
Yeah. It's like he's wearing scuba gear. Sitting me up with Darth Vader. Now, I want to say Martin Bakole already fucking had a big fight lined up, which was the stepping stone to get the Dubois. Now, if we think about the logic of him, right, he's got that guaranteed. It's on the table. It apparently was going to be for the first Canelo event. And then all of a sudden, he goes, nah, fuck that. I'll do this on 2 days' notice. He knows something. I don't understand the logic of this. And he's sparred Parker before. So in his head, he's like, I can do him on 60%.
That's why I have to go back to Joey's. Joey, you're saying that he's going to look good. If he knocks this man out, if he knocks down Parker in 4 or 5 rounds, how are we going to look at Parker? We're going to say that guy's not the. We're going to say he wasn't even fully trained. What if he had a full camp? He could have killed that man. That's all we're going to. We're going to be saying stuff like that.
Do you know how long we're going to say that? Until Parker comes back and gets another good win. The fella's 33 years old, mate. This is what boxing fans do. You lose a fight, you lost to a guy with a few days' notice. You're no good.
Look at his stock, though. He's literally from the couch or the farm, whatever he was doing in Congo.
Somewhere in Congo.
Straight to the plane, off the plane, jet lagged, in the ring.
Eating heavy African food, bro. They didn't even weigh him on a normal scale, bro. That scale ain't industry standards. They had just the standard home scale.
He was fully clothed.
Another thing is like, we all know that he trains in Scotland, right? So if he came from Scotland, I'd be like, oh, he's been training, kind of. He wasn't. He was at home basically in Africa. So he's obviously not even coming out of like light sparring with people and all of that.
And he wasn't eating anything other than the heavy foods that were available.
Do you know where he would have been about to go into camp as well? So he was obviously lined up, Bakole, for anyone who doesn't know, to fight F.A. Ajagba, right? Yes. Now, this might just be what I do. It might not be what every boxer does, right? But, you know, just before you're about to go into camp, it's like, right, let me get it all out my system right now. Let me drink every bit of alcohol in the cupboard. Let me eat every bit of chocolate in the house. Do you know what I mean? Like, he could have just had a mad week.
Above 300 pounds, though? Here's the thing. As someone who's spent the last 10 years at 300 pounds, it takes some effort, right? I don't get the credit I deserve, quite frankly.
No way.
And if you're doing boxing level cardio and maintaining, 21, 20 stone, that's insane. So he must be eating. He's an eater. He's an eater.
I just don't think he's a guy that's ever even been on a run before. You've seen the way he boxes. He doesn't exactly. He's not a mover. He's got great head movement, and I think this is the thing. I think he's naturally just got a slow metabolism. Everyone's looking at him and saying he's definitely wasn't in shape. But I think the way the boxing is right now, he knows he can't be too far away from being fit. Like, I know everyone's presuming he was sitting just eating everything in sight and not training, but the way
that man's not ready.
The way things are now, I think he would have still been doing a little bit of training, a bit of something.
That guy is not
let me ask you one thing.
Ready.
Listen, let me ask you one thing right now, right? When was the last time you were in the gym?
I'm in the gym every day.
All right, cool.
I was in this morning.
You get a phone call yesterday. Beterbiev's pulled out. You and Bivol. Saturday. Are you taking
I've got
it?
somewhere to be.
Hang on, ready.
To be fair, though, the difference is he's in a position where he's actively fighting. I'm not in full-blown mode. If I'm in, being in the gym within recent months sparring, he's an active fighter. He's just beaten Jared Anderson. His mental space is completely different. He's still got a fight lined up.
But Loz has not been spending the last 5 years telling everyone he's the bogeyman.
Exactly.
Loz has not spent the last 5 years saying to everyone, who? What's his name? Yeah, knocked him out in sparring. Yeah, smashed him in sparring too. Yeah, both of them one day. Exactly. Like, literally, he's told everyone all this stuff, and there comes a point when it's like, bro, like, you've got the opportunity. Back it up.
A lot of people will not answer the call. A lot of people wouldn't even got on that flight. You heard the names, because was you excited about the names they had? They said Akoli. Because even the potential ones, who was on there? Akoli,
Adelaide.
Was Lawrence Akoli on there?
Fabio Wardley answered the call.
Fabio Wardley put his hand up on Twitter. He put the hand up emoji
That
on
was
Twitter
impressive.
with the call. Apparently Adelaide was also offered the fight, or there was talks. But Bakole, out of everyone that was listed, was without any shadow of a doubt what the boxing fans would have wanted. And just to give a bit of credit
I taken Fabio
to Turkey Al Sheikh, this is absolutely mental, right? You've had 2 pullouts on the best possible card we could have had, right? We've had 2 pullouts. Now, Padley, right, although Schofield's a little bit of a bigger name than himself, right, Padley's ranked, I think, 3 spaces above Schofield in the rankings, right?
Okay.
So on paper, or at least by the rankings, Padley is a step up. And obviously, Daniel Dubois is a world champion, Bakole's not. But in terms of a boxing fan's interest, I don't think it's plummeted the card. I don't think the card's done it any damage. And I think the narrative and the storyline of it has actually succeeded in anything.
For me personally, I'm actually a little bit more excited. I was actually really looking for the Daniel Dubois fight, but once I knew that was done, within 12 hours, I was really excited because I've personally been desperate to see Bakole in the mix. So I know you were saying earlier on there that the industry wants him out, but I think he's absolutely amazing for the industry. The excitement and the style.
Yeah.
What are you going to say, kid?
No, when we talk about the industry wanting him out, I'm saying that they haven't wanted to fight him. I even heard when AJ's trainer was oh, come on, we all know AJ's trainer. He used to fight
Robert McCracken.
No, Fury was
Fury.
Was
Ben
with
Davison.
Fury. Ben Davison, that's it. And when they said Bakole's name, you would have thought a bad boy entered the room. They was like, if we have to take it, we'll have to consider it. Didn't we? It was the most unwilling that anyone's wanted to be. So sometimes, with these fighters, this is clever. This is actually clever business. 2 days notice, Parker, please win. That's in their head because they were like, we can put him to the back of the queue and say rebuild. Similar to what they did with Zhang. Zhang beat Hrgovic. I don't care what anyone says. I had Zhang beating Hrgovic, and Zhang 4 years ago was a problem. You don't want that guy because he would have hurt a few fighters, and guess what? It's not even that popular because they're probably still saying, can his market, can it transcend? Usyk is now proven that it doesn't have to be a prominent English speaker. The game has changed. It's like, we just respect the skill. We respect the skill and we get behind the fighter. And I think Zhang should have been there, but now guess what? He's here and they have to deal with Boxer. They have to deal with Mr. Shalom, fam. I hope he wins.
I love the fact that we're going into a card where the predictions aren't just open and shut cases.
Yeah.
Too many times we've gone into fights and the headline has been competitive, and from the top down, we're just like, that A side, home's going to win, home corner's going to win, home corner's going to win. This one, it's all over the place.
I did a preview video and I'm like predicting every fight and whatnot. And you've always got that feeling. You're always strongly leaning one way. Yeah. It was only when I come to like listing the fights out and making my notes and thought, I ain't got a clue what's happening in any of these fights. Do you know what I mean? Hey. That's the punditry you're getting from me tonight. I've not got a clue what is going on in any of these fights. They're so competitive.
Any actors coming in on this today, mate.
Question: do you think that the fact that it's a 2 days notice thing and these two warriors have just said, fuck it, let's go, is that putting to shame some of the fighters who have been very selective of who they fight? And
it's also putting to shame promoters. It's also putting to shame the ability, the pulling power of... Because, mate, Andy Ruiz stepped in on 4 weeks' notice. That was 4 weeks' notice.
That's a mad step in.
Everyone was going like, wow, like they've got Ruiz on 4 weeks' notice. Like I was looking at some of the late step-ins. Pacquiao's first ever world title. He stepped into that fight, I think 7 or 8 fights in. He won it quite early on. He stepped in on 10 days' notice, something like that. Like these things don't happen. And for Turki Al-Sheikh as well, right? We've already seen the ability that he's got able to build these cards, able to, whether or not at the start, let's be honest, barring Tank, every single person's now come. Canelo's now signed. Yeah. Every single person has now thought, right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get on these cards, right? So for the ability to not only be able to pull something off and keep this main event interesting, but to get the best possible person for the job, it just goes to show he's blown everyone out the water here.
I know we're not there yet, yeah, talking about Padley and stuff, because that was the first one. We heard about a poisoning. That's how they made it. They said
Lloyd Schofield.
Yeah, that seemed a bit weird to me. They said his dad was moving like Haney's dad. He was sounding really weird.
But then again, that kind of built up. So you had this backdrop of fighters are getting sick. Something's going on over there. So it wasn't hard to accept the Dubois sickness in this moment. Yeah. And now it's like I'm doing this weird thing where I feel like I'm rooting for the underdog, because for some strange reason, I want the electrician to win. I want these guys that are like the last minute notice guys. I want them to win this fight, which I would never have said this before. I would have Shaq win.
But you know what's mad is that Josh Padley, for me, he's got good stock from the last showing. Because remember how, I can't remember his name, his last opponent. Chamberlain. How Chamberlain was talking to him.
Yeah.
He was so cocky. And Padley was just there like, yeah, mate, like, whatever you say, bro, like, Saturday we're going to see. And this guy goes in there, does the business. And here he steps in.
Shakur's doing the same, by the way. He's pushing his arm out the way. And
he's someone that's easy to underestimate because he's so unassuming. But I look at him, I think to myself, yeah, cool, your day job, you're an electrician. Maybe it sounds like you're not focused. I think he's been in the gym the most.
For those who don't know, like on Wednesday, he was on a roof working. You know what I mean? And now he's fighting one of the pound-for-pound best fighters in the world this week.
That is the most mental thing ever. And you can't tell me, we love the underdog story in the UK. That's just me.
Is that the closest thing to Rocky we've seen in terms of title shots?
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Do you know what it is? I think the funny thing is at the lower level in boxing, this is very normal. Most professional boxers, really until you make it to the top, most people have a second job.
Don't kill the romance for us, man. Don't kill the romance, bro.
Yeah, but that's the truth of the matter. Most guys have to work another job. You don't get paid enough, and you haven't got the consistency. You don't know if that fight's going to come off. And as we know with this fight with Daniel Dubois, people get ill. You've done a full camp. Because I know I've done it myself. I've maybe, I've as a personal trainer, I've cancelled all my PTs for like 6 months, slowed things down so I can focus on training, not getting paid. And then when the fight doesn't come off, I'm not like one of these guys who are like Daniel Dubois, who are getting paid millions, a few months ago, so you've got plenty of money in your back pocket.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult. And to answer the question you said before, Brian, it's like it does put all other boxers to shame, because you're meant to be, this is world level boxing, you're meant to be
the best
elite.
Yeah, the best is the best at the
you
end of the
should
day.
be fit at all times. So for me, if you can't be ready to go at any moment, and if you look at the throwback fighters back in the day, fighters all worked a full-time job and they fought, every other week, every couple of weeks, some of the fighters. So I mean, for me, you should be, if you're fighting regular and you're match fit, you don't need a full camp to get fit and be ready to fight. So
I think Padley will be fitter than Bakole. Pound for pound, obviously, look, a lightweight
of course,
or a super feather is always going to be fitter, but Padley will be pound for pound fitter because, like you say, once you've had your taste on a Riyadh season card, i.e. the Wembley card, which we were at, which was epic, right?
Yeah.
Once you've had that taste, I think you then understand, right, I need to have a baseline level of fitness just in case I get a call.
100%.
It's like misfits. Like if they've got a card coming up, if I look at it and there's a lightweight fight there, I'm telling you, no matter what, I might still have a drink, I might whatever, but I'm texting him all the time going, listen, if there's a pullout, I've been on my sprints, like I've been doing it, and that's that level. Now we're talking about this level, yeah? So Padley, whether he's overmatched, he'll come up and show up.
Let me just let everyone know, don't forget, we are live on DAZN commentary.
I love that.
Uh-huh.
Right? I love that.
And Bisping was like, my whole mind changed, and he went in there and knocked Luke Rockhold out in the first round in one of the biggest upsets in UFC history. At 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm jumping around in my living room, right? And I look back at that, and I'm like, carpe the fucking DM, son. That was all around.
And you know what? You have the perfect example to explain it and use it, because that's the one that worked. Look at Dillian White's career. Had he taken that fight, had he said on 4 weeks' notice, jumped in instead of Ruiz, because they offered Dillian.
Oh, snap.
They offered Dillian.
Right.
Dillian got beat, well, I hate to say it, but got beat up in Eddie Hearn's garden, bro. Yeah, by Povetkin. You could have, AJ was definitely, we still don't know what happened to AJ on that night, but obviously something was wrong for his dad to have this big remonstration with Eddie Hearn. There was a big argument that was happening. Are you telling me?
And they've never revealed what.
And
that
they
was
never
about.
revealed it. Are you telling me Dillian was it Madison Square Garden? The only time he's fought in New York. That would have been a crowning night for him, and he missed it.
And the thing is,
he missed it.
Didn't
have time to get his cycle started. Sorry, lads.
The thing is, in boxing, the majority.
I've only had one drink.
That's a 2-footed tackle.
I wasn't ready for that.
Well, but
You might be right, you know.
You're so right in what you're saying, because the majority of fighters are overtrained. You know, when you've got a fight coming up, your mind's so focused.
He said that.
Allegedly.
Bro, Bisping said that. He went, it was the only fight I wasn't overtrained.
Honestly.
I was actually perfect.
It's took me years to realise that I've overtrained, because as a fighter, you're always worried about gassing out, not being 100% prepared. But when you don't realise you're fighting, you're obviously not thinking about it, because the amount of, mental fatigue and, you drain yourself, the nervous energy you lose in the build-up of a fight. And then, like I say, majority of fighters do tend to overtrain, especially at world level.
Do you think that might be why Dubois gotten ill? Because we know he trains hard. We've watched him in the gym.
Hard.
The week of the fight, we're like, what the fuck is that man doing?
Yeah.
And if you push yourself and you diet and you're draining yourself.
And you're getting flights, you know what I mean? You're mixing with so many different people. You're going to pick things up much easier.
And it's years after years of the same routine and habit. Like, look at Klitschko. Klitschko, how old is he? He's like 44 or something like that. He was lean in Riyadh. Like, he looks like he hasn't left the gym.
He looks amazing.
He said straight up, I train every day.
They could have called him. They could have called him for this
That's
fight.
what I mean.
He would have been ready.
It's facts.
Imagine.
That would have been
Could you imagine?
We're already getting Bakole.
We got gassed
so
over
spoiled now.
Bakole, yeah? Mate, I'm not being funny. Could you imagine if we
Do you
just
know
got
who
the
I'd like to see
poster of
Klitschko fight?
Klitschko? Lad stepping in.
Imagine,
Crescendo.
I know Klitschko, to get him back in the ring would be like a lot to us, because it's really a title shot or nothing, right? Because he's that big of a name. But I'd love to see him fight Francis Ngannou. Because,
Why?
Because Francis is looking for opponents now.
trying to kill Francis.
And he's getting linked with Chisora and Wilder. They're the two names.
Yeah.
Right?
I like those names.
I like them
Chisora's
for
a
him as
good
well.
name.
But also, like, I don't know, I just think Klitschko, first fight back after years out the game.
You're trying to kill him.
I would hate to see.
I don't think your friendship with Ngannou's real.
Hold on, though.
Shut up.
No,
I
because
love
he's
him.
trying to get him taken out.
I feel slightly different. I think the years of rust and inactivity might be bad for Klitschko in that. I would hate to see Klitschko come back and lose to someone who is technically a novice.
I absolutely agree.
So then who would you
That
want
would
to see
piss
him?
me
Would you not want to see him fight at all, or would you want to see him only come back
I
at
would
the
like
top
to see-
level?
Come back to boxing at the top level.
Top
top
level.
Yeah.
You want him to
I don't
jump
want-
straight back in the mix?
Not necessarily.
After all this time out, even even if you look at George Foreman when he come back after all them years out, you need to come back
gotta
and
have a run
dip
out.
your foot in the water. You can't jump straight into
I think you need,
world-class
need
boxing.
to put him in with a man that's in the exact same situation as him.
Shannon Briggs.
Good friend of
Shannon
ourselves.
Briggs.
I know where you're going.
Stick him in with a haymaker. David Hay. Listen, I think David Hay will take the fight. David Hay against Klitschko.
He said he would.
Remember in Saudi you were saying if I can get my foot back to, what was it, 70%, then I would...
No, he's at 70%.
Was that what he was saying?
He's at 70%.
He said the last percent, the last 30%.
The last 30%.
We can't say it too much.
You lot are snakes, you know. David Hayes sat with us and spoke to us for about an hour and a half, and you're trying to make him fight Klitschko with his mash-up knee.
He already came out and said he would fight him.
Yeah, but...
Bro,
last week or something.
Hey, a fight anyway, mate. When I see it, Hey put the reel up on Instagram boxing announcement. I was like, right, here we go. Because I've gone home to the boys. I went, I reckon Hay's gonna fight again. You know, like whatever. All my group chat with the boys gonna be going off here like Joey's genius. Something.
Hey, listen, we're getting close to this one though. It's Buatsi, and what's crazy about this fight is it's a main event.
Yeah.
Like, let's have it right.
Yeah.
The fact that it's soon. It's the first
Mm-hmm.
one. He's about to walk out now. What time is it?
It's like 5 something.
5.
I'll
Are you telling me
this
the
card's so
truth?
good?
Unpopular take: Shakur Stevenson should be first.
Absolutely.
He's boring as hell, mate. You not see when they was all having banter at the top table the other night, he just sat there with a stiff face, like lighten up,
There's something
mate.
about him that I'm like, I know he's very skillful, but I'm yet to be convinced that he's the real deal. Like, and I know that
I'm a bit torn on that.
I can see the talent.
Yeah, I think
but,
he's amazing.
But mentally, I don't know if he's got what it takes to go to the top level that Mayweather, etc.
We can't jump around, guys. We can't jump around because you lot are trying to jump to the next fight. I'm talking about the fight that's now, bro.
Yeah.
Callum's about to walk out, right? And Buatsi, look at the tail of the tape. And this is one thing. Travis, I'll keep it real. Travis has said on Buatsi's career, as someone that went to the Olympics, yeah, he hasn't done enough. 31 years of age, hasn't had a title fight. Now, they can say contractually is the reason why he hasn't had a title fight. He would have had to stay probably with Matchroom.
He's also not sold himself. I can't tell you, and I actually like Buatsi as a fighter. I like watching him fight. And I thought the last fight against Willie Hutchison was a fantastic performance.
Great performance.
Brilliant performance.
Great performance, yeah.
I don't think there's another fighter in the history of boxing who's done a worse job of selling themselves. That's how bad I'm talking.
It's so bad we're saying his name wrong.
Exactly. We've been saying his name wrong the whole time. And guess what?
Didn't tell us.
We've only got a few fights left, mate. Do you know what I mean?
I was looking at his resume, since he's turned pro.
Yeah.
He's probably had one of the slowest, developments as a pro. Coming off Olympic bronze medal,
Yeah.
I've never seen such a slow progress. I was looking in the last 3 years, he's been boxing once or twice a year.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in a prospect
He's
ever.
gone out with the red
Injuries.
carpet rolled out. You were on Matchroom, you were on AJ undercards, Joe Cordina same year, and Bakole same year. Both of these guys have touched the world title strap. You haven't had a shot yet.
It wasn't just the Olympic bronze as well. It was the performances in the Olympics.
Yeah,
I remember
that's right.
watching him in that Olympics, and there were guys that went further than him. Obviously, I think that was the one that Joe Joyce got to the final of, lost against Tony Yoka, I believe. Right?
Yes.
And in that Olympics, I was like, Buatsi, he's the one, right? And if you had said to me now, in hindsight, if you had said to me, you see 8 years into this kid's pro career, he's still not had a world title shot, I'd have said, no way, man. Whatever you say about contracts, sharks at the top of the weight division, whatever, 8 years in, you've not had a world title shot. That is mental.
But looking at this tonight, yeah, he's in a real fight with Callum Smith right now, by the way,
Serious
guys.
fight.
Callum Smith is like a lot of people in the boxing space have been like, he's all wrong for Buatsi.
Yeah.
Like the style-wise, and he's a lot taller than listed. It says 6'3" there. He's about 6'5".
Wow.
Even Buatsi isn't 6'2", so he's taller than he's listed. But when you see them together, there's like a few inches between them.
And this is a real test of Buatsi in a sense
he look
of like,
nervous?
are you world level?
Should
Like,
be.
are you actually ready for these world title shots? Because Smith's only been beaten by Canelo and Beterbiev. Like,
Do you know
that's
what
the Hall of Fame level.
Do you know what the
You know
problem
I
is,
mean?
though? World level, yeah, is subjective to each weight division.
Yeah.
What world level is.
That's right.
And in this weight division, world level ain't the same as in super middleweight or at middleweight. Do you know what I mean? Like, you look at, and I'm no offence at all here, but Hamzah Sheeraz is fighting for a world title tonight, yeah?
Yeah.
Carlos Adames is not a world champion
Not an elite.
anywhere near the same level as a Bivol or a Beterbiev. But my one worry for Callum Smith tonight, and I'm a neutral here, but if I was thinking about Callum Smith in terms of wanting him to win, do you know what my one worry over anything is?
What's that?
It's not wear and tear, it's not Buatsi, It's money. That's what I worry about with Callum
What do you
Smith.
mean?
Why?
How do you explain
Why do you say that?
He's made a lot of money.
Okay.
In comparison, to, I don't necessarily think that, but you know, there's that thing of like, once you've got that Canelo shot, and then you've gone on and you've fought Beterbiev, right? It wouldn't have paid you as well as Canelo paid you, but that's still a big payday, still a huge show. You've made that money. Now you're coming in against someone. We've just sat and for 10 minutes spoke about the fact that whether it's his own fault or not, Buatsi has somewhat underachieved, or at least gone at a slower pace than we perceive him to be able to have the ability to go at. Yeah. That could work in his favour. He's not got to where Callum Smith has. He's going to have the eye of the tiger out of the two of them.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that you're absolutely right in that sense, but I think both guys have lacked momentum. We know that in the last few, recent years. But Buatsi, without doubt, just when you see him, he's like an animal. He does remind me of Evander Holyfield. He's got that real fighting mentality.
He's mean as fuck, isn't he?
Mean.
But the problem, I think, for both guys here is going to be the lack of momentum. And because if I had said this fight, a few years ago, I probably would have chose Callum Smith all day because of the inactivity. It makes it, to me, a real 50-50 fight. But
by the way,
look
lads,
where Buatsi's
I've just had a text message from a friend of mine who was in Team Ngannou, and he said, "Fucking great suggestion, Klitschko fight." So who knows? I might be matchmaking over here.
Live.
I'm not even. He says he loves it. He loves that fight.
That's hilarious.
Where was I going to go with that? Predictions for this fight, lads.
There's some good stuff happening. I want you to know, Buatsi's been walking around Callum. He's in his area. He's getting his personal space, letting him know, I'm going to be with you all night. I'm with Buatsi. Buatsi's winning this fight. It's going to be he's going to stop him. It's a stoppage.
What I'm hoping is, because he fought Willie Hutchinson not that long ago, and I'm hoping the momentum's likely to be with him.
Right.
But if I was to say, would that performance against Hutchinson be good enough to beat Callum Smith a couple of years ago? I probably would have said no.
Yeah, Hutchinson was really in that fight, but he's a very good fighter himself. To be fair,
he's a good fighter, but realistically, you wouldn't have put him on the same level of Buatsi in the sense of he was the one who got the Olympics and all the rest of it. The momentum was with Buatsi.
So who are you predicting?
I'm bang in the middle. I kind of.
Joey, you got anyone?
Joey, you go first. It's a difficult one, this one.
I think I'm going to go with Joshua Buatsi. I think, but again, I think I'm just going to echo everyone else's sentiment in terms of if this fight was 3-4 years ago, I think I would be going with Callum Smith.
Definitely.
I think that Callum Smith has not got as much to lose here. And also, I believe Callum Smith's had 2 tune-ups since the Beterbiev loss, has he not?
Yes.
If he has...
He's had at least one.
He's had at least one. If he has had 2, if you look at Buatsi's last 2 fights, Dan Aziz, Willie Hutchinson, that's a higher level you've been operating at more recently.
Do you have a prediction, Travis?
Look, I think it's going to be a KO Buatsi if Buatsi jumps on him early and just spooks him. Whereas if he allows Callum to get comfortable and that ring rust starts to creep off slowly as the fight goes on, it could be quite interesting because Callum Smith is a world level operator.
Absolutely.
And he can punch. Now, another question I've got is, what do you guys think about Buatsi's power? Because I've seen a few people debate and saying he can't really hit like that.
No, it's very raw.
He can definitely punch.
He got Bolotniks out of there.
Just going back to the amateurs, he was knocking people out in the amateurs when, with head guards and whatever. Well, in fact, in that Olympics, he didn't have head guards, but you had the bigger gloves, and he was putting people out. And if you look at that Olympics, in going off what Joey said earlier on, I'm still friends with a lot of the GB lads, and they were all saying...
Prediction, Loz.
Callum Smith.
I'm going to go Buatsi because I am a bit of a fan.
So
even though I think he could sell himself a lot better, I do like him.
That's because I'm being pushed. I'm pretty much 50-50, but I'm on edge.
A point that KJ made before is, I think it was, who has a lot to lose in terms of Buatsi's got a lot of momentum.
Yeah.
But I honestly think both of them have a lot to lose mentally here in that it's all over. But the difference is the reason I'm picking Buatsi is he's an undefeated fighter. And I think when you've tasted defeat before, you've made a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the momentum's with you. I'd be surprised and disappointed. I think Buatsi be extremely disappointed if he loses at this stage here.
I'll tell you why. The only reason I'm picking Callum Smith, I think he's operated at a higher level. In the simple fact is I think this is his last chance for Callum Smith to really get a win, because if he loses here,
it's over.
That's him done.
Yeah.
So I just feel the combination of that and the fact that he's fought at a higher level, think I'm going to go for him.
If you want to watch this on DAZN, don't forget our link is in the description below or on one of my previous tweets. DAZN.com/True Geordie. This is an unbelievable first fight of the night, lads.
And this is the fight that I thought was going to steal the show, you know?
Yeah.
This is my steal the show fight.
One thing I want to say is for a tall fighter, and we all know this, Callum Smith is really, really good on the inside. Now, when I think back to Buatsi against Dan Aziz, right, that was a fight that was fought on the inside for a lot of it. And although Buatsi was having the exclamation mark on the end of those exchanges, he was getting caught with counter left hooks and counter right hands in every single exchange. He was just getting the better of them, landing the more shots in there. Callum Smith is a step up from Dan Aziz. There's no doubt about that, in my opinion. There are some sharp left hooks, sharp right uppercuts that will go in from Callum Smith on the inside that if Buatsi isn't what, again, we kind of think that he is and is going to go on to be, then this is where he'll get exposed a little bit.
Nice straight shots early from Smith here.
That jab, he's established that jab straight
and he's
away.
got that right hand going as well. Nice.
You see Callum Smith's left hook, right? If Buatsi mistimes an explosion, oh my gosh, it could be over.
He's getting paid back.
You took the words out of my mouth because Callum Smith's known for he catches.
Buatsi's trying to close the distance here, but he's getting hit as he's coming in.
Callum Smith's dropped his right shoulder there and threw almost a screw shot come uppercut with that lead left hand. Big shot that landed on Joshua Buatsi there just before he slipped.
I think it started fast.
He started well. He
started fast, but I don't think he can continue this pace.
No, nobody could.
That right hook to the body there, Buatsi felt it because he kind of stopped for a moment there. But just going off what you just said there, Callum Smith's great at catching the right hook with his left hand, and he comes back with it from the same hand with the left hook.
That's right.
It's his signature shot.
He's first,
That was
though.
the Groves knockout.
Callum is first. He's sharper.
He's getting bullied a little bit early on here. Buatsi needs to get the respect back.
Look how static
I take you back to his story. I sparred Callum Smith when I was on GB, and he was only at 69 kilos, and I was at a light heavyweight. And I remember thinking, I can go out here and just outstrength him, and because I thought he's 6'4", I'll get inside. I was so surprised how good he was on the inside. Like, it's ridiculous for his size.
What's the referee said there? Because he just
Not sure what that was about.
It was a below the belt shot.
I don't like Buatsi keeping the mid range like this. He's not well.
That's Callum's round, by the way.
He's not doing great at that mid range level.
But he was trying to come into close range there at times, but it's like
too early.
You
There's no build up though.
You know when you're kind of thinking, well, what are you trying to do here?
That's right.
What are you trying to do? Because if you want it in close, when you've got it in close, you've waited for him. You've waited for him.
Right.
Now, you might think, okay, he's a dangerous counterpuncher, so let me lead and let me take that away from him and counterpunch him. But at the same time, like we just said, if there's one man that you would back in an inside fight out of the two of these, it is Callum Smith to be landing them shots.
I think he's trying to use his physicality, but I think he'll quickly realise it might not be the best.
Right.
Lovely.
Do you know also the difference is with Buatsi, all his shots in the inside in mid quarters are quite wide shots, where Callum Smith's very tight,
compact,
very short and compact. He doesn't give much away.
And what I noticed as well is Buatsi doesn't build up anything. He's not like establishing a jab and jabbing his way.
And then getting in,
He's like hovering, like when you stop, I'll go.
He started with the jab, and I thought he was going to establish it. So he lands early, then he doesn't. Then Callum just takes over the jab.
Because Callum's jab is just way too long.
Trust me, I believe Callum Smith's more rounded in terms of his boxing ability. I just think he's more rounded. He's boxed at that higher level, and Canelo couldn't get him out of there over 12 rounds. And how would you compare?
And that was Canelo in his prime as well.
In his
wasn't it?
prime, how would you compare him to Buatsi right now?
Are we all saying round one's a
round one?
Round, yeah.
Easy. Oh, lovely uppercut.
Buatsi's got to keep it here and aggressive inside as well.
But then you lot are saying that this guy Callum's better. Oh,
this
another
is a lovely fight,
uppercut
isn't
as well.
it, lads?
I told you it's going to go up.
Do you know what it is though? You see what you just said about Callum Smith being better on the inside?
Yeah.
Buatsi's still very good on the inside. Like you look at how the knockout. I know it was a long time ago now, but the knockout of Bolotniks came. That was inside work, and as he tried to then post
Good left
out,
foot from Buatsi there, boy.
It was.
This fight is going off.
And the thing is, both guys have got good chins. You've never really seen Callum go down. Yes, he'd off Beterbiev, but he'd put anyone down with his shots. And we know Buatsi can really take a shot. This is why I was excited for this fight, because I couldn't decide because it's such a close 50-50 fight.
I really like how Smith unloads his shots, right? There's not a lot of telegraphing. There's not a lot of fat in the technique. It's really like A to B. Like he's not wasting any movement at all. And I feel like Buatsi, he's struggling a little bit with how to the point Smith has been here.
I still got Callum winning the round. I still got him as we stand right now. I've still Callum up.
Can I tell you what's going on here, right?
Go ahead.
And it's it's a thing that a coach hates and a fan loves. And it's the fighters very early on, and this is weird. It's like a silent conversation of you go, I go.
Yes.
You go, I go. That's what's happening here already.
Right.
It's like, yeah, go on then.
Smith looking great in round 2. Yeah, lovely straight
and
shots.
There's no disrupting of the rhythm. The coach will be saying to both of these, you need to disrupt the rhythm. You're almost having a friend spar.
100%.
And you're looking at this and you're going, hold on, what are you going on about? These two ain't boxing like friends. Trust me, there's a thing of you go, I go, and this is kind of what we're seeing.
That's what we're seeing right now. You're right. It's perfect.
You're spot on with that analysis.
It basically happens when the guys respect each other because they're frightened to punch with each other. So that, like you say, the weight.
Oh my God, this is beautiful.
They got similarities though, because you
beautiful.
see, these guys never hyped up this fight. You know, when they'll I should have.
Buatsi's. I feel like Buatsi's getting hit with the better shots though.
He is.
He is good. He's not winning.
And I think because defensively has always been an issue for Buatsi, right? And that's why Vergil Hunter's supposed to have made sense. But I think he's taken the spike out of him just a touch because Buatsi's not imposing himself.
Yep.
He's like, if you throw, like Joey just said, if you throw, I'll throw straight afterwards. That's not good enough because he's not building anything in this attack.
I agree with you there because I've always what you've just said. Buatsi, what made him so great was that spitefulness he had, and it's almost like you've got this wild animal, you've took him out of the jungle, and you've made him a house pet. You know what I mean?
Yes,
And
that's such a good analogy.
He still barks, but
he's barking, but it's not got the same effect. And when someone opens the door, he doesn't want to bite anymore. You know what I mean?
I'd say there for me, but again, both men landing good shots in that round. I'd say that's 2 to Callum.
Two Callum.
I have to agree.
The best shot of the round was the sort of slip lead hand uppercut again by Callum Smith, which he's found a home for twice now.
And this is supposed to be the sharpest because when you start, you're full tank of energy, and he doesn't look like he's up for the occasion.
I think the confidence has been quickly toned down. Callum Smith has got Buatsi under control a little bit here, where you can see he's like, fuck me, this is going to be a hard night.
The problem is at range,
can't stay outside.
Callum's better. Yeah. And then even when you go in the mid-range, he's been better in every place, in every.
This is why Callum's so good. He's got the height and reach, but he can fight as good as any short guy on the inside. It's like you're not meant to be able to fight that way when you're that big, and that's why I chose him. But what I wasn't sure is how he's going to be. I didn't know if he deteriorated, but to me, he's looking.
I'm not. I can't lie to you. It's an upset for me right now. I'm not happy.
But the thing is with Buatsi though, he's hard as nails. That's the one thing. Like he is looking like he's taking the shots well. I'll give him that. I'm expecting him to show a little bit more than what he is. He's got a good poker face.
I've watched a lot of his fights. I haven't seen him take punishment.
Mate, this guy's got a poker face.
I haven't seen him take.
That.
But
it's weird to see him. Your boy
against Craig, he definitely
he took loads of shots in that, and he fucking looked great.
No, but then he still seemed like he had a bit more than Craig. Is what I'm saying. In this one here, it just looks like he's being bested at every.
He's putting it on him now.
There we go.
He's coming after Smith here. He's trying to win some respect back.
Why did he break his own attack?
Big right uppercut there from.
You land the shot. Smith didn't.
You know, you talk about his energy though. You say that he takes moments.
That's what I mean.
No, that's exactly what he was doing. He was like, I've unloaded 3 shots on you. Now I'm going to hold on because I need a breather.
I tell you what, shots he landed all the time from Callum, that right hook to the body, and every time Buatsi's feeling it, and that's what slows you down if you're thinking, why can't he maintain the pace?
It's changed his shape, hasn't it?
If
you see him like crunching over a lot more.
If you look at Callum Smith early in his career, the body shots he was stopping, he was like a Ricky Hatton with the body shots. He hurts guys, he breaks them down that way, and then he often finishes with that check hook to the head.
He's starting with body shots constantly here and then going upstairs. There you go.
Look at the way Buatsi, what he's trying to do there, he's trying to protect his body and step in close to smother the shots.
That left hook landed.
Buatsi.
Oh, Smith looking good.
Yeah, that's the one thing that he does though. When he does get hurt, he will respond. He won't go backwards. He says, all right, this is me right now. Oh, Buatsi, what we doing?
Callum Smith's constantly coming off with a short right hand. Every time he posts off to that right hand side, he'll come off with a right hand. And these are the things that operating at world level to teach you. So I use the thing of, he's gone at world level, he's made the money and whatnot. And I can think back to, let's say, for example, when Andy Ruiz, once he had tasted that money, he wasn't really the same. But a man that beat Andy Ruiz, Joseph Parker, we'd all agree that he has got better from his experiences operating at world level. What we're seeing so far from Callum Smith is that he's learnt these tricks of the trades at world level and he's employing them in this fight.
There's a confidence. Beautiful!
Buatsi! Can we just... That looked like a low blow, lads. It looked like a low blow. And the referee didn't see it, and Buatsi just kept throwing.
I think it was a right hook over the top of the head. It was kind of almost the back.
He responded though.
Oh shit!
Fuck me.
What? I told you this fight was gonna go.
I thought he was hurt there. He wasn't actually hurt.
No, he's waiting for it. He's waiting.
I don't know. He could have been hurt there. You know, there was 2 great body shots that went in.
The shot I seen was a right hook over the top of the head. It hit high. That's when
it was the low left hook. I thought he was trying to. He looks like he might have been trying to sell it to the ref because he's bounced back as if nothing has happened.
Do we agree
Come on,
that
Joshua.
was a shot of the bollocks?
Great shot.
Or you're not sure?
We don't know. We don't know.
Again.
I think it was an overhand right, personally.
But Callum's landing at right hand now. And Buatsi doesn't seem to have adjusted to it.
I think he's waiting for that shot again, though. I think he was waiting for you to open up.
I need to see that body shot.
I think not like he's setting a trap, but he's like, let me see what I can get and respond to it.
I don't think there's as much thought process going into what you're saying here.
Really?
Every time I've watched Buatsi, I've seen it against Aziz, he gets hit, he gets drawn into a dogfight. If it's not working on a technical level,
just go for it.
He just goes for it.
And I love that about him.
It's exciting for the fans, but against Callum Smith, who's a great technician, it could be problematic. And even the shot that Callum Smith got caught with, he's an intelligent fighter. He'll not get hit with that shot again.
Look at that on the belt.
Watch this.
That looked like it was good.
That's a good body shot.
It's on the belt line, isn't it?
It's on the belt line. I don't mind that personally.
I think it was both shots. I think it was the body shot and the right hand over the top finished the job.
It's a good body shot, guys. It's a good body shot.
2 great shots.
Yeah.
That's it, man. Yeah.
And then on the behind it.
And then he was waiting. He was setting a trap.
Behind it.
He was waiting. Come on, guys. Give him his credit. Give him his credit, boys.
Do we think maybe that exchange won the round for Buatsi?
No.
I don't know.
Because Smith had a good early round, didn't he?
I give him that round.
I feel like both men are doing quality work. So then when I judge it, because there is so much good work going in from both, I go, right, key moments. It's like goal difference in football. Key moments. The biggest key moment for me came for Buatsi in that round, so I'd have it 2-1 at the minute.
And have you noticed Smith trying to cover out that body there?
Yeah, but
you don't want to.
I need Buatsi to stop getting hit with these clean shots, man. He lets them land, bam.
He ain't going to stop getting hit on those ones.
I hear you, but like...
He's trying to cover out that body. He's not trying to... There you go.
But you know, the problem is, with for example, Dan Aziz, even Willie Hutchinson, you get hit by them clean shots, and it's like, yeah, first 6 rounds, that's all right. Once you get to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, them clean shots, they feel twice as hard, man. So you need to understand what you're in there with. Do you know what I mean?
He eats too much of those for my liking because you've got to understand, a good moment might not win you the round with these judges. Because if you're taking the right shots, bam, it might not be wobbling your legs, but, bro, bow, right hand, bow,
but in those later rounds, this is what I'm saying, right? What
look at these shots here. Look at this.
What creates power?
It's allowing everything to land.
What I would say, regardless in the moment in the fight, if it's still going on like this in the 7th or 8th round, the investment that Callum's doing to the body, it's definitely going to have an effect. It's going to pay off.
I think you lot. He's very durable, Buatsi.
Yes, you know what I'm feeling here? What do you always say, brethren biased?
Yeah.
I'm feeling here.
Oh, I definitely got it. Definitely got it. I've definitely got brethren bias here. I won't lie to you, but here we go. Come on, line him up.
Good shots from Buatsi. Yeah, he did a double jab right hand there.
Brethren bias.
I think Callum's cut as well.
Yeah,
Callum looks marked up, to be fair.
Can I say one thing though? Not denying the cut. Callum always looks marked up early on in his fights, doesn't he? Like
you're right.
But you
see that type of skin.
But look at these shots here.
Yeah.
It's a constant bam, bam. They land to the body.
Oh. That's it. Control him. Move him back to the body.
I think
we're actually doing some good work here.
This is great work. This is his best round so far.
This is it. One more.
He's trying to break as well. Buatsi.
Buatsi's going to stay there.
Now, when you look at this, right? When you look at this, Callum Smith's coming back, right? But when you look at this and Buatsi moving Smith back to the ropes, if it continues in this trend, this is what we saw with Canelo. It was the constant pressure of moving Smith back. That's when he wasn't comfortable. So Buatsi can maintain this.
Look at this, man.
Short left hook goes in there.
He only knows go forward.
Yeah.
Smith landed a couple of good ones on the chin of Buatsi, but Buatsi is just carrying on.
This is the first fight of the night, guys. No disrespect to the other kids that was in there.
Do we worry about Buatsi's stamina though? Because
it's funny because a round ago I thought Buatsi was slowing down, but this round here, Callum Smith's working harder, but he also looks a little bit more tired. So
it's getting a bit spent.
I think this is going to be one of them swing fights. It's going to be back and forth.
I don't worry about Buatsi's stamina because I've always noted from fights that I've seen.
Buatsi's coming for the kill here, isn't he? Fuck me, he's swinging with everything he's got. End of the 4th round.
Hey, this is...
Come on, Buatsi!
I tell you what, this is one hell of a fight.
You're really going for it early, boy.
Even after
Stealer.
This is one of the so closely matched.
Stealer.
Yeah, damn.
I said, look, these two will not.
Could you stop boxing your microphone?
I can't help it. It's my mate. All right, I'm gonna put that there because I don't need that there. Yeah.
I thought he was dancing with that.
No, obviously I'm invested. Yeah. These
cut.
two right now.
There's a cut, lads.
He's cut. He's cut.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Right,
These two are not good at talking. They're terrible. But when they started, there was a level of respect that they were showing each other. There's a level of respect, and they knew they said whatever means possible, I'm gonna fight this fight. So you're seeing they've changed their styles a few times. They've had to make adjustments. And once again now, I think even Buatsi pushing him back, we didn't see that before.
We now need to see if Smith can work his way back into the lead,
That's
because
right.
Smith started really fast, really good.
He's starting to fade.
In that fourth round, and we said, look, he can't keep this pace up in the first round. But in the fourth round, Buatsi's will to win was really showing. Like he didn't take a backward step.
Okay, so the
Smith's
fact
come out
that
firing
Smith
now.
has come out firing
Yeah.
is starting to tell me that he does feel the pace in that last round, and he does feel like he needs to assert himself a little bit more here.
Yeah.
His punches don't have the same zip on them now.
See that? He just threw about 6 punches, and Buatsi was the one that got through with a jab. And he just threw that one single.
Yeah.
I think
Buatsi's feeling himself now.
If Buatsi pounces on him, he can probably get him out this round or maybe the next.
I think he had to work really hard, Callum Smith, in that last round.
But he's going to have to expand to go for it.
When we were saying about Buatsi potentially punching himself out, I'd say the complete opposite. I'd say from Buatsi fights that I've seen, when he starts to have success, which is inevitably when he's throwing more punches, I'd say that's when he does look fitter. You know the energy bar on the old boxing games and that, when they come up, when you get that good shot and all of a sudden you can throw, that's what I feel like it's like with him.
Right hand looked like it hurt him because he held on straight away for a while there.
Buatsi.
The problem with Buatsi is that when Buatsi is tired, he doesn't cover it and sell it like he's okay. He stops boxing. You see what I'm saying? Body shots.
Oh, Smith's throwing with his teeth grit and fucking giving everything to these.
Them body shots.
Buatsi's holding his stomach.
Look at this.
Waiting for it.
He's really. He must have felt that shot.
No, he's waiting for it to open up.
He's really hurt the body there.
That's hurt him.
He's waiting to open up. He's going to go.
And as you said, he's not throwing at all.
He stops.
Buatsi's getting battered here all of a sudden. Fuck me.
Right.
He's in trouble, Buatsi.
Look at this.
He's in deep shit with his body shot.
He doesn't sell it well at all. This is what frustrates me
Smith
about
knows
him.
as well.
He hasn't threw for about 20 seconds.
He hasn't thrown, but he's not covering his face.
Oh, that left hook to the body.
Right.
Boys, watch when this right uppercut comes in. The left hook to the body is going to follow it in a sec.
Fair play to Buatsi. He's still coming forward after that assault.
Hard bastards, these two, man.
He's tough. He's tough.
Me.
Oh, gum shields out.
Jeez.
Left hook from Smith backs the gum shield out.
Said that.
That shot you just see there from Smith, that was the shot all those years ago that knocked Grove stumbling halfway across the ring.
Buatsi has to be careful. This is what I'm saying. Like, you're not managing your stamina by stopping. You have to sell it. Do something. Pour a jab. Keep him on the end of something. You cannot just stop and have your hands on your belly. Look at this.
Come on, Josh.
He's suffering with them body shots.
Yeah, he's taking some work.
It frustrates me because this guy could be a dog. He could be an absolute killer, but...
It's ain't an easy fight, bro.
It's not, but what I'm saying is he does have the tools to be better than this in this moment right here.
Inactivity. He needs momentum. Like 8 years since turning professional. Do you imagine how good he could have been had he been like any other, prospect having at least four to six fights a year? I think that's doable when you're only doing 4 to 6 rounders, then you progress up to 8 to 10 rounds. He just hasn't been active enough.
And it's going to take a while to recover from these body shots as the rounds go on,
But I'm really interested to see how Callum Smith...
Look at that. That stopped him. He's absolutely hurt right now.
He's hurt. He's hurt.
I'm really...
And he's not... Look at this. He's in trouble.
He's hurt. He's hurt.
Yo.
He's hurt.
Yo. He's in trouble.
What's going on, bro?
He's in trouble, bro.
When you look at the onslaught that Callum Smith's had in this round, and Buatsi's had moments, but Smith's really thrown the kitchen sink at him in this round. I'm very, very interested to see how Callum Smith comes out next round. Because there has been a lot of energy expanded in this round.
Heavy.
But those body shots, yeah? Oh, Anthony Yard on the mic as this round just happens.
Yeah.
I think Yard will be licking his lips because fair play to him. He's a strong guy, you know what I mean?
Can I just say, completely random, off subject, but in terms of hypothetical fights, Buatsi is a much more winnable fight for Anthony Yard than Callum Smith is. Whether Buatsi comes through this fight against Callum Smith, I don't think Callum Smith is a good fight for Anthony Yard at all. I think Buatsi's a more suited style for Anthony Yard.
You see the replay on that left hook to the body?
Touched him.
He can't allow himself to stand and get hit and think,
You're
just
right.
because I can take one punch, I can take it all night.
You're right about
None
him
of these
stopping
knock
in
him
his
out.
tracks.
Yeah.
Like, it take that shot and it will be that 2-second hesitation of recovery.
Literally.
That's a chin and a half.
He's got one hell of a
That's
chin.
a chin
That left
and a
hook.
half.
That left hook is what knocks people out.
Are we saying 3-2 to
3-2
Smith now?
3-2 Smith.
Yeah, that's fair.
Buatsi knows he needs to have a better round
He's
because
got to respond now.
he has
100%.
that was such a Callum rattle.
But the good thing about that left hook to the body, it takes your uppercut away because he won't want to throw that and leave that exposed again.
No.
And it's
on a knife
But
edge.
again, do you know what I said? Sorry, lads, but do you know what I said about he wants to walk him back to the ropes, but it's like, okay, cool, but when you get him there,
What are you doing?
you've walked him back there for a reason. Now we've just seen him walking back to the ropes, but he's doing his better work in the middle of the ring.
Counter left hook from
Oh,
Smith,
look, he
lads.
just-
Look at that.
He is eating the shots.
His
He's
tail.
but he's taking it.
It's a tell. That's a tell.
The problem is, you take it until you don't, or it just takes
And then
one
you
and
go
all
down.
of a sudden...
Another counter left hook goes in there.
Oh, he's taking these
These are not good.
horrible shots.
These shots knock people out in round 8 upwards, mate. He's got to start being smarter than this. Oh, great shot there. Oh, was that a jab? Good shot from Buatsi.
I think that shot looked a little bit better than it
Than it
probably
was,
was
yeah.
painful because he
Hey,
kind of walked onto
It's
it.
the body shots, man. When they land, these
Mate, I think Smith is absolutely outclassing him here
expanded it.
in
hell
some
yeah.
spots.
He's
Like,
expanded himself.
And you know when we say about getting into those later rounds, right? What generates power really is technique. So a guy with lesser technique might not be able to carry that power into later rounds. Smith will be able to if he gets there because he's got that well-schooled amateur system technique.
He's just taking 4 hooks without response.
Look at that body shot. He can't.
Oh! That was a
Smith
massive...
with a
Oh, he's
huge
hurt.
right
He's
hand.
badly hurt.
Buatsi's in trouble. He's holding
in
on for
trouble.
dear life. Smith smells blood. He's like a
How
shark
he's
in the
still-
water.
How he's still on his feet, I do not know.
No.
Oh!
Right hand goes in
time.
after it, and another one, and a left hook.
It's time.
Buatsi's in serious
It's
trouble
time.
now. Like,
He's
and
badly
he's
hurt.
trying to
Yeah.
talk to him.
He's on his way out.
He's on his way out. He knows it, and a double left hook.
Eddie Hearn's on his feet going crazy
I
over
don't know
there.
where he's at.
He's in trouble.
Brilliant backhand from Smith.
Hey, Josh, you're
down
going to have
to
to
the
go
body.
Come
for
on,
it,
Josh.
bro.
Come on,
Roll
Josh.
that dice
Come on,
today.
Josh.
Smith needs to go back down
Come
to
on,
the
Josh.
body because he's
Come
hurting
on,
to the
Josh.
head. He can set that shot up to the head from
Did he-
going down to the
1,000,000%.
body.
Did he dent him? Did
Another
he
right
dent
and
him?
another right.
100%.
Yeah, he head. Oh, no, it's fine.
Yo, Josh is he's
Buatsi's
those
getting
body
fucked
shots are
up, man. Double left
frightening.
hook again.
Oh, my
No,
God.
this ain't. Look at that. He wants out. He wants out.
Oh, straight right.
Hold him.
Josh,
hold
you're gonna
him.
have to swing
Hold
for
him,
the
Josh.
hills, bro.
Josh, hold him. Josh, hold him,
Mate,
bro.
Joshua Buatsi is getting
This is what-
smashed to
You can't
bits here.
stay. You can't just stand there, bro.
Clinch.
Tie him up or something.
There you go. Look, you just saw the bit of balance
Yeah,
off.
yeah. He's done, man.
He ain't even... Clinch, Josh.
This is.
This
What
is
are
the
you
biggest
doing?
crisis moment we've ever seen Joshua Buatsi in his career so far. 100%.
And he's getting wrecked.
Fucking clinch, Josh.
Callum.
He's never been in this position.
Oh, but he
he's
comes for the
robbed
left
Callum
hook.
Smith with a big
and he's,
left
and he's hurt Smith.
I love you.
And it's gone.
Come on,
Oh,
Josh.
Buatsi's unloading against the ropes.
Come on.
What do we want?
Josh, go for it.
Come on, Josh.
Joshua Buatsi's all
Fuck
over out
off.
of nowhere.
I fucking love you, Josh.
These two are both fucked.
Oh, I told you guys, this is the best fight.
What a fight.
What is this show called? What's your show
What a
called?
round.
The Last Crescendo.
Bro, every
insane.
fucker's on their feet in the crowd, ain't you? Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, a lot of them are standing up.
If Buatsi comes through this, yeah,
If he comes through that,
that round was hell for him.
Yeah.
He wouldn't hold. He did it. He was brave.
But the thing is, he's too brave because next round, you think he's going to be able to take this for as long as he did this round? Look at that.
That
Look at that.
shot.
That shot puts a lot of light heavyweights on out.
And bear in mind, yeah, he landed a flash shot at the end. A flash shot.
He was throwing the right hand himself, and that's when the punches doubled. It's like a car crash.
What I'm saying is, that was a flash shot for Callum. He's going to sit down, clear his head for a minute, and be okay. Those body shots will add on to the last ones. They're not going to recover.
They're money in the bank.
Yeah.
They're money in the bank.
The only thing is, it took a lot of energy because he threw a lot of punches, a lot of power shots. So
Can I just say with that left hook there, this left hook we're seeing now,
Yeah.
is a big shot. It did land as Callum Smith was going for a left hook to the body. And what I'm saying is you lean all your weight down that side, then you take that shot there.
Yeah.
It might not have been as big as the shot that Smith landed. I'm still going to score that as a Smith round.
Yeah, easy.
100%.
How cool is the recovery
It's
from
not even
Josh
close,
to?
that round.
How cool is it from Josh to recover and just go for him in that moment after being on the ropes?
it does that when you catch someone. All of a sudden, you get this burst of energy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
It's 4-2, isn't it?
I hope the adrenaline
Smith,
doesn't burn out more energy because we saw him struggling to just be balanced for a
You
second.
could borderline say that was a 10-8 round. It was that much
That's
of
what
a
I mean.
heavy round, one-sided.
He's got to be very intelligent now. 'cause
10-8's a bit harsh.
You can't keep eating these. Look at this. You can't keep eating punches, bro. This is what's frustrating
His
me.
defense is non-existent.
It's
at
not
times.
there.
Why is he doing this low lead handish Mayweather stuff? He's not
To
that
cover
guy.
his body, to cover the body. That's how bad the body shots have affected him. Look at this.
Smith really dismantled him from the top, from the bottom up. Really.
But Smith must be thinking, what am I going to do to put this guy away?
He's doing well with these jabs, by the way, establishing himself.
To be honest, I don't know why Buatsi doesn't jab enough. He's got a good jab, but he doesn't really use it. He just wants to fight.
Well, now he's definitely going to be aware of his stamina because those body shots are sucking energy.
I think it was round 4 or 5. He come out and he started jabbing, but it lasted for about a minute. Then he stopped.
Yeah, he just.
Because he's so vulnerable to the stomach now, he's having to hold his hands in such a way that leaves his face wide open.
Yeah.
It's
Come on, Josh.
He's been broken
And,
down.
and that's why even if it's on the elbows, Callum Smith needs to keep going down to the body because you'll open up that right hand over the top.
Come on, Josh.
Yeah, Callum Smith's not capitalising on that last round, though. He's obviously fatigued of that last round because he put a lot into it.
But this is good fight management, though, because he knows we're scheduled for 12.
Yeah.
So I can't just throw the kitchen sink. I'm banking rounds.
It's difficult, though, because when you hurt someone like that, you might not get that opportunity again. Especially with Buatsi being so tough.
Buatsi needs to be smarter than being tough because he's eating shots every round so far. Even his good rounds, he's eating punches and it's adding up. You know when your mind is slowing down with those white flashes, bow, bow, bow. Like he's going to start.
This is the problem sometimes in boxing.
Look at that big right hand again.
That's a big right hand.
Can I just say, although Smith's doing a better work, just watch the feet a little bit because I feel like Smith's feet are slower than Buatsi's at this moment in time.
They've been
doing the better work.
They were anyway.
Doing the better work. Yeah, maybe they just are in general, but
yeah.
Which is why Buatsi should really keep it long because it'll protect his body a bit more, in my opinion.
This is a good round for Buatsi, though.
Yeah,
saying all of that, he's winning. I think he's winning this round.
Yeah.
Off his jab, this is the thing. He could make fights easier if he uses his jab.
He should have used that.
100%.
He didn't, and he just changed his mind. He just stopped using the jab early in the first.
He likes to fight.
He tried to back him up against the ropes, but he ended up just losing those exchanges.
Is this a round off?
This is a round off.
Are these boys having a bit of a silent conversation here? We'll have a round off.
I think Buatsi's winning this round on the round off, but Callum Smith has definitely paused his attack, and I think his fight management.
He tried to wake up his legs there. You see him too.
That's what I'm saying. As I was watching that round, I saw the back leg drag of Callum Smith's, and I kind of thought, your legs are starting to look a little bit slower than Buatsi.
Because that little is a tailwind. It's like, come on, legs, get involved in this fight. We can't be asleep now.
Yep.
We got big rounds ahead.
It's a difficult one because when you're absorbing punishment, that can take a lot away. But sometimes when you really exert and you're throwing bombs, it can take almost more than you if you don't get the guy out. Because when that lactic acid builds up, it doesn't just disappear.
That's
whereas with recovery with punches, sometimes the head clears and you're fine. So it's a difficult one.
True. Very true.
This is a good fight, man.
This is a scrap, man.
So what we're scoring this now? 4-3?
4-3 to Smith.
4-3 Smith, yeah.
I don't think I've ever watched a Riyadh season card where the first fight we've covered hasn't been a sick fight.
Yeah.
Like they set the benchmark, these lads.
Guys,
This fight's that good. It could be the main event. We could go home and be happy. This fight's that good.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
They got a standing
He sounds
ovation.
like Wembley
a standing
Arena.
ovation in
round
the first.
six. In round six.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What Callum Smith has
keep
got
pouring
to
that jab.
He's got to re-establish himself.
I tell you one thing though, this type of fight for Buatsi takes a lot of your career. You can't have, moving forward, he needs to make some serious changes because as he goes through the levels, he can't be fighting like this.
But they said whatever means possible. These guys knew you're not going to have too many of these types of fights.
you are.
Yeah, but this is his style. He done it against disease. You could argue at a lower level. Like this is the way he fights.
Yeah,
but you can't do this at the higher level.
His defense.
Oh, you can't do this against Bivol.
Okay,
You won't be allowed.
Bivol, all the top.
I know Beterbiev as well, and Beterbiev's just got a win over Bivol, but I'm just saying stylistically, you can't do this against Bivol.
He's got to defend himself a lot better than he does. I think it's irresponsible how he carries himself in the ring. He eats too many shots. I understand he trusts his
He's
chin.
doing well now, and this
is good. I'm talking. Look at that.
Right hand there from Callum Smith, and then a left hook to follow it up.
There we go. He's in
Goes
trouble.
down to the body.
Every time he lets you know it didn't hurt, it hurts.
Yeah, I do that.
Because he doesn't do that at any other time. Every fighter that acknowledges a shot, yeah, good shot, yeah, I'm all right, yeah, whatever, bro. It hurts, man.
I watched too much David Hay growing up. Anytime anyone hits me with anything, I go,
yeah. That's a little sigh. Mate, yeah, that broke my heart when he's on the floor against Belly when he's getting up in it. I saw it.
I was devastated.
Oh, it hurt me, bro.
I was loving it because I was a big Bellew fan at the time.
I
need blocked me on Twitter, so
I need a good.
of course.
Every body shot reminds him that he's struggling.
Good body shot. I need a good body shot right now.
What I love about this fight is that one guy wins a round, the other guy goes, right, I got to get this next round in.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just back and forward. It's been a fucking brilliant watch.
For the most people, this is what you want out of a fight. Like, yes, there's boxers here who, there's fans here who love a technical fight, but the majority of people just want to see a war.
Now, Callum Smith has just caught Joshua Buatsi with his lead foot out of the wrong position, and it looked to have a sort of shakeable.
I tell you what irritates me about Buatsi, and I think he'll throw it more, is that straight right hand. That straight right hand. If he let that fly a bit more, he'd land it, because Callum isn't the most evasive guy.
No.
Can we just say that Buatsi doesn't use 50% of what he can do? Like, I feel like he's got this tool bag, but he doesn't use any of them.
His right hands that are landing, man.
I feel like Smith's getting the better of this.
I was gonna say, Buatsi kind of settled into the fight.
What?
I think he's had crisis moments more than Smith has. But I think him not having them maybe doesn't show that he's settled into it in terms of like.
I feel like
lost this round though.
No, I feel like the fact that Smith's tired.
I feel like he's settling, guys.
I'd say this is a very even round, and I'd lean towards Buatsi.
I'm getting Buatsi.
Don't forget the first 2 minutes though.
Mate, I'm not. I think Smith won this
That's
round.
what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I feel like Buatsi's finished well, but Smith had the better of the round.
I don't know, guys.
No. Is this a swing round?
I might go a full all.
He was getting the jab off, and then
I feel like Smith's tired. I feel like he's thrown a lot.
The first part of that.
I saw the
first 2 minutes. I think Smith was dominating.
Yeah, you're right.
2 minutes? Are you sure? Because he was still landing the.
We were literally talking about how shit the defense of Buatsi was.
The defense was shit, but he's still landing the jab, guys.
And I left it to follow this. Left.
But for every jab, Callum Smith threw a 3-punch combination and landed 2 of them.
Look at these shots, bro. Like,
I think the nastier shots were from Smith personally.
Easily.
I'll tell you what, we'll call this one a swing round. We'll leave it 4-3.
Fair enough.
And we'll see what happens.
It's 4. 4-3 and a swing round.
Okay, cool. Because it might have gone Buatsi, it might not have done.
Funny enough, Buatsi looks fresher. Do you know what I mean?
Said, settled.
But I think he settled around because Smith's using so much energy because
to kick his ass.
Because
he's been kicking his ass.
He's been thrown the kitchen sink.
Because the rounds Buatsi won have not been as decisive as the rounds of Smith's won. Smith's rounds have been clearer, in my opinion.
Smith's looking to back him up now.
Buatsi wins this fight. What a moment!
He's gonna have to do a lot to get this.
What a moment!
What Callum Smith does really well, in between rounds, he recovers really well and he comes out and starts strong. It's like, he was tired by the end of the round because he put the work in, but after the minute's rest, he's good to go.
We need to give, because even in the crisis moments, the fact that he's still here and he's recovered from those crises is impressive, though.
He's thrown that fucking right hand, Smith, and it's landing flush.
Look. You see what I'm saying? Look, these are the moments in the fight that we forget about when
that's a big
shots
shot.
land.
He's getting pissed off at times.
These are all points. Look
that's
at this.
That's a big shot.
It's because, like you said earlier on, he's trying to protect his body. He's in the Philly shell, but he's not protecting his chin. He's only protecting the body.
That's right. Look at that.
Oh!
Did Buatsi feel that
doesn't like that.
He felt that.
Of course he did. This is not... it's frustrating.
I know he definitely felt because he didn't come chasing for him. Usually when he gets really hurt, he might come straight back. He said, nah, let me just wait here.
The body work
Clear the mind.
is making it hard to defend his face.
Big shot there.
He can't defend upstairs confidently because them body shots have got him spooked. Do you know what I mean?
But what's he doing with that trainer, though? Because
well, to be fair, how do you remedy a great, tall, rangy body puncher? It's really tough to navigate that.
It's unusual, isn't it? Because tall guys don't usually body punch like this.
That's what I mean. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this attack right here.
Callum Smith's a great fighter. He's a world-class fighter. It's that simple. I don't think it's a case of anything Buatsi's doing wrong. It's how good Callum Smith is.
I feel like Buatsi's getting finished here if this carries on the way it is.
But then he just has moments
I know
like
you can keep having those little moments, but it's going to add up, mate. Like in round 9, 10, 11, what were you, 9 now, 10, 11, 12. If he keeps standing to the 12th round, I'll be surprised.
But even if it just stays as it is.
Look at that,
mate,
man.
These are massive shots he's taking.
Smith's got a sniper of a right hand.
Yeah, because... what you said, right? Like he doesn't have any fat on his punches. For a tall guy, there's no extra anything. It's just straight.
Earlier,
it's so clean.
Technique. It's pure technique.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's nice to watch still.
It's everything short and compact.
He's not.
And he's back with another right hand.
Smith is looking seasoned in here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Looking very, very mature.
if you go back to if you're in like Callum Smith's in your corner, he comes back to your corner, you just say, "Yo, body shots."
Oh, get the hands up, big
Buatsi's
man.
getting fucked up, man.
Body shots.
Do you know what's so funny?
But you can't. You say get the hands up.
That's
for,
right.
For what? What? To
Body
get the
shots.
body pounded?
Oh, look at this.
What's hurting more? Like Loza said, the head recovers quicker than the body.
That's right. Them body shots.
going on
mate.
now, though?
Do you know sometimes them body shots?
What's
I
going
still
on
feel
now?
them a couple of hours after the
Buatsi's
fight.
unbelievable.
He said it's low. He's complained to the ref about low punches.
Yeah.
The fact is, he's won this round.
5-3 Smith with the swing round. Some would be scoring this 6-3 to Smith or 6-4.
I respect it.
Either way, but
3 Smith.
Yeah, this is.
I respect it.
5-3 with that swing round.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'd probably have gone 6-3 Smith, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the type of fight, if you're the cornerman, you're saying to Buatsi, if you keep taking punches like this, I'm going to throw the towel, I'm going to pull you out.
Yeah, you
because
gotta scare him. You
He's
gotta scare
taking
him.
a lot of damage, so he needs to, like you say, put the frighteners on him.
Yeah.
So what's Smith's corner saying?
Go to
Keep
the
doing
body.
keep doing exactly what you're
Downstairs.
doing.
More of the same.
More the same.
Downstairs.
He hit him and he went back and he's like,
It's
he
this
didn't know
shot
where he
here.
was.
Look at that.
I'm not really giving technical advice at this point.
No,
I'm
no.
just saying, remember
Keep
them
fighting.
sprints.
That's
Remember them hill sprints we did. Remember all that hard work, all that strength and conditioning. This is where it comes in. Because if you carry on doing what you're doing, then it comes down to the engine.
We gotta respect the dog of Buatsi in there though, because he's taking
100%.
shots that like many.
Do you know what happens? I get to
Giving
the
me
point.
Eubank vibes.
I get to the
Not
point
Eubank
where-
Junior,
Junior.
Eubank Senior.
Okay, got you.
Eubank Senior.
You know what's frustrating me is that you look at someone like Buatsi and think you actually can be better than this.
Do you know what it is?
You have what you need to be better than this.
I feel as if I'm starting to disrespect him because, like, why are you taking
after
so much
this,
punishment?
bro?
It's ridiculous. It's stupidity.
If you want to call him out, just call him out.
The shots he's taking.
Where you at?
Saying because
The
I don't
shots
know
he's
if he
taking-
can feel disrespect after this performance. He's in there like live, and you lot said that he's a great opponent. You're talking about
Hey,
Callum.
hey.
You're seeing a difference in class right now.
Yo, we were looking at him going to fight Bivol and Beterbiev. The expectation is higher than just being a decent boxer. Let's be real. Yeah.
He's your friend, Travis. You need to have words with him.
Your yard.
I'm talking about Buatsi here.
That's it.
You need to have words and see me more.
That's his. It's his. He don't
I'm
like me.
just joking.
KG dropped Travis so quickly as soon as Buatsi turned up.
Buatsi don't like me.
I don't like that guy, KG. No, I don't like him either.
I love this guy.
Did you do a
man.
podcast with him?
I love
Let's not
this
get into
guy,
the
man.
details.
Yeah, for those who don't know,
Buatsi.
Buatsi kind of confronted
like Travis.
Travis a little. Well, not really confronted him, but just said, "I don't really like this guy." In front of Travis, 2kg,
Yeah.
mid convo. It was a weird moment.
We're very weird moment.
We have a lot of those as YouTubers.
You know the AJ face.
All I say is this: my friend Anthony Yard is there. He's ringside, and he wanted that fight, and I don't know what it looks like after this.
I think Buatsi's not.
Hey, good shot from
Shots
Buatsi there,
gone in
though.
there from Buatsi.
Come on, my boy.
He's throwing the shot.
Come on, my boy.
there you go.
Come on, my boy.
He's hurt him.
Come on, my
He's
boy.
hurt him.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Is he hurt? What's
Yes,
going
because
on
he's
here?
hurt.
Yeah, yeah.
He's him back.
Mate.
There you go. Come on, man.
Buatsi has no right to
Started
do
off
this.
with a body shot from Buatsi there.
Yo, Callum's in danger.
Come on, my brother. Come on, bro. Let's get him out of there. We need to
I think they're both really
We need to
tired, though.
capitalize. Oh, for fuck's
There you go. And now Callum will have a burst.
Yeah.
And now he'll have a burst.
both-
capitalize.
Look, it's obvious who the better boxer is after 9-10 rounds of this now. It's just a
Definitely.
case of Buatsi's
gonna
dog.
tough it out.
The dog in Buatsi is giving him a prayer right
you
now,
need that.
and it
Oh,
shouldn't.
That was a good left.
And you need that. You need that dog sometimes. That's the separation.
Yeah, because now it's not even a boxing match. It's just
it's
me
just a
and
fight,
you,
innit?
and you're in the way.
Mano.
Yeah. Let's see who's
Look at
more
them. They're
man in there.
tired.
Mate,
They're
it
tired.
looks like Rocky and Apollo. This. I'm not
literally.
even joking. It really does. Right at the end. Adrian!
Oh,
They are
Shit,
fucked.
bro.
Buatsi's tired.
Yeah.
every time one guy looks tired, they come out with this mad combination.
Oh, aye. But what irritates me is how clean the shots that Buatsi lets land on him. Like, I say lets land. Callum's landing the cleaner shots when he's like that. Do you know what I mean?
Have we got it? Have we got him?
No,
there?
but it is
No,
Let's
no.
Land to an extent. It is because
he
it's
doesn't
because
move.
it's because it's picking to
Aye.
not be evasive.
That's right. That's
over
right.
being
right.
in range to be able to land your own shots.
And the
Buatsi round.
and the hands aren't up.
Buatsi round.
Let's be real though. Smith defends himself and makes it hard for you to hit
Buatsi
him
round.
in a way Buatsi just doesn't do it, and it's a good
That's a
backhand
swing
from
round.
Smith.
That's a swing round, mate.
Buatsi
That's a
round.
swing round.
That's a
What
swing.
have you got to hit Buatsi with to put him out?
One at a
That's-
time, lads, because we've just lost control in this. It's gone to. People complain about this all the time in the comments. Sorry. We will get our shit together before. We're going to get worse because we're going to drink a lot, but we'll
guys.
try.
For me, that was a swing round,
That's a swing
right?
round.
But what I would say is there was 2 moments within the last 30 seconds of that round which told you exactly what's going on in both fighters' heads. They both looked at each other and went, when it was time to step on the pace, and it's like they both know.
They're breathing like
But the
Loza.
thing is, you're now
When did this happen? When did I turn into such an animal?
It's so funny.
If any of us ever pass out and you need mouth to mouth, it's got to be Loza.
Loza
Vader.
Loza could bring someone back that's been gone for 10 years, mouth to mouth.
What can I say? I've got big lungs. You know what I mean?
He's a 12-round fighter, mate. He's a 12-round fighter.
By the way, can I just say, just off subject, Darren Till's fighting on Misfits. He spars with Callum Smith. He's going to go through everyone like a hot knife through butter, isn't he?
Oh my gosh.
What is this? So we had
11.
round 10.
Round 11.
Round 11.
What is it? 6-4 maybe now?
Yes.
Maybe.
That's if you're being
maybe
kind on the swing
five
rounds.
each. Maybe could it be 5 each? Someone's got it 5 each.
Someone's got it 95.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I take the DAZN score. I love you, DAZN, but I don't love your judging.
I
don't like the guy
whose card is that?
I
Chris
think
Maddox?
he's terrible, mate.
I'm cool, bro.
I fucking hate. I like him as a person, but
Callum
I think
is definitely up
trash.
going into this last 2 rounds.
I'm not angry. I don't hate that scorecard for the first time.
I personally would say I've got Smith 2 rounds up.
Yeah, I'd let that
2
fly.
points up.
I would say this though. Callum's up, but it's very possible Buatsi wins the fight.
Yeah, Smith can't just see out the fight from this point on.
Yeah. Buatsi's still
This
very
is a
much
who
in
wants it more now, isn't it?
That's
now.
right. Now Vergil Hunter needs to be giving them passionate speeches about growing up in the ends and all the men that tried you when you were 7 years old. Think about those. You need to get deep on this one now, boy. Because this ain't boxing and punches to the butt. This is, bro.
Yeah.
Go out there and outman him.
Yeah.
What an opener to the main card.
Straight.
I am blown away by this.
They've done so well.
And you know
Well
what's
done, boy.
when people were kind of coming out saying best card of all time, I was thinking to myself, oh guys, relax, man. But this as an opening
As a
fight,
starter.
bloody hell.
Bro, this is like getting jerk chicken, rice, and peas as a starter, bro. That's
too much
got a
food.
main.
That's too much food.
No, you still got a main, bro.
That's too much food.
Literally,
look,
it's mind
Buatsi,
blowing. This,
bro. Oh, he could get him.
Buatsi's hurt
Oh, you
him.
felt that?
Throw the kitchen sink, bro. As Tunde Ajayi once said, empty the tank.
Back of the head, back of the head.
Yeah.
Oh,
Callum
get
Smith
out of the way,
right
ref.
It was back of the head.
It was.
Buatsi landed to the back of Smith's head there.
Spinal.
But mind you, Buatsi was unloading on him.
So far, it's
Spinal.
a Buatsi round.
I heard that spinal bar, bro.
It's a Buatsi round so far. Are we fair to say that?
Yep, headlock.
Headlock him, squeeze him. Do what you've got to do. This is where the dark artist KJ likes to say it needs to come into play. All the technique and the technicality is gone. You need to go to work.
If Callum's smart, this is a round off. And he's going to
Kick him in the leg.
end the fight right in round 12. Because giving up this round isn't the smartest thing you could be doing right now. But
Championship rounds.
if he's
The
taking a
heart
round
of
off,
Buatsi is
Championship
fucking
rounds.
insane. I can't believe what we're watching here.
Looks like a
I
dog.
thought he was going to get outclassed after, Smith looked so good early on, but he's really coming back into
You
it.
have to give him credit, even though he's had the long career in terms of not getting to the top.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying Buatsi has to get credit.
absolutely.
Incredible.
For being a punch
But right now, you're still in the fight, so we're not doing credit for just
Basically,
because.
yeah.
You can still win this. So
You've given him enough credit for all of us. So.
all fight long for round 4, he's been looking for the credit.
You lot make me sick. I
Let me
need
see your leg. Have you got a Buatsi tattoo on you?
Smith's landing some good shots.
Every gym in the UK is looking for a punch bag to hang up in the gym, just like Buatsi right
Not
now.
genuinely.
Can I order one of them? It's durable.
Punchback hits back.
Lasts you 10 years.
I mean, look, what was this? This
Buatsi
fight
round?
was this Buatsi round, yeah. What we saying now? So 6-5. Smith.
I believe on my scorecards, I've got Smith a round up. However, I think the general consensus now will be next round wins.
No,
I think that's what the average viewer's looking at this thinking now.
That would be cruel.
I don't think so.
That would be cruel in my opinion. The work that Callum Smith done throughout this fight.
Could
way.
Callum Smith have another round like that round just gone? And then when the fight ends, we go, yep, Smith beyond reasonable doubt. You speak a lot, Brian. You speak a lot, Brian, about how a fight ends. How a close fight ends. If Callum Smith has another round like that.
Listen,
there will be debate.
You can't diminish what the guy's done in the previous rounds just because they end the fight well. That's the way I see. You either win the round or you don't.
I
This
think
is
he's
called
banked.
the championship rounds, bro.
I think
That's
he's
got
banked.
nothing.
Yeah, but you don't win on 2 rounds. I think he's banked enough rounds to be up on the scorecard when this final bell
Thank
goes.
you.
If he stays on his feet.
So if Buatsi wins this, it's a draw.
If Buatsi KOs him, that's the only
this
way he
round.
wins this fight.
What about a draw though?
Would
you give a draw if Buatsi
he
wins
wins
this
the round? I wouldn't argue with a draw. But if he
I'd love to
doesn't-
watch it again.
Buatsi's hungry now, though. He
without
knows. He knows.
Because I'll do anything to not give a draw. Then I'd give it to Smith. I'll go down to goal difference. I'll go down to goals
Buatsi.
scored.
I honestly
yellow
think-
cards.
Go on, Buatsi. This is it now. This is it.
You know what we were asking before the fight about? Is he ready for world? Is Buatsi ready for a world title fight? For example, a Bivol or a Beterbiev.
He's getting knocked out by Beterbiev.
Defensively, it doesn't look that way.
Neither of them two guys. There may be guys out there that he could fight, but not them two guys. He's not that level.
If Smith has got it in him to have one last big push, right, counter-punching suits Smith better than it suits Buatsi, and Buatsi is showing evidently here that he knows he's got to come forward.
Oh.
So Smith needs to look for those counters, and he needs to put 2s and 3s together and then step off to his right, away from...
Hey!
There you go.
Beautiful shot. That was a
really
beautiful
putting a stamp on it. And another right hand from Callum Smith.
There it is.
Wow. That was it. Slipped outside left hook. That was beautiful.
It was textbook. But that's the type of thing that lets me think about fight management. For round 11, for Smith to look so tired and just be so negative, he knew this needed to be an explosion, and here it is.
Yep.
He's seen light at the end of the tunnel. You know that when you know you can see the finish line.
But he hit him with a fucking good right hand afterwards, mate.
He didn't end it right though.
And another right hand.
Yeah. He's showing his
Smith
experience.
is winning this round without a doubt, lads. He's outclassing him, yeah.
He needs to move off.
Yeah, get out of that corner, bro.
Can I just say there's zero head movement from Buatsi?
It's static.
It literally doesn't move.
We're past that.
He's loading his thoughts right in front of you. I'm gonna.
Gum shields out with the left hook.
Beauty.
Oh, Smith is all over Buatsi here.
Look at this, man.
Beautiful punching.
Gum shields out.
On the back foot.
Is the ref gonna let the gum shield go back in?
No, don't. Referee, he said carry on. He said carry on.
He says forget your teeth. You can buy new ones.
Yeah, fuck the teeth.
Yeah, come on, ref, break it. Let the gum shield go.
No, man.
I think Smith has fought this last round unbelievably well. 2 minutes in.
Fight management.
He has won the 2 minutes so far. Buatsi has a minute.
Come on.
In my opinion, now he needs a knockout to win this fight.
Oh, easily.
It was like that from before this round.
Whose gum shield's that?
Buatsi's. He punched out.
Yeah, he got it knocked out with a hook. Yeah.
That's cool. It's going to be a different type of turkey he needs after this fight.
Yo, listen.
Liquidated.
And the maddest thing is, Callum's had a break just in that moment as well.
Oh, good overhand. Another one.
Nah, he didn't land with anything on it.
Callum Smith just needs to box smart now.
Didn't land with anything on it. He's still right there. What are you talking about?
I think that shot from Buatsi, the right hand landed.
It's a good shot, man.
Smith recovered well from it. Still throwing back. This is a Smith round for me, and it's quite a clear Smith round for me.
Very clear, mate. He's dominated. He's absolutely fucking smashed him.
Fair play to Smith for still going out there and trying to take him out. You know, he could just box smart behind the jab, but he's still trying to get him out.
Buatsi's fucked.
He wants to make a statement on the world stage.
Yeah,
and he just does.
He's letting everybody in this division know I'm not finished. I'm not done. Yeah, just wrap it up. It's done.
Smith deserves this win.
Oh, he's earned it.
Yeah,
the amount of punches he's thrown is ridiculous.
100%.
No embarrassment.
It's over.
You're waiting for that one.
Beautiful. What a fight, lads. This was a brilliant fight. Honestly.
Callum Smith, take a bow.
Smith by 2 or 3.
Was I the only one who picked Callum Smith?
I think you were. Well done, mate.
You were, mate. You absolutely were.
And do you know what? We were questioning, he's made the money, he's been beaten before. Is the momentum there? I think he only had one warm-up fight coming back to this. And he looked a sharper guy. He started quicker and he got a bit of a march. I think he was 4-2 up at one point. Buatsi made it break back into it. Yeah. It was back and forward. And then we were looking in the 11th round thinking that Buatsi was pouring it on. And all of a sudden, I'm like, this might be a draw here. Yep. In that final round, it wasn't even close that last round. Smith just took him out, outclassed him.
It was all about experience. The experience to me there just looked that little bit too much.
He was a
level above him.
He was a level above.
Easily.
Defensively, Smith was a lot harder to hit. Buatsi was there all day.
Well, we got to give Buatsi credit.
Forget the credit. We're not giving him any credit. He was a punch bag.
No, you can't do that, man.
Forget the credit.
You can't do that.
How many times are you going to say that?
Because you haven't given him no credit at all, bro.
Listen,
give the man credit, bro.
No, guys.
12 rounds against a good fighter, bro. Give him credit,
the
fam.
narrative was, what does Buatsi
give him credit, bro.
When he fights Beterbiev and Bivol.
Dickheads, bro. Give the man credit, bro. 12 rounds against a good fighter, and that's what you're doing.
Stop this, man. Stop this. Because throughout the whole fight, you've been screaming for credit.
You lot are dickheads. If you're saying that, that's what you say.
Was he not supposed to win?
Calling him a punch bag. 12 rounds at that against him.
Don't
take the piss.
Do you know why?
You've been in the ring as well.
Do you know why I'm not giving him the credit? Can I just say this for a second? The simple fact is, I personally think he's way, way better than what he's shown. In the inactivity, the fact is, where was the tactics there? You tell me, you're going in against a world-level fighter, you've been inactive, you've got to put on a good performance. He's got one of the best coaches in the business in Vergil Hunter. He's an absolute technician, Andre Ward's coach. and you go in there and walk forward with no head movement, no tactics, and you want to give him credit for being a punch bag. Do you really think Vergil Hunter will be happy with that performance?
I think you lot taking liberty.
Do you know what? Do you know what? To take the emotion out of it, I think what I'm interpreting, what Loza's saying here is, in terms of calling him a punch bag, it's like you're so much better defensively than to have been able to have done
that. But he got bested by a better fighter. But let's not say that he had to take certain shots in there. When you say, "Oh, you know, I'm making of a man," you can say that he learned a lot about himself in this fight as well. But we do that for other fighters. Other fighters get the, "Oh my God, he's going to learn a lot about himself." This, that, and the other. You have to give him some credit for that.
This is friendship
12
showing.
rounds.
Yeah?
It's not, bro. He had to bite down on the gum shield and still come forward.
Yes.
That's bravery. There's
the narrative.
Saying no credit at all.
Okay, but KG, everyone here backed him before the fight.
Exactly.
It was only him that didn't back him.
Sorry, the narrative was, will this prepare him for Beterbiev and Bivol? This was a foregone conclusion in a lot of minds. So for as much as we're doing the give him credit, cool, we'll give him credit. He was an absolute resilient fighter in the tough fight against Callum Smith. However, Callum Smith was supposed to be retiring after this fight.
That's all I've asked. No, he said, if I lose this one, I fight.
And when guys say that, they're on their way out.
That's all I've asked for. No one's giving him that. He said, we'll give him credit for that. We didn't give him that. We just called him punching bag.
Do you know why? Because if he wasn't a good fighter, I wouldn't care. You know, the simple fact is, every fighter at this level, they're all tough, every single one of them. So to sit here and just give him credit just for the toughness, in my opinion, that's not enough. I want to give him credit for the skills that he's got. The pedigree is an amateur, and that's what I'm saying. I think he's way better than this. I already knew he was tough. I wanted to learn something new about him, and he didn't show it because, like, he's your friend. You should, as a friend, you want to say, I want to see him progress.
I'm gutted for him.
And that performance didn't show anything.
I know that. I know there's stuff that they have to do. I'm gutted for him, but I saw things in there that I can say, I can be proud of that performance.
But I
can be proud of, you know what, you have to, some people check it in and give up. We've seen many fighters give up. And that guy said, even after the 6, where we all had to give him a standing ovation, he took work, he took punishment.
Can I ask you a question?
In there to the end.
Do you rate Callum Smith higher than you rate Dan Aziz?
Of course.
So did you learn anything different technically or stylistically about Joshua Buatsi tonight than you did after the fight against Dan Aziz?
No, so in this fight,
he boxed exactly the same against a better opponent.
No, but I think that he's a step above.
He shows that he could take a bigger punch.
He's a step above those fighters. I believe that he's a step above those fighters. So I didn't feel there was moments in this fight. I've watched a lot of his fights. I've never seen him get beat up like this. This is the first time I actually witnessed Buatsi getting beat up. So I was like, oh my goodness, this was new for me. But even in that, he had to learn about taking a step back, and he still came forward. Yes, there's stuff that he has to do better, and we said that his head movement has been bad, but I'm saying he does deserve some credit. Even if you call him punching bag, whatever, he does deserve some credit for biting down on the gum shield and getting in.
I'll rephrase it. I'll just...
When we talk about AJ versus Dubois, we talk about AJ versus Dubois. We don't scream for the credit for surviving the onslaught for 5 rounds when you were clearly out on your feet. We say, why the hell were your hands so bloody low? You know what to do in the ring, because what the hell is this? So when I'm looking at someone like Buatsi fight and just let shots land upstairs and downstairs, yes, I'm going to critique that, because at this level, I don't expect to see that from you after you do the length of your career and where it started.
It's as simple as that. Like I say,
and he wasn't good enough.
What I'm saying isn't coming from a negative place. It's a case of, I know how good he is. I know that the camp that he's in, and to me there, like Joey said, from the Aziz fight, even from the Willie Hutchinson fight, he showed in moments he had to show toughness in times, because Willie Hutchinson was having
success. He was better than all those opponents.
Yeah, he was better, but he still didn't show anything different. He went to the next level, and really he made the same mistakes. I didn't really see any change of game plan at any stage.
No, it's one thing. There's 2 things could be true in this moment, right? He got exposed for his lack of skill. That's for sure. That was exposed today by Callum, a better fighter. And he's never, defensively, his skill one thing got exposed. Another thing that you can say, even if it's strong attribute, it's not the best attribute, because it's dangerous to carry on his career fighting like that and leaving his chin outdoors. But then we have to say that toughness to keep going, I always respect from a fighter. You're never going to get me saying to a fighter, I can't disrespect a fighter that does that, personally. That's how I feel about that one.
No, listen, I totally get what you're saying, because like I say, as a fighter myself, I've been there. I respect everyone who goes out the ring, but the guys who I think, are just British level and the tough, I go, I've got to give him respect for that because he hasn't really got the technical ability to move to the next stage. But he is someone who I do believe can go to the next level. But he's not. I said it earlier on in the fight. I said it's like it's like a guy on the tools. He goes to work. He's got all these tools in his bag and he's struggling with something. And he sits pondering instead of going to the car and getting the tools out. He's got all the tools, but he's not using them. It doesn't make sense. I want to see him when the going gets tough, adapt, change the game plan. And like I say, his coach Vergil Hunter is a great technician, tactical coach, but was Buatsi following what he was saying in the corner? Because I don't believe his corner was saying just walk at him and just show heart. I don't believe it for a moment.
Can I just say that there's been a fair bit made of Vergil Hunter. I'm not no stick against his name. A lot of coaches would have done a good job with Andre Ward, man. Like, it's not to say that because he's trained Andre Ward. I mean, Vergil Hunter's worked with other fighters that I can think of and hasn't done so well. It's not to
Amir
just
Khan
say,
was one.
It's not to just say because you trained Andre Ward that you're gonna get Joshua Buatsi moving his head a lot more, boxing slick, not taking the punishment and getting out of the game unscathed as Andre Ward did. Do you know what I mean? So. We haven't actually. I think we've skipped over the decision for that one. Callum Smith's obviously got the decision.
He did.
For that fight.
So when we look at it in a different point of view, maybe Vergil Hunter's the wrong coach because sometimes I think we've touched on this before. Because sometimes, like you say, let's look at Muhammad Ali back in the day. Tyson. Do you imagine, say, Customato had been Muhammad Ali's coach? Would he have been the same fighter?
Yeah.
The right coach coupled with the right fighter is essential. And maybe Vergil Hunter just isn't the right coach for him.
I've obviously thought, and this might just be David Hay residue, but Adam Booth and Buatsi might have been a good marriage.
And I've actually seen him in that gym before. He's gone down there sparring before.
Really?
I can't remember who he was sparring, but Buatsi's been in the gym a few times with Adam Booth in there. But I think it's a hard one because I've seen so many successful relationships form between UK fighters and US coaches and whatnot. But at the same time, like Buatsi, and this is why I'm going to get stick from giving him criticism. Buatsi's 5 minutes up. Buatsi's Croydon. He's 5 minutes up the road from me. He's not living out there. Do you know what I mean? So it's a thing of like, it's kind of like the Tyson Fury Sugar Hill thing when it's like, no, you're in Morecambe with your boys and your family and whatnot, and then Sugar Hill's flying over for the camps. And it's a similar thing, I believe, with Joshua Buatsi. I know he's at Croydon.
Flies over, I think.
Yeah. So. Maybe he does need to look closer to home. And then Adam Booth, when you say that, just by the way, the geography on this, because there'll be people that don't even know where Croydon is, very close to Adam Booth's gym.
That's what I mean.
Like 15 minutes in the car.
Can you imagine? So we just finished that fight, and I'm already having a come
I'm still
down.
fucking recovering from this fight, and then Kabayel's coming out.
Kabayel's out.
Whoa, bro, give me a second here. I'm gonna need.
You ever been to that proper fine dining? You ever been to fine dining when there's just lovely food, and then they bring out another meal, and you're like, can you lot relax for a second, because I just need to remember that last meal, fam. How dare you lot bring out this? It's food after food, plate after plate.
No, I can eat until the cows come home, mate. I'm not telling them to relax.
I have to say one thing for sure, though. I love and hate Riyadh at the same time, because it makes me feel like this. Obviously, I've had a loss today. But then that's what Riyadh does. You're having these fights that might not have been signed, might not have happened. I don't know if without them, if they would have put this fight on. Buatsi versus Callum. We've seen that now, and it's like, where does Buatsi go from here? Because now he has to. His O's gone.
Because we've been waiting for that fight for fucking ages, and I believe that there's been like a Kelbrook, Amir Khan level. I'm not going to give you the fight you want vibe going on there, and that's the fight that I want to see now. It's the only fight I want to see in either of them in.
Do
Definitely.
you give it? Do you give Joshua Buatsi any lesser chance against Yard off the back of that?
1,000,000%, yeah.
You do?
Yeah, because Yard can hit fucking harder than Smith, in my opinion.
Right.
And if you defend like you did there, the chin can only get clocked as many times as it can before eventually you go down, mate. I've seen some, because I was an old school UFC fan. I remember Chuck Liddell, the Iceman.
Yeah.
He can't be hurt.
That's right.
He can't be hurt. Next thing, he drops at the fucking a gust of wind.
But does Yard set up the way Callum does?
There you go.
That's the difference. Yes, Yard has got power, but what we saw was a golfing class.
The question from Joy The question from Joy was, does it make me think that Yard's got a better chance in that fight? And I do, because it's not that I think Buatsi's a bad fighter because he lost one fight. He fought it was an admirable performance in the heart that he showed. Yeah. But as Loza was saying, technically, I thought he was a bit smarter than the way he fought in that fight.
Yes.
And that just tells me Yard will get opportunities to hurt you.
You know the other thing that would worry me from a Buatsi perspective is one of the shots, as well as the typical shots that we know Callum Smith lands really well, you know, the left hook to the body, that lead uppercut and whatnot. One of the shots was the pullback right hand that was landing a lot. Yard loves that shot.
That's right.
Yard loves to lean away on the front foot, pull back right hand,
That's
bang.
Right.
Can we just acknowledge, before everyone checks this next fight out, DAZN.com/True Geordie. We are on the alternative commentary. It's picture in picture, so you don't have to do the whole 2-screen thing that you might be doing right now. Shout out to all of you lot who have used our link. It does help the show. Just sit down, lads, that's fine. It's Zhilei Zhang coming to the ring now, one of the best punchers in boxing, and he's going up against Agit Kabayel, who also has been outstanding in his last 2 Riyadh season performances. And I feel like this is Kabayel's opportunity to take a big scalp. He's a very active fighter when he's in there. Amazing body shots. But equally, Zhang can just shut anyone's lights out. So this is another fantastic fight. Unbelievable night of boxing.
It's a proper tiny arena, isn't it? It's a smaller sport that they're at. I'm looking at that. Oh, man. What are you saying? Who's winning this one?
For me,
heavyweight boxing, baby.
I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, right, there's always that possibility that Zhang catches you and he's able to hurt you with something. But I make Kabayel a favourite in this one. And I think that the fact that Kabayel's body...
A favourite or a favourite?
A favourite. I
say that as
favourite.
well.
The reason being is Kabayel's body punching is something that even against the fitter heavyweights has showed to be really, really effective. Now, when you look at Zhilei Zhang, right? Okay, you could argue with the Wilder fight. Not really much happened until it ended. Any meaningful fight you've seen him in, you've seen him gas out. And I'm not on about the fight we've just seen before when either man's had a round off. I'm on about a period of 4 rounds where he's not done too much. He dropped Joseph Parker twice and didn't get him out of there. If anything slows you down, it's the body shots from a big man. And Kabayel might not be the size of Zhilei Zhang, but he's younger and he's still a big man.
Is there a case for saying that Zhilei Zhang has kind of replaced Wilder in boxing today? As the dude who's like really explosive but has a lot of areas of fragility?
Yes, but not when it comes to the chin.
Okay.
I think even a peak Wilder didn't have the chin that Zhilei Zhang's got. Have we seen Zhilei Zhang dropped? Anthony Joshua dropped him with head guards on in the amateurs.
Yeah, way back.
I believe in the pros, Jerry Forrest never dropped him. He got a draw after being dropped 3 times. I don't believe we've seen Zhilei Zhang dropped. I don't really believe we've seen him hurt. And I'll tell you what, the second one was a blitz, but in that first fight between himself and Joe Joyce, Zhilei Zhang got...
He did get touched a little bit.
He took some stick in that fight, so...
It's true.
I'm gutted, you know.
But you still hurt?
Lie. I'm gutted, yeah. I won't lie to you, I'm gutted, man. Fuck me. Hey, you know when you're trying to get into this thing, bro, Riyadh season, bro. That's too early to be feeling like this. This is how similar to the AJ feeling of shit, man.
This is a co-main. This should be a co-main.
Oh, now I'm trying to get up for this fight, yeah, but I'm just thinking about the last fight. But what did we even say about this Agit guy? Did we say that he could win this one?
Yeah.
In the prediction, I don't know.
He can definitely win this fight, in my opinion. For me, I'm just not sure on his level because he looked fantastic in his 2 wins, and one of the wins was against an undefeated fighter,
Frank Sanchez.
So you're like, okay,
stopped him,
and he did them both quite easily.
Yeah.
So. But if you do, Zhilei Zhang is someone who we've seen beaten, but it's very like, was he beaten? Well, you know, obviously against Hrgovic, you think he won. And against Joseph Parker, he dropped them twice. So no one's destroyed Zhang the way Kabayel's been destroying people. If he goes in and does this against him, you're looking at Kabayel like, fuck me. Are you like a Bakole where no one wants to fucking go near you?
Remember, Kabayel also has that win over Chisora, a younger Chisora.
But how long? How young though? Because she's always been old for a while. It feels like.
That's hilarious.
Chizora's like, he's that guy, and he's like, I'm old now, and you're still old.
That's what I mean.
What's going on?
This guy fought Klitschko, David Hay. Like he's fought
every era.
Really white, bro. It's madness.
Oh.
Do you not turn pro? I think it was 2007.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Chisora is like the Everton of boxing, right? In that, like, no one really wants to play them. They're a bit of a miserable team to play, but they've never been to the top and they've never like won anything. But they're just there, just in your face, grinding it out.
Annoying enough.
Me.
If you win, it's 2-1.
Honestly, it's never nice. No matter what happens, you just don't like them.
Did we all make predictions for this fight?
We've tried to.
I'll go Kabayel points. Quick, what we going?
Kabayel.
I'm going Kabayel.
You know what? Kabayel stoppage.
As long as you can.
Stoppage. Kabayel.
As long as you can make it past 5.
No. I want your final prediction.
Kabayel.
I'm bottling it. My head's gone. I don't know where I am. Bro.
I wouldn't care. You know, I've got a thing about. I really like Zhang. I'd like Zhang to win it. I hope I'm wrong.
Now, can I just note something? The way Zhilei Zhang's cutting off the ring here, he did a very similar thing against Joseph Parker, and after a few rounds, it slowed down. So if you look at Kabayel bouncing on them feet there, that's what I want to see from Kabayel if I'm his corner.
That's what I was going to say. If you tactically, all you need to do is make it past 5 to 6 rounds with Big Bang Zhang, and you have a good chance.
And Kabayel does move well. Like he's quite, agile on his feet there.
You know what? I'm just gonna go with Bang.
The difference in power is significant already, though.
I'm going with Zhang just for. I'm just going with Zhang. Fuck it.
The thing about Kabayel is his strategy is to when he's taking some big shots from Zhang early on, he likes to work the body. But the problem with the body is you got to get on the inside of it and you got to get near him, and that's something that you don't want to do with Zhang early on. He's going to the body though, brilliant body shots.
How tall is Kabayel? He looks tiny.
About 6'2", I reckon.
6'2".
He doesn't even look 6'2".
Isn't it mad about these motherfucking heavyweights these days? Where 6'2" looks like you're a fucking 5'8" lad. Isn't it mental?
Mate.
Honestly.
Welcome to my world. whenever I'm out with you lot, everyone goes, Joey's short, isn't he? He's like, yeah, I am short, but I'm with a load of blokes that are all 6'3" plus.
Joey, you got a big spirit, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Genuinely.
Thank you.
Now we respect spirit.
Now we respect it. Let it go.
I still hold on.
He's so jaded.
I took Fury losing better than this.
Innit?
Bro, these two are throwing like their fucking life depends on it early, and it's a lovely body shot.
Zhang going down to the body there.
Zhang looks great here early on. He looks like he's going to drop him.
Size difference is insane.
He's going to the body as well.
How does he do this?
And Zhang,
they're talking shit to each other already.
Zhang kind of looks like Elon Musk, you know. I just got.
It was a great fight going on. All I'm thinking about was KG still hurting. He was waiting for his moment. Anyone to dare
He wants to bring it up.
Where can I next put my example in?
Zhang just smashed Kabayel out the body and then just went, what? I'm what? Fuck me.
Yeah, but that's been a trait of Zhang's where he has got overconfident in fights. Do you remember he was dancing when Joseph Parker was on the deck?
Oh, yes.
And then he went on to get points up.
Genuinely. He was celebrating as if this is over.
To be fair, though, I always thought that decision was a little dubious. 2 knockdowns. Was it 2 knockdowns in that fight? It's always sketchy when something like that happens, man.
I think Zhang still thinks he's in the amateurs. In his mind, it's a 3-round fight. You know what I mean? He still trains for 3 rounds. That's it.
He's not jogging, is he?
With 2 knockdowns, you only need to have won another 2 out of the next 8 rounds. To have won.
Like those little rabbit punches.
You know what I mean? Zhang's very powerful. He's very powerful.
He's ridiculous power.
Didn't he say I'm gonna bang you? No, did he?
Yeah.
And it's effortless power as well.
Hey, Wanga.
Yeah. We're going to see who's going to get banged.
That was funny.
No diddy.
You know, in terms of heavyweight punchers, we see a lot of them, like, because they're big muscular guys. They load up, they tense up. Fighters like Zhang and obviously Bakole as well, the looseness that they have at that weight and that size is mental. Like, I mean, the relaxation they have in their shoulders and their arms to be able to do that at this age, especially. What is he, 40, Zhang? He must be fucking nearly 40.
This is the class example
41.
of punchers are born, not made, because he doesn't have to train for that type of power that's there. It's a given. It's an absolute gift.
He's one of those blokes who There's certain boxers who you can maybe delude yourself into thinking, if it ever kicked off, I'd do this and I'd do this. Zhang's one of them. You go, that would be a nightmare. That would be a nightmare.
There's no lucky punch in there.
No.
The whole of the paint game, lying down on the floor.
Because Zhang is so dangerous early on. He's like a natural-born street fighter. He'd knock motherfuckers out in a minute.
I'd box him to a UD on the streets, though.
I know we're only one round in. One of the main question marks I had over Kabayel in this is I said I've never truly seen him caught proper flush where I've gone, right, he's got a chin. I've just seen the slow-mo back there. Zhilei Zhang caught him with a right hook, left-hand combination. And I'll tell you what, he took it well.
Yeah.
And the body shots.
Well. There you go.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Big shot from Zhang.
A pair of them are smashing each other.
Zhang is like a roadman deep down,
Kabayel got with the uppercut.
Kabayel's got some quick hands,
Yes, he has, bro.
He does.
What is that? Is that full
combinations?
Those body shots will add up quickly on Zhang.
You don't see many heavyweights throwing combinations like that.
Yeah.
And they're really good body shots as well. Like everyone, he ends up just having to jab you in the body and you're going down because they're that bad.
This pace isn't a pace for Zhang. Zhang does not like this pace.
Who's Kabayel's trainer, by the way? Who's he with? Does anyone know?
No idea.
Oh, no, but Zhang's already slowing down, by the way.
Look at his shots. The body shots. He can't miss to the body.
I've not really seen many people go at Zhang like this in the second round.
They're
normally careful early on.
This is showing us that this guy's a problem at this weight class. Like.
Yeah, he's getting touched up more than Buatsi.
This is
what a punching bag, innit? Just bring it to your gym.
It's a big old punching bag.
It's a big punching bag you should bring to your gym.
And you know what the crazy thing about that? Yeah, I'm going to be on charges for the punching bag statement you've made. They're going to say, look at Travis. Travis is he's loving this. Incredible.
Ooh, they're both catching each other at the same time.
Ooh. It's that right hand over the top of the guard.
Just in the second round.
This is a race, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is a sprint. This isn't a fucking 12-rounder. No chance. They're both going for the finish.
What's lovely about Kabayel? He's throwing his variation. He's getting to the body, getting to
his punch variation is one of the best in the division.
Look at this.
If Zhang hasn't knocked him out by round 5,
game, it's done.
Even round 3, maybe. I don't know. Like Zhang is slowed down so much. For a professional fighter to slow down this much in the second round is wild, man. He's got some strength in him still, but he's not throwing a knot.
One thing I'd say as well, though, is albeit nowhere near to the same volume as Kabayel, but Zhang's work to the body is good here. Like, I'm seeing some good shots.
But they're single shots,
the
though. They're single shots to the body, and he needs knockout. I need to stop you before the.
You know, I'd say, KG, I'd say one single from Zhang's the equivalent to 3 from Kabayel.
But if Kabayel's still standing in there, look, he's still standing.
Do you know what it is? Zhang reminds me of Buatsi. I think they need to have a talk because the both of them are so talented.
You know, Zhang reminds me of.
He's the
you know when I'm playing that fucking boxing game, that undisputed, right? When I'm playing that boxing game, I'll land like 10 great shots and they'll land 1 good shot and I'm fucked. That's like what Zhilei Zhang is like in real life.
It's because of stamina, mate. You're letting your stamina bar go. Unfortunately,
that game's got me fucking. Honestly, I keep threatening to delete it.
And you can't delete it.
I went one further. I gave the PlayStation away.
Listen,
I thought I'm not doing this.
I'm a monster in that game. The other day, I fought this dude. Yeah, he's won like 300 times and lost 6 times. Knocked him out in the last round. I was celebrating like it was real.
You must be way too good for that.
I'm a problem.
Was he on the chair? Was he on the chair doing all that? Like,
I did too much, bro.
In the corner.
Have you got the headset on when you're playing? You chatting to him?
No. That's too much.
I was gonna say if I was on there, knowing that I'm getting beat anyway, I'm probably threatening like.
I was in the group chat.
Send your postcode in then.
What's this? What are you lot scoring? These?
Do you know a fight of misfits?
Yeah.
What are you lot scoring at, by the way?
First round to Zhang, second round to Kabayel. What round is this? Third?
Yeah.
We
coming into the third.
They're expanding a lot of.
I told you Smith marks up easily.
Who would you like to see Smith fight next?
That cut was terrible. I actually don't want to see him get a title shot. It's gonna.
What about the loser of the main event tonight? If they don't do a trilogy, if Bivol loses, I wouldn't mind him seeing him and Bivol.
You know what I want to see?
That's a good fight.
Him against Benavidez.
Oh,
Benavidez is fighting the winner. He's there tonight, ringside. They've invited him, rolled out the red carpet.
Yard and Callum Smith.
No, the loser from the Benavidez fight.
Morel.
He was good. I liked him, man.
Morel's very good.
Yeah, that's a tough fight for anyone on this in that division.
Oh, I tell you what, a left hook come uppercut to the body from Zhilei Zhang's just gone in there to Agit Kabayel. He's hit it nicely, but there's some great work on the inside going on here.
This is a fucking great matchup, isn't it?
This is
for heavyweight standards. The body work here is
I almost feel like Zhang needs somebody like this to bring out the engine in him, you know what I mean? Because sometimes, if you've got someone who sits off you kind of go down to their level, and I think sometimes you get slower. But
he knows he's in a fight.
This is bringing it out of him.
Can I just give credit as well? Yeah, like when I said, he's doing the Joseph Parker thing early, doors. He's looking lively on his feet.
Yeah,
Kabayel's pushing Zhang back.
A lot.
He's pushing Zhang back, and that didn't work out very well for Joe Joyce. But so far for Kabayel,
you know what it's reminding me of? Usyk and Fury. Usyk inside work against Fury. Yeah, he would not give up room, and when he'd raise his arms up and just navigate space, and I was like, "Yo, you're controlling the bigger man."
And Fury doesn't hit like Zhang does.
That's right.
You've got to take worse shots to get on the inside, don't you?
Yeah.
Kabayel's got a chin on him,
Mate, this guy's going to be a serious contender by the looks of it.
It's the constant body work. All those shots add up. All of them.
He's a hard man. He's a tough man.
I don't think Zhang can sing like Fury, though.
No, you're right.
I'd like to hear him try.
Yeah.
Oof. Just in the pocket. In the pocket.
Mate.
This is
Smart. He's breaking Zhang down. This is the third round, and Zhang looks like he's in the 9th round.
Yeah, Zhang looks exhausted.
Zhang looks tired.
He is His shit gas tank is being exposed slowly but surely here.
Pressure cooking him. Look at his body shots.
He's going to drop him with a body shot, guaranteed.
Oh yeah, he's going to stop him. He's definitely going to stop him.
When we see Zhang complain to the referee, we know something's going on. If he starts asking the ref for help,
oh yeah, I'd have been doing that in the first round, man. Because that's one thing we learned from Usyk is you just highlight anytime it's even a remotely low. Man, fuck me.
You lot are going to go mad at me for this take.
Say it.
Go on, let me hear it.
I'm not saying he'd win, but when we were saying about like what out of Dubois or Parker winner-wise would be a more intriguing fight against Alexander Usyk.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Kabayel in there with Usyk.
That's not a crazy take.
I'd like to see Kabayel.
That's not a bad take at all.
By the way,
that's not a bad take at all.
I feel like all the people that Usyk's, all the guys that he fights are big guys. They haven't got that engine, that pace. They don't throw as many shots. Kabayel, I haven't seen any other heavyweight throwing combinations in shots in the pace like
fives.
And I know it's been debunked. I know it's been debunked to an extent. We saw Fury attack the body, especially in that first fight of Alexander Usyk, and then we kind of went, "Oh, okay, maybe he hasn't got that vulnerability." Yeah. But there's a way to find out.
That's right.
What do you mean with Kabayel?
Certified.
Fury doesn't have body shots as good as Kabayel's. Kabayel's built for body shots. It's like
Kabayel's never had his own Netflix series, though.
Definitely not. Like, he doesn't have Versace pajamas.
Keep it coming. I've got to come back for all of them, whatever you want.
But as a Usyk fan, I wouldn't want that fight to happen because I'm like, you're getting old now. Yeah. I don't want to see it in. And this is the thing is, I don't really agree with my take usually in terms of favoritism being shown because it's like, if you're world champion, you defend the title against the best fighter. That's the way it should be. But with everything he's done in the last few years, I'm like, I give him one tough fight and then give him a nice show fight to fuck off.
Yeah, you don't feel like he has to prove himself again.
Yeah, like one more tough fight against the best guy, whether it's Bakole tonight, Parker tonight, Dubois, I don't care. And pick a one. And then his final fight, give him. I mean, he mentioned fighting Alex Pereira, the UFC fighter, in
Did he?
As a final fight of let's have a show fight for my final ever fight.
Yeah.
Which I mean, he would destroy Pereira.
This is the new generation. Look at this. Look what he's doing, Kabayel.
But I wouldn't like to see him fight a young, hungry, like even a Toma, even though he's got all the experience on a Toma and he should probably beat a Toma. I just feel like he's accomplished so much and I want that perfect record for him preserved.
You lot are talking about something. Look at what would Kabayel look like against Dubois?
I think Kabayel is a problem for everyone.
He could be anyone, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's a problem. He's not going. Look, he's been hit by one of the hardest punchers. Zhang's in top 5 heavyweight punchers, and he's taking those shots and he's bullying him.
Yo, this is crazy. Yang doesn't want.
At least top 3.
Look, he's punching
look at
everywhere.
that. He's gonna end it. Round 5. This fight is over. This ain't seeing round 6.
This is going to be one hell of a statement.
Look at this. Wow.
I picked them by finish, by the way. I did pick them by finish. Just saying.
You know what? Yeah, I just want to say David Hay also predicted this outcome by LKO.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's a rarity. Honestly, David, if you want betting advice, don't go to David Hay, right?
He does have a David Hay accumulator.
Yeah. If you want advice on women, maybe.
No, maybe about it.
No.
100%.
Someone's got him beat. Neo. You lot don't even know. He's bought a new wife and he's got 4.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Really?
Just adding to the team.
Neo's got 4. Brand new one.
A position has become available.
Oh, my God.
He's got more wives than he has hats.
Zhilei Zhang is getting fucked up.
Never been pictured without a hat, that fella, has he?
Honestly.
Now he's like, yeah, now I'm secure.
Yeah, Kabayel's got one hell of a chin because Zhang's hitting him with some big shots and he's not budging.
Yeah.
He's just keep coming
Which will
forward.
be a worry.
Oh, uppercut.
I say that, then his head nearly falls off.
He stays there. But which would be a big worry for the rest of the heavyweight
I've
division.
never seen anyone take Zhang's punches like this before, like they're nothing.
Joseph
Bro,
Parker.
he's pushing him back.
Joseph Parker would be watching this fight thinking, how's he just eating?
No, no.
doing that?
Joseph Parker doesn't beat Kabayel.
Nope.
Does not. There's no way Joseph Parker beats Kabayel in my opinion.
Absolutely.
make fights.
Nah, sorry, bro. I hear what you're saying.
He
but
loves them lot, doesn't he? Joey's team,
Yeah.
fucking Fury Parker, and a lot of them.
Andy
He's
Lee.
in the camp practically.
Andy Lee camp, yeah.
What a boy.
It's a bit fucking.
They don't even follow you back, Joey.
No.
Not even after the tattoo, bro. Disrespect.
I heard he laughed at it.
I tell you what,
Oh, we're being haters.
Kabayel, if Bakole did win tonight, Kabayel Bakole for the fucking #1 contender or whatever,
hell.
that would be a great fight.
Look at Zhang is spent.
He's going to retire off exhaustion. He's absolutely all that he got. Every time I
I got to give Zhang credit, right? Because he's getting fucked up here, and he's still trying, man. He's not like he's still offering a threat.
Who's Zhang?
Yeah, even though he's clearly fucked.
I just don't understand. After a full camp, he's just 4 rounds.
Yeah.
What does he do in camp?
I
That's what wanna know.
guarantee Bakole looks better than Zhang tonight, even after 2 days.
We don't know.
I hope so, man.
We don't know,
2 days
man.
is crazy.
When you 2 days and you've been eating crazy in Congo as well. Again, like palm oil. There's a lot of food just oily, gel off, chicken,
Carbs.
not carbs galore. Then he said, "Get on a flight. Go. You're going to fight right now." And it's generational money that he couldn't turn down. I'm going.
I know how I feel
Skinny
after a 5-hour flight.
Yeah.
Let alone 4 flights.
That hotel's got 24-hour room service as well. No doubt. Bacole's
He hasn't even
brilliant.
trained his
Absolute
mind.
And we know the burgers that's available in the hotel.
And the
They're
lamb
quality.
shank. And the lamb shank.
Did you see the video though, where he took the face selfie video or whatever? His face looked really puffy, like,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, you've been having a good.
He's been enjoying.
Absolutely.
What's going on here?
Oh,
What?
No,
It's over.
No.
they're just taping his
It's
gloves.
I thought it was over.
Fuck me, got me.
So what's weird for me is we've seen moments of vulnerability from Zhilei Zhang, but they've more come from when someone's been fleet-footed with him on the back foot and allowed him to gas himself out. Kabayel has forced him to gas himself out.
Yeah. Pound in the body.
This is a real punching bag. If you don't want to talk about a punching bag,
Hey,
this
you're still upset about that. That's crazy.
No, because you got heavy bags in the gym, you got slim bag, you got different uses. No gym.
You know those
bag
long
one,
bags?
but Yeah.
Yeah. They're my Thai ones, I think.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
And in fairness to Zhang, he's actually trying to defend himself.
Oh, fuck off.
He's actually trying. He's putting his hands up. You know what I mean?
Hang up Jarrell Miller as one of them water bags. They're quite handy, but once they
Zhang with the knockdown!
Oh, my gosh.
nowhere! Zhilei Zhang
Wow.
with the
straight
knockdown.
backhand, Kabayel down for
Wow.
the first time in his career.
He looks it back to his corner. He says, I'm okay. We'll find out.
Right after this.
This is the problem with Zhang. As long as he's still on his feet, he's going to be dangerous because that power's just free.
Honestly, if he fucks Kabayel up after Kabayel's
know what this is?
dominated, yeah.
A minute and 50 seconds to go in the round as well.
If he's the new Wilder, this is the Wilder Ortiz performance.
It really is, isn't it?
Damn, look at the
Bloody hell.
confidence.
Oh, he's back now.
Planted.
Back from the dead.
The sleeping
combinations.
giant. The sleeping
Can
giant
I
is
tell you something?
awake.
Them
Boys,
combinations are
I don't think Zhang's got more than 15 more seconds of unloading punches before Kabayel. Look, he's coming back at him now straight away. That there was like he dropped him. You got a 10-second rest for yourself while he gets up. Then you went 20 seconds. I'm telling you now, I'm not ruling it out, but Zhilei Zhang has not got more than 25, 30 seconds of letting his hands go.
But here's what I think could be the case. Kabayel might have enough power to win rounds, but not enough to put him away.
Yep.
And just constantly, after a while, you get used to the power that's coming at you. You know it's not going to knock you out. He might just be able to just steal a knockout in this fight.
Zhang knocked him. Zhang knocked Kabayel down and went, thank fuck for that.
It was a rest.
Fuck me.
Mate.
Look at the redness to Zhang's body. Look at Zhang's body, how red it is.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Look there.
He's just waiting.
Look how light
I've won that round.
on his toes.
He looks like a Japanese flag right now, mate.
Yeah.
Honestly, with that red belly.
Jesus.
Fuck me.
That is
That was class.
That's his cut.
Fucking hell. I don't even know where he's from, by the way. I wasn't making that was just a genuine flag reference.
Zhang.
He's Chinese, isn't he?
Chinese power. Yeah.
Oh, good shots. Zhang with a big right hook there.
Oh, man.
That looked like it stopped him in his tracks for like 3 seconds, and then he's back again. Kabayel's resistance and recovery just onslaught.
Doesn't this just add to the win of Kabayel if he wins this, if he keeps on coming? Because
100%.
to get dropped and get back up and just go straight back to work like he has.
I think it's the school, because most people get knocked down by Zhang and you could still go in and win, right?
Zhang's
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. What's the common denominator if it does happen? Hrgovic, all right, debatable, but officially, Knockdown wins the fight.
Yeah.
Parker, Knockdown wins the fight. Jerry Forrest, down 3 times, gets a split decision draw. You know what I mean? It's like Zhilei Zhang knocking you down is no indication that
just
you're
normal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you'll get knocked down, but
that's a good shot.
Sure it is.
He got caught square
I
on that
think
shot,
that was.
though.
I was just going to say it looked a little bit more balanced, but he did get up and he looked all right. I think he had a little move around just to make sure his head was clear, but I don't think he was badly hit at all.
You get caught square, anything can happen.
I just think that if you go on if you've got the capability, of course, sometimes you're too hurt and you've not got the ability to. But if you can go on your toes after getting dropped by Zhilei Zhang, I just feel like there's a 25-second window where you're going to get off the hook.
Weather the storm.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Don't you think it's mad that they just keep whipping fighters out? They're like, all right, you're next, go on.
Yeah.
It feels like you're watching, like, you know when you go to them leisure centre ones and they just bring out fighters as quick as possible.
Amateur boxing, isn't it?
It's not mad, though. It's not mad. It's how it should be. We've just been conditioned into the wrong way of boxing for too long.
Correct.
And then the saviours come in. His Excellency.
Would you go as far to say this is the hardest Zhang's ever had to work in his recent fights?
1,000,000%.
Definitely.
Look at him,
1,000,000%.
Look at him digging at the body.
And it's crazy because Zhang is like, as he is, a dangerous opponent for these other bigger heavyweights.
Yeah.
But here comes this smaller, niftier, flexible fighter.
It's a classic example of why Uzyk's been so successful, because it gets to a point where, the weight isn't as beneficial. You've got an optimum weight.
That's true.
Do you not think the heavyweight division is so strong at the minute? Like, if you look at Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua's record, they've both fought some good guys.
Yeah.
But
He's done him with a body shot.
Yo, he touched down.
David Hay was right.
Did he say body shot, though?
That was a body shot.
He said knockout. Look at that. He's ready to go. He's ready to go.
Hold on, why are they not giving him a count?
Oh, then a right hook.
I think
there
they
by
did.
Zhang.
It's a standing count, I think it was. Hold on.
Oh, Zhang's in trouble and he knows he's got to fight.
Fighting for life. He's fighting for their life.
Desperation.
punches.
He's a few body shots away from going down again, though. This is the
This is
problem.
where you
Oh,
gotta
wait,
be
hold on.
careful,
That hurt.
though.
That hurt.
A wounded animal is very dangerous.
That hurt him still.
It hurt him a lot. It hurt him a lot.
I
Look,
think
he's holding
Kabayel
on.
got hurt. Definitely.
That left hook hurt Kabayel just there. He froze.
Oh, right hook
that
goes
was
in there.
Oh, no, we don't know where he is.
The first 2 fights of the night have been outrageous.
He might be out on his feet,
This has
Loki.
been insane.
We've been spoiled
Where he
here.
is.
Kabayel could do with just taking his head off his centre line after he lets them two go. He's letting two go and then having a tight guard. But the thing is, Zhang can get in around them, and even if he takes them on the gloves, they hurt.
Yeah.
2-3 go, move. 2-3 go, move. That's what he needs to be doing here.
Zhang he's in trouble right now, boy.
He's his gas tank.
Yo.
He's actually having stamina problems, undisputed.
I mean, genuinely, but he's that kind of
he's in that
fighter.
game.
Like, you could tell he doesn't train cardio. Oh, and Kabayel's all over him yet on the
I
ropes.
think he's just too big, too old.
Yeah.
41,
I don't think this
man.
gets better.
He's been like this his whole career.
Father time.
Age
He's never
aside.
been a good
No, but
trainer,
someone
in my
like
opinion.
this is all wrong for him, though.
Oh, Zhang is fucked.
Look at this. I don't
He's
want.
waiting.
This is exhaustion.
Oh, body
this is
shots
pure
inside.
exhaustion.
That was that right hand.
I did say that before the fight, the Kabayel body shots.
Right hand to the
Right,
body on
it's
the
exhaustion.
inside.
Look, he's tired.
No, he's quitting.
Oh.
He doesn't want to be in there.
Tired. He's tired.
He's had enough. He doesn't want to.
Nine.
Tired.
Done.
Done.
He quit. That's a slow get up. Look at him. Look, he's out of it, mate.
Come on.
Kabayel.
He
He's
didn't
tired.
wanna
He
be
needs
in there.
oxygen,
Amazing.
bro. He needs
Amazing.
oxygen, bro.
Kabayel is the real.
Who's he
fucking
called out?
deal.
AJ.
Oxygen
He's
tank.
called out. Oh, I thought it was a call out.
He's giving him credit.
That looked.
On what I was just saying before, lads, about the level of competition AJ and Fury have been fighting in their era, as opposed to this era, I think this era is infinitely stronger.
Agree.
I think,
It's getting crazy.
and I think if you look at the way Fury started cherry picking, etc., if we'd been in this era, both of those fighters would have taken a lot more losses than what they
It's
have.
getting crazy now.
I hate
You
it.
got Dubois, you got Kabayel. That's a big performance
Even
right there.
Zhang.
Not even this.
He lost just now. Even Zhang.
Zhang and fuck either of those two on any given day.
Not even
It
this.
happened.
Not
It
even
happened.
this era, as in the fighters. This era of matchmaking.
Yeah,
of fighters
the whole
would have-
thing, the whole
fight.
thing.
Fury and AJ. Say for example, right? When Fury fought, was it Cunningham? I think he could have fought David Price at that time. I think that was before Tony Thompson came over and did the back-to-back wins over David Price, right? So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying Fury wouldn't have come through that, but that fight would have got made at that time. Instead of him fighting, albeit a former world champion, cruiserweight in Steve Cunningham, what I'm saying is, even just the era of matchmaking, we would have seen both guys, Fury and AJ and Wilder. Wilder's never getting to 39-0 with
this is
all three of them. They were the three dominant heavyweights, and I'd look at their records, and I'd say it is littered with fighters who are nowhere near as good as today.
Wait, hold on. We got to do this, though.
I think AJ would have been a better fighter had he come up in an era where he actually had to fight a bunch of these guys. Because remember who AJ was, like inexperienced, went in there and smoked Klitschko the way he did. That AJ would be beating a lot of the guys that he would have matched up against in an era like this.
Can I say this, though? Bro, cheers, man. That's a perfect prediction. You said what you said, body? You said body shot?
Well, yeah, I got that
body
one,
shot
right?
finish?
Yeah,
well
cheers,
done, fam. Sometimes you gotta just call it
Hold
out.
on, didn't I say Kabayel as well? Where's my cheers?
Everyone gets.
He's still upset. He's still upset about the Buatsi thing.
Yeah, he's still hating.
He's not looking
I'm still hating. I'm still hating, bro. This is what. Wait, Trav. When was Trav's bad night?
I said Kabayel.
When was Trav's bad night? Did Trav have a bad night?
AJ Dubois, mate.
But
I was there. I was with you
on
on that
though,
one.
right? When the going went tough with Zhang, you can tell fighters who really fucking want it, like Buatsi, right? For example, even when he was getting beat, we were like, he still fucking really wants it. You can tell by the fact that Zhang doesn't put the hard work in training, and his cardio is so shit that when it came to how bad do you want it, I knew he was going to fucking quit because he's not showing us that he really wants it that badly.
I mean, we can't undermine the impact of those body shots. I mean, if he's beating it out of you, he's just beating it out of you. Do you know what I mean?
But also, to play devil's advocate,
and he's 41.
Whenever you don't get up from a body shot, you have quit. That's the end goal of it. Because if you're rendered unconscious, you can't do anything. Now, look, you could look at Golovkin against Matthew Macklin. You could go, how can you call that man a quitter? But ultimately, if you're not playing, devil's advocate, when you don't get up from body shot, you've quit, right?
Look at
the round before he dropped him.
Yeah.
The round before, Zhilei Zhang dropped Kabayel in the round before.
That makes
so
us win even
when
better.
he's down on the canvas, it's not the fact of I'm too hurt to carry on. It's the fact of I'm resigned to the fact that I know this is continuing. This is the trend. It ain't changing.
Do you know the
I could
difference?
drop him again. It's not going to make no difference. I've got to take
Usyk's
this
putting a
stick.
title on him.
We've got an interim champion. Usyk's put the title on Kabayel. I guess he's an interim WBC champion, and our guy Zhang is still on the fucking oxygen in the corner, and he really got taken to the bitter end there.
Yeah, I think he's gonna.
He knows that's father
might
time.
be at the end.
That's the father time. That's not.
Of course, but by the way, these apparently, I think Kabayel and Zhang were both lined up to fight Bakole. And I think they did a deal out. They were like, yeah, can we fuck this guy off and fight each other? So what is mad, if people don't know this, is Bakole coming in last second tonight in the main event. These two opted against fighting Bakole for a #1 contender fight and did this deal away from him, I think.
I really do hope that Bakole comes and even if he doesn't win, puts such a great account of himself.
Yeah, agree.
The stock rises. Yeah. Because this boogeyman thing, we can't keep having boogeymen in boxing. Zhang was a boogeyman. Luis Ortiz was also a boogeyman. These guys were just so avoided, and then you wait till they get old and you go and beat him up and you're like, yeah, no, I beat him. It's like, yeah, but you froze him out for the time you should have fought him.
So even though I thought it was a crazy take initially, now we've seen the fight play out. Can I get everyone's answer? Who would you rather see him with Usyk next? Bearing in mind, we've already seen Usyk against Dubois. Usyk Dubois 2?
I'd rather that.
Or Usyk Kabayel?
I'd rather Usyk Dubois 2 because
Just for the
I
story.
think Usyk will beat Dubois again and Usyk can go into the sunset and say thank you for your career.
And Dubois' stock after AJ is through the roof.
Right now, I'm behind Dubois. I want to see what he can do. I want to see if he's, improved from the last Usyk fight. You know what I mean? Kabayel, I'm not heavily invested in yet. You know what I mean? I mean, it's probably because Dubois from the Great Britain. You know what I mean? But
Ryan?
That was a hell of a performance, wasn't it? Like, it's a tough one, mate, because Kabayel showed us things in that fight that really impressed me. Those body shots. Like, if we're talking about who throws the best body shots in the heavyweight division, Kabayel stopped his 3 last opponents on body shots. So if we're going to say if there is a weakness in Usyk in those body shots, he is the man to find that out. And I obviously am a fan of Usyk, but I still think he should take at least one more really hard fight because he's already beaten Dubois. And let's not kid ourselves. I seen Dubois' coach, Don Charles, on TalkSport, and he was saying that Usyk calls himself a Christian. He's not a Christian. He's a liar because he faked injury and da-da-da-da-da. And I thought to myself, you've took that too far there because let's not forget, mate, Alexander Usyk, he didn't lose a single minute of that fight. Right? Not one. I didn't give Dubois a minute against Usyk. So as much as Dubois has come on a lot since then, and he's really done brilliantly, has he come on enough in the last 2 years to completely... It's not like, with tonight with Beterbiev Bivol, well, like Bivol can maybe just do what he did well in the last fight, a bit more, and maybe he wins. You have to do infinitely better. Yeah. So for me, I'd probably go on Kabayel because Dubois is already on it.
That thing you just said about what Don Charles has said makes absolutely no sense in general, though. That's like... that
was really
Firstly, it's not a definitive thing that he did fake injury.
Yeah.
And secondly, that's like saying if a Christian calls in sick to work one day, they're not a real Christian. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the whole point of being religious is not being perfect, by the way. If anyone's thought that out there, it's a point of like, you actually repent for your sins. It's not about being a perfect person. That's not in the script.
Can I say this, though? We did witness something that we can't just pretend we didn't see. That performance from Kabayel against someone that we call is one of the gatekeepers was really impressive. Not normal.
No one else has done that.
We're talking about now. We quickly think about his age, 41, this, that, and the other. Nobody's made Zhang look like that. From the second, the power that Zhang's got in the early rounds, and most people say, "I'll wait for him to cool off or get tired, and then I'm gonna put the assault on." He put the assault on from round 2.
You don't beat Zhang unless you're good enough to box for a world title. Yeah. So for me now, obviously, look, the way that boxing's going is something I'm very much in favour of in terms of I don't want a 4-belt era. Do you know what I mean? I like now being able to have these undisputed fights and then recognise that undisputed belt, which, okay, the IBF, WBC, they can have their sanctioning bodies, whatever. Once we can get these undisputed fights, I then recognise whoever's got that belt as the one champion per each division. So not everyone can get a title shot. If Bakole later on goes on in the card and stops Parker in a couple of rounds, we're going to be calling for him. But I look at Kabayel now, and I really want to see him in against a champion next, whether that's a Dubois next, whether that's an Usyk next, or whether that's, for one of the other belts if they end up having to give one up or whatnot, or against the winner of Joseph Parker against Bakole. As for Zhang, right, I don't think that is the end of him. Like, I know some of you guys were suggesting it. I think a Zhang against Chisora fight is something I'm probably interested in. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I think Zhang against AJ in the pro ranks is still something that I'd be very interested in.
AJ.
Do you know what's funny?
It's a good name.
Do you know what's funny? I think that was actually one of the best performances of Zhang I've seen in a while because he was actually made to work and he showed more than I've seen. A lot of his fights have been boring. He hasn't done anything.
He was made to work, but he went home on the lunch break.
Very true. But what I'm saying is, I don't think the age was a massive factor. I don't think he looked any worse or any better than... if anything better than I've previously seen him. I just hope after this fight he gets to the gym and starts running. That's all I want to see.
He's not needed oxygen like that. The way they ran him, he literally, after he took the knee, they ran to the ropes. His trainer ran over there to make sure, get the oxygen in now. The guy's got...
I think he's just 41, guys.
I feel like in his previous...
That's what I'm saying, he's old. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think...
I'm saying he said...
He's just never trained hard enough.
He's got more in the tank, but to now tell him to go back to the gym and treadmill... Come on, stop.
But he's never done the treadmill.
Yeah.
You've never seen him fitter in a fight. The whole time we have watched Zhilei Zhang, you have never seen him get fitter in a fight. Never. You've seen him box at a higher level. You've never seen him get fitter in a fight. And that circle that had emerged, like I wouldn't be surprised to hear if he's got broken ribs after that. That circle that had emerged on the body, it was just like, you know what?
A sustained body attack though is gonna get it done against, especially at big heavyweight punches.
It was a Usyk Fury-like performance, wasn't it?
But this is why I'm saying that the Usyk fight intrigues me so much, because I kind of feel like you guys are a little bit like so don't take this the wrong way, but in awe of what Usyk's done, rightly so, by the way, like one of the best fighters we've ever been able to have the privilege of witnessing. Yeah. But you're so in awe of what he's done that you almost don't want it to be spoiled in a way.
That's why I'm on. That's what
I look at Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis went out fighting Vitaly Klitschko.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He went out fighting the man that went on to be the man of that era. I'm not claiming Agit Kabayel is going to be that man, but I don't think that. But you don't want to see him in with Pereira. Like we've heard in the media. I'd rather see him with Kabayel.
You're totally right. We're conditioned. We've wanted to look after certain champions, and certain fights never happened. You know, we were so used to saying, okay, these guys are going to meet, they don't meet. We still haven't seen AJ versus Fury. So we are conditioned to now say, well, we want the story to end well.
What about this then? Story. Obviously, he's fighting Dubois next. That seems very nailed on. By if everything that I've been hearing in the last 24 hours is true, they're just going to fast track Dubois into that and not even make him fight Joseph Parker, which does feel unfair. What about the winner of Kabayel and the winner of tonight, Bakole versus Parker? So when, in the meantime, they could fight Bakole or Parker versus Kabayel, and the winner of that is the final fight for Alexander Usyk, maybe.
That's nice.
Then you've cleaned the division out.
Nice.
Then no one can say you didn't fight all the best fighters. There's no one left at that point. You've not just beaten all of the fringe guys who've now appeared as you've cleaned out Fury and AJ back to fucking back, and Dubois is a nice little side adventure. I mean,
can I ask a question? The problem with that one is, as much as that for the taking any bias away from any fighter and treating every fighter equally, as much as that one makes perfect sense, what we have already seen so far is Turki Al Sheikh does have a little bit of a favouritism, in my opinion, towards the fighters that were established when he first came in, i.e. Usyk, AJ, Fury, right? And in that mix that you've just spoke about, let's take Tyson Fury's retirement at face value. AJ, who does he fight in that mix? Do you know what I mean? Because he's completely frozen out there. He needs a fight in there. And I think his career's probably done enough to warrant another crack at the top. So it is a very perfect scenario of wrapping things up.
That's right.
But I just think in this heavyweight division now, I don't think anyone's gonna hold on to a belt for too long, either way.
Now I think we're out of the era of stars being made and built up and dominating a whole era. We're not gonna have it like that no more. We're gonna have it as every card is gonna be a pick'em. Because when you get a Fabio Wardley or a Moses Toma or Daniel Dubois and any of these other guys that are coming up, it's gonna be a case of like, mate, heavyweight boxing is a case of rolling the dice. So that's why it's back to being exciting again. Look at this card. We're so excited because we don't know which way this thing is gonna go. Imagine Bakole with a full camp going in there with Parker, and then after that it goes in with Kabayel. We don't know what those look like.
Boxing right now is just a full package, and I think this is the problem. Like, no one's going to hold on to a title because, like you say, the best is going to have to fight the best. I think that's the top and bottom of it. And just going back to Usyk, I think the reason some of we here are protective over him is because the difference is between him and all the other guys. He's the only guy who's not been protected in his career from being in the cruiserweight division all the way through the heavyweight. It's been the best after the best. He's been in world-class fights every time. If we're looking at AJ, Fury, whoever else.
I've got to give AJ credit, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, bro. A lot of people said when he took that first fight, swerve this guy. It's a fucking horrible matchup. It's a hard fight. He might outbox you. And AJ was so determined to fight all the best fighters of his career. I was like, nah, I'm not fucking sidestepping him. Yeah. And he basically gave Usyk the opportunity to be where he is today.
No, listen. I'm an AJ fan, so I'm not going to disagree. And we've always said this. I think
that was the opposite of what Fury did. Fury had every. If Turki Al Sheikh was not in boxing, Usyk would never have been undisputed champion. That fight would never have been made.
AJ's fought everybody put in front of him.
And I'll be real.
Literally all the way through. Go on then.
I wish AJ just sidestepped Usyk.
Oh, I know, me too, right? Well, looking back at it, like, what the fuck did he? He should have been smarter. He should have done what Fury did. I'm slagging Fury off, but I wish AJ done the same.
Drop the belt and leave it.
This is not the era we're in. So, although that might have been the smart business thing to do, but that's not the era we're in now. You want to see the best against the best. You want to, take those rematches and prove, can you make them adjustments? To be honest, even I'm not going to say I want to see Zhang against what's he called?
Kabayel
again. But like when you get exciting fights, I'm happy to see them a second time. Why not? Why can't we have like rematches?
Yeah, it's true, man. It's so true.
By the way, this fight's just about to start. I've got to shout out DAZN. If you want to watch us picture in picture, obviously alternative commentary on DAZN, just go to DAZN.com/TrueGeordie. The link is on Twitter if you need to find it, or it'll be in the description on my YouTube channel. We really appreciate them a lot putting us as their alternative commentary. Shout out to DAZN.
Big up DAZN.
Brave coverage. We got Madrimov versus Ortiz here, another world level fight. Madrimov last time out, he fought Terence Crawford.
It is a big performance.
He showed he belongs at world level against Terence Crawford, and that he isn't just like, you know, a belt holder for the time being. But I really wish he'd been a bit more aggressive in that fight. I was disappointed that he didn't seize the day.
He didn't exactly. You know, when you say it's what's that Eminem song? About your moment. Yeah, literally. Just
lose yourself.
Lose yourself.
Yeah, which was actually on that night.
He just didn't go for it. You get a chance to destroy the apple cart, and then this is what you put on.
Hey, how are you going to listen to Lose Yourself and not fucking go for it?
But let's be real. He was in there with Terence Crawford. It's not the easiest. It's not a case of just throw the kitchen.
He was very reluctant to get in chin though, and here's the thing that you see with champions. The difference between champions and very good fighters is that the champions are willing to take risks and care more about winning the belt than they do about getting chinned. The very good fighters, they're more reluctant and they're more wary of getting chinned, and they don't take as many risks. And I look at Beterbiev, I look at Alexander Usyk. The reason they've got the belts right now is because they had bigger balls. Because Fury could have won that fight, Bivol could have won that fight, but they didn't take as many risks as those two guys, in my opinion.
Well, he's not going to have a chance tonight because Ortiz can bang. He's got like pretty much 100%. I think his last fight, I think he went the distance.
Last time around, he looked a bit rough.
So the last fight, for context here, Madrimov turned over at super welterweight, light middleweight, whatever you want to call it. He turned over at that. He's had, I think, 11, 12 fights now. And he's consistently been that. He was boxing at that weight in the amateurs. Whereas Vergil Ortiz Jr., I believe, even on the pro debut, maybe boxed as light as 10 stone. He was a welterweight. I think he got to 24-0 with 24 stoppages. And then when he did step up, not only did he not get the stoppage against Buatsi, in what was a brilliant fight, by the way, he was dropped twice in that fight. So there's question marks as to, although you've been able to impose yourself, almost in a way of like a Jaime Munguia, in a way, being really big for the weight, being able to blast those guys out there. But when he got in with someone of world level with the weight above, there were chinks in the armour. So we'll learn a lot here about that one.
Great breakdown, man.
Yes, actually.
I'm really up to speed.
Joey, have you done this before?
He's pretty good, isn't he?
1,000 hours, road.
I just hope DAZN don't take him away from us.
It's like an encyclopedia, isn't he?
You'll be sitting there with Ade just chopping it up. And be like, I know.
We know that guy.
He follows me on Instagram.
Ask him about Cray Cray.
Fuck Cray Cray.
Oh,
I've been the great too, all right.
KG.
Bro, that's a letdown.
KG is
That's
bitter
nasty
today.
work. I'm bitter, bro. I am
bitter.
I am bitter as
Been
fuck.
the same since Buatsi got chinned.
Bitter. I'm so bitter. Oh my
Wow.
His head's gone.
He's so upset.
This is a lovely looking fight so far in terms of the athleticism and the speed.
Madrimov is.
I don't know this Madrimov.
That's what I was going to say.
This is different.
But I feel differently about what I'm seeing from Madrimov, because yes, he was reluctant in that fight against Crawford, but the movement is that it's giving me you're not going to win any fight like that.
By
Was
the
he
way,
waiting for him to
that is
gas
the
out?
way. That is exactly how Madrimov fought. Up until he fought Crawford, he fought dynamic movement. His footwork, he was closing mad distance, jumping in and out, and he does it really well for a lot of rounds. But against Crawford, it was so much more unenthusiastic and stale.
But how is that gonna? Because Ortiz still looks like he finds a way to be in front of him each and every single time.
Yeah, he's closing that distance.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's. I can't see how that style's gonna benefit him in the later rounds.
Unless he walks him onto something.
You're going to have to gain, like when you're on the back foot, you're boxing, you want to counter punch, you've got to every once in a while, hold your feet for that split second, dig a few in to gain a bit of respect. Otherwise, you're going to be running all night.
I waited to see if he was gonna do it, and I didn't see it in that first round. rounds.
I think that you grow into a fight, and I think that especially against Terence Crawford, because he knew that the skill level was there, he very much did start to grow into that fight. And one of the first things that he would have found against Terence Crawford was, wow, this guy's way harder to hit than anyone I've ever been in there with before.
Yeah.
So on the back of that, to come out and have that first round where now we're not seeing it as much, but he had gone on the back foot like he did and took that away from Vergil Ortiz Jr. in the first round. The ability to land at will is something that, you know, that's why in boxing they say you win or you learn rather than you win or you lose. That's something he's learnt there. He's took that away from him in the first round to let him know this ain't just you throwing and landing when you want to, mate.
You got a contract talking it. You're in contract negotiations, isn't it?
Nah, if you like Cray Cray, you like Cray Cray. Don't just admit it.
We all like him. Great fighter. Honestly, oh god, that was one of my worst. That was my worst commentary ever. I commentated the fight that Joey last fought, which was basically a title fight on Misfits. Now looking back at it, and. Yeah, Joey he just lost on the decision, and I was very angry at the way the other guy fought.
The funny thing is, if the Misfits viewers watch this and they don't know the inside joke, they must think like, wow, Joey's like really not over that. And they'd be absolutely right.
What we saying about Ortiz Jr.?
A little bit Buatsi-esque. No, but he's coming forward in straight lines there.
This is the way he fights. He's waiting for him to slow his feet down because he's not really giving him any room to get his shots off. He's on his back foot that much. But
I wonder if Madrimov can maintain this, though, because he's moving a lot. There's a lot of energy.
He usually does, to be fair to him.
Yeah?
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if he did this for 9 rounds.
Well, the thing is, I just didn't see him moving this much against Crawford.
I know.
He was
you know
on the
why?
front foot.
Because this guy can really punch. This is a different level of punching. Okay. Crawford's a great puncher, you know, but he's not an absolute knockout merchant, if you know what I'm saying. He's more of a technical boxer.
Especially at this weight.
At this weight, Vergil's, like I say, he's only one fight, hasn't been by stoppage.
Also,
he's a beast.
If you look at the feet as well, I mean, it's easy to say that Crawford has better feet, but just the half step backs that Crawford takes, he'll take those two in, he'll get you in that position, half step, and then he'll go again. Vergil Ortiz Jr., if you look at his feet now, he's not taking that half step back. He's either dipping the back foot so his head comes off the centre line, but he's not taking that half step back, which means that he's going to, Madrimov, be able to do this for a little bit longer. Whether he can do it for the whole 12, I don't know. But I feel like we need to see a bit more offence come from him. He's thrown that shot in there, I don't think that landed. I feel like he needs to mix it up, do this, and then land those shots.
Madrimov's outlanding him, And what it is with this movement is, Madrimov is landing the better shots, but what I'm surprised at is Ortiz is closing the distance, right? And he gets right on the edge of distance, and they're like, okay, then.
That's right, yeah.
You've worked your way in, you got your chance, and he just shits the bed for a second and gives Madrimov the time to circle away or throw his shot and get away. And I'm like, when you get to that point, if he's throwing, throw with him. Yeah. Like, your weight, it's like we were saying earlier, you have a shot, I have a shot, but Ortiz isn't even really taking his chance.
I think it's more credit to Madrimov. The lateral movement, he doesn't know where he's going to be, so he's got him second-guessing himself. I don't think it's down to Ortiz not being game, because if you've watched his fights before, he's not frightened to trade punches and let his shots go. He doesn't know where Madrimov's going to be.
Yeah. I wasn't familiar with Madrimov's game. I'm not going to lie to you, because what we saw, I was so disappointed. I didn't know he could fight at this level. I'm really impressed. Let's see if you're saying it could probably get to 8 rounds of doing.
I think he could do this for a while. Yeah,
that'd be impressive.
This is the way he moves. This isn't something out of the ordinary for him. This is his style.
That was why I was so disappointed with the Crawford fight, because it was like I'd been watching all of his fights leading up to it, going, I need to research this guy and really find out what he's about. And I was expecting dynamic, a dynamic fight from him, and it was such a disappointment.
Did you give more credit to Crawford?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't trust his ability to box with Crawford.
I think he was beaten before he walked to the ring. I think Terence Crawford is such a... I mean, I don't think Terence Crawford gets the respect he deserves in boxing, but I think he's such a legend in the eyes of a boxer like him. He's like, I just don't know if I can do that and get away with it. Like,
fair, Crawford was just coming off the Errol Spence demolition.
Exactly.
Yeah. So he's probably thinking, I can't even do any of this stuff with him. I've got to be careful.
Yeah, and he was too careful. And I think I think if he'd thrown more, he might have gotten knocked out, which is why he was like, let me not. And that's why it went to a decision, because he was so conservative compared to the way he normally fights.
And bear in mind, Terence Crawford he's tried and tested. He's an elite fighter, I think. Yeah. And I also think a lot of people, until they get in there with him in the feel his strength, I think people don't realise how strong he is.
That's right.
And, even us, we're saying he's not the biggest of puncher, but everyone who gets in there knows how hard he can hit, like you say.
I think Canelo...
This is what Ben Whittaker has to do.
1,000,000%.
Yes. I'm watching this performance and saying, oh my God, this is what Ben Whittaker has to do.
100%.
Against Liam
Cameron.
He's dancing.
When they meet again, because he's dancing and enjoying himself, he's waiting, picking his moments and making Ortiz Jr. look average.
We said this on the night. We said this in Saudi. That's what he does. He boxes and moves. He doesn't hold his feet and try to fight. But for whatever reason, his ego
decided something else.
And maybe underestimating Liam Cameron, he thought he could just go in there and stand with him and trade. And he quickly found out that he wasn't capable of doing it.
What do you think about the rematch of that, lads?
Man, I'm glad they went straight back in.
Yeah.
I'm glad there was no nonsense. Ben Shalom not doing anything weird and setting up another fight and talking about end of the year, we'll get this one done.
I was expecting it.
You know what I mean?
Let's be honest, that he didn't really have a choice. Everybody in the boxing world, the fans, like I said this, I think it's the most demanded fight at British level that was out there. The excitement for this fight was more than anything I'd seen. And considering really, you're talking about lower level British fighting, people were so excited. I think, that showboating that Ben Whittaker done when he went viral.
That's right.
To the casual fan, it absolutely blew up and people were excited. And in credit to him, he's got a style which is entertaining because, yes, we've all got your ordinary textbook boxing, but he brought something different. He talked well, he looked the part. And like I say, he was exciting to watch. So, and the fact that he, basically failed at his biggest test, I think it just sent the excitement through the roof. So I am pleased the fight's happening.
Cameron is definitely capitalised off the moment, which has been brilliant. So he's back in the mix finally. So
I love that for him because he obviously
good.
he's been rock bottom. He's had the drug problems, and now he's going to come into this with a full camp with a bit of money in his pocket where he can actually I don't think this is the scary thing is because he did take over a bit in that fight. That was him not at anywhere near his best, in my opinion. Not when you look at his circumstances. So Ben really has to be on top form. And what I will say is, sometimes your biggest disasters are actually a gift.
That's right.
And what's now happened is the best thing that could ever happen to a Ben Whittaker is people give a fuck about a fight you've got. Do you know, right now, I am personally frustrated about how Vidal Riley's been managed. I think that Vidal Riley, with over 1 million subscribers on YouTube, do you know how many boxers have got over 1 million subscribers? What, 5 maybe? Like Ryan Garcia, maybe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could have been pushed really well, and I don't know what's gone on, but I'm frustrated with the way Boxer have managed him personally. Now he's got a good fight coming up on Riyadh season, but it's been quiet for far too long.
Yeah.
Whereas Ben Whittaker has got everyone talking right now, and as much as it might be people saying, "Oh, you choke, you quit," or whatever, he's now got a chance to throw it right back in everyone's face and if he wins this in like a great way, if it's a really easy, showboaty decision even, let alone a finish, people are going to be like, fuck me, I really want to keep watching this guy.
I think that's, sorry to cut you, Travis, but I think that's the hardest part. The way it all ended was so dramatic. And, the criticism that he got, anything less than, a finish stopping him, I think he's going to get hit still. I don't think it's...
I reckon if he outpoints him...
It's got to be dominant, though. Or if it's a war and he digs it out and shows things that we've not seen and proves he's got heart, actually.
Yeah, it's about having the engine, though. It's have you got the engine to be able to do that? Because one of the main... Liam Cameron's a very straight-talking man, and I think that he doesn't ever speak for the sake of speaking. He'll speak when he's actually got something with substance to say. And he said the first thing that came out of his lips in that press conference was, purely on gas tank, I don't think Ben Whittaker would have survived, let alone for the onslaught. Purely on gas tank, I don't think he would have survived. And it did look like that. It did look like he was gassing a little bit. And the funny thing was, when Ben Whittaker, I think this was the piece he did to TalkSport, he was speaking about the fight and he said, I got the scans back and they showed it was a serious injury, needed rehabilitation. And where he was being interviewed, right, by Darren Bent and Andy Goldstein, right? And actually, ironically, this made for great viewing because where they're not boxing guys, they don't care whether they never get another interview with Ben Whittaker. They're football guys, yeah? So they don't care. They don't care. They've not got a horse in the race.
Like me and
So
Fury.
then, it was like that. No, it was you and Fury vibes, yeah? Where he went,
Not quite as
well,
bad.
why won't you just say the thing? And he went, Well, I've never done it, you know. He went, after I had that bad performance in my second pro fight, never said anything. After the Olympic final, never said anything. And obviously I'm making a YouTube video on it, so I'm like, let me just check the receipts there. Both times. He gave like full-length statements on the injury, on what the injury was, on the surgery he'd had after it. So it's like, bro, you just gone on TalkSport, said you never found anything. I found footage of you on one, and I found a social media post of you saying, I've been boxing with an injury for 2.5 years, yet I didn't want to have the surgery because it would have derailed my chances of going to the Olympics. I found them both. I was in there with a fine-tooth and comb detective work.
All I will say is this. You put forward a compelling argument with evidence I wasn't aware of, and I would like to adjourn this trial. So I can seek counsel with my client.
Shit. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's a really lovely move there from Madrimov. He stayed in the pocket, literally landed a nice little free piece there and bounces out.
If I predict on this fight based on what we've seen, I have a horrible prediction, and I think Madrimov gets caught in like round 9 and 10 because this style of bouncing around and expanding this much energy, it's not like he's bouncing around and establishing something that's like a boxing lesson.
Ortiz isn't taking all that much punishment. I'm not saying he's not taking any.
That's what I mean, yeah.
He's not taking loads.
It's just...
He's getting outlanded, though.
The key thing any coach says, you know, if you're going to go on the back foot and try and tire someone out, you've got to do something to either make them work or give them some sort of damage on the way in.
Thank you.
Just you dancing around, the only one who's burning energy is you.
That's right. It's negative.
There's no good waiting for them to tire.
Winning these rounds, though.
You what, sorry?
He's winning these rounds.
And apparently we can do it for 8 to 9. So
I'd say so.
We'll
after that, we might be fucked.
It is a 12-round contest.
Yeah, on the Whittaker thing, I'm really excited for this because I think he has to win well. He can't. Yeah. He's got to look good and it's got to be impressive because there's people I've heard who I respect who've said he has world-class talent, and then there's also people who I also respect, like the guy out of the Nassim gym, Domingo, who was like he was sparring Williams and he just chucked it or whatever it was or something like that. And he said he's a quitter. I've always said he was a quitter from that.
Liam Williams, who was sparring that camp to fight Chris Eubank Jr.
And he looked like, by the way, Williams looked like dog shit in that fight.
He got taken apart by Chris Eubank Jr. Saying that, there's Duke McKenzie was on TalkSport the other day, and his predictions are like almost perfect. His predictions are really good. He thinks that Ben Whittaker will do a job on Liam Cameron.
I think he's going to do a total demolition job because he knows he tried to be something different. He tried to be someone else. I think they were just trying to impress. Well, remember, everyone was chatting shit on that with the corners of the something Beterbiev. Everyone was giving themselves stupid names and stuff. And I think even for Ben Whittaker, he wants to tell people that, yes, I can end the show. I can finish and he has to just outclass him and embarrass him.
Because he was loading up so much in that fight.
He's doing
and he can't do that this time. Here's the thing with the stamina issues. Ben has a big ego, right? He's a good-looking lad. He's still Olympic medalist and all of that, right? If there's one thing that'll get a man like him with an ego like that working hard, it's the whole world doubting him. So for me, I'm like, if you're ever going to reach your full potential, this is the moment we see the evidence of that. You're not getting another chance at this, Ben. Right. And I like the guy. I've met him. He's actually really cool in person. Really, I really like it. I talked to him. I thought he was a lovely lad. But equally, there's no second chances of this one. You've got to be fucking amazing to do.
You know what this is? This is like, you know when David Haye lost to Carl Thompson? After all the showboating, after all the talk and the fight and it was the making of him, where now you become this guy that's like, I can't ever leave anything to chance. So I reckon, it's true to what you're saying.
Do you know what's different? What did David Haye do? He sat on the ring mat with Carl Thompson, gave a joint interview after, was very much like, let the guard down.
But if the fight would have ended different, I mean, it's not a loss that we're dealing with, so he would never have humbled himself that much.
I just think the problem is, you know, the pressure is now going to be even bigger, and you know the nervous energy you'll have going into that fight, and then on top of that, Liam Cameron, we're probably seeing, I'm not going to say the worst version, but that wasn't the best version because he'd not long come back in the box and he was just building his way back in. And also in that first fight, you know, Ben Whittaker was this star, and he would have had a level of doubt, think, he's world class, I'm going to have to be careful. But now he's been in there, felt his power,
and could make for a recipe for disaster.
And like he said in the interview afterwards, he said, I could tell his energy had gone because when you're in the ring with someone, you can feel their power. You can see the stamina and the strength just drain from them.
No, but that was Whittaker at 20%, mate.
But think about
At
Devin Haney.
20%.
That's Whittaker's
Hold on,
words.
hold on.
That was Whittaker at 20%. He said that was me at 20%. That was you on your best night.
Even going to David Hay, example before, David Hay had an equaliser, he had that power. The problem is with Ben Whittaker, has he got that power? I don't think so.
Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, that rematch. What does that look like to you? Because he went in there to try and take Garcia's head off and fight in a way he never fights. Ben Whittaker did the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Tried to head top him and try and show everyone, I can stop people. And that was the mistake.
Stupid.
If he goes in there and boxes the way he boxes, he doesn't gas out like that.
Yeah, no, listen.
It's gonna be it's like Bivol Beterbiev. What we're gonna see, we need a different Bivol that doesn't go too crazy. Steps off, like doesn't get into the mix heavy. Don't go searching. Don't get greedy.
Yeah,
that's what he needs to do. Ben Whittaker doesn't need to be greedy.
You know why that was? Because of Haney's dad. I think
right.
Haney's dad was like, "We're gonna murder this guy." And then it came out that Ryan Garcia had popped for drugs. He was like, "He tried to murder my boy," and I'm like, "Who are you? Were you the guy who said that?"
You know what it reminds me of as well? You know how Floyd used to always talk about knocking people out on the way into a fight?
Oh, yeah.
And just never try to knock him out.
Yeah.
It's like, mate, I'm going to box the way I box, regardless of how it sounds. That's what Ben Whittaker really should be doing.
To your point, KG, I think it depends on Ryan Garcia's gas tank. If Ryan Garcia trains hard, here's the mad thing about that fight is Devin Haney was 100% in that fight, in my opinion, because he's a serious athlete. I believe in Devin Haney's professionalism, and I think he takes this shit real seriously. I don't think Ryan Garcia does. I think Ryan Garcia was like 80% in that fight, and his natural talent. And remember, they'd fought in the amateurs. This was no head guards, tiny little gloves. And the power of Ryan Garcia was just too much for him. Yeah. Ryan Garcia took loads of rounds off in that fight, by the way. Like, he was taking multiple rounds off, just recharging. And Haney wasn't doing shit to him because he doesn't have the same level of power. So if Ryan Garcia comes in sharp and fit, I think he knocks him out this time and I think I want to see what Ryan Garcia is actually capable of as well if he takes shit seriously, but I don't know if he ever will.
This fight's changing complexion.
I knew it would.
Madrimov's his straight hands going through the guard as well, and he's kind of staying still. He's actually he's not moving as much as moving before, but he's
still
actually
moving.
getting success.
Yeah.
He's getting success, so maybe he's starting to feel a level of confidence knowing that maybe Ortiz is getting tired.
I think it's more down to he's feeling it. He's having to slow down. So generally speaking, when you get tired in your boxing moving, the only thing you've got to do is if your feet are slowing down, I'm going to have to punch and put a little bit more meat behind the shots. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble.
He looks fucking good for 6 rounds of doing this bouncy shit. Like, it's impressive.
Yeah, he does.
He's been told off for the head, for his head getting into. Yeah, there you go. That's the third time.
Ortiz has been getting frustrated considering how this fight has gone.
But he's still been pretty patient. He's not gone looking for it wildly because he knows we've still got another 6 rounds to go. Let's see how you're on the next stage of the fight.
I'm kind of rooting for Ortiz because I want the guy who wants to really fight this out to win always. And
he's done him. He's got too many headbutts.
No, it's that charge. It's a shoulder charge he keeps doing.
Madrimov's being told off here.
No, his head. Yeah, he said that.
Shoulder.
Shoulder.
That's the last one before
a cheeky little move.
It's funny because when I was previewing his card, I said that this is probably potentially going to be fight of the night. Still a good fair portion of it to go, but I think that the benchmark was set so high early on that we're looking at this one and it's like, yeah, it's a good fight.
Yeah, we had 2 absolute wars to start.
Great body shot there, left hook to the body.
The way he throws that left hook, he just digs it.
I love it.
Right down.
It's like Triple G. Triple G. He tries to, because when a guy's got his hands high like this, you've got to find an angle where you can try and get the head.
Facts.
But no one throws it like Triple G.
Madrimov has offered to spar with Crawford for the Canelo fight and help Crawford. What do you make of that? When former opponents turn teammates.
Do you think that's
weird?
Do you think it's?
I don't think that's the best. The best sparring.
Is that the best for Canelo?
Do you know what I think he's doing? He's saying, "You're the best out there. I need to learn from you." I think that's being intelligent. I don't think he really wants to help him. He wants to get the benefits from that sparring.
I think he thinks, I wish I'd have had more than 12 rounds to learn because the amount I've learned in them 12, it's going to benefit me a lot more. But in terms of the way that you're looking at Madrimov box right now, if I'm Crawford, I'm going, no, I'm right, thanks.
So that's not gonna help me.
You don't rep. If you're going to do this,
Nothing.
I'm not saying he would do that against Crawford because he didn't, but you're not replicating Canelo in the slightest.
Nothing like Canelo.
Absolutely, completely opposite. He's asking basically because he wants the help, he wants the improvement.
Doesn't get paid, mate.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
But I'd be very surprised if he takes that opportunity up because, like you say, it's no benefit to Terence Crawford sparring him.
We've enjoyed, you know.
This is crazy because this hasn't been a bad fight. This has been a good fight.
Come down. We're having
the
a come
last
down.
two fights were so good that
Yeah.
On what we were saying before about Haney Garcia, does anyone think Haney wins that fight?
It's hard because I was about to say I don't think that he doesn't win. Like, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. I think, like Trav was sort of alluding to there, I don't look at that fight and go, nah, you got banged out 3 times in that fight. You got dropped 3 times, put on your ass, whatever. I think that, as you've already seen, and people can argue amateurs are amateurs, it doesn't hold that much weight. As you've already seen, they swapped what? Three wins?
It was 3-3, yeah.
In the amateurs.
That's
I
right.
think that that fight could play out a completely different way, where Haney frustrates him, Haney boxes him long a little bit more, scores those points on Ryan Garcia. I also think that possibly maybe a bit of lifestyle could come into it from Ryan Garcia's behalf. We saw him play the crazy man, and realistically, maybe he was training 10 times harder than we thought he was.
Yeah.
Maybe now, off the back of that, there could be...
He won't be allowed to get away with it.
I don't think he was even training 10 times harder, to be honest. I think there was like one of those fights where it's like, I'm coming to knock you out.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm coming here on my own just pure belief, because even the rounds he was taking off, his conditioning didn't look amazing to make me... He's definitely looked better than that. If that
%, yeah.
So in a world title fight, normally, if one opponent was to drop their opponent 3 times and then win on points, I think you would say for them to avenge it in a rematch would be a shock or an upset. I wouldn't call it an upset if Haney won. I wouldn't call it an upset. But I would favour Garcia, and I think I'd like Garcia because I just like the personality of it. But
He's fucking crazy.
Someone's going to get a point taken away from them in this one, you know. I think, like, it will be Madrimov as well. He keeps trying with that, but he goes in with the shoulder again
shoulder check
every single time. Like, he's catching his success, but he's not backing him up. He still comes forward.
You know what it reminds me of? Remember Amir Khan versus Lamont Peterson?
Yeah.
How much Amir Khan was pushing him. He's just shoving him because he's like, I can't keep you off me.
Yeah.
This is what's starting to happen. Even though the movement was good, now it's like just shoulder check.
The problem is, like, if Ortiz doesn't get him out of there, has he, racked up the rounds to...
He hasn't racked up enough rounds.
This is the problem. He might just lose because he hasn't thrown enough punches. Like, we're now in round 7. Yeah. He needs to now go for broke and say, I might not get you out of there by just boxing like this. I need to step it up.
He looks sore, though. Ortiz looks like he's got lacerations everywhere.
Do you know why? Because he's holding his hands on his face. And if you've ever done that in a fight, which I've done... Yeah. It's almost as good as taking the punch. If you're not catching and actually blocking, you just hold them there. It's damaging. But
he's not showing me the will to win enough, Ortiz. If someone's bouncing around that much, you have to break them down by the body and put the pressure on more and jab your way in. And he's waiting too long, and he's letting Madrimov off with it, really.
The way he's boxing's so, like, basic. You know what I mean? Like, there's guys who come in with the pressure, the feint.
This doesn't look like a world level fight compared to
no.
Like, this looks like a fight you'd see in a mid card matchroom, just awkward. Two styles that don't really gel that well, not that entertaining.
I think that's the problem. The styles aren't gelling, and especially for Ortiz, he doesn't like this style.
I got to let Ortiz off though, because Madrimov stunk the joint out against Crawford, and he's doing it again tonight. And he's becoming a fighter who, and I understand the loyalty to him because he's fought a few times on Riyadh season. But I don't really want to see him fight anymore.
He doesn't bring the entertainment
because
value.
If you're on the back foot, fair enough. But it's got to be like punishing on the back foot, where a lot of this is just outpointing and like, we're wanting violence, man.
I got a fight like that I can't stand. McKinson.
Who's that?
Ugly style.
Michael McKinson.
Michael McKinson.
I can't take it. Drown me.
Very frustrating watch.
Yeah, it's
Kill me.
This isn't.
I can't say nothing.
This should have been the first fight.
Got bashed up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh man.
No, he can do that.
It's
He's a good fighter. He's not gonna end the show. It's just gonna be
he'll take you out of your style. His style don't look good, and it's just
we're just
bad
here for 12 rounds. It's like, I'm gonna go get a drink.
Everybody's frustrated.
And
he's up 2 rounds.
Yeah, no, he's up all the rounds.
He fought Ortiz, and it was like a stinker.
Yeah, everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, kill me, bro.
Ortiz, look at that big facial expression. No action in the fight though.
He's been doing that every single time he's landed that screw.
It's funny because fighters' tells always make me laugh because it's like, you think it's sending a message of, no, not bothered, not frustrated at all. You're letting me know that's irritating you.
Question, lads. We were talking about the other lads at the lower weight classes like Ryan Garcia, Haney.
Yeah.
Do we ever see Gervonta Tank Davis on a Riyadh season card ever?
No.
I hope so. Be a family. He said he wants to look after his family more.
How about make more money then? I know that's my responsibility.
That's right.
Know what I mean, lads?
Yeah.
He said he wants to be more there for his family and stuff.
Stop getting nicked outside the family home.
Yeah.
He's got a gift. I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense.
Sorry, but it's true.
You know what? I just think he's learned from the best, but also the worst in Floyd Mayweather. One of the greatest talents, but a great businessman, and like. It wasn't that Mayweather didn't fight world champions, but he was just very clever in the way when he fought them, etc. But I think Tank isn't as brave as Mayweather. Even he's even worse. I'm so frustrated because for me, I find Tank Davis one of the most exciting fighters to watch.
The best.
If I see Tank versus Haney, Garcia, because even Garcia, the one he fought was a weight drained shell of a Ryan Garcia. Put him in there with Shakur Stevenson. I want to see all of them, and I think he might beat them all, but we'll never know because he hasn't got big enough balls, and he's.
Well, he can
so
stop anyone though. That's the most random thing is. Even when he looks like he's, under pressure, the fight's not going his way, he literally just changes it. He can change a fight in a heartbeat. I don't know what he's not afraid of, but I don't understand the unwillingness to go in there.
But maybe let's take him on his word, right? And let's say he's had this epiphany in life where now he's like, I want to be a more rounded human being. I've only boxed for my whole adult life, and I want to do more. He could literally walk away from the sport and it'd be the biggest question mark in all sporting history.
Yeah.
One of them. By the way, if you haven't already, don't forget to watch us on DAZN if you want to watch picture-in-picture alternative commentary. You buy the pay-per-view. The main events are coming up. This is the time to get in on that. The link for that will either be in the description. You might be able to use the QR code if they're showing it now. Probably will be in a second if they aren't now. Link below on the YouTube channel as well. And if you are watching us on YouTube, hit the like button. And if you're watching us on Twitter, hit repost. Appreciate all of the support. I really do. Lads, who have we got winning this so far, in your opinion?
Madrimov, just by his boxing and moving. He's it's boring. He's stealing the fight, but it's working.
I say Ortiz. I say Ortiz.
Do you think?
I think we're missing the fact that there's a lot of rounds that have happened, maybe the last 2 or 3, and Madrimov hasn't landed that much.
I've just counted when we were saying that. I'm going to look at what's getting through. I counted 9 shots thrown by Madrimov. Not one landed. Not one landed. And that sequence has happened quite a lot of times. However, I do think Madrimov's slightly ahead in this one.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, when you're looking at it, if there'll be some people that will look at this and then on Twitter they'll go, Madrimov's giving him a boxing lesson. He's not. His output's good. His output's good.
It's not a boxing lesson.
But it's not.
That's gone away. I think the early when he was bouncing and he was letting him know, that fight has changed totally. But I wouldn't say that. See, have you got him up on the cards?
It's too It's too negative. That's the part where it's like judges can take those rounds off you.
No, I'm saying that you put in Vergil up on.
Vergil's winning this fight to me.
I've got Madrimov up, but not as clear as I think a lot of people will be looking at it.
There's a fine line between boxing someone's ears off and just being completely negative and not trying to get involved. And I think he's on the wrong side of that.
What are you saying?
I think Madrimov's winning, but to be honest, it's bonus to tears, and it's very hard to score. It's one of them where it depends on what you like, and there might, like you've just said there, Travis. Might be judges saying I don't like the way he's being negative on the back foot, stealing the odd shot here and there, but I do still think that he's slightly up.
He's running the risk of facing the same fate that Bivol faced in the Beterbiev fight, and just losing rounds due to not being aggressive enough. The problem is Ortiz isn't doing what Beterbiev did. He isn't piling the pressure on in the same way. So it's a very hard fight to score. Not impressed with either guy.
How is Ortiz landing? He hasn't been accurate.
Getting some shots through. He has been getting some shots through. Not great ones. I mean, it's not been a fantastic performance by any means.
I think it's difficult because both guys, none of the punches are landing really clean. They're slightly on the guard, slightly landing.
Yeah. That's because of Madrimov, because he's never stopped moving. I mean, he's still going now, really. It's slowed down, but I said in round 9 he'd still be doing this, and look at him.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, he definitely does his runs.
Fuck me.
Oh, definitely, man. But Ortiz is so one-dimensional. Like, the same attack, round after round.
Yeah.
He doesn't set nothing up with a jab. He's not feinting. He's not changing it up. It's just the same combinations.
You look at the punch stats. He's outlanded it.
Ortiz is outlanding him and outthrowing him, so that might help him win the decision here. Apparently, according to the DAZN geezer who scores these, he's won the last couple of rounds, I think. So
This is what gives me more confidence for a Terence Crawford going through the weight classes. Because when you look at Vergil Ortiz Jr., not that anyone was putting him on the same pedestal as Terence Crawford, obviously he's done nothing in comparison. But what I would say is, when you go through the weight classes, right, if you've been someone that's been able to stand in front of someone, and even if they're outboxing you, you'll get to them because of your power, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can carry the power up. You can always carry the skill up. Alexander Usyk's been the prime example of that in recent years. Manny Pacquiao in years gone by, eight weight division champion.
Landing. Oh, he's down. No. Oh, he's like.
So Ortiz is working the body here, and Madrimov is crouching lower and lower and lower, and he's finally started breaking him down. And this is what he should have been doing earlier. And let's be real here. Crawford couldn't get Madrimov out there. Well, if Ortiz does, that's a statement, man.
Yeah, ish. He's clearly fought both of these guys very differently. He's tried to run a marathon in this fight, and now he's come undone. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no way he could have maintained that.
Lovely body.
Look at that.
I think that might make it more impressive if Ortiz gets him out of there, because he hasn't engaged. It's been even harder to connect with him. I think he exchanged a little bit more against Crawford.
I think sometimes the way a fight ends doesn't necessarily represent the way the fight went.
Yeah.
And I would say that there was no time when
there we go.
Crawford looked as out of control as Ortiz has looked at times in this fight. He's coming on strong now.
He's coming on stronger than Crawford did.
Food looks seasoned right now. The food looks seasoned, ready to go in there.
Ready to go
in there. Yeah. Ready to be smoked.
We were under no.
Oh, that was a nice shot.
Oh, yeah.
He slow cooked him. He's falling off the bone.
And Ortiz has hurt him, and that was a strong end to the round for Ortiz. Beautiful.
Oh, I didn't. Obviously, I can't hit the bell.
Hit him with a 4-punch combo.
Hit him with a beautiful combination.
Finally had a statement round.
Why did he do this a couple of rounds earlier? Do you know if he doesn't get him out, he'll be kicking himself?
Remember, it's not about him doing this earlier. This is about Madrimov slowing down.
But if you apply the pressure a little bit more, be a bit more creative, and do a little bit more damage, you would have slowed him down a little bit earlier. And I know, like I say, everything I'm saying is easier said than done. It's easy to give the perfect tactics, but in reality,
that's what it's like. Go out there and go to Mayweather's body and slow him down. It's like,
I said earlier on, why is he not going to the body to slow him down? And I also said after round 9 he might be fucked, and it's the end of round 9, so we'll see.
You've nailed it.
We'll see.
If I know.
You know, when you look at this, and obviously he didn't actually do it against Fury, he did it against AJ, but when you look at this tactic, right? No, when you look at this tactic, of Madrimov so far in this fight, it makes you appreciate at 80 pounds heavier how fucking good Alexander Usyk is. Like, to be able to be on your toes like this and just consistently carry it out, because now we're seeing a man who, after 7 rounds of doing it, 80 pounds lighter, 70 pounds lighter or whatever, is clearly wilting. Maybe not 70, my maths ain't great, but...
What round was it when he had Fury doing a DVD logo?
9.
That was round 9. So it's around about this time where stuff like that starts to happen.
That's the championship rounds, when it gets to that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm saying for Usyk to be able... He didn't... Usyk boxed a lot more on the...
On the front foot. It was a 2-foot tackle with the AJ coming at the top, and I thought,
I
got to get that back.
I knew it was. I said
subliminals. What you have to understand, right, is we hate each other.
Nasty work, bro. The only way I want to watch boxing going forward.
Swear down, no laugh. Question: what is the best Alexander Usyk performance, though?
Oh, good shot.
What is your favourite performance?
Heavyweight. I'm
gonna say Fury,
or anyway.
We have to go heavyweight.
Anyway,
AJ1.
I say Fury won. Fury won.
Yeah, but I think we just enjoyed him doing the whole...
No, but I think it was actually a masterful performance to get Fury to that place. It surprised Fury big time, the fact that Usyk wasn't going to walk backwards.
Even the fact that Fury did have so much success and to be able to turn it around, it showed a lot from Usyk's point of view.
I can't say that either of the Fury ones were my favourite because I'm a Fury fan and he lost both of them. I think the Gassiev performance was unbelievable. I think from an entertainment standpoint, the Bradis performance. But this is the one that people skirt over. I know you don't, but the Dubois performance. He was dominant against Dubois.
AJ1 has to be it because we couldn't believe I went home in disbelief, and every round I was tapping Travis going, Trav, what's going on?
Me so much.
I said, Trav, what is going on? Right? What am I watching? And it didn't make sense. I remember him getting booed in the way to the ring.
Oh my God.
And just winning.
Ortiz is
there you go. Big shots.
No,
he's not. He's had enough.
I want to see the end of Madrimov. I'm sick of this shit. Honestly, put him in a grave.
Hey, listen.
I think the AJ1 performance was so good because I don't think people thought. Do you know I was sat in the pub watching it with?
Who the fuck Usyk was?
I was sat in the pub watching it with Joe Joyce, and obviously he had boxed both of them. I think as amateurs.
Yeah. Did he give a prediction?
I said to Joe Joyce, I said, "Who do you think will win this?" Then he went, "I think AJ will have enough.
Yeah.
Mate, I was on the zone.
He buffered for about 2 minutes. No, I'm joking. He didn't. He's a legend.
You know what? I love Joe Joyce, so I'm just going to say
he gave up his name.
I gave up my name on the zone. I said if AJ wins, I bet my name AJ's going to win.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Do you know what, mate? For me, his best performance is AJ1 because he went into that Tottenham Hotspur Stadium with no one knowing who. Like, don't get me wrong, we knew who he was, but the AJ fans who were there in their droves, they're like, it's just another day at the office for Anthony Joshua. He's a great god for
I was one of them.
That was, and the reason I put that above the Fury fights is
nothing.
It was such a. I mean, Madrimov's he's swinging and hitting the air.
They're doing nothing.
But Usyk,
he's hitting the lights in the arena. What's going on? The thing is,
Madrimov's swinging for ghosts, right? I mean, I just want to say one thing about that performance is, to be fair to Fury, he had a good few rounds in the first fight against him. And then the second fight, Fury was so, I feel like, beaten before he even started throwing punches, that he was there to not get knocked out more than he was there to win. Whereas Anthony Joshua genuinely went in that first fight not really understanding the level. Don't get me wrong, I think he thought Usyk was a good fighter, but he didn't know he was in there with one of the greatest of all time. And that was such a clean performance where Usyk never stopped moving. He made Anthony Joshua look average at times.
The reason why I beg to differ that AJ didn't know what he was up against. You remember AJ was doing all that stuff, playing chess with Adam Smith. Everything was about, boxing is all about skills. He had AJ warped to go in there and play chess. AJ went in there to have a boxing match.
No, you're right. I tell a lie because he went in there and on the way and he went to Clifton Mitchell. What would you do?
That's right.
So he knew he was in there with a Rubik's Cube.
Do you know what I was going to say? You know how I know for a fact he knew? Because when I was on GB with AJ, the whole GB team coaches used to have us studying Lemchenko and Usyk. They were the main guys because they were southpaws as well. Yeah, literally, there's nobody.
Lomachenko, not Lemonchenko.
No, he's
Geordie tax. Geordie tax.
We talk different.
He's Italian Lemonchenko. No, seriously, like everybody there on the squad knew how good he was. We've all studied him.
Imagine your coaches are hyping this guy up, and one day you're in front of him going, "All I've heard all my life is how amazing you are."
That's my point.
This is a nightmare.
Andy beat Joe Joyce in WSB in the amateur, so everybody in there knew how good he was, and that's why AJ walking out was saying, "I know how good this guy is. This is why I'm asking random coaches on the way out."
I said to Clifton, did that surprise you when he asked you that? He went, "No, he always does it." He said, "He always does that." He said, "The camera's just picked up on that one."
Yeah,
so I think it's quite common. I think.
Oh, that's AJ's.
Might be their banter.
It's just still not good.
It's just the worst.
Mitchell's a legend.
Worst type of bants.
That's the worst bants, though.
It's not good though for your game plan when you've got a coach who's been coaching you since you were a teenager, and you're asking randoms on the way to the ring. But look,
2 seconds.
Usyk's unbelievable.
2 seconds before I go on stage, Trev, and I say to you, "How do you reckon I should make these people laugh?" That's mental.
At world title level, 60,000 in attendance.
Yeah.
All there to see you do what you do best.
O2 Arena.
I'll smile at you like, funny. And if I see that you're dead serious, I'm worried.
Even before we start a live stream, right? What is this? We're just getting pissed watching boxing, for fuck's sake. But even if I was asking the lads, like, how do you think I should introduce the show? Like, what the fuck?
I think it's to say the pain game. I think it's to mention pain game, the zone.
Maybe just shout out the pain game, the zone. zone.
Yeah, QR code.
It's not normal behaviour, let's be honest.
It's not nice.
See, this here is why Madrimov's tactics, although, you know, it was interesting to see him try something different, haven't worked now, because when you look at the way he's fighting now in the 11th round, he's fighting like a man that knows he needs to win.
Yeah.
So in terms of he needs to win these rounds consecutively to even have a chance of winning the fight, right? So realistically, what did you do? Did you take 8 off and think I'll box for 4 rounds and try that? Like, you've wasted a lot of energy and a lot of time when you could have been putting some pressure on him. And regardless, okay, yeah, he's a big man, he was a big welterweight, but he is in his second fight at light middleweight.
That's right.
And you've been boxing at light middleweight, campaigning there for your whole career.
So you know what I think he's done? It's, you know, most boxers, what they do on a, like, generally in fights and in training is what you want to try and stick to. And he knew going into this fight, I can't stand there and trade and box standing in front of him early on. So he's basically done what he can do best early on, hoping he can rack some points up.
Much like Bivol.
Yeah,
Same.
That's what Bivol did. Because that's what happens. If you're a mover, you can't stand there and trade with a puncher like that. So you're going to have to use your best skill first, and then you're going to have to rely on your B plan, you know, later down the line. It's just the way it goes over a 12-round fight.
You know what I'm loving about the modern era of boxing, lads? These promoters have been slating each other for fucking years, and now they're all round the ring together.
They have to be
Turkey's
friends.
brought them all together. And they're trading wins and losses. Obviously, Frank Warren's on a fucking unbelievable run in general, but they're trading wins and losses. In the because their fighters are constantly fighting each other, they're feeling those L's so much more. And like Eddie Hearn, for example, like when did Oscar De La Hoya? Oscar De La Hoya got a win over him very recently, was it the Cottrell fight?
Yeah.
Recently, yeah. And it's like things like that. I'm really enjoying the competitiveness.
Well, you've got to look in now because Ben Shalom now he's lost. That's 2 losses. That's Buatsi and who dented Frazier.
Yeah, Clock.
He needs Bakole because he's got heavy investments in Bakole, so he actually needs a big.
But you know what the beauty of it is? It's like, even when, you know, once upon a time, if one of the promoters was doing well, you can start dictating and pick which fights are going to be in the future. Now, even if you're on top, there's another guy going to say, I'm sorry, but I want to see this fight, and you've got nothing you can do about it. So you're constantly under pressure. You know, it's already a hard business as a promoter. Now, it's a difficult business to be in. And I was just coming to my mind that, you know, we're talking about Usyk earlier on and trying to work out what his best performance was, and talking about, you know, the fact that AJ, he was in front of his crowd. But this is the thing about Alexander Usyk. Every single fight, even in his cruiserweight and heavyweight, he's always in somebody else's backyard.
He's the road warrior.
This is why you've got to give him so much credit, because, and to be honest, it's what makes it easier for him, because it's his normal. Whereas someone like AJ has been lucky, he's built majority of his career in his hometown, where when he's had to step outside, it's a little bit more difficult. The same thing what happened when he went to America and fought Andy Ruiz. You know, I know it was a change of opponent, but regardless, he was out of his comfort zone.
But even like, I even make a case that the pressure against Dubois in front of the home crowd was also probably affecting him more than it was a benefit.
Oh, absolutely, because but
the rain as well. Fuck me, what a circumstance! It was pissing down, and they're slipping around in that ring. It was fucking
good uppercut from Madrimov there.
Not enough power though.
Tell you what, there's been some great left hooks to the body from Ortiz Jr. In this round.
He throws with spite, doesn't he? You can see he's really fucking gritting his teeth.
This is an Ortiz win if it stays the same as this for me.
I don't really have like favourite fighters in boxing. I have like a load of fighters that I like. Like, I think we all do. But if I had to say one, it would be Usyk. Because not just because of the way he fights, but the fact that he's taken on much bigger men, the fact that he's constantly gone into these difficult situations, and also he's carried himself with such class, and he's all like. I remember a lot of people don't mention this, but after the Dubois fight, he knew he was in there with a young cat, right? And he has a word with him afterwards, going, "This is the fight game, bro." And he's trying to give him, trying to give him a bit of old man, big brother words of advice. And I'm like, "You're just a good man, you." When he's talking about his family, his dead father, all of that, it comes out in him.
Do you know why he's even better? It had to happen. Yeah, man, it had to happen. Do you know what was another special moment is how he played Fury at his own game. He out-mentaled. The mind
moment
games,
in the weigh-in when Fury's looking forward and he's looking right at him, I'm like, you're built different, son.
Everything. And even as soon as he wins, thanks his wife, knowing this guy hasn't spent any time with his wife as well.
I don't think that's why he did it. But
Nah, this guy said.
No, I actually do
This
think
guy,
that's why he did
it. Of course he did.
Credit me, wife. I've not left her side in 3
I've been
months.
with this woman for the whole time. This man he made him sign a picture. Everything that happened to how he embarrassed Klitschko.
Yeah.
I think he got that embarrassment in Get Back over Fury.
You know, I've always been always studied the mind games and the mental tactics of Tyson Fury.
Which he's very good at, let's be real.
Very good at. And I've always looked at it and I've always thought oh, you got the upper hand there or whatever. There's never really been anything that's got me worried. Like Deontay Wilder said some stuff and I'm like, yeah, it just bounces off whatever. And Fury's got a better comeback. And there was that one moment when I think it was when he had said it a few times and then he said it again. He went, again, don't worry, I will not leave you alone. The camera went to Fury and he went, "What does that even mean?" Like that, and I thought, as a Fury fan, I went,
"Fuck, he's in his head.
He's in your head."
It's that classic thing of when Larry Holmes bashed up Muhammad Ali, and Tyson went and got the revenge for him. It's the same with Klitschko. We seen that in Saudi.
Oh yeah.
Klitschko and Usyk was seeing them, on the ringside event.
Yes.
We're sitting them two were like that. Klitschko's been saying, "I know exactly how Fury's mind operates. I had it all with him years ago." So they'd been plotting, and Usyk's extremely intelligent.
And he took something away from him.
You notice that Klitschko didn't speak to AJ when he was going up against Usyk. Klitschko was in AJ's ear for quite a lot of his camps.
Yeah,
very good.
That
friends.
fight, he's like,
it's different. These are brothers. You know
That's
what I mean?
my guy, bro.
It's my home country. You know what I mean? And they went to war together. You know what I mean? They've
That's
got a
another
bond.
thing, man. We've seen Alexander Usyk, all fucking in the army gear, rocket launchers. I'm
Can you
like,
imagine?
fucking hell, son.
Army fatigue.
You're a man,
Can you just believe you've just went to war? Can you imagine how easy going into a boxing ring is when you've just been to real war? You've seen your country,
Tyson
people
Fury's
dying.
going no man who wears an earring will ever beat me. He's like, this is actually what warriors wear. It's Kozak. And I'm like, that just sounds bad as fuck.
We haven't seen. We're still yet to see Fury, what he does after
Mate,
this.
this is the thing, right? I think that he has. What do we really respect about fighters? It's not when they're on top. It's how they come back from toughness, defeat. That's why Derek Chisora has made a living being a local national hero.
Yeah.
Because it's not because he's won every fight. It's because this motherfucker does not know when to say quit, and he's a hard bastard. And I want to see, what is Fury like if he fights after a defeat? Is he as motivated? Does he have the heart in him? Will he be more likely to quit? Will he be more likely to just, oh, fuck it, I haven't got it in me? What level of dog is going to be left in him? Because sometimes losing to Usyk in the convincing way he did, which not to him, but to everyone else in the world, and I think secretly to him as well, it takes the dog out of you. And I just want to say and against AJ, there's also questions of him as well. They've got to make that fight happen, man. Fuck me.
Definitely.
Yeah. I think the way Fury probably looks at his career in a way, and to compare it to a Derek Chisora, is the story of it, right? He looks at his career as a movie. That's very clear, the autobiographies and whatnot, the shows, and he looks at his career like a movie. And I think the story of it was, you look at a Derek Chisora, and that is a long-term running. Derek Chisora is a soap opera, right?
Yes.
Tyson Fury he feels he's a Breaking Bad. He doesn't want to become. He doesn't want to become the Walking Dead. Do you know what I mean? He don't want to be that one that was brilliant.
Ortiz
he went on 4 or 5 seasons.
Ortiz has won. Sorry, guys.
Ortiz has gone on to win that one. So I think that Tyson Fury now is looking at it and he's thinking, okay, I don't want to get in there with Bakole. I don't want to get in there with the up-and-comers. But what I will do is I will have these fights against Anthony Joshua and
maybe an Ngannou rematch.
Maybe an Ngannou rematch. Maybe one in there. To be honest, I know you lot all
If he comes back
laugh
and
at
fights
this,
Ngannou, only Ngannou, that's the most embarrassing.
He's not going to
thing
fight AJ. I've accepted he's not going to fight AJ.
Never.
The timing of the retirement is too perfect for the fact that we know AJ's available. He'll come back the moment AJ announces another opponent. I'm telling you.
That'll look terrible,
He's going to play games.
Do you not think
that'll really hurt his reputation? That
he doesn't give a shit.
No, but he does give a shit. He cares so much, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't care about losing to AJ. The fact that you care so much about the potential of losing to AJ that you're willing to swerve the fight, which is the bag of a lifetime, completely tells me you care. And I think that people will be like, what? Like, it's the only fight we want from you.
It's too,
what the fuck are you doing?
Because you lot said something earlier. You said the fighters now, the heavyweights now, this is a bit of a tougher era of boxing.
It's hard, yeah.
There you go. So just imagine these two guys have fought and they put themselves up against greats in Usyk and both lost. What you're gonna do when we finally look at their careers, the loser of this one, it will define their career. It's gonna say, yeah, but it's so defining. AJ's willing to risk it.
Of course he is.
This other guy is saying, hey, oh my goodness, if I lose this fight, how did he look at my career? I beat Wilder 3 times. Say what you want to say about Wilder, but I don't rate him that much.
No, but Wilder was a different fighter in the Joe Parker fight than the one who fought Fury 3 times. I will give Fury credit on that because they're unrecognisable versions.
That's the Wilder trilogy.
That Wilder trilogy was fantastic, mate. I'll watch that when I'm on the treadmill, just like fuck.
Anything else?
Wilder trilogy, the Klitschko fight. You got a fight in there against Dillian White as well.
If you say if we're harder on Conor Ben, we're harder on Conor Ben for what we didn't find. We know what was going on in that Fury versus. Go ahead.
Let me ask a question to Joey then, because we're all like anti-Fury, right?
Yeah.
A proud card carrier, right?
I'm the leader.
I'm not being anti-Fury.
But this is the thing. But to an actual Fury fan, does this bother you that he's not willing to see AJ when AJ is clearly calling him out?
Yeah, it bothers me if there is a full stop on the end of this.
Yeah. If this is just tactics.
But do I believe it? No, I believe.
But if he doesn't fight him, what does that make you feel in the legacy of Tyson Fury? Is it a black mark on the legacy or not?
Yeah, I think it's a black mark on the legacy if he doesn't fight Anthony Joshua at least once, to be honest, because I think that fight could be one that, although I favour Tyson Fury in it, I think it would be a competitive fight. So I think it's definitely a black mark upon the legacy. I also think that we've had this conversation about the fact that we are in a new era of heavyweight boxing, but what we're not acknowledging is no one's ever going, yeah, well, David A, like, you know, he boxed in the same time as Agit Kabayel and never stepped up to the plate. When David Hay fought Tony Bellew, Agit Kabayel was fighting Derek Chisora. We don't do no. Let me finish. We don't do that. We don't do that.
But then I didn't finish some serious forensic investigation.
So what I'm saying right now is the era that Fury boxed in.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can all understand that it's coming to an end. Now some people will go on for longer, and some people need to go on for longer. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's not beat around the bush and go Chisora, whatever. Chisora hasn't made the money that Tyson Fury
But then we're
made.
still missing out of very key factors in this story. Like the same way we give Ben Whittaker the side eye. Fury fought Klitschko. He popped dirty, yes, and something, and we don't talk about it. Then he went on this long booze off. He should have given him the rematch. Didn't give him the rematch. AJ stepped up. Let's talk, and then he done a trilogy against Wilder. How do we look at that record and say, well, if you're dirty for the Klitschko fight, the night in Dusseldorf, and then you do a trilogy against someone that no one in this panel is going to say Wilder finishes off as a great heavyweight. No one's going to say that. And Chisora, come on, what is that then? Now we're looking at the career right in front of us. What is that?
Because right now,
times when
everyone beat Usyk. We understand that Usyk's number one of this era, and I'm fine with him losing to Usyk and still being considered a great heavyweight if he beats AJ.
Yeah.
If you don't fight AJ and AJ is saying I'm ready for you, and you avoid that fight, then to me you lost.
You must fight AJ, and AJ has to win. AJ doesn't get a pass. AJ has to win this fight. Because when was walking around, people were saying, mate, since AJ's become the champion, what live opponent has he really shown up and beat?
We need to find out who's the number two out of those two of that era, because it's a new era.
So what I would say in regards to that is we can't go back in time. What each man has done, yeah. I'm sure AJ would like to go back in time and have not lost to Andy Ruiz. I'm sure AJ would like to have gone back in time and have not took the Usyk fight at the time he did. Yeah. And I'm sure that Tyson Fury could hear these arguments and think, yeah, maybe if I had gone back in time, I would have fought different people at the time. I wouldn't have took that hiatus at the time. Can't go back in time. We can only go from what we've done from here. From when Riyadh season came in, Tyson Fury has took 2 fights against Alexander Usyk. In my opinion, you can argue against it, and I'm not saying there's no argument against it, but I'm allowed my opinion. In my opinion, I feel he was more competitive than most people we've seen in there against Alexander Usyk. So now I'm saying, yes, I feel like I need to see Tyson Fury fight Anthony Joshua to cap off the career. At the same time as that, one thing that I think is like boxing again, right? Floyd Mayweather retires undefeated, right? Yeah. But in 100 years' time, more people will probably say YouTube's still going and still like it is now. More people will still probably look back on press conferences and highlights and whatnot of Tyson Fury than they will of Floyd Mayweather. And I'm not just saying that's because of trash talk. I'm saying because of moments people have given us. So Tyson Fury,
I disagree with that completely. Heavily with that, bro.
This is a whole nother debate, motherfucker. I'm here for it.
Listen,
I am here for it.
That debate isn't even comparable.
Floyd Mayweather was a bigger brand, numbers-wise, in every department. There's no reason why you'd think that Tyson Fury would do
brand, everything
ahead of Floyd.
Everything.
Because Floyd Mayweather, in my opinion, was very rarely, if ever, an underdog.
With it, what about the start of, when he was Pretty Boy Floyd?
That's right.
Different era. This is how great Floyd is. He almost had two separate careers.
Pretty Boy Floyd was never doing pay-per-views, though, was he? Pretty Boy Floyd wasn't doing pay-per-views.
So all you're going to hold on is moments in terms of records on views and whatever. We're in a completely different era. It's easily to be more viewed now, the way television is, the way YouTube is, all these different platforms.
And even saying that no one's outdone Floyd and Pacquiao. And
Nobody.
No, of course. No. To be fair, like I've probably given a bad example. What I'm trying to, I'm
glad you've retracted that statement.
100%.
No. I'm not even necessarily retracting it. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in terms of the moments that Tyson Fury gave people, at the time were invaluable moments. They were things that went down as historic events. There's a reason why.
I think you're overstating.
I'm an ex Tyson Fury fan. That night in Dusseldorf, in the first couple years of this pod, I spoke about Tyson Fury for so long. I said that Tyson Fury will beat Wilder. All these times I've been talking about Tyson Fury from a more positive light. There's things that he's done that I don't like about him as a champion. And even this retirement just stinks. If you're a Tyson Fury fan, it's like spitting in the face of the fans. Because how dare you, you lot don't know whether to say bye to him if you can give him a fully, you know what, thank you for the years. Thank you for the service to boxing, because you don't know where he stands. He might tomorrow say, guess what, I'm back. I'm back in the WWE. I'm doing WrestleMania. And what do we do with that?
Do you know what I feel like Fury's done? He's given more entertainment outside of that square than he has actually in the ring.
Thank you.
Because when you talk about moments, he's absolutely, press conferences, all the rest of it, interviews, whatever. He's brought entertainment.
In the five fights in question, but barring the Klitschko fight, you could say, he done more entertainment outside of the ring than inside the ring. It wasn't a great stylistic matchup, that Klitschko fight. I understand it. Bit of a hugfest, whatever. But in the 5 other fights, in the 3 fights with Deontay Wilder and the 2 fights with Alexander Usyk, I don't think you can say, Fury did more in the build-up for those.
No, he was brilliant in the ring. Second fight, he was brilliant.
In the biggest fights of Tyson Fury's career, win, lose or draw, he has turned up in my opinion. In every, not even brilliant.
Second fight, I think his second fight was good.
You look at Usyk and you could go, he lost twice there, but he has been brilliant in those fights. And whether or not now you can go. By the way, when we say these things about the retirements pissing people off, pisses me off. I don't look at that and go, quality, Tyson Fury's doing another retirement. Pisses me off. I'm a fan of Tyson Fury. Pisses me off. But what I'm saying is, for me, the story of Tyson Fury is something that has inspired me. It's inspired many, and then ultimately, much like this is why I know it's a really weird comparison, but this is why I compared it to TV series, right? Yeah. When a TV series jumps a shark, that doesn't mean that everything before it was shit, and I'm going to rewrite history and go, that was always rubbish. Do you know what I mean?
For sure.
I understand that the trajectory, the word I can never say, is on a downwards decline in terms of fans' appeal or whatnot. I'm not going to turn my back and go, nah, it's always shit. Chisora was shit. Wilder was shit. AJ, you know what I mean? It's not.
The problem for me is that Fury's career has been missold to us. This guy's supposed to have been up there with Muhammad Ali and Lennox Lewis and all these other people, and we've looked at the career now and been like, well, actually, there's so many holes in this story. We've just been run up off flipping, it's just been nonsense.
So you believe that then?
I absolutely believe it's been nonsense.
No.
I believe it's been missold.
You believed it then?
I believe it was missold. I always challenged it. I didn't like the narrative.
It was as good as Muhammad Ali?
No, I didn't.
Believe he was good.
No,
how's it missold?
No, but I got fed up with the fact that was the narrative that mainstream media allowed to be attached to him.
Yeah, but
the Talk Sport narrative around Tyson Fury, which was engulfing every narrative,
It was
to the point where, to the point where
I'll get myself in trouble if I give an answer here. You're using Talk Sport as the reference point.
I've been an AJ.
Put a poll out on Twitter and say how much of Talk Sport do you agree with and disagree with.
I didn't just start disliking Tyson Fury. I've been aware of this lie for a while, and I've always felt like, why do we get to speak about him like that? Because of one night in Dusseldorf where you nicked a win, and it was a good one, but you done it. You didn't want to do the rematch. You've done all this stuff. We look at the career. There's so many holes. You've given us Tom Schwartz and Wallen and all this nonsense. And somehow Wallen is now a great fighter because he cut you. Like all these lies that we've
very well.
I personally never put Tyson Fury up there.
You maybe didn't
with the likes of Muhammad Ali and whatnot. So I didn't go along with that along with that narrative. And the other thing is in terms of Tyson Fury we speak about this era, right? We won't know because he didn't box in this era. And you could say, well, he still has the opportunity to. Yeah, but come on, man. He's been dropped 9 times in his career. Like it's clearly the end.
No, lad, sorry. DAZN, we're on live now. If you want to do picture-in-picture with our commentary, buy the pay-per-view. We'll put the QR code up on screen now. On the Twitter, it'll be posted earlier in one of my tweets, and it's obviously in the description of the YouTube video. Right about now, Hamzah Sheeraz, one of the best talents in boxing, is about to challenge for his first official world title. Obviously, he's won belts leading up to this, but he's got a hell of a test in front of him in Adames, who is a dynamic puncher. I think this is going to be a fucking interesting fight because I really rate Hamzah Sheeraz.
We score it properly, then, lads.
I think Hamzah Sheeraz is like the James Bond of boxing right now, man. He's a cool guy.
So slick.
And I really want to see not just can he win this world title, but can he go up weights because he is such a fucking big lad for the weight. But that's a brilliant fight.
Also, I'm just going to finish one last thing.
Go for it.
One last thing. Other fighters popped after the Klitschko fight. Doesn't make it right at all, by the way. But I'm just saying. When he put the point out and the asterisks, and it's a fair one. I agree with it. Yeah. I'm not denying it. The Nandrolone thing, 100%. The farmer stories, not denying it at all. Other fighters went in there and then afterwards popped after getting defeated by Vladimir Klitschko. Do you see what I mean? So he still went in there and won against him. Whether he won dirty and it disregards it anyway or whatever, but I'm just saying, other fighters popped after going in there.
It's like a title in COVID, bro.
It's
like a COVID title. You know how we look at that. You know how we look at that.
You know that's not going to last much longer, right?
Just know this, yeah? I'll never turn my back on any of you.
I know you know.
Because if you see the loyalty that I've shown to Tyson Fury, know that I'm in the trenches for everyone, yeah?
I agree. Do you know what? I had a funny chat the other day. I was, obviously I'm a part of the small council matchmaking on Misfit, and they're putting together a big fight on there for the pro fights. And I was like, yeah, I'd love to see Loza fight the winner of this. And Mams Taylor goes, you're a good friend to him. You never show him up. And I was like, mate, he's one of the boys. I got to write for my boys.
Got to give you love for that.
Mate, he couldn't believe it. He's like, I'm sick of hearing about this lad.
This circle's tight. We might give it to each other, but there's love in the room. There's plenty of love in the room.
Honestly.
Absolutely.
And do you know what? I've had a bit of a chat with Hamzah Sheeraz. And you know when you get a bit of an idea of what these lads are like, because some boxers are arseholes, right? Let's be honest. But Hamzah Sheeraz, I like him. He seems like a really grounded individual who is entrenched in, like, even though he lives in LA, I think, which is not really the place you'd expect for people to be that grounded, but obviously he didn't grow up there. And it's all about hard work with him, and I think that, like, his head is fully where it should be. Yeah. So if he loses a fight like this, it's not because he's not given enough or he's not done the work. And I had to give Adames credit if he does pull this off. And a lot of people are picking Adames, actually. Yep. It's a 50-50. Another one.
I would say,
really?
I would say some viewers, some viewers in some regions of the world would view it as a more favourable split towards Adames, because when you look at Adames' wins, Hamzah Sheeraz has the win against Damo Williams. You would say that is his best win. I think the guy we saw in box on the Wembley card wasn't actually anywhere near the standard of an Ammo Williams. Whereas Adames has been in sort of 3 or 4 fringe world level fights. I think this weight division is not what it was 6-7 years ago. So when we, it's like what I was saying about world level of how high that level is.
Yeah.
But Adames here is already looking like a more lively starter than anyone Sheeraz has been in there with.
No one's had this confidence again.
Well, to be
He's
fair,
still catching him with the
Ammo did come out lively.
Yeah.
For the first 2.
Not as aggressive as this, though, was it?
Ammo picked his moments a lot, though, whereas this is a little bit more consistent pressure that we've seen so far. And when you look at the feet of Hamzah Sheeraz, he will be a little bit slower.
He's still landing with that check hook, though. He's still landing with that check.
So
that
good
counter,
with that shot, isn't he?
it's that counter shot when Adames tried to get out of range, he still lands.
And he's actually backing away as he's landing
This
it
is
as
the
well,
issue.
so he's keeping himself out of danger.
Guys, did we do any predictions on this one, by the way?
I'm going
getting
Sheeraz.
I'm unexpected. Well, I don't know if it's unexpectedly. I think Sheeraz have been about 5 rounds.
If
I
he
think
wins
Adames
this
will be
confidently,
really
it'll be
aggressive.
an unbelievable win for his career. Like,
He'll
Would
definitely.
you say this guy's better than his previous opponent?
Yeah.
Ammo Williams.
Ammo Williams, sorry.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because I think he's a bigger puncher than Ammo Williams.
more dangerous.
I keep pissing off.
The one thing I will
keep
say-
pissing off Chris Eubank Jr.'s promoter. as soon as I get on the phone with him, I'm like, Hamzah Sheeraz, what's going on? They say, why'd you keep talking to me about him?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because this is the fight I want.
Shalom.
Napa.
Oh, Napa Fitness. Yeah.
Chris Eubank Jr. is never fighting Hamzah Sheeraz.
I keep
Never, ever,
I keep
ever.
asking him about it.
No way.
Every phone call.
No way.
When are you going to fight him?
The only concern with Sheeraz, sorry to
No, it's all good.
that is when Ammo Williams chin checked Sheeraz is the first time we've seen him go like whoa stiff. He felt that. This guy punches. I believe he's a bigger puncher than Ammo Williams. If he can connect and sustain an attack, we don't know how he's going to react because I know that he's killing himself to make weight.
That's the worry, isn't it? Like, you can be hurt when you're coming down that far in weight. You can be hurt, and I am interested because if he wins this, I think that they'd love to match him up in the future with Canelo. Like maybe not immediately, maybe in a year from now, but
Canelo's not doing that fight.
Hamzah Sheeraz is a long-term build for Riyadh season, in my opinion. He's so loved out there. We've seen the way he's one of the favourites out there.
Crowd go wild for him.
Exactly.
They do.
And if they can build him using Canelo's last fight, for example, on the contract, they will.
Canelo is not taking.
He's not fighting.
You know, Canelo has mentioned Sheeraz's name without being prompted, though.
Oh, really? As an opponent?
Yeah. I've looked at interviews. Nice jab there, got through from Sheeraz.
It's like a
I've seen interviews where, well, 1 or 2 maybe interviews where Canelo's mentioned his name when he's talking about Riyadh season without being prompted. So,
I think there's certain styles where Canelo look at and think, yeah, I can beat that type of style. And I think, like at this stage, Hamza's inexperienced. Like there's definitely flaws within what he does. It's hard because the only thing I can really see, the biggest flaw that he's got at the moment is just his chin. That's the only thing I can really see. He does everything so correctly, but he still can't be hit. And like I say, the only time we've seen him troubled in the last fight against Ammo Williams. And that's the only thing we could really say is a flaw in him, really.
I'm curious to see what he looks like when he goes up, because is it light heavy? This is 160.
This is 160.
Okay.
160.
I tell you what, Hamzah can take a shot of the penis because he's been hit in the groin. At least 3 times he's took it, so there's nothing about that area.
Fuck me.
Seriously.
He's got a glass jaw but an iron dick.
Jesus Christ.
He hasn't got a glass jaw. I'm joking, just to be clear.
It's the commentary you don't get on the normal
you just
don't get that.
That's worth it.
Never heard Barker say that.
You can even jab with it.
Jesus Christ. I tell you what, there's power in that jab.
You know what though? Sometimes when you have a fighter that's got all the gifts and they never use them. He's the different type of fighter that's like, I'm tall, I can use range, I'm gonna use the jab, I'm gonna make you work hard to get to me. Look at this.
He works to his strengths, doesn't he?
Yeah, because sometimes you see a fight and you're like, why are you doing that?
That's right.
You know when we were talking about Ben Whittaker, and it really looks like I'm throwing shade on him now, but you know when we were talking about Ben Whittaker and we're looking at his incline and the way he's got to this level that he has, like in himself, like when I look at him, when I look at his boxing style in the ring, Sheeraz looks like a more well-suited champion at this stage of his career than Ben Whittaker does to me.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't know whether
double jab right hand
Sheeraz
from
went
Sheeraz
through the GB cycle, or he didn't to the extent of Ben Whittaker. He didn't go Olympics or anything like that, did he?
I don't remember.
I think it's a classical case of Whittaker was perfect for the amateur stylistically. The pro game's so different, and whether you've been through the GB setup or not doesn't mean you're going to be a good professional boxer. I know statistically they often say because of the experience you get fighting various different people from different countries, all the different styles, it generally it can definitely help, but it's not a guarantee. And I just think with Whittaker, his style, yes, he's fought every style over 3 rounds, but it doesn't translate as well as someone like a Hamzah Sheeraz, where it's very basic. You know, all the textbook punches and moves are there, and plus he's got the height and reach advantage as well.
Who looks like the champion so far, though? Because there looks like a golfing class. I'm surprised that.
Yeah, you're talking about here?
Yeah, in this fight right now, you couldn't. I wouldn't be able to believe you if I just landed in this on Earth and said, "Well, who's the better fighter?" I'm pointing at that guy right there on the screen, Sheeraz.
I think it's his height and reach. It's difficult for anyone he comes across. It's as a few rounds go on, if guys can work him out. But
what I want to see though is him not get pushed back as easy. I want to see a little bit more I don't mind him being on the back foot, but just a little bit more of periods in the fight where he does stand his ground and tries to push him back a little bit. You know what I mean?
But you know what I do like about him? Like a lot of guys go on the back foot, but they're dancing around, they're jumping around. He's so smooth with it. He's still in front of you. He just takes little angles off, and that's why his feet are still underneath him when he lets his hands go.
Really well. He used to proper cover up, come back, and then pull counter and all of that. And
the thing with AJ, what he had is natural, physicalities, which people didn't have. His speed and natural reflexes was all there, but unfortunately, Andy Ruiz sucked a lot of that natural attributes out of him.
You say about Ben and his style not being fit for pros. I disagree to some extent. I just think he's not really just collaborated all of his gifts with the right.
I'm probably being harsh right now
because he does have his reflexes are fantastic to showboat like that the way he does. You need to be a couple of steps ahead of your opponent at every point. If he ever just simplifies his game with those natural attributes, we have a big problem.
Listen, I boxed alongside Whittaker, so I know how good he is. I'm not diminishing his talent. He's probably one of the most naturally gifted fighters out of Great Britain. I'd probably go as far as say he is, but like you've just said there, it's all about can you transition it, turn that into the professional game. And I do think there's an element of arrogance with him in general where... Does he listen to his coach? Did you see him in that first fight against Liam? He was in the corner, he was looking out to the crowd, and his coach had to say, listen to me.
You know another thing that contributes to that? I think he spoke about having ADHD.
He has. It's definitely part of his personality trait.
I feel like the part of him where he will always be at his best is when he's happy.
Yeah. Do you know why though? This is another thing of being an on-top fighter. This is as we've discussed here tonight, talking about different people, Fury being one of them. How are you in your worst hours? How do you come back from defeat? And what has Fury done? He's spat his dummy out and he's left the game. And this is half the reason why we're critiquing him. It's not about his performances in general, but the minute things haven't went his way, I'm retiring. And this is where you can't help be a little bit negative towards him.
Either way, we didn't speak when we spoke about Ben Whittaker about the fact that when you were saying about the trainer there, Joby Clayton, that was I think he was the guy on the Team GB setup.
Joby Clayton?
Joby Clayton.
No, he wasn't. But when AJ changed trainers, when he had Rob McCracken and he decided to bring more people to the team, he was one of the guys he brought in. He wasn't actually part of the GB setup.
So he was in Whittaker's corner for the Cameron fight, I believe.
Yeah.
And now the rumour is that Ben Whittaker's gone with Andy Lee. Which again, he was with Sugar Hill originally.
That's right.
Andy Lee is a descendant almost of Sugar Hill. It was like Andy Lee and Sugar Hill lived in the same house. They lived in the. I read it in Andy Lee's book. So when Andy Lee was being trained by Emmanuel Stewart, they all lived in the same house, the three of them. So he's very much on the same thing. So he's almost in a way gone back with Sugar Hill, but rather than.
My fighters in the room, can you tell me why he hasn't taken the leaf out of Kabayel's book where he's fighting a taller fight and he's not gone to the body at all?
Yeah, but he's 6'5", mate.
No, I'm talking about an Amame.
Do you realise that's not him?
I'm saying Adame is not trying to get to the body at all. Every shot he's throwing is up, is high. He can't even. It's not getting close.
There's no point in trying. There's no point in trying a shot that's not there because all you're going to do is expose yourself. So the shot against Zhilei Zhang, because of the speed of foot or lack of speed of foot, was always going to be there and how easy it was to enter. Whereas if you look at what Hamzah Sheeraz is doing here, he's consistently circling off. He's keeping those feet moving. So with a big puncher like that, I just don't think you take the risk of going for a shot that's not there.
You're not talking about Adames, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know the thing as well? I did watch the previous fight that Adames had, and one thing I did notice, he's got great head movement, but his feet aren't the quickest. And quite often when he misses with a shot, and the guy steps off, he's not there to capitalise on that and step in. I think Hamzah, like you said, is doing such a good job of just stepping off and taking that half a step, that slight angle. He's not there to be hit. But
I'll give Adames credit though. He's not showing the fuck me when he gets hit, like he's
not disheartened.
When people are in there with Sheeraz, they're really disheartened quite quickly. Whereas he's showing a lot of championship mentality right now, but it's not caught fire yet.
No, it's not.
Sheeraz, I feel like, is going, I'm going to play this smart the first 3 to 6 rounds, get on the back foot, pick him apart, and then put the pressure on in the middle to late rounds.
This is what I love about Hamzah. He's like a cool assassin.
He is, mate. James Bond.
He doesn't do anything. Oh, just got caught there. He doesn't do anything. Nothing's rushed. Everything's so smooth. And as they say, what is it? Slow as fast. It's like, you know what I mean? He's got that vibe about him.
I wonder how he would do with somebody taking a Derek Chisora style approach.
I'd love to see that.
Sticking it on him and just be like, you know what, hell for lover, let's go.
Yeah.
Because that's one thing this guy's not doing.
Right. Jab and then hook to the body with the same lead hand. Do you know where that comes from, in my opinion, from Hamzah Sheeraz? And this is just a guessing game, but I think it's what we don't see. Because what we don't see in the gym is he'll probably box like this, and whenever an opponent tries to really walk and step on him, he probably is just dropping people in 16-ounce gloves and head guards in the gym, right? So I think that he's probably quite comfortable. If he's going, right, I'm winning these rounds, this guy's going to have to come on to me. I'm gonna take a half step back and drop him with a right hand anyway soon. So, and if that was something that happened every now and again, then you wouldn't bank on it. But if consistently, you know, once every fortnight you're doing that to someone in the gym, you're probably quite confident that when you stick the 10s on about a head guard, you're going to be doing that.
To be honest, I think he's boxing perfectly.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
He's got a guy who's very flat-footed, you know, throws his combination, but isn't there to move. And he's just, you know, he's got that range. He's using his range perfectly. He's counter-punching, but because he doesn't bounce around too much, his feet are still planted and he's in a position to still let the power shots go, even though he's on the back foot, which is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, you're right.
One of these was going to hurt soon. Because I've seen Adames kind of
shake
his head off and go, and I'm like, oh, they're fucking rocking your brain around in that skull of yours.
You know what? I want to give some credit to Buatsi, KG. You know, I just thought about it just now, right? Because obviously we're talking about Ben Whittaker and things not going your way.
You're thinking about your friendship.
Who are you in that moment when things don't go your way? And I think Buatsi showed a lot of courage today when things didn't go his way.
Yeah,
he was right there to the end.
Gum shield fell out.
So does every punch bag in my gym. They're all still there for the following beating.
Did the best I could, bro.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Do you know what it is? I'm just being harsh here. Listen, Buatsi's a great fighter. Whenever I'm negative, I'm a fighter. So, you know, whenever I'm negative towards any fighter, it's normally coming from a good place because I know how talented he is. I've seen him in the amateurs. I've seen him in the pros. And it frustrates me when I don't see them reaching the full potential.
Hamzah Sheeraz on the back foot, but he's catching Adames, and Adames is getting more frustrated, and he's starting to take risks.
Adames is up for this scrap.
No, he's just angry. He's pissed off.
He's getting fucking pissed off. He's getting pissed off.
But look at how he slipped all those shots just there, by the way, guys. There was like 5 shots, and he was like,
he's got good head movement.
Looking for his response.
It's pretty much the lead hand that's winning Hamzah Sheeraz fight so far. There's not been many flush right hands. There may have been 1 or 2 in there, but the lead hand is what's doing the job.
How do you break this? How do you break this moment, by the way, guys?
What do you mean for?
What would you do? You're in there with a taller opponent. His jab is fantastic. You need to enforce something.
That's usually Loza.
You know, it's all about commitment. It's like, you know, you've got to have that confidence. Boxing's a risk, and you know, Hamzah's a puncher. This is the hard thing with Hamzah. I think when people get in there with him, they think, oh, he's tall, we'll just get inside. But he's that powerful, and when you try to get past that long, you know, blooming piston jab, it's difficult, but generally speaking, he's going to have to take risks and try and get close and let his hands go. There's not much more you could do.
He's got to use his feet more though, hasn't he?
From my own
second phase, you know, when you go once, you've got to go twice, because right now Hamzah's going.
Is it his distance? He's controlling it.
He's going once, and then if he misses, his feet aren't underneath him to go again. That's a mistake he's making.
Right.
I always think, from my experience of it, it's not about when the crowd want it, it's about when you want it. So in terms of taking that risk, because I think it's quite clear to see right now, Adames isn't going to start outboxing Hamzah Sheeraz.
That's right.
We've got enough data and info now. He's not going to start outboxing him. It's going to be about taking that risk. And it's about going, right, it's not when the crowd want me to take the risk, it's when I'm ready to take that risk. Because you know that once you take that, then it's like, once I go, I've got to empty the clip on this guy.
Yeah.
So I think Adames is happy to keep on coming forward and trying these shots. Caught him with the right hand there, trying these shots, and then eventually. But you can see the feet are speeding up now, but traditionally or conventionally, Adames' feet aren't great. You're actually watching, he steps the back foot before he steps the front foot. Which is the opposite order to what it should be.
It reminds me of,
is he looking for the stoppage, though? So is Adames generally, because he's not going to win on point?
He's aggressive. If you watch,
he's going to look for the stoppage.
If you watch any of his fights, he boxes like this, he comes forward. But a lot of the guys who he's fought, feet haven't been as good as Hamzah's, and that's what he's struggling with, the range, the size. But the only way is to be... It's that thing of you need to get into some sort of rhythm, because at the minute he's kind of plodding forward. He's coming forward, but there's no real intent or intelligence about what he's doing.
This shape of this fight reminds me of Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns. Tommy Hearns, obviously that first round, it's an absolute tear up. Second round, Tommy Hearns boxes his ears off. It looks like it's just smooth. Middle of the third round, Hagler, gazelle punch, bang. Straight away, it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to have one of those moments that changes how Sheeraz feels about controlling this fight.
Also running the stamina down a bit, because Hamzah Sheeraz right now is circling away. He's using his feet really, really well.
Comfortable.
And we've seen that with Madrimov earlier, but how long can he do that
starting
for?
to land.
You have to make him work. You have to.
Hamzah can
He's
do
better
this
than
all
you.
night. Hamzah can literally do this all night. You can. To me, he's in second or third tier.
That's exactly the problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Adames is starting to land, though.
Fucking work.
Yeah.
Time.
He's trying to keep him honest now, though.
Yeah,
trying
he
to
is.
keep him honest now.
I think he's starting to look like, I'm just going to punch your guard to bits. Like, I'm just going to swing at it.
Do you know that sometimes that's what you've got to do? Because
right.
in boxing, people look for the perfect punch. They want to land the head, the body.
Yeah.
You hit anything you can. Take a leaf out of Canelo's book. He smashes you in the arms till you can't keep your hands up.
This is the moment. Sorry to interrupt you. This is the moment now. This is what Adames has been looking for all fight, to get Hamzah Sheeraz to shell up, because he does have a tendency to shell up.
Yeah.
You can't let him get there and then not let your shots go. And I get it. You're fearful of that right hand uppercut coming through on the inside. You've seen it happen before, and it can happen again. But otherwise, what's the other solution?
That's right.
What's the other solution? This is where you go for it.
Penis shot there. Jesus Christ.
He's starting to work the body a bit
The
more in this
referee's
round.
not said nothing about it.
I feel like he should be doing like, you see what Chisora would do on the inside. There we go.
Do you know the funny thing is, he's only ramped it up a little bit, and it's been enough to slow Hamzah down.
Yeah, that's right. Because you see what Chisora would do in terms of just shoving you back. Those moments, they're just demoralizing.
Well, he doesn't aim for the head. He just swings his arm. You know what I mean?
That's right.
He gets that much on your chest, and then he just beats away once he's there.
Yeah, it's clubbing.
Yeah, he's clubbing shots.
There we go. Nice shot there.
Hamzah Sheeraz.
Hey.
Yeah, that's a classic.
throwing him out, though.
Hurt there, beating his chest.
Yeah.
I was about to say it there. I looked at it and I was about to go, Adames could get himself dropped doing this in a second.
Big time. Big time.
When you give us all of that, bro.
He's got to swim with he can't afford to not get wet. Otherwise, he's just going to go as a smooth UD. He's going to have to roll the dice.
So true, mate. And it's finally caught fire, this fight, in that last few 15 seconds.
I like that he went for it a bit, though.
Yeah.
I do like that.
He's drawing him into a fight.
This is why we're going to see a better fight from here on out, I believe, because I don't think Adames' corner are going to now say to him, be a little bit cautious because you could get hit by that shot. I think they're going to go, do that, now fucking up the intensity.
Yeah, but Hamzah has to stay the same. He still has to kind of stink it. Yeah, he can't be forced into the fight that he wants to have with him. No, he wants to trade. You got to say, listen, I'm going to keep you honest. If you do want to mix it with me, I will go at that moment, but then I'm not going to force it.
That's what I do like about Hamzah. He doesn't get drawn into anything. He does his thing. No matter how tough it gets going, he keeps his shape, keeps his form, and he does what he does. And that's the sign of why I think a lot of us think he can go to the next level, because he doesn't seem to unravel. And I think the first test was when we seen him out in Saudi, when he fought Ammo Williams, my brain keeps going. Yeah, when he fought him, he showed even in a crisis that he keeps it together, and he came back, and as we're seeing, he stopped him. So up to now, I've seen nothing really in Hamzah where I don't think he can make it to the top.
They got Adames up on this scorecard. Obviously,
look, see there again.
Doesn't matter.
Jesus.
What's wrong with Maddox?
Yeah, I mean, look.
That's a load of
Why is he punching so low?
But is the belt high? Where did the referee say was legal, though? You got to check that part.
It nearly went through his
Officially,
legs.
it's above the belt is legal, officially.
Yeah.
But
It's the ref's job to
belly button upwards, apparently.
That referee's not saying nothing.
It depends what the referees decided was legal, though.
Yeah.
They got Adames up on the scorecard. Do you not have that as well?
No way.
To be fair, I haven't been scoring.
No way.
No, we haven't, have we?
I haven't been scoring properly.
In the first couple of rounds.
I've given Hamzah Sheeraz 4 rounds.
The identity of this fight is changing, though.
I gave Adames 1 round.
Yeah.
Because the power that Sheeraz does have hasn't deterred Adames from coming forward and being aggressive.
I've seen this in all Amo's fight. He's aggressive and he keeps coming even when he gets hit. He's definitely got a decent chin.
Oof.
Oh, that's not good. Step back.
This is where we're going to really... I think this is the perfect fight for Hamzah to see where he's at, because this guy's going to show everything.
He's the champion, by the way, guys.
Yes, I know.
So he didn't just get that belt on loan. Like, he's earned it. So that's why I'm just like, let's give him the respect to know that Sheeraz has to beat him.
And you can tell, though, this is Sheeraz's toughest test so far.
Yeah.
Because this boy is being aggressive now, isn't he?
Not playing.
The fight's changed. Round 6.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, like, I don't know if
He hasn't keeping him back off him as well. We're not seeing that jab.
Another thing that as I don't know if this is the way it is now.
Oh, lovely left uppercut.
Yeah,
there
but the zip on Sheeraz's shots hasn't been quite as, like, he needs to sting him with something here to get that respect back.
Because he's now...
I think he's been the toughest man in front of him so far. I don't think it's been his hardest fight. I think the Bradley Skeet fight, he had lost more or less every round in that fight before the stoppage came.
I do feel like he's having a bit of a round off. He's he's struggling a little bit in this round.
Staying close to him as well. He's not.
Adames is winning this round, lads. It's clear.
Look at the
body shots.
And Adames isn't showing fatigue of the 6 rounds.
I mean, his ham. Oh, that was a.
Hamzah has missed a lot tonight.
Yeah,
a lot more than I've seen him miss.
Last 2 rounds especially.
Because that's one thing I see about this guy. He has got great head movement.
Oh, lovely. Oh, wow.
You always just feel like one could just ping him.
Yeah, because Hamzah's power, even when it misses, I can almost feel the wind through the telly.
Yeah. You know what, though? Hamzah is missing a lot. And that good head movement that you highlighted earlier is there on show here. And
Adames ain't come to lose his belt.
And I'll tell you one thing. Do you know when you miss shots, that tires you? Actually, missing with shots tires you way more than landing. Let's see how the next...
Shakur Stevenson warming up there.
I'm getting worried, because I didn't realise. I tried to say I don't want to like any of these boxers, but I like Hamzah Sheeraz as a guy. And I don't know if there's brethren bias.
Because of that convo we had with him, innit?
Yeah.
Great guy.
Lovely guy.
He really is as well.
And I'm watching this fight and I'm seeing things and I'm like, I don't like what you're doing. All of a sudden, he's taking away he was fighting him at range and he's winning with the jab
and he's just shelling up now and allowing... And this is the thing, Adames isn't even having to throw the jab to close the distance. He's just walking forward, mate. You can't allow that.
He's found that thing that changes the identity of the fight.
Let's see. I mean, it's only been a round where he's really...
2 rounds now. 2 rounds of this.
Some would argue he's won 3 on the bounce.
Well, there you go.
This is that championship mentality, though. If Hamzah Sheeraz is as good as we think he is,
he's going to have to prove it.
He's going to have to show it now, for sure.
He can still stay on the back foot as he is, but he needs to let go of more and land more.
I reckon it's tiring.
It's easier said than done, but
going backwards has been tiring for him.
Yes, and it's a lot more tiring going backwards than forwards, in my opinion.
It is because generally speaking, when you're going backwards, you're
working harder.
You're not leading things.
Mate,
when you're on the front foot, you're dictating the pace.
Exactly.
When you're backwards, you're going in the other guy's pace.
But also, we're not made to walk backwards like that. Like, that's a hard... It's human nature.
I come out of the womb going backwards.
Genuinely.
I'm Michael Jackson moonwalk back. That's
he was
just
off
me.
the jab as fucking when he was born, this guy, honestly. But, like, we're looking at the punches landed and thrown, and Sheeraz is down on both. And that is a worry, that, like...
And he's got one of the best jabs, around. It's like
surprised.
It's powerful, but he's not really using it. He's flicking with it.
He's almost pouring it to say, stay off me. Like, stop coming forward. He's not
exactly
using it.
I know what you mean. It's not authoritative.
It's not authoritative. It's like, please don't come next to me. I want you to...
It's not to land.
I think it's because he's doing it. He's looking for the backhand. He's looking for the power shots. But it's that thing of if you go looking for it, you don't get it. You've got to just let it happen organically. Look at them shots below the belt. I'm going to ring in.
Well, look how he tucks up. The elbows go right down to the belt line.
He can protect his full body. It's crazy.
It's mad.
That is... Jesus, when I'm looking at there and I'm realising how long his arms are.
Madness, mate.
I thought I've got long arms.
Sometimes, though, when a tall geezer is in there with a short, compact guy, he's not as coordinated with like landing the shots is harder when you've got to angle such long arms like that on the chin.
Yeah.
Whereas It's like Usyk Fury. Like we're just seeing, like it is sometimes better to be the shorter guy, isn't it?
100%. I think it's really well. Every tall guy will tell you they often hate that small Tyson-style fighter.
His timing is off. Trav, what are you saying to this fighter right now? He's come back to the corner. It's the 8th round.
What? I'm talking about Sheeraz.
Sheeraz, yeah.
I'd say, listen, you got to just keep that jab in his face. Keep that jab in his face and wait for a moment of desperation.
But he's thinking he's successful with the jab, so he's probably saying to himself, I'm doing well.
He's
in his mind, he's thinking, I'm doing well because these are probably point scoring in his head.
I'd be telling Sheeraz,
hey, that's your
you
jab's
need to
not
hurt this motherfucker in the next round. I don't care how you do it, just fucking go and hurt him because right now, you look like you're getting backed up and you look like you're not doing as much damage as he is.
But you know what I think
this needs to change now.
You know what I think's happened? He felt Adamaz's power over the rounds and it's starting to hurt.
Yeah.
Because he's suddenly changed.
He's not. We've never seen Sheeraz this defensive ever.
Yeah.
Like that jab there, it's a pouring jab.
Yeah.
And that means he's only looking for one power shot. Yeah. I mean, it might be enough. We know he's got the power, but
that you can't afford that when a guy is basically piling on the pressure and winning so many points.
Oh.
I mean,
nearly lifted him off his feet there.
Not enough.
Again, though, like one of those in a minute. Come on, man.
It doesn't win you a round.
Nah, you need to fucking win these rounds now, man. Fuck me. You're gonna win. This is the thing with Hamzah is he's been built up so beautifully by Riyadh season. You know, we all seen what happened to Jared Anderson, right? And I don't think he's going to have a Jared Anderson moment.
He's got damage on his face.
The point is he's a Riyadh season ambassador like Jared Anderson was. Yeah. Jared Anderson, did anyone fucking watch his last fight? No one knows where. But the point is he wasn't a Riyadh season ambassador then. You have to fucking keep winning.
So earlier on in the fight, there was a point when Hamzah Sheeraz, he sort of flicked out the lead hand and went down to the body. What I would say is at this point, I haven't seen him throw a hook to the body in a good few rounds. Yeah. I think if he's gonna be able to get that right hand off, he needs to be able to throw a few of those body shots in there. So Adamez is a little bit more cautious when he throws that flicking jab because it could be here and come downstairs, or it could be there, drop and bang with the right hand.
It's a negative pouring jab though. That's the only problem at it. Like before, when we seen him throw that jab, it's a setup for something. It's a guess what? I'm dictating how this fight's going, and we haven't seen any. He's not in control of the fight at the moment.
It's easier when you're sitting here. But the simple fact is, he's not. He's looking for things. You know, you've got to, at this stage in the fight, we're going into round. Is it round 8? This?
Yeah.
We're going to round 8. You now need to just let your hands go, let it flow, because right now he's looking for the perfect shot. He's not racking up the points and he's going in there against the champion, so you're going to have to rip it off the champion essentially. So
it's not done enough.
Right? He just needs to let his hands go.
He's looking quite one-dimensional in this fight as well because the shot variation, he's not throwing any different shots than he started with.
What's
you know what I mean?
Generally speaking,
low. He's finally done it for low.
Thank the Lord. But generally speaking, he's got a couple of basic shots which he does, and it's normally been enough. But a guy who's more aggressive and he's on your chest, this is when you've just got to let your hands go, let it flow.
Yeah.
Because and this is sometimes the problem. He's obviously a really thinking fighter, and like I say, up until this point, it's been enough.
How bad do you want it though, mate? That's the real question now.
This is when you get to world level. Talent is one thing, but it's how much do you want it? Are you willing to take those risks?
It's exactly like what I said earlier about being a champion and being a very good fighter. The difference is the risk taken. And right now, that question is being asked, and Adamez is up on the DAZN scorecards. And look, they're to be taken with a pinch of salt, right? But it's still, I wouldn't say that that's out of the question.
Oh, what a shot, mate!
Adamez feints with the left hook down to the body, comes over the top with a straight right hand.
I haven't seen the response. 5 punches, 5 or 6.
He's gone stiff.
You haven't.
Right now he's playing.
You got a throw.
Hey, he's
there's nothing in them. He's not even come.
Even the right hand wasn't that hard from Sheeraz there.
So Sheeraz has just thrown 4 punches there, if you want to call them punches. One sharp counter left hook would have been better than throwing those 4. Yeah, they were get away from me. They would get away from me punches. One bomb left hook.
Sheeraz doesn't look like he's got any knockout power left in the tank right now.
It's like what Joey just said before. If you let your combinations go, you'll give him something to think about up top, and then you'll drop it down, or vice versa. But even there, he went for 4 shots, but they were all singular. A jab, a right hand, and a hook. He didn't put them together.
I tell you what, Chris Eubank wouldn't have done
this.
Big right hand.
Good right hand from Sheeraz.
I think.
Adamez comes straight back though.
It doesn't. It's not
straight
enough.
back.
It's not enough.
It was on the end of the punch. To be fair, it wasn't
not enough.
It's still a positive sign though.
That was 3 combo below the waist there again.
That overhand right that Adamez landed was mad though. Big shot.
I think it's busted his lips open.
Yeah, he's been marking up the last 4 rounds, to be honest.
There's a lot of swelling on his face. I can't really decide.
Do you know why as well? It's that thing of when fighters just hold their hands on the face. I said it in the last fight. You mark up, it hurts. You basically end up cuffing yourself.
Yep, literally.
Do you know where it comes from? Do you know when when you're sparring in big 16-ounce gloves, you've got loads of padding in the glove, and you can do that. But in them little 10-ounce gloves, there's nothing in the wrist area.
Set up with Hamzah Sheeraz's jaw.
That's what I'm saying.
Hamzah Sheeraz's jaw looks like fucked up.
The right side of Hamzah Sheeraz, cheekbone or jaw.
Yeah, something's gone.
I've been trying to look at that. He's being tested in every way right now.
Well, that was the. I don't know whether it was the shot that did it, but that was the area where that shot landed. That right hand was to that sort of cheekbone jaw.
I've been looking at the same thing, trying to wait, but they haven't given us. Have we been at Hamzah's corner yet?
Look how negative he is now compared to before. He doesn't want to get hit.
His whole posture is different. Before he was going smoothly. Now he's like, I'm staying out of danger here.
We need to see his face,
What's in Hamzah's corner? They haven't given us a look.
I don't think they're going to go in there, to be honest. Hey, no, look at the cameras.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Look at the cameras. He's panning up the stadium. Something's wrong with him right now.
Yeah, normally they're on the feet for Hamzah. Normally.
That's right.
Yeah, this isn't looking good. Is this?
Oh, the Riyadh curse, bro. You know the.
Show us Hamzah Sheeraz's face,
That's
man.
what I'm saying.
But you know, what I can say is he's in there with a world level fighter. You know what I mean?
Here's the shot. Bang.
Yeah, that might have been a jaw break, that, because it's right where the jaw connects.
I think.
No, because
that was on the jaw.
It puts it out on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
That might have disconnected the jaw.
His mouth was open as well, slightly.
Hey.
Yeah, they're no.
Look at that end of the shot. It wasn't.
This guy's not fighting good at all. What's up, bro?
Something's wrong. Right. Adamez's power has deterred him from being himself.
Yeah, this guy can punch and he's aggressive. I don't think this is massively about how, a bad performance from Hamzah. It's just this guy's good. It's
also his head movement, which obviously we highlighted earlier. With Hamzah Sheeraz, he needs a guy who's just always, obviously he's used to shorter guys, and the head's always right there where he wants it.
That's right,
this guy's head is like Alexander Usyk style. Never stop fucking moving, man. He's never been there. It's never been easy for Sheeraz to land tonight.
Yeah, this is.
Even the shots.
You need to throw more. When someone is moving their head that much, you have to throw double time.
Even there,
look, he doesn't look happy. You're out there. Look,
Turkey's got his Turkey's stood like this right now. He's got his arms folded, man.
Even when Hamzah threw a combination there, the shots didn't land clean because the way that guy's head movement is, it just he rises the shots and takes the sting out of it.
Look, we might be about to witness a first defeat.
He doesn't look happy at all.
And the thing is, because he's so tall, the shots are easy to see. Any shot that isn't a jab is pretty easy to see from Sheeraz.
Do you know what annoys me? When he leads out with that right hand, it's unconventional, tap of it. The whole point in doing that is to then spring back off with your left hook, innit?
Right.
Why aren't you doing that?
That's right.
This ref needs to get onto the
nice right hand there.
The low blows just like we counting, but
they're ridiculous.
Yeah, more of that. We need more of that, Sheeraz.
Simple, straight punching. What he's doing, he's letting his man walk into range instead of letting his straight shots go.
I don't know if anyone see that. Sorry, Turkey is walking.
He's rattled.
And he's got his hands on his head.
His favourite ambassadors getting beat up here.
Something's wrong with that right side of Sheeraz's face. It doesn't look like the left side.
His face is checked out.
His performance is crazy.
It's not crazy. I feel as if he's never been tested at this level. I think I'm always the only real world level fighter, that he's fought.
He's complained about.
You know why the jab keeps going low, right? If you aim for the stomach and his elbows are so tucked, it's gonna deflect down. There's no way.
It is difficult to find the target, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just think Sheeraz has not thrown anywhere near enough punches tonight. Like if someone's pressuring you, you need to deter them. You need to show that you're willing to scrap as well. And I feel like that's been a bit lacking.
It is. You're 100% right. You've got to. He's not letting his punches flow. Everything he's doing is thinking. Look at that. What's that?
You lot are right. There's something's going on.
Loza does that to me, right? Loza does that to me. What the fuck is going on? This is a world title fight.
This is. I don't want to exchange with you. That's all that is.
I've
done this before.
There's got to be swelling on that
Look
side.
at that.
Yeah, but then you're...
he's finally pulling for the low blows.
Ref, are you serious?
If he doesn't take he hit him with three punch combination to the low, like a low blow. He needs a point.
Final warning now. Final warning.
When you're keeping...
Should have been about 3 rounds ago, like.
He didn't give him a point.
Didn't take a point away.
When you're keeping the amount of range that Hamzah Sheeraz has been able to, though, stop stepping off to your left then. If there's something wrong with the right side of your face and you're scared of that right hand hitting it and hurting it, stop constantly circling to your left.
You bang on
treat him as if he's a fucking southpaw. Start stepping off to your right and chopping with the right hand, as Callum Smith was doing earlier on.
I'd like to see an uppercut
Who was he
personally
doing that
as well.
against, Joey? Who was that
I
against?
think that was it Buatsi that was against? Or am I pronouncing that wrong?
What's that, sorry?
I'd like to see Sheeraz throw that uppercut more because, like, the guy's leaning forward. He's coming in carelessly.
I would like him to see him like
he's
you
a
just
taller
said.
guy.
Throw some punches.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Let his hands go. I think anything. Just his jab's not. That looks worrying signs the way they're talking to each other.
They're not even touching it with.
When the boxer is talking to the coach, that's worrying signs.
They haven't even gone to the other side.
It's over. Is that over?
They haven't even gone to the
Has he
other
pulled
side.
him out?
Lads, I've fractured a cheekbone before, put a dent in my cheekbone, got hit with a shot and a dent in my cheekbone. That kind of looks a little bit like what Sheeraz has got there. There's like a line, if you can see it.
Frank Warrenstein throw the uppercut.
Yeah, exactly the same thing.
That's so funny.
Oh, Frank is crazy.
Frank is going mental right now because this is one of his best boys, right? Like this is the future of Queensbury right now, and he's watching it.
Like he's done it before a million times.
But he's right though. The uppercut is a shot that, I mean, fuck me, Adonis has come out on fire. The uppercut is there, right? We've seen the taller fighters can catch, like we've seen with Tyson Fury, with Dillian White, for example. Like AJ with Dillian White, anyone with Dillian White who's tall.
AJ,
you know, there's a target though. He don't want to. Even the fact that the zone ain't giving us the full footage of that other side of the cheekbone is nasty work.
The difficult thing is when you throw the uppercut, you're actually very vulnerable to counters.
Exactly,
bro. The problem is
AJ will die now,
he's
man.
in there with. No, I get what you're saying.
AJ Dubois.
This is the harder thing. Like it's easier said than done. But like you've got a guy who throws a load of shots over the top in wild hooks. It's the most dangerous. But like you've just said, you've got to take the risk.
Well, now but you don't want to lose.
It's a case of, do you want to win the fight, or are you happy to go out and just go out and lose comfortably without getting knocked out?
Adames, that's a trophy. You're hunting for that, and the fact that he's trying to protect it. Look at the hand; it hasn't left that cheek at all. It's just up.
But like Joey's just said, if that is broken on that side, he's moving to his left all the time, which is walking onto that right hook.
Skilled,
right overhand, right should I
He's
say?
turned into Klitschko. Just out of nowhere, he's turned into Vladimir Klitschko in this fight.
He's starting to get a little bit more lively on his feet. He's starting to look like he wants to.
I wish he'd get lively with his fists, mate.
Yeah.
I think, it's crazy when lively behaviour is inspired by pain and I'm trying to not get hit. That's what this is.
Sorry, go on, Joey.
No, the other thing as well is if you're Carlos Adames, not that he looks like he's lacking confidence anyway, but if I see my opponent's promoter come over to the corner and start giving advice,
I'm loving it.
That's my confirmation I'm doing well.
Absolutely. Do you know what? Right, I let me know, lads. What is worse for the? Because we all look at Hamzah Sheeraz as the future of this division, right? And divisions above that, and of Riyadh season. He's getting just slowly but surely broken down here right now, and it's actually what we call in football going out of the cup with a whimper, right? You're not going out, on your shield here. Now, what's better for Hamzah Sheeraz? Go out with a whimper, live to fight another day, or say fuck it, go for the kill, show you're about that life, but go out and get knocked out. What's better for him?
I think losing to him is a bigger mountain to climb than to how he wants to lose. He's looking at it like, if I just get to the finish and like to close the ending bell, maybe I'll nick a points win.
He's not doing that. He knows it.
To be totally honest, it's a really
Look
difficult.
at Turkey. Look at him. Look at him. He's walked off. It's seen enough.
Turkey's so furious.
To answer the question, it's a really difficult one because if I'm his coach, I want him to come out safe and live to fight for another day. But like you said earlier on, Brian, about the champions, the great fighters, that they find a way.
Don't do this.
They find a way.
Don't do this to the lads.
No, they go for it. No, regardless, they're not thinking about the next fight. They're thinking about I want to win this fight at every cost. So it's a really difficult way to look at it, really. But
then, if you're talking about Riyadh season in particular, I could point to the likes of, and there'll be more, but I could point to the likes of Jarrell Big Baby Miller.
Yep.
Look at the way he went out against Daniel Dubois. He went out trying to win the fight.
I rate
and
that.
in doing so, got battered. What ended up happening?
Got another fight.
Gets an opportunity against Andy Ruiz. In my opinion,
He won that fight. He got robbed.
Robbery. I don't want to chuck the word robbery, but he deserved to win the fight.
We were
It was
shocked.
an incorrect decision. So, and that would have specifically been from Turkey Al Sheikh going, do you know what? Yeah, you might have gone out and you might have been stopped in that fight, but
What is this camera?
So I think it's two things really for exactly what you're just saying. Obviously, a good performance warrants more opportunities in the fans. You're going to grow your audience. And the second thing is, regardless of what level you're at, it's the mentality thing. Because even at the lower level, you're going to find difficult moments where your mentality, you need to decide, you want to still try and win? Because even when he gets to the next level, he's going to come across.
We'll find out in this round.
Where he's going to be in another difficult situation. Does that mean he's just going to say, I'll quit again and wait to fight for another day? It's a mentality thing.
He lost his
my thing is he's hurt, not tired. And this might be simplifying it too much, but he hasn't took a stool once, has he? He stood between every round.
Do you know why? Because when you're that tall, it's like doing a 20 squats, getting all the way back up. Have you seen the length of his leg?
He needs a knockout, right? And he should stop fighting like that, in my opinion.
To be honest, I stand in most of my fights because it's like, you know this, Joey. Do you often sit down and spar in the gym?
I've never sat in sparring.
Well, there you go.
Sit in the fights.
And funny enough, it was only when I was training down in Manchester with Oliver Harrison, Jimmy Moore's old coach, and then Amir Khan as well.
The head movement, man. Gomez he's styling on Sheeraz right now.
Hamzah Sheeraz really needs to follow one of these right hands out of a left hook.
Exactly, bro. Throw more than one punch in one go.
Look at Turkey Al-Sheikh outside the ring.
It's one. It's never 1, 2, 3.
Hey.
If the guy's got good head movement, right, you're going to have to follow it up with a multiple.
That was a
combo.
right uppercut there.
Come on, Sheeraz.
He's got to go downstairs.
Come on, son.
Turkey is coaching him down there at this point.
Turkey's given more than Sheeraz has. He's given it everything. He is fucking. He's living.
Right hand got
every punch.
That right eye, yeah. Something's up.
And again,
I think he might be fractured.
Yeah. Right now, unfortunately, he's just surviving. Really, he's thrown enough punches to kind of keep him a little bit at bay, but
he's treating that chin like a newborn baby, fam. Close to it's close, bro.
Even skin to
skin settings, bro.
When we see Sheeraz throw that left hook, you're like, throw that right hand, you're like, all right, now the left hook, and it just doesn't come. Do you know what I mean?
People underestimating. If you see the wins today that we've been impressed by, great body shots have been the real consistency.
Constantly.
Like Callum Smith, Kabayel, and Sheeraz has not even gone to the body hardly any. Like he's thrown a few decent ones and they've landed and he's not returned.
He's almost been, because of his height and reach, he probably hasn't had to really work on the body shots, and because he's got that power, he doesn't need to. And sometimes with fighters, you're a victim of your own, talents and what you're good at. In other areas, you don't develop.
Mate,
that's what
he's barely landing on him.
No, he's afraid of him. He's afraid of that power. He's afraid it can come back because that's a big injury that he's got.
Do you know what? I think.
That was
Come on, Sheeraz.
He
lands a good shot.
That was a good.
He needs to follow it up with everything. At 35 seconds of this round, he needs to fucking go after him right now. He's not going. He's not going after him. He's just standing there. Come on, son. Come on. This is your chance.
Adamez flinched like he's about to throw, and he just slowed down.
Oh my God! He's just stunned him and sat there and done nothing. Come on, son.
He's scared to get hit.
Yes, son. Again. Come on, another one.
He's scared to get hit.
Tell you what it is, I would love it if Hamzah pulled it out the bag.
You imagine?
I fucking love it because Turkey's on his feet right now as well. He knows this is a chance. Hamzah Sheeraz is not pulling the trigger, man. Come on, son. Throw that fucking right hand. You've just hurt him with it.
It's there for him as well.
It's wide open.
He's got a low lead.
No.
Turkey, listen, look at the body language. He's in full Nigerian auntie stance, bro. Hands on the hips, bro. Hands on the hips, disappointed. Who is this child? Why are you letting down the family when you get into uni, bro? When you're going to become a doctor? I'm telling you right now, bro. That's all that he's saying, bro. He needs to deliver, bro.
Do you know what I think is happening here? I think,
that was a lovely body shot. He'd paid off. Probably stemmed from that.
Sheeraz planned to go up in weight in a couple fights' time. I think that probably needed to happen this fight.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, looking at this, it's hard not to agree. It's a shame because I feel like everything's kind of gone wrong in this fight for him, and maybe that injury to the jaw, the eye, whatever it is, it looks like it's really disheartened him and made him far more defensive than we've ever seen him before.
Drained.
I think maybe he can beat this guy in terms of skill wise, but today
I don't even know about that.
Maybe he can, but today the head movement.
This round, he has Frank.
Just quickly, the way I've been scoring this, I've given Hamzah Sheeraz 4 rounds of the fight.
Yeah, fair. I'm not going to argue with that.
This is round 12.
Frank just said, win this round.
He's got to.
Frank said,
win this round, I'll do the rest. Hurry up. I've got a scorecard in my hand.
Yeah, honestly.
When he walks around with a scorecard. Like last time.
There's no complaining about these scorecards from Frank. I don't want to hear a single, do me a fiver. Not one.
Yeah, they've got
See that head movement there?
rounds for Sheeraz as well.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a learning fight though.
That last round was his chance to fucking unload the clip, man. You hit him with the right hand.
The thing is, this fight will teach him a lot because this, unfortunately, when everything's going your way, you sometimes do need something like this to happen because then you go away and you address your issues. You find your areas that you're not so good at and you work on.
Well, what does he have to work on here then?
Letting his hands go and, just establishing his jab. He's like a Tommy Hearns. Have you seen his range?
He's been this guy's uncomfortable.
Also, being able to fight on the inside.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
He needs to be able to navigate shorter, skillful fighters.
Another thing, again, when we were talking about eras in boxing, what you'll find is in 10 years back, when we look at the era from when Riyadh season and Ring Magazine came in, and hopefully it continues, what we'll see is when fighters pick up their first world title, unlike AJ being, 16, 17 and 0, I think you'll actually see they'll have records more along the lines of like 20-2 and things like that. Because I think that fighters are going to start getting matched up competitively a lot earlier on now.
Well, we still got 1 minute. We've still got 1 minute 25 for him to get a flash.
The right hand has been there for fucking hours right now, and it's just not going. I don't understand it. I'm seeing massive openings for that right hand, and there's space, there's time, and it's just not taking the chance.
Don't get us wrong. I'm disappointed in his performance, but I'm not looking.
Oh, my big uppercut there from Adames.
Adames just rocked his fucking will with that uppercut.
That was like a AJ versus Klitschko. That the way that head rocked back.
Oh, what's that?
Yo, he might go for the kick. He's trying to go for the stoppage.
I rate Adames. Yeah, he's fought beautifully. Got to give him credit against a bigger man. He's fucking done everything right.
It's a simple. Yeah, exactly. The tactics have been perfect, whereas Hamzah hasn't done.
He
just hasn't done enough in all areas.
Hamzah's just been in reverse too much, man. He's not. He's not been aggressive enough.
Not enough.
You want the honest truth, lads? Adames ain't even done that much either.
Yeah. He's done more than enough.
But no. He's done more than enough. I'm saying, if we're going 5 gears, I'm saying he hasn't gone into 5th yet.
Yeah.
I'm saying Adames has boxed between 3rd and 4th gear for the whole fight.
Yeah, you're right.
He ain't gone 5th gear at any point.
I think he's new though. I might need a bit more for later, so I'm going to leave that there. But he's been consistent.
He hasn't been brave enough.
He's in there with a freak of nature in his division. This is not a normal opponent. He knows I've got to do specific things for this specific opponent. Yeah. Next fight, I've got a full bag of tricks for someone else.
That was a good shot there.
All over, and no doubt, Hamzah Sheeraz lost that fight.
Without easily.
Hey, what do you reckon? Brown, it's a different kind of.
That'd be a mad.
That's gotta be a carpet.
One.
That's gotta be a carpet rolled up.
Joey,
not even Brown.
To your point about what future prospects' records will look like, right? Do you reckon the future of the journeyman is now in jeopardy then? Because a lot of journeymen who thrive off of the prospects on their way up, whereas to American boxing fans, that's a foreign concept to them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They have harder fights through the way up. So like,
I think that's a really good point. That because if you look at boxing history back in the day, nobody had like winning records where they hadn't. They didn't have records where they didn't have some sort of level of losses because it was all about 50-50 fighting. And we already know this. This is what Turkey wants. He doesn't want to see journeyman. He wants to see. I mean, when was the last time on Riyadh season boxing have we seen a journeyman really in there?
Can I tell you what it is? The closest. Sorry to interrupt, bro. The closest to a journeyman. So now people that were never journeyman have become journeyman because of Riyadh season. So you'll still get journeyman on American shows and whatnot. But now, for example, and I know that guys might look at it as this, but now let's talk heavyweight division, right?
Yep.
The journeyman, instead of being a Polish cab driver and some of the guys that Fury and AJ and Wilder were fighting, and Wilder a lot longer, instead of being these guys, the journeymen are going to be, and obviously not these specific ones, but fighters in the mould of Mariusz Wach, Carlos Takam, who was used against Martin Bakole, those sort of fighters that have actually boxed for world titles, which, let's be honest, who was it? Rudenko, who AJ fought, he's never going to box for a European title, a world title, or whatever. Yeah. Those style of fighters will become the journeyman. So there will still be journeymen, but they'll be higher level. They'll be like guys that could pull off the odd little upset here and
guys. You have to fight to climb the ranks.
I know the difference is here. It's because when all the previous promotions that we've been used to dealing with, they've needed to build fighters for money so they can have someone, one top fighter on the bill to sell the whole card. Whereas now, we've got Turkey who's, obviously got the money, he doesn't need to worry about somebody losing because he'll just bring another, level fighter at that level.
Look, hey, they're trying to signal about injuries. They're looking at the hands. They're looking at all sorts. Let's have a look.
In doing so,
He's got a hand injury. He's looking at his left hand there.
Yeah, he showed Frank his hand as well. So
His left hand he was letting go of.
in doing so, though,
Yeah, more than he's right.
Well, I was saying, in Turkey's involvement in doing that and kind of empowering boxing, it gets to act like a sport again. And I think the talent of boxing will improve as the generations go on.
And you know, KG, you said about the Riyadh season curse, yeah? There's two sides to everything. Because with the Riyadh season curse, i.e. fighters being exposed and found out too early, yes, you will get that with a Jared Anderson, with a Hamzah Sheeraz.
Hold on, they just celebrated.
Hold on.
That sounds like split decision.
No way.
If they ever.
They got. I told you the magic carpet.
No, he's won. If they had to give that to Hamzah, I would have just left.
Hold on.
No, I didn't know.
If they play
Hold on.
games with this.
Hold on.
You're joking me.
The magic carpet.
A draw. They've given it.
The magic carpet, bro.
Are you joking
I told you right there. Someone ran to the side. Did you see someone run off screen? They ran that way. Split draw.
Oh my!
Magic. I said it's not a brown envelope, bro. This one's in a magic carpet,
sorry, but
bro.
Frank Warren said, "Stay on your feet. I'll do the rest."
you literally said that,
bro.
Do you know what this is as bad as? This is like
terrible.
Dave Allen and Johnny Fisher.
Nah. This one.
Nah. That's worse. This is worse. That one. I on the night.
Sorry.
On the night.
Hit the deck.
On the night.
Sorry,
boys. On the night, I felt exactly the same as you just said there, yeah. And I actually watched them rescore Dave Allen against Johnny Fisher. This, in my opinion, was worse. I gave it. I gave that 4-8.
I haven't actually watched the fight back.
In favour of Adames.
I can't wait for Geordie to walk back in and we
find out.
I cannot believe that.
Let's have a wind up. Let's tell him Sheeraz won.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? This is
No.
Wait, let's tell him Sheeraz won. Let's tell him they gave
unanimous.
Sheeraz.
No, say
unanimous.
Unanimous decision. Adames, he's gonna lose his head.
No.
Yeah, it's guaranteed. He's gonna start.
No, Sheeraz won by unanimous.
Listen, guys.
Watch him lose his shit.
Can you believe that there?
This pissed me off.
I mean, we all know that he's Turkey's favourite, but one thing I loved about Turkey, I still feel as if, there was no favouritism in that respect that he would do that.
But then Turkey's not the judges.
I know he's not
let's be honest.
Mate, we've never.
And this is, but by the way, before anyone gets into any conspiracy theory, who sanctions that bout?
WBC.
No. British Boxing Board of Control. British Boxing Board of Control sanction every single bout on a Riyadh season card. So before we say anything about Turkey Al Sheikh, I get it, he's putting on the shows. The British Boxing Board of Control are...
Wait, hold on. Another important thing to remember in the fight that we just watched now is Frank Warren ran to the corner in the last round and goes, uppercut.
Uppercut. Listen, Maurice.
I don't think it was...
Hey, unanimous.
Did you see it?
What? Unanimous.
Hamzah Sheeraz, unanimous decision.
Off, you're lying. I swear
to God.
You're lying. A unanimous decision, bro. Unanimous decision.
You're lying?
No, go on. Come sit down.
Come sit down.
You're lying, bro.
Come sit down.
Bro.
What did you see there? If you were scoring it, what was it?
What we got?
How did you score the fight when you watched?
I just had to have a Kit Kat because we've been going for a while.
You got to take a break. Sponsor.
What's the final score?
No, go on, you go.
I don't know. Fucking Adames by a few rounds minimum.
Split decision draw.
You're lying.
No lies.
Draw.
Absolutely disgusting.
100%.
Draw.
Listen, pinky square settings, bro. I'm telling you right now.
Here's the problem, right? These fuckers, I don't trust them.
I said, let's tell him Sheeraz won. Let's tell him Sheeraz won.
It was a draw.
Let me
It was a draw. Split decision draw.
A draw for real.
I don't believe them. I'm going to go on
Split decision
Twitter.
draw, I promise you.
I'm going to go on the most trusted news site in the world.
Look. There we go. Ring Magazine.
There you go.
This is crazy.
Let him get it closer because he doesn't trust us.
I scored it 8 rounds to 4 in favour of Adames.
Look at his face.
Brother.
That is crazy.
I'm genuinely mind blown.
This is crazy.
Absolutely.
I went for a piss because I was like, I'm going for a piss because this is a fucking open and shut case.
Yeah.
There's certain decisions.
I don't get it.
There's certain decisions where you're like, I'm going for a piss. because you're like, I don't even need to waste my time with listening to
Mate,
this.
I told you, not the brown envelope, magic carpet settings.
No, but here's
Bro,
the thing.
someone
right?
got...
Here's the thing. I don't actually believe for 1 second that there's any bribery going on or anything.
No
I
bribery.
think the judges are so shit that I don't have any faith in them.
And who
anymore.
employs shit judges? the British Boxing Board of Control. This is sanctioned by the British Boxing. This is what I said to everyone. And I'm not just sticking up for him when we said, Turkey. This is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. The British Boxing Board of Control notoriously have been awful with decisions.
That is
Every
a
show you get a
stinker.
bad decision.
That's a stinker. That's not even a normal decision. That is a generational stinker. And we knew everything was wrong. I'm seeing people running that way off camera. I'm watching someone. I saw someone frantic running that way. I saw Frank Warren telling him uppercuts. I'm seeing Turkey Al-Sheikh doing this. How are you not surprised?
This is a robbery, lad.
Somebody's frightened of upsetting somebody.
We all wanted Sheeraz to win. We wanted him to win. We all like him.
I think of it like this. It's the safest way, if there is some weird stuff going on, it's the safest way for Sheeraz to not have a loss, but for Adams to keep his belt.
It's just wrong. I don't want to see this in boxing where there's robberies. And like I say, I'm not giving any conspiracy, but somebody's frightened of upsetting someone and kept and saved them.
Brother,
I don't know where it's come from.
this is the boxing business.
Listen, it's no surprise.
I want to remind you, bro. This is boxing, and it's always been like this. And certain times, I know we got excited and we thought, oh, look at all the change. Yeah, we're in Riyadh. No, bro. Boxing will always remind you, this is the boxing business. It's not a sport. It's
Three
boxing.
controversial decisions on 3 shows in a row, and I don't include Bivol Beterbiev in that. We go Cameron Whitaker. The next show, David Allen against Johnny Fisher, and now this one.
If you're watching at home, by the way, please hit the subscribe button, like the video, repost us on Twitter, all that good stuff. We're obviously on DAZN alternative commentary as well. So if you are watching us on social media and you're just like, I want to combine these two, picture in picture, we're on your DAZN alternative commentary. All you got to do is buy the pay-per-view. The QR code will be on your screen. The link for that is in the description and on YouTube and in one of my previous tweets on Twitter if you want to do that. And you can just combine the two without having to do multiple screens and all that good stuff. We've got Shakur Stevenson coming up now, and we've had a great night so far. There's been some unbelievable performances. Agit Kabayel, Callum Smith as well. And to be fair, Buatsi put on a good performance. It was just that Smith had too much for him. We've had some fantastic fights here, and now business is about to pick up because Shakur Stevenson is being talked about as the next big thing in, the lighter weight divisions. He's a pound-for-pound fighter, allegedly. But the problem is like, Riyadh season will often find these kind of guys out. And I'm not saying that Padley is going to be the guy to do that, but what I like about his story is, A, he's a good little fighter, and B, it's a Rocky Balboa story. He wasn't supposed to be here. This was supposed to be another guy. Is he an electrician or something? He's a fucking electrician. He's working as an electrician on the roofs on Wednesday, and in fucking Saturday night he's in Riyadh. That is Rocky Balboa level stuff, especially when you consider who Shakur Stevenson is. He's the next king of boxing, allegedly. So let's say it, essentially.
It's borderline a mismatch, though, isn't it? Let's be real here. This is a mismatch.
Well, Padley's ranked above the guy who he was supposed to be fighting, apparently.
Let's have this right, guys.
Which is absolutely crazy.
We have to prepare ourselves for anything. Because even if Padley puts on the performance of a lifetime,
I can't see anything but a shutout here. Like, there's levels to the. From what I know with Stevenson and Padley, this is worlds apart. Like, it's borderline to the point where I think, how's this fight been sanctioned? And I know you're saying that Stevenson was meant to be fighting someone who was ranked, below him, which is blowing my mind when I'm hearing this because I didn't realise that. But the
difference is that guy had a full camp, right?
Exactly.
And he pulled out whatever, poisoned, whatever the fuck was going on. Here's the thing. Everyone thinks Shakur Stevenson, as great as he is a boring fucking sleeping pill of a fighter. You've got a guy here who's a sparky on 3 days' notice. I don't care how good he is, right? He can wire me house after he's done this if he wants. But you got to get him out of there. And that's the thing about Shakur Stevenson is people don't want to watch him fight. And Eddie Hearn can talk about how great he is. No one gives a fuck about Shakur Stevenson. Right? And he needs to make us give a fuck. And he needs a good performance. Because if this goes the distance tonight for me, forget him, man. Because Gervonta's fucking smoking guys who are better than this.
I have a different opinion on Shakur Stevenson. I think he's a masterful boxer. He's obviously defensive leaning, so, we have a natural critics of defensive style boxing. But I think his skill set is, like, elite. You know what I'm saying? I think he's the.
I'm not saying he's not.
Yeah, no, I know you're not.
But if he is elite, he gets this guy out.
No. But I don't hold this guy to the standard of if it's not a KO, it's a dud performance.
Why?
Because the style of boxer that he is, in the same way I don't hold Bivol to that, in the same way I didn't hold Mayweather to that, doesn't make their talent any less masterful. It just means that whoever goes in there, with them, you need to enforce whatever you need to win.
Floyd Mayweather, though, right? Against the top dudes, he'd be very careful, especially hard hitters, right? But against Ricky Hatton, who was better than Padley, for fuck's sake, against... I mean, even Conor McGregor was a bigger name, was a bigger moment, right? Floyd would still get you out of there if you weren't a worthy opponent. Yeah, and I need to see just enough damage done. Like, I'm not... As much as I appreciate defensive, masterful boxing, I want to see a bit of punishment dealt out. I want to see spite like Mayweather had. If you're going to be a Mayweather, you've got to have that.
No, but look at Mayweather. Look at Mayweather's performances, right? So he knocks out Victor Ortiz. It's a controversial one with how that even came about. He knocks out Ricky Hatton because Ricky Hatton is literally lunging at him because he's so frustrated from not getting any success. Yeah. It's right there to take. But the majority of Floyd's fights, he wasn't going for the KO. Miguel Cotto came to fight.
Way better than this guy, though. This guy's nowhere near that level.
No, mate. I hear what you're saying. I understand why you're saying KO, but I'm just saying with... like this particular fighter and Bivol, for example, as well, I don't hold them to the standard of KOs. Beterbiev, however, if Beterbiev's in there with some bum on 3 days, I'm not saying Paddy's a bum, but a random on 3 days' notice, and you don't knock him out, that's an alarm bell.
You said Bivol. Bivol against your mate, what's his name? Craig Richards. That was an entertaining fight. You're defensive, but you're entertaining. You're doing a lot of punishment. I need that minimum tonight. Padley was on 3 days' notice or whatever the fuck it is. This needs to be. You can't just go in there and move backwards every time this guy takes a step forward. And if you do that against a guy of this level, I'd never want to see you.
Hate to bring it up, even because it hurts me saying it, but we saw a golfing class against Joshua Buatsi and Smith. You need to show us we're not on the same level. Yeah, that's what needs to happen.
Even if he takes the piss out of him, like Ben Whittaker,
like Mayweather Marquez.
Yeah,
just absolute clinic.
Take the piss out of him, whatever you have to do. It doesn't have to be a finish, but it has to be. You have to show the level you're on because this guy. Yeah. It's like an FA Cup match where fucking Man City are playing fucking Oldham Athletic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mash him up.
If Man City don't score 5, you're like, well, fuck me, that was a bit too close, wasn't
it? And on a day's notice.
Exactly. and Oldham Athletic just rocked up, like, out of nowhere, do you know? It's not happening, like. So I'm expecting...
I hear it, man.
I want to see an impressive performance, and I want... And Padley isn't, like... a guy who won't give you opportunities. He's quite an aggressive kid.
I secretly want Padley.
4 KOs out of 15 fights. He's not even a hard hitter. You got to smoke this guy.
I secretly want Padley, just out the story.
Of course we do.
I just want him to do, I don't know, like, at least if he does so good that they tell him to come back out again because of just him pulling up. I want that for him.
You know what surprised me about this kid, though, Shakur? We were walking in LA.
That's right.
And for those who have not seen him in person before, surprisingly large for a small guy. Like, what is he, 135?
Yeah, apparently.
Right, so, for example, Joy fights 135, he fights 135.
Oh, wow, okay.
Right? They're completely different shapes. Like, Shakur Stevenson has, no offense, Joy, but he has extremely broad shoulders, mate. Like, it's a weird shape, isn't he? He's got this V shape, though. He looks like Superman.
Even I'm considered quite a big 135.
Exactly. Yeah. He must be massive for this weight.
He was 2-3 inches taller than me, and he was broader than me.
He was massive, mate. Yeah. I thought to myself, how the fuck are you fighting at Joy's weight when you're that big? Like, he looks like he could fight.
For some reason, just seemed scared of me. I don't know what he was.
Mate, we've all seen it. We've seen the way he looked at you.
He didn't even know.
I think he could easily fight at 154 one day.
That might be a bit of a stretch. I think 147 top end.
All right, well, easily though. He's so big for that weight.
I think he's definitely one of those guys that on their way up, 100%. I think they just gradually let them build. Like Floyd starting at 130, I think it was. They're gonna slowly climb in weight. I think 147 is definitely, or 140, 147 is the location that he's trying to end.
Well, what is Tang 135 currently? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's the champ there. They want to make that fight next. And obviously, I've got no faith in Tank. As much as I rate him highly, he doesn't want to take hard fights, and I don't expect them to take that fight. Shakur on the back foot and Padley throwing a few punches. Yeah.
disagree to a certain extent with what you say there, Brian. I think that Tank doesn't mind taking hard fights. I don't think he wants to take tricky fights. I don't think Tank likes fights where he'll fight a defensive fighter that he'll struggle to land on as much. So, say
he
for
wants
example,
to be able to counter you, doesn't he?
Pitbull Cruz, like that's a hard fight, isn't it? Like Pitbull Cruz, that's a hard fight. I think when you back your power as a fighter and when you back your chin as a fighter, you don't mind fights that you're going to land punches on, even if you're in there with a dangerous puncher. Yeah. The fights you don't want are the guys that you know can make you miss and just make you look shit. Do you know what I mean? And that's what you don't want as a fighter. So I think that's why a Shakur Stevenson style is all wrong for Tank. Saying that, I still back Tank to beat him, but I think that they both need each other because Tank needs someone that you can actually go, right, there you go, like that is legit. And obviously you could say, yeah, Ryan Garcia and Pitbull Cruz, and I'm not doubting any of those. He's done brilliantly, but there's always an asterisk there, you know. Ryan Garcia was dramatically weight trained. He had to weigh on the day of the fight. That's something that we're used to, by the way, yeah? But in America, that's unheard of. Like, you don't do that. You don't do that. British boxing ball under control. And sorry, even we don't do that, by the way. Like, we do it on the Wednesday, don't we? I think British boxing border control. Check weight. Wednesday can't be more than 7 pounds over, 5 pounds over.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Something like that. Check weight. Right. But Ryan Garcia had to weigh on the day of the fight against Tank. Like, that's unheard of. So he's stacking up the advantages against his opponents.
Paddy just got caught with a backhand there.
To be fair, it's been quite a technical fight so far. Like, Paddy's not like, I'm going to fight the boxer. He's actually trying to box with him.
He's waiting. He's being patient.
Yes, he is. Yeah,
and he's Stevenson's fight to lose. He should be just taking him, showing his class, showing the levels.
He's not at all. Which is why I hate this guy.
This is a. Do you know
I fucking hate this guy.
Do you know what? Yeah. Let's have it right. Yeah.
He's also a new opponent for Shakur. He's going to take a couple.
I don't care,
have a look. No, but as in the first round isn't going to be like dynamite where I've studied you. They're going to take a look and then turn it up.
If he doesn't come up in the second round and going, right, I know what I'm dealing with here, and, you know, really give us a clinic of some sort, I'm going to be massively disappointed. I mean,
round 2.
Like you say, this is a guy that's coming in, what, is it 48? What's the 2 days notice, was it?
It has to be a gold.
2 days.
Yeah. By the time you get off the flight, he's been on ground in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for 48 hours.
Well, there you go. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, I hate you, man.
There's meant to be levels.
He was on a building site the other day, fam.
Bro,
exactly.
He was doing the fucking solar panels on someone's house on Wednesday night, man. What the fuck are we talking about?
Even
Shakur Stevenson doesn't school this guy. He's a fraud.
Even in comparison to Bakole, yeah? Like, Bakole's done... I used to do it when I used to play Sunday League football. You go out on a Saturday night, get in at like 2:30, 3 in the morning, still up talking in the kitchen till 4, and then you go a game football on the Sunday morning.
Talking, yeah?
Yeah.
Just talking.
What a chat.
He talks quickly.
To be fair, Shadow boxing in front of the fridge.
To be fair, he doesn't need that. He talks a lot anyway. God almighty. They're just covering Shakur Stevenson's face in grease there.
That's a lean. Get ready for the next round. He has to show like Padley's gonna be. He's here to spoil though. That's what he's here to do. See, he's still a dangerous opponent. We have to give him
nothing to lose. Yeah. Absolutely nothing to lose. Everything to gain. And like we've said, all he needs to do is show that he's got something, and he'll be the winner regardless of.
I think he deserves another. Obviously, he had an undercard fight at Wembley. For the fact that he's rocked up like this, he deserves another one because he's undefeated and he's putting on. He knows like the likelihood is he's going to lose that, and that's a big deal in boxing.
Anyone with half a brain, that is like probably the main point of negotiation for me. You always know that the money's going to be decent with Riyadh season cards, but after the money, the first point of negotiation for me, if I'm taking this out on short notice, is promise me another fight then.
Yeah, absolutely.
He needs to get his foot on the outside though, Padley, because he's allowing Shakur to do what Usyk did to basically everyone, which is be in the southpaw stance and get the lead foot out on the outside of the opposition.
I like how sharp Padley is, though.
He is, isn't he? He's not like... you can say he's not useless, like, by any means.
This is what I said. He's obviously acts like a real athlete. Forgetting that full-time job he's got. He's probably still at the gym straight after work every single night. You can tell by the shape he's in.
Right.
There's no hanging bits down, He obviously looked after himself and he trains hard because he knew off last time, I'm going to be ready for any opportunity that comes up.
Speaking of staying up late in kitchens, by the way, Padley's pals If Padley wins this tonight, Padley's pals are going to be on the session tonight, and they're going to be absolutely having it.
I think they'll be doing it regardless. They'll be on that session.
Wait, you mean when they get back home?
Well, oh wow, Padley was styling a little bit. Here's the thing, though, is like he hasn't got anything to lose, and he really should just go for broke at some point.
You know what, though? He's a game fighter. I do like him. He won me over with that Chamberlain victory.
Can I just say, I'm putting no pressure on Padley. He can do what the hell he wants. He's turned up with 2 days' notice. All the eyes for me are on Stevenson. I want to see. I'm not waiting for Padley to make the next move. I want to see Stevenson do the job.
This second round, he's done fuck all, Stevenson, and he's been shit. Let's be honest.
The thing is, right?
There we go.
That was a big.
That's what I'm on about.
He heard you. He said, Geordie, what did you say about me?
He heard me.
He said, shut up, bro.
He said, Geordie, how dare you?
I take that.
He said, how dare you?
In fairness, Stevenson's it's the speed. He's quick. He's shot in the range there. I don't think he badly hurt Padley though. He took it. I think he was just more shocked.
I wouldn't like to see him take too many more though. So.
When it comes to filling slots on shows and especially picking budgets for shows as well, I do think though, like, entertainment is sometimes bigger than the win on Riyadh season. Because if you go out there and all right, you have 1 or 2 moments like that, and I'm not saying that this is how it's going to go, but you have 1 or 2 moments like that in every single round, but you box majorly cautious, I don't think Turki Al Sheikh's going to cast you to the side, but I also don't think you're going to be top of his list or top 5 of his list to get back. Do you know what I mean? So it is about going out there, making statements like Hamzah Sheeraz did originally, like Martin Bakole did when he got the chance on his debut to do it, even in defeat like Jarrell Big Baby Miller did. And then you look at the guys like Daniel Dubois, Agit Kabayel, who have just completely taken Riyadh season by storm. So
yeah, I agree.
It's difficult in the lighter weights if you're not a massive power puncher. I almost feel like you need to have that bomb in your hands. You know, when you come in at late notice, you know your engine's not going to be quite the same. You need to have that bit of extra power. And we're seeing with Padley's record, he's not the biggest puncher.
Yeah.
But we know his game and he's come to fight.
Oh, man. Explosive. It's what you need from him, though. This is what I'm waiting for from Stevenson, so that's good.
Yeah, 100%.
The only thing is...
And it looks like that round after round.
Yeah, then you can't complain. That's what you're asking for. We're saying golfing class.
What I would say is Stevenson landed as clean as he could land there, and he didn't really do much damage. I mean, his power's
You
definitely...
can't blame him for not having power like that.
You know when you say about Padley not being a massive power puncher, though, records can be deceiving at lightweight. Like 135, he probably came through pre-turned pro. He probably had 6 fights that were between 4 and 6 rounders. It's not the easiest to get journeymen out of there that are aiming to survive. Like, it's more when you're in with live opponents that you're actually going to see whether someone's a puncher or not, because then they're actually trying to do something.
But listen, I'm exactly the same. I'm like a what is it? Liam said I'm like a Geordie. Better behave. My record just doesn't show it.
There you go.
The Geordie Golovkin.
Geordie Golovkin. Yeah,
Shakur's like looking for that jab now. He's trying to set something up now.
Yeah,
hopefully this will be a run where we see a bit more.
He's getting the measure of him gradually, and I think now he's like, okay,
nice jab and nice follow up.
Yep.
You shouldn't live with me.
There you go.
Shouldn't.
I guess that's the tricky thing with the replacement opponents. You just don't know, especially there's no way.
No tape.
Stevenson is aware of Josh Padley.
Yeah, but this is what happens in the amateurs. You know, you go to a tournament and you don't know who you're going to be fighting till, the day sometimes.
Right, yeah.
So, that's your team's job to get some footage and, within 10 hours you can get a game plan. Well, within a couple hours you can get a game plan, you know what I mean? And, he's been a top amateur as well, so he should be used to that. He should be able to adapt at this level.
Yeah. I believe Bacole's up next. I'd love to know the conversation in the last 24 hours between him and his manager and how your game plan. I mean, obviously he shared the ring with Joseph Parker before in sparring, so they'll definitely have data and they'll be like, remember that worked last time, but it's still it's a fucking lot all of a sudden to be like, right, this is the guy. But
you know exactly what you have to do. But in his back of his mind, it's like energy. Will my sharpness be there? Can I get them same shots off? But the thing is with them,
very good Stevenson.
The thing with Bacole's style, he doesn't rely on this, bouncy styled rhythm. Like, he's so calm in the way he throws his shots. I don't think his hand speed will look any less. It'll just be a case of can he maintain it over the longer distance.
Agreed.
I think early he looked as dangerous he does when he's had a full camp for the first 3-4 rounds, but after then, that's what I'm worried about, the deterioration, because I did watch the Anderson fight back, and actually when I watched it back a second time, Anderson actually done pretty well. The shots he got hit with, would have knocked anybody out, and he took them, and he did try to come back, and despite that, Bakole slowed down, and that was him fit, ready for a camp. After about 5 rounds, I was watching it. What round did he get stopped in the 7th round, was it?
Anderson, for me, when I was watching it back, had like 2 really bad rounds, and then I think I was like 3 and 4. He came back into it a little bit, and then...
Bear in mind, he got dropped in the first round. My point being is, Bakole, in that 5th round, that's 4 or 5 rounds, he started to slow down. He slowed down drastically, but fair play to him, he found the shot.
Bakole, he's never... We've heard the stories of the gym, but we've never seen it at the elite level.
That's the thing.
He's never fought at the elite level.
Oh, lovely work. I've been so impressed. Hey, Stevenson, wonderful fighting.
That's what we want to see.
He's been brilliant.
We told you, this guy's amazing.
Do you know the thing is? No one's disputed that, but he's just not...
He had to show it. He just had to show it.
Yeah, 100%.
This is the thing is, if he does well tonight, right, and we're like, fuck me, that was a good performance that against an electrician on 3 days' notice, but then we get him in with a live dog in the next fight, and he shells up and it's fucking sleeping pill season again. I'll go back to feeling the way I did.
Just going back to Bakole, the funny thing is, you said it there earlier, Joey. The thing is, a lot of the time in sparring, you're generally doing what?
4-6 rounds max.
In heavyweight, maybe 4 to 6 rounds, let's just say. So, like, championship rounds is completely different. And the simple fact is, when you go in as a sparring partner quite often, the other guys might have ran in the morning because he's in full camp, he's thinking about the long game for the actual, to peak on fight night. Whereas you come into the sparring partner, you're a little bit fresher. You probably haven't done a run in the morning, and you'll keep yourself fresh for the actual, for the sparring. So it is very different sparring.
Not only that, when you're paid sparring, like it's different if you're just going helping someone out. But when you're, say for example, if I paid someone to come and spar me, my coach will give that sparring partner instructions. That would never normally happen. It's their coach who gives them instructions, and their coach will be. But my coach will go, oh, by the way, work on leaning back and catching him with that right hand because we've got an opponent that might do that or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So, like, it is completely different. It is completely...
It's a managed environment, isn't it?
This is a reason why this is sparring. Keep your sparring stories. It means nothing. It's what you're doing under the bright lights. And, like you say, quite often as well, like Joey's just said there again, is like when you're the actual guy fighting and you bring someone in, you're actually trying to work on something. You're not trying to win a spar. You're trying to practice something. So the chances are you might be getting clipped with certain shots that you wouldn't on fight night. But the idea is to you to be working on that for fight night. You might not have got it down yet. Whereas often, like I say, the sparring partner, he might be just coming in wanting to make an impression. Really let his hands go. So
I'll never forget watching that spar between Eubank Jr. and Carl Froch.
Yeah.
And seeing how great Eubank Jr. did.
I've watched it there many times.
So, I mean,
many times. But the difference is, what I was saying earlier on is, Carl Froch was on the track with us in the morning doing the run. Then, especially the Groves fight, the second time, he was training 3 times a day with us, whereas previously he hadn't. So he realised in the second fight, he needs to be, seriously fit. He needs to take things to a different level because he underestimated him the first time. And he'd done 2 sessions by the time he'd sparred in the afternoon. That's the way it works. And this is the difference with sparring. Sparring. Take it for what it is, really.
Hrgovic and Dubois proved that because Hrgovic was known to have put it on Dubois in sparring, and in the real fight, we're seeing who the top dog was. So I think we take that with a pinch of salt, especially on 2 days' notice from Bakole.
Do you know the other thing as well? Quite often, and fighters will tell you this, Joe, you'll know this. There's a lot of guys who are great in the gym, great gym fighters. But on fight night, quite often the guys that are great on fight night are often on great sparers.
Apparently, Artur Wallen was good in the gym. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Useless in the ring.
You got to be careful, Stevenson. He's trying to be too perfect.
You reckon?
Yeah, he's trying to have throw perfect combinations, everything. And Padley's getting close, but he's actually spoiling his work. But he's closing the distance, but then he smothers it.
This is why he's a snowfest, because being too perfect isn't entertaining.
Yeah, he's trying to be too perfect, and there's moments there, but then
he wants
Padley will grow into this as if he allows him to.
Shakur Stevenson wants his dinner delivered to him. He doesn't want to go out and get it. He's not a hunter. He won't go and get his work. And realistically, it's like, bro, you're in with a level below you. You should go and stick it on this.
He's not a risk taker, and that's what a championship mentality is, in my opinion. And it's not that he's not a great boxer technically, but there's certain fighters who will only work to a point where I will keep going. If the knockout lands in my lap, brilliant. But I'm not going to risk anything for that. And he's that type of guy. But look, he's winning the fight. I can't say he's not winning.
He is, but then it's again, it all filters back to our perception of Riyadh season. And obviously, we've been out there, we've experienced it. And we've had great experiences of it, and we've all sort of come to our own conclusions. And mine is that Riyadh season is show business. It's entertainment, right? The boxing is at the core of it, but you've got to entertain. So there's a difference between someone who might go and, say, for example, wrestle in small hall shows and someone that makes it to the WWE. That person will be able to talk on camera, will be able to perform, will be able to do these things. And it's the same with Riyadh season in boxing. When you get your chance to box on Riyadh season, much like this man we're seeing on screen now, Moses.
Knocking the mic because it's happening. Sorry.
Yeah,
Right.
much like we've seen on screen now, Moses Atoma has done. When he's had the opportunity, he's gone out there and he's performed on Riyadh season. It's not just about going out there and winning, because you can do that in America, you can do that in England, you can do that anywhere. Yeah. Go out there and make a statement. And I'm not being funny. If you are a guy that considers himself the next in line after Tank in your division, whether or not you got Padley rated at 12th in one of the sanctioning body rankings, I'm not sure which one. Yeah. Realistically, you know the difference here. Go out there and make it your fight. And counter-punching's great. And by the way, like Shakur Stevenson's won every minute of every round here, but I'd just like to see him...
Padley's thrown more punches, significantly more, by the way.
43 punches landed by Stevenson, and Padley's landed 21.
What would have Tank Davis done to this guy?
You would have knocked them out by...
He'd have got him out of there within 2 rounds.
Yeah. Well, there you go. End of discussion.
I take...
You know what the other thing would be? This is the other thing again, which makes me heavily lean towards Tank Davis. Do you know how I think Tank Davis would have done it? By counterpunching him. By counterpunching him.
Counterpunch.
And that's what Stevenson's looking to do here.
Counterpunch.
Stevenson's not even looking to take it to him. I'm saying Tank would have got him out of there by countering him.
Counterpunch, good night as well.
Yeah.
You know, one of them punches that you're like, oh my God, I can't believe I witnessed that.
Yeah, walk off and knockout.
Yeah.
He's done some great shots. You know, when he's on the ropes with that guy and he slips out. There's a left uppercut he throws.
Bang.
It's who's I can't think who he's.
Pedraza.
Is that who he fought?
Was it Pedraza?
Cruz.
You're on about Cruz.
Cruz. Oh.
That was nasty work.
That was a nice. Oh.
And Cruz was looking good as well.
Yeah, he's a...
Oh, backflip. You know he's going to hit you with a backflip as well after that as well.
He does it off the ropes, doesn't he?
Yeah, backflip off the ropes.
Yeah, I don't want to see Stevenson ever again.
I still don't think...
I'll be honest. I never want to see him again.
I still don't think Tank is a guaranteed win over Stevenson.
It is.
I'll tell you what. Eddie Hearn's a good fucking salesman, but he's going to need all of his skills.
No, it's not.
He's going to need everything. Do you know in Godfather where they get the guy, was it the funeral director? I need all your skills. Eddie's going to have to pull every fucking trick in the bag out to fucking sell Shakur Stevenson to this British boxing public.
I don't even think Eddie can do that. I mean, this is a ball fest. I mean, you're not going to remember this performance again.
It's fucking shit, man. Honestly. Like he's a technically gifted boxer. I'm not saying he's not, but like...
No, he's gifted. The skill's there.
He's not going to capture the casuals. That's fair. No. But neither did Bivol.
You can see
There's
by the
certain
crowd.
fighters that just won't.
Bivol's way more interesting.
Yeah, but even Rigondeaux.
You know,
Rigondeaux did it.
Bivol really has put some good...
but capturing the casuals, Bivol did not do that.
But there is a middle ground.
Something special when he beat up Canelo, though.
Do you know what I realised?
I don't know why, but it didn't work.
It didn't work.
Do you know what I realised after the Bivol, like during the Bivol fight, in the build-up, I coach a few young kids.
Yeah.
And that you think, you know, they're not that big in boxing. They watch it a little bit, but they all know who Bivol is. There's something about his style which captures, you know, the ordinary casual fans.
Look at Rigondeaux. Never once appealed to the casuals.
No.
Absolute master in the ring. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. Come
He's on his way out now.
Because Stevenson is going to get this
on
guy
his way
out.
I don't know if he's on his way out, bro.
He's going soon. He'll go soon.
It's the body shots.
I'd say, lads, there's a middle ground though. There is a middle ground between the casuals and the hardcore boxing fans. So let's say, for example, Liam Cameron, like we were saying earlier, he's in that middle ground of like, yeah, all right, a casual bloke on the street don't know who Liam Cameron is, but more people in that middle ground section are excited to see Liam Cameron in his next fight than they are probably in what will be a British level fight. Yeah. They're more excited for that, Liam Cameron versus Whittaker, than they are for Shakur Stevenson if he boxes for a world title against anyone barring Tank.
Because fighters like him need the dance partner. He needs the big puncher for him to announce his career. And that's just the way it's going to go. So like Bivol, Beterbiev, no one's going to be like...
Will he put himself in those situations?
Who's that?
Shakur Stevenson, does he?
I reckon he's not like Tank. Tank is tied up in whatever political behind the scenes and the way he carries himself.
Yeah.
It's different. Where Shakur Stevenson being in Riyadh is a signifier that he's not trying to be like that.
Looked after like them.
Yeah. Because he'd fight Tank. So, remember, he was following Devin Haney all over the place. Like, he wants these fights.
Yeah. I wish Floyd Floyd grew up in this era, you know. It would have been interesting.
Pretty boy Floyd.
I still think Floyd would have been good in any era.
I'm not saying he would have been, but I just mean we always look at Floyd how he picked his opponents. Whereas
I think we give too
if
much
Turkey's
to that.
picking the opponents for you, it's just going to be harder. And I wanted him to lose. I don't like him as a person.
I feel as if when I come to Floyd Mayweather, I put him in 2 different careers. The early career.
Hey, go on, Padley. Padley.
Even his name, Padley. It's such a normal bloke name, isn't it? No flash about it, isn't it? Shakur Stevenson. Amazing logo and all of that shit.
He ain't landing these shots.
Padley's massively gained my respect. He is game. He's come in there with a world-class operator, a couple of days' notice, and he's given it his all. There's not, like, wait, what round was this? 6?
6, yeah.
There's nothing about all these fitness. He definitely keeps himself. Oh, that was a big shot there. That was
Made him honest. Made him honest.
He was in close
See you
there,
later.
and he didn't protect himself.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's game over.
End it now.
Nah, I don't think it is game over.
Shit, I thought he had it.
He's going soon.
Padley's game as a badger, isn't he?
He recovered very
I'll
quickly.
be shocked if he makes it.
Go on, lad. Follow it in.
But you see there what he done there? He got absolutely rattled, and his natural instinct was to fire
Keep
back.
shooting out.
That's what I love.
You fucking Rocky Balboa, this, isn't
You
it?
can't teach that. That is either natural. You ever got it or you haven't.
Yeah.
You got to respect him. I love Padley, bro. From that Chamberlain thing, he's won me over as a fan.
this is
But
lovely work.
He's going,
This is
though.
good.
Let's not get it twisted. He's going.
And I actually think Padley's skill isn't as bad. Like he's not a decent fighter. He's just
living
not a
within it.
world class fighter. Unfortunately, yet you never know where he could go to. But
It's finished.
over.
Yeah, he's hurt.
Finished, referee.
Ref's having a
Save him.
look, innit?
Oh, wait, what?
Look at
What?
him.
Where's he coming
Where's
from?
this come from, lad?
He look even
Shakur, look at him like, what is wrong with this guy?
That look is funny.
Do you not know you're beaten yet?
Wait, Shakur. Hey,
smart, like-
that's the picture of the night, bro.
I love it.
Shakur was like, wait a minute.
I love that.
The funny thing is when
Cheeky fucker.
You fucking hit him again.
Paddy just kind of just put his head down and just went in through this combination.
Hey, that's an English terrier right there, bro.
Yeah, word.
What?
That look was like...
I'm not going back to the building site today, motherfucker.
That was like, you know, when you're on the bag and you're doing them bursters, there's no technique involved. You just put your head down and just throw the shots.
Hey, that
thing,
look
though.
was funny as
Padley
hell.
can't do what Shakur can do, and Shakur couldn't fit a circuit board.
There you go. Who's the real winner?
You know what I mean?
Who's the real winner?
Different jobs for
He
different
ain't
needs.
getting back to that solar panel stuff, though. Nah.
What I like
Hopefully he
about
took
this
some
is...
generational wealth from this.
Oh, he's
smiling.
He
Shakur's
knows he's
smiling.
he's getting to him.
Oh, but then he takes up... This is mad, man.
He's talking to him
He's
now.
talking shit to him. He knows this is ending soon.
That uppercut, there is a few shots landing. I'd say 90% of what Padley's throwing, Shakur's blocking, taking on the gloves. But every now and again, Sam's getting in there.
I just don't like the way he's
I
trash
like
talking him now. And
I like it. Good. You want to say?
Hey,
you want to show a difference?
I
This is
agree.
entertaining.
I agree.
Come on, man.
I'm entertained.
Me.
I'm entertained.
I want, if you're going to beat up this little Rocky Balboa type, go at him.
Do it.
Take
Yeah.
the piss,
Do it.
Style on him.
I'm not
make
gonna
him look and to be honest with you, Shakur should have made him look worse than this. If
That's
I'm
what I'm
being
saying.
honest.
No, guys. We're moving the goalpost every single time. This is ridiculous, bro. He's now showed us something else. He said, "Oh, let's entertain."
Exactly.
He literally takes a combination
He's
and then he
smiling.
smiles at us like, "Bro, what's going on
This
here?"
guy.
Then he goes back in again, and you lot saying, "Hey." Actually, what I want
Be
is-
respectful. What I'm
man.
saying is
should
the
be
hit and not get hit style.
Look at this.
He should have been a bit better.
You want more entertainment than
Look at this.
he's doing to him.
That look was
Bam.
crazy.
He made a schoolboy error. Paddy
Bam.
went close and he kind of forgot about his defences for a second. He
lot-
paid the price.
You lot are criminals, bro.
Listen, man.
Look at this.
He's letting you know that a trainer is going to pull out Padley before he stops him.
I think so. If it
No way.
Yes, I promise.
don't
You're not stopping this. This is
No,
guys,
because if the onslaught becomes consistently
too much,
you're
yeah.
not going down. It's not enough power to knock you down.
Uh-oh.
Something's. Look at this.
What's going on?
It's the corner. They're not
Too
down.
long with
They're
the
not-
chair.
Yeah.
Took too long with the stool.
If I'm watching my guy just get his head ponged back and forth round after round, I'm like, hey, listen, we've proved our point.
Do you know what
round
it's gotta
8,
do?
you ain't gonna win this. Let's get out of here.
The thing is, it's you know you're a fighter. If your coach knows you well, you know what you like in the gym. They know when you beat.
Yeah.
But like, it's up to your coach to determine where you're at. But yeah.
I'm not taking this moment away from my fighter. I'm not.
do
Sorry.
you mean? What,
I'm
Padley?
keeping him in there to the end.
Yeah, but
Till he dies.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm keeping him in there.
Yeah.
Just taking shots.
That's just
For example, Deontay Wilder against Fury, the first fight where Wilder was going crazy because they threw the towel in.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that to him. I would let him go out on a shield. As long as it's not too bad.
But the level of the fight that we're talking about, though, that's a world title fight.
To him, this is a world title fight.
It's a world title fight.
This is a world title fight.
Travis said
This is still a
Travis said the most important thing there, it depends on what the fight means. Because if this is a non-title fight, you've come in at 2 days' notice. Do you go to the well where you can
It's a title fight.
Is
This
this
is a
world title
fight.
fight.
This is a world title fight, and let's be honest, boys, no disrespect.
so he can win the world title here?
Yes.
Only world title fight he's probably ever going to get.
Exactly.
There's
So let him
such
go out
thing-
on a
There's
shield.
such thing in boxing as a puncher's
Okay,
chance.
I take it back, let him die.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man, if I'm in there watching
Jeez.
KG's head get bounced back and forth round after
Why
round,
have I got-
at some point I'm gonna be like, hey, you know what?
Don't throw in that towel.
KJ is not
Breland in
Shakur
it.
Don't throw in that towel,
out.
bro.
Knock Shakur out. I'm just saying. Far too big for him.
listen.
I'll whisper in your ear and just be like, I'm gonna throw the towel in. Just,
Okay.
I'm gonna
Give
save
it everything you've got, and as soon as you run out of gas, I'm throwing the towel in. Right?
Throw the
Imagine
kitchen
that.
sink.
I'd love a coach to say that to a fighter. As soon as you're knackered, I'm throwing the towel in. So you go and do what you want.
Go and do. Yeah. Love it.
Yeah.
Final horror, man.
Fuck me.
Imagine if he pulled out a Chris Eubank, well, obviously it ended in bad circ, but Michael Watson, that final uppercut, that would be.
The problem is in boxing, like, when do you know when's the right time? You're basically guessing, aren't you, really? Because you just don't know. You never really know.
At the fighter.
All you can do is, like I said, is if you know your fighter, you can kind of work out.
Get your hands up, son.
He's upset about the shot in the
It
clinch.
always comes down to that.
You can work out the body language of your fighter. You know, you just know.
Yeah. Some I know. I breathe heavy quite early on. Like
So I found out that I do today. Jesus Christ.
But no, like I'll be like a round in, and I hear the coach going to them, he's tired. I'm thinking, no, just quite a heavy breather. Like, your boy's going to be drowning in like 2 rounds time.
You like that body shot there.
shots there.
He's ripping the shots in now, Stevenson.
I love the fact that Padley might be able to go to the 8th round with Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, man.
It's a terrible look for him.
2 days' notice, go in there with a world-class fighter.
I love it.
Great body shot.
I love Padley's heart is just.
It's
Do you think
incredible,
man.
Padley will earn enough here that he never have to go back on site?
No. I don't know
he
how
should.
much do these guys
You
get
should
paid.
give him 100 bags.
Shakur's not happy with
30
him.
grand
You know.
or something?
Shakur just looked at Padley there being like, I'm fucked off with you because
He does that.
this is my moment and you're staying
trying
in
to
here
ruin
for
it.
far too long. We're going into the 8th round, man. We're fucking 3/4 of the way through the fight almost. What the fuck is going on? You're an electrician. I'm supposed to be the best fighter in the fucking world.
Look how big Joe looks.
Joe does
Look how
not.
big Joe
Joe
looks.
looks a bit chubby at that.
It's the shoulders, though. The shoulders look massive.
Hey, is Bakole gonna be all right?
Bro, we said this when we seen him in Riyadh season. I
Yeah.
couldn't believe the size of him. Now I understand why, because he's fucking 20 stone.
Brian fell in love with him.
I know, right? I was like, isn't he better looking in real life? But he is, though. He's quite a good looking
keeping
dude.
on his
Didn't he
shirt.
smell great? No, he didn't say that.
Keeping on his shirt. He knows he's just.
Yeah, but then we've got Bakole look like a Teletubby there. They've now introduced, because we're at a time now where we've got to be ethically right. They've brought in a black Teletubby.
Oh, fucking hell, son. What are you on?
Oh, my God.
What was
Not DEI, bro. Not DEI.
I've went too far again, haven't I?
God, we're going to get cancelled. It's
DEI,
fine.
bro.
I've been there.
You said it.
Go on, Padley. Come on.
We've got to be controversial here. Come on.
Shakur's not going to the body as much. There you go. He's about
He
to
has
go
to
there
know
now.
the body shots is where the KO is going to come.
Everything was coming off of that, wasn't he? When he was going down to the body, coming over the top of the right hook. And now he's... do you know what it is as well? Do you know what you do when you get pissed off? You headhunt. When someone pisses you off, and it's not necessarily because they're hurting you or anything like that, but it's a bit like, why are you still here throwing punches, mate? Like, did you not read the script or something?
It's Wiley, though. They should have known this about. He's going to keep going. Padley's not giving
Nah, but it doesn't matter, though, because you can't be picking and choosing on 3 days' notice.
That's right.
You're the best in the world. It doesn't matter who you're fighting. It doesn't matter. And this is the reality is, this performance should have been a lot better than what it's been. Padley is in this fight in the 8th round, and so far in the first minute, he's landed more punches.
Mate, when he goes back home into the pub and he can say, I went 12 rounds.
He's a hero.
He'd get a standing ovation.
Standing ovation in that pub.
In that pub.
He ain't buying a drink ever again.
No.
I honestly don't
I
think...
fought him. He might be literally, you'll see him, he's like at home, he's like, yeah, I fought that guy.
I don't think he's going back to any basic life, by the way, guys. He's a decent level operator. I don't think he's done at the world level. I know we kind of say, it might be the only title shot he gets, but I see him working his way back up here.
So from what I understand, the payday he's getting for this does allow him to quit his job, from what I've heard.
Okay, brilliant.
But I mean, look, we don't know, but he's fighting fire with fire here against Shakur Stevenson. And the reality is, as we said earlier, the goal for Shakur Stevenson is to be number one in the world. In order to be number one in the world, you've got to beat Tank Davis. This performance is miles away from Tank Davis.
Also, if he goes the distance in this fight, obviously there's a little way to go still, so we're not going to call it too prematurely. But if he goes the distance in this fight, he'll have gone the distance in the right way. In terms of he ain't shelled up and just took a beating and gone, I'm really tough. He's took more forward steps than Shakur Stevenson has. Do you know what I mean?
Which says it all.
Do you know who must want to vomit though?
Who?
The man that was giving it the biggin. Was it Chamberlain that he's chatting to on the last one?
Yeah.
He must want to vomit at looking at this.
He basically took his place. That probably would have been Chamberlain.
That would have been him.
Yeah, but let's think about another man, Joe Cordina.
Go on, lad. Come on.
For real.
Joe Cordina was scheduled to fight Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson pulled out, and then Joe Cordina's phone never rung again from Eddie Hearn.
Stay on it.
It's good work from Shakur
He's just
Stevenson.
playing with him. He's not even trying to
Can't play with his
mate,
food,
he's
though.
definitely trying.
He can't play with his
Shakur's
food,
trying, man.
Where was the urgency in that? He just punched him and he's
But it's stupid to play with him.
That's what I'm saying.
He needs to get serious.
No, let's be real. If Shakur could get him out of there, he would have got him out of there as soon as humanly
He's
possible.
not trying. He's either two things. He's either trying or he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Or both.
You can't,
Do you know what I mean?
You can't just change a habit of a lifetime. If you the way you train in the gym is the way you're going to fight.
That's how he
and
fights.
this is how he fights all the time. So it's hard just to say, I'm going to be this aggressive guy now and just go through the gears. He doesn't do that.
He just wins.
Which is...
Is this good, guys?
What do you mean, the fight?
No, I'm saying we're all deciding if we're going to be Shakur Stevenson fans right now. Yeah, you're making a decision as a casual, whatever.
I'm already
watching this.
Yeah, I've been a fan.
Watching this, has it moved you to support him more, or has it given you more questions about this guy?
I'll be honest, I've not given up on him. And Travis said something really good earlier on. The fact is, you need the right dance partner. And maybe if we're seeing him there with the right guy, we might get a better performance. You need someone who's going to really come at him and... Because a lot of fighters do, they raise their game to the level of fighter they've got in front of them.
Look about Bivol against Craig Richards versus Bivol versus Beterbiev.
Exactly, that's a perfect example.
To what
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's
exactly
two British level fighters, essentially.
When you ask, am I becoming more of a Shakur Stevenson fan? The thing that will counter the point I'm about to make is the age. Yeah, he's younger, so I understand that. I'll give him that. But when guys are that much more advanced than their record is. So say, for example, when Shakur Stevenson's, 6-0 or something like that, and he's like the level of someone who's 25-0.
Yeah.
I look at guys like Joe Joyce, right? Joe Joyce made his debut against Ian Lewinson. Yeah? Lomachenko boxed for a world title in his second fight. Alexander Usyk started fighting live opponents within his first 3 fights. Do you know what I mean? So when I look at a Shakur Stevenson, realistically, if you're 14 odd fights in, I don't know, is he somewhere around that, 14, 15 fights in, something like that? I want to see, and I get that there was someone scheduled and this person pulled out, but even Schofield's not fucking great, is he? Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to see you boxing at a higher level than this. The age will go because he's still young, and I'll say,
beautiful.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what you want.
But no, it doesn't make me more of a.
He's
Shakur
22
fan.
fights in.
No, then I'm not more of a Shakur fan after watching this.
Fair.
It's different.
Oh, he's dropped
there
them.
you go.
Was that a body shot?
Padley's been dropped by a body shot.
That's what you're meant to do.
The last shot to land was a right hook to the sort of top of the head.
Right.
But it might have been a body shot that...
The body shot.
That's what you're
This
meant
should
to
be
do.
the beginning of the end.
That's what you're meant to do. Yeah.
He's playing with him.
Minute and 40 left.
I almost feel like making it in 9 rounds. That's amazing. 2 days notice.
I'm really proud of him, man. Big time.
He's overachieved.
Proud. He's not at his. He's fighting way
That's
above
what
his
you're
level.
supposed to do.
Underprepared.
It
was never going
One,
to
son.
away.
Give him it back.
But he
And out on the
responds.
shield.
Yes, motherfucker.
Tell you who will like that, Turkey.
Yes, he
Turkey will
will.
like this.
This
Turkey
kid
will
is
love
getting
this.
more fights, and he deserves it.
Good man.
Let's be honest. Who's made the fight entertaining? Josh Padley or Stevenson?
Exactly.
Well,
Padley's
brought the
Well,
entertainment.
no, but with
Come on,
the
let's
with
be
the
serious.
knockdowns, with the
Let's be
knockdowns that he's added, it's both of them.
Well, Jesus.
Look
I
at
just
that.
dropped
That's
them again.
fantastic.
He punched him when he was down as well there.
Let's be
Take a
serious.
point off him.
Come on, son, get back up.
Disqualify
See
him.
the fucking 10th
It's over.
round.
It's over.
Technical
Yes.
decision.
Come on. 1 minute left. Let's take him to the championship rounds. Come on, let's get him.
This was only ever ending like this, guys. Let's be serious.
And this is how it's meant to end. Beautiful.
Should have ended about half a fucking fight ago.
As long as he finishes, shuts the show out, perfect. That's what you got to do. That's your job.
Go on, son. Fucking through with everything you've got, lad.
Over.
He's hitting him in the hip there.
It's over, mate.
Can you hold on? Can you get to the?
Padley's showing balls a solid
Padley,
rock.
can you get to the 10th? Can you get to the 10th?
This is how
He's
Floyd.
got balls like King Kong. This guy.
I love this little bastard.
When Floyd.
Look at him.
Can he get to the 10th?
Straight from the building site, and he's taking this bastard 10 fucking rounds. I'd love it if he gets into the 10.
Come on, get to the 10th.
Come on.
Get to the
I
10th.
know.
Stay with him.
Every round right now, it puts him up
So
in our
win.
estimations even
It'll-
further.
Oh, get out.
Get to your feet. Come on.
Get out to your feet.
Come on, son. You
Get
can
to
do
your
this.
feet. Get to your feet, big man.
Yes,
There we
he's
go.
up.
Oh, there you
Shut
go.
up.
Show that you're
He's a
still
man.
running. Come on. No, come on.
Oh, yeah, he's guiding him.
It's
yeah.
over,
The
man.
towel in.
No, they threw in the towel.
Oh, they've thrown the towel in.
I told you. This is what I would have done.
Yeah, listen. Respect to Josh Padley.
Give him his
Oh,
credit.
they're booing him. They're booing him in
They're
the
booing
crowd.
him because he's supposed to
give
be a
him his
world
credit.
level fighter, and he's let this guy take him to the 9th round.
Guys,
give
he's
him his
not a
credit, he
knockout
won.
puncher. He's not a knockout. He's not going to come and clean anybody out.
I don't
like
want
that.
him to.
This
yeah,
is
but,
how he fights.
Yeah, but he didn't clean him out there. It was accumulation
He knocked
of
him down
punch.
3 times
No, but
in the
my
last
point
round.
is, we know that he doesn't do it off 1 or 2 punches. He's an accumulation guy. He could have stepped on the gas a lot earlier and done it earlier.
let's
All I'm
be-
saying
That's
is-
all I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question, Travis, right?
Go on,
Because
go
obviously
for it.
you're a fan of his. And
No, the style. I'm a fan of the style.
there you go. You can be a fan of anything you want. But
Go
the
on.
point is
This is
the
an open
level
house.
difference between Padley and Shakur Stevenson on a full training camp is supposed to be massive. The level difference on very little, no training camp, pretty much for Padley, is supposed to be even bigger. For me, as much as we've seen the level difference there, I just thought, I hope for a bit better than that.
I think full camp, Padley goes to points.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Loses. I think he stops him.
If we're doing guys, you got to remember we're doing an excitement barometer over a fighter who isn't textbook exciting.
Yeah.
This
He's
is
not
the
going
problem.
to give you casual excitement. He's a masterclass boxer. His best nights will not be front page news.
Yeah.
For the casual.
The problem is
So-
we've had such great fights tonight.
That's the thing.
Like he should have been first. You know what I mean?
But Floyd Mayweather wasn't this either. That's why I'm just like, I'm not gonna hold him
You
to.
know, though, Floyd still
He
was
gave
more
us a.
entertaining than
He
this
gave us a.
Do you know when someone just has something
done
a certain
good.
He
aura?
gave us a free
Guys, he gave us
knockout,
three
a free
knockouts.
knockdown round, and closed the
Knockdown.
fight out.
At this stage of his career, Floyd Mayweather was more aggressive.
Oh, way more.
Mate,
have you seen him?
I'm
Floyd would
saying.
have knocked him out.
Up until
isn't-
2007, Floyd
but yeah,
Mayweather was
cool.
quite an aggressive fighter.
Yes, and he's not like Pretty Boy Floyd. He's like Money Mayweather Floyd.
Yeah.
And Money Mayweather Floyd gave us this time and time and time again.
Yeah.
Guerrero, Berto, all the opponents from Miguel Cotto, from as
But do
high a scale you want to go and low.
And then he was breaking pay-per-view records.
That's
and-
right.
And the common thing was that people were tuning in hoping
See
that
him
he would
lose.
lose. Yeah.
That's right.
But they wouldn't have been doing that if he hadn't have given us the entertainment at the start.
I disagree.
Guess what?
I
I don't
disagree.
think
Wait,
he'd
wait,
always...
wait,
no,
wait, wait,
guys,
we have to be.
You
Let's
just
not
made your
rewrite.
point about
Let me land.
Redondo. You just made your
No,
point about Redondo.
let's not rewrite the story because up until Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd wasn't this massive star. He went in there, embarrassed De La Hoya, took a little break, came back as this promoter guy, wasn't giving knockouts anymore. He was giving personality.
Can I just
and
say
people
something
bought into
here?
the personality.
Can we just say, Floyd Mayweather was fighting absolute world-class operators when he was having these boxing clinics. Shakur Stevenson fighting someone with 2 days' notice who was on a building site.
Yeah.
You know, Floyd Mayweather was putting on clinics against world-level opposition.
No, but
we
there's
can't
two things
compare.
But I said two things can be true in this same moment. We have to be honest, guys. We asked him to shut out the show. He shut out the show.
All right, can I just pull up one
You
point?
said it had to be a knockout in the beginning, and then it had to be in the first few rounds, and then it had to be more exciting than this. You moved the goalpost
Okay,
throughout this
okay.
whole fight.
Let me come back to one thing you said, though, about Floyd Mayweather. We're talking about the future of Shakur Stevenson, which we believe involves him having belts, right? We believe he's going to be a world champion or whatever, right? Depending on what happens with him and Tank. But the key point I think that you made, mate, was that Floyd on his come up was an exciting fighter, and then when the excitement went in terms of this fighting style of Pretty Boy Floyd Mayweather, he replaced that with his talking with his opponents, Oscar De La Hoya, etc., and that helped springboard him into a new level of fame. One thing that people do forget about Floyd Mayweather's career is the reason he fought Conor McGregor was because he sold fucking no pay-per-views against Andre Berto because people were fucking done with him.
He was on his last lap, though.
No, but exactly. And as your career is building and building and building, tell me What happened to Tyson Fury's career? More pay-per-views every single time. Usyk every single time. AJ constantly big. How often do we have a megastar who has such a dip that Floyd Mayweather had? Because people were done with his bullshit.
No.
And I'm telling you now.
You're misreading.
Let me finish my point. Shakur Stevenson is never, ever, ever going to get to the level if he doesn't start entertaining more.
I don't know about that, but I would agree with you that definitely Tyson Fury is better than Floyd Mayweather is the point he's trying to make.
No.
I completely agree.
You know what I'd say? The difference is
the misread of that last fight against Berto. The misread of that last fight against Berto is crazy. Like to say that because of the dip, why he came back to McGregor. No, that was the end of his contract, and he retired literally after that fight. Came back to fight McGregor because it was the noise, and he thought
you're missing my
people
point.
would really pay for this.
You're missing my point.
I'll do that.
The Andre Berto
he has had 6 fights.
No, tell me a fighter who was at the often pay-per-view buys when, let's be real, he went from 2 million plus against Pacquiao to 400,000 against Berto.
You could even argue that was a
KSI did 350,000 in his last fucking fight.
We can't do
you're misreading
before the last one.
Can I just say something here?
Wild
the difference is in most people's careers, they're quite short. You know, they see the peak and then, you know, they might lose and they're gone. Whereas Mayweather had such a long career. He was around for years and, you know, up until this point, Floyd Mayweather had been entertaining. He'd had a massive long career, and naturally, there will come a point in every fighter's career it will start to dip. The majority of the fighters leave the game earlier. I think Floyd Mayweather was so addicted to the buzz and being the top man, he stayed around, and we know he had a lot of hand injuries and different stuff.
The point I'm making?
I do understand.
Shakur Stevenson wants to be a star, make big money in boxing.
Yeah.
If he stays as boring as this, because Floyd did two things, he fought legends of the game, and he fought with an entertaining style. And when the entertaining style dipped, he changed his tactic. He went on the offense of being a charismatic guy. I'm just not seeing the ingredients in Shakur Stevenson to make that kind of money.
We saw something today, guys. Like today, he was getting booed. And he played with the crowd.
I think that's a good thing.
That's great.
Yeah.
He played with the crowd. So they didn't like what they saw. And he leaned into it and he's like, yeah, boo to you lot too.
Can I be honest?
That's smart.
I'm not satisfied with any of that. Like, I think
No,
all
but it
I was
makes
really
you want
defending was Mayweather's career. There was a lot more to his career before he got to the stage
Let me land
of
this
the
point.
dip.
It makes you. It gives you a feeling though, because someone else at home is gonna say, "I can't wait to watch this man lose." Like it or not me. Like I can't wait to see this guy like fall. Ben Whittaker is feeling that now. People tune in to watch Ben Whittaker. They can't wait to see who's gonna humble him. Now people are gonna watch this guy fight again and say, "Well, I want to see you lose because the last time I saw you, you were doing this
nowhere near.
Yeah, he's not captured it.
No, but I'm saying
absolutely.
how because he's arrogant.
He's
Arrogant.
Can't talk.
He's arrogant.
He can't talk. He sat at a press conference.
I'm with you.
Word. Everyone's having a bit of banter there. He sits as an ironing board.
No, he sits there. But I'm saying for the first time, he has that is shameless. He just fought somebody that was on the building site a few days ago, and people were like, "Well, it's a Cinderella story," and no one got a Cinderella story. And then after they was looking at him like, "You can't be acting like this," and he acted shamelessly, saying, "Yeah, you want to boo me? Boo you too." It's bringing a feeling.
I think what we're doing is we're all arguing our points, but we're actually not arguing for the common denominator argument here, which is that. Trav, you're the same as me in terms of you feel that we're watching an elite level boxer. Yeah. I feel like I'm watching an elite level boxer. I feel like the point that Brian's trying to make is this guy is not going to get even half as many eyeballs. Fuck Floyd. We're not talking Floyd as Gervonta's getting. Not half as many eyeballs as Gervonta's getting. Do you argue that? Would you say he will get to that level?
I wouldn't challenge that at all. The thing is, he's going to need a significant dance partner for this to make sense. Tank is him.
Yeah.
If he goes in there and beats Tank, none of us says anything about Shakur
If Tank does what we think he's going to do, which is say, go and fuck yourself, then it's going to be hard for Shakur Stevenson. Let's move on from that, lads. By the way, Joey, you had a bet on this weekend, and I've just checked it, and you were so fucking close to winning that money because you just needed Arsenal and West Ham to draw, and West Ham beat Arsenal.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sorry.
For fuck's sake.
He had a really good bet on.
I think goes my way now.
Sorry,
generational wealth. Was it going to be generational?
Not since Cray. Everything goes.
Cray now this. God's sake.
Horrible. Always close, but no cigar. We're talking the co-main event now, lads. Joseph Parker a former world champion, against Martin Bakole in something we have never seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has flown 4 different flights from the Congo to Ethiopia, from Ethiopia to Dubai, from Dubai to Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
And this man is a 315-pound man. Speaking from experience, I've been that weight for a long time. It's horrible.
He wants
right? It doesn't matter what class you're in. It's fucking terrible.
Yes.
Now, to do that, the first thing you want to do is just sleep for a couple of days. This man is fighting one of the best fighters in the world. Now, we know that he sparred this guy before. We know he sparred pretty much everyone before. But and if this was on a full cam, I think we'd possibly all be leaning Bakole. Is anyone who wouldn't lean Bakole if it was full cam?
I don't necessarily think I would go, heavily.
Yeah, but possibly lean.
Yeah.
Okay, so the point is we'd give him a good chance. But this is Joseph Parker, who's been training for the most informed fighter outside of Usyk in the world, in Daniel Dubois. He will be sharp, he will be fit, he will be ready to do 12 rounds easy, if not more. And Bakole is 315 pounds, rolled out of bed, done a fucking 12-hour flight, has barely slept probably, you know what I mean? Like, he's thinking about all this shit going on, and he's got to try and sleep as best as he can. And look, we're seeing him hit pads there, and the man... Look, he's proved that they've both proved one thing. They're both bad motherfuckers. But Martin Bakole gets a little bit even more man points for the fact that he's just rolling out of bed and taking on one of the best top 5 boxers in the heavyweight division.
4 flights.
Bruh.
You can't tell. He wants to be there.
I hope they give him like nuts on the fly. I hope they look after him.
His ears popped 4 times to get here, bro.
And even when you put it like that.
The pressure in your head is mad.
He couldn't even sleep every time he was about to fall asleep. He was on the next flight.
No, because
he had to get off.
He understands now. If I win this fight, the future changes, because now I'm not the avoided one. You can't leave me out of conversations.
No.
If I win this fight right now, the whole game is now it's finally in my favor.
You see how everybody felt about AJ fighting Usyk, yeah? And the majority of people would have been like, oh, you should have just stepped aside and left this one, man. If Parker loses today, everyone's going to be looking at Parker like, bro, you should have just sacked this off, man.
He's in the worst possible position, really, isn't he? Like, no matter what he does, it's a lose-lose borderline.
Do you know what it is, though? I know legacy is really, really important, but 9 years ago, Parker won a world title, right? So
9 years ago?
14... Is that 11 years ago? No, 2016. So that's 9 years ago, isn't it? I think it is, yeah. Anyway, I can't do maths. I've been hitting the head too many times. 9 years ago, let's call it, he won a world title against Andy Ruiz. I think it was a majority decision, right?
Yeah.
Once you've ticked that box, in my opinion, it then becomes... And we know... Parker's a family man. He's got a missus. I think he's got 3 kids, something like that. Once you've ticked that box, it then becomes about money, right?
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, it does. So then when I look at this, I'm like, do you know what? I don't think it's the end of the road for Parker if he did get beat in this fight.
No.
Because for everything we can say, it's about how it is, yeah. If Bakole goes in there outworks him for 12 rounds, that's bad. That's bad. If Bakole goes in there and blasts Parker within 4 rounds, that's not too bad. Because do you know what it is, yeah? You know, like, well, now I try and keep myself fit in between fights and I do a good job of it. But when I didn't used to keep myself fit in between fights, that first week back of sparring, they'd go, right, we got these good amateurs coming down from so-and-so or whatever. And I'd go, all right, listen, I'm unfit, yeah, but I've got 4 good uns in me. I said, give me 4 rounds, yeah, then maybe let me come out for like 20 minutes. I'll do another 2 or whatever. I've got 4 good rounds in me. And if Bakole goes in there with that sort of mindset in this, then I don't actually think it's shameful on Parker's behalf if he was to lose. If he gets outworked over 12 rounds by Martin Bakole off the back of 4 flights and all that travelling, then yeah. Even like, you look at it like this, he was in the Congo, yeah? Realistically, like, we're not that sheltered to not think, like, how long ago was it that Martin Bakole was sipping a nice bit of alcohol and just chilling out?
Probably 2 days.
A couple of Congolese beauties round him.
That's the kicker. That's the kicker for the casual fan. They're going to be like, mate, 2 days notice. This guy was chilling with his family and friends, got up and beat you up.
It's going to make every bloke in the pub think like, I could do that.
Why jog? Why bother jog? I've always thought that.
That's what Andy Ruiz...
I've been saying that.
That's what Andy Ruiz did for a lot of people. Yeah. Andy Ruiz doing that to AJ, we said, hold on, Jim is... Everyone cancelled the match.
That dude's are back in.
And this is what we need tonight, as fat lads around the world, lads. We're all out here. Martin Bakole, do it for us, right? But what I will say is he had a #1 contender fight lined up for May on the Canelo card. That was sorted. He had his place locked in. So he didn't have to gamble with this. There was no need. I mean, look, there's more money on the line for this, so all right, there may be the option of
generational wealth.
And he'll probably get more money out of this. I mean, I don't know what his biggest paycheck would have been. I would imagine maybe a few $100,000 before this. This would at least be a few million. But for him to go, I'll take that fight on 48 hours notice and know I'm risking my #1 contender position that I'm in right now. I don't think he's going, I've got 4 rounds in me. I think he's going, I'll fucking bang this guy out because I've been in there with him before and I know I'm better than him, which is mental.
You know, there's conflicting reports though. So there's some people saying he's got off the sofa. There's a lot of people going, he done 6 weeks solid training where he was running, he was sparring, he was doing all that. He went to Congo on holiday. So it's like, say for example, right? I thought, well, I can't say, but I thought I was going to fight on one day, and then I found out I was fighting a little bit later.
Yeah.
And I took, because it was only a few weeks later, I then went, right, okay, I'm going to have like 5-6 days off now, just like hit the reset button, go away, like whatever. And that's probably a little bit similar maybe to where Martin Bakole's at. He's getting to a point where it's like, yeah, you're getting pretty fit now, you're peaking a little bit, maybe go and have a week or two in the Congo.
He has to mentally get himself head ready for, oh my God, I'm fighting today. Like, as in,
no build up.
He hasn't prepared his mind. You know when you know
I don't have a doubt in that.
Happening.
This is really weird, right? Because I'm concerned about his fitness. But if you're the kind of man who will take a fight against Joseph Parker on 2 days' notice, it's because you're the bad motherfucker that you think you are.
Can I tell you, I think in some ways you could argue it's easier. Not having a build up. Yeah, you burn a lot of stressful energy.
Mate, we've all heard how much he talks about his future fights. He fucking winds himself up for. And I remember one time, right, we were in the fucking studio, and Joey's like, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do this, and he's going to try and do this, but I'm going to then do that. And I remember going, Joey, I believe you, mate. It's all right.
Yeah.
And I think the months of torture, of like thinking of every possibility.
Go mad.
Martin Bakole just was like, let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
Have it,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that'll help him physically, but I think mentally it might not be a bad thing.
It's true, you know, you simplify things a lot more in a moment like this because now it's just like, trust your instincts.
This is like getting on a roller coaster.
Yes.
I'm just like, yeah, fuck me, I wasn't going to do this. I've come to Alton Towers, I just want to have some of the donuts or whatever, but here we are. I'm on the oblivion and I'm staring death in the face right now. You know what I mean?
He hasn't even had time to get himself a new set of shorts of sponsors and whatnot.
Wild.
He's boxing in the last set of shorts that he was in last time out.
Mr. Al Sheikh is compensating all of the lack of sponsorship here.
How much, and you already spoke about this, Bryce, so maybe Trav, you'd be good at answering this. How much does Joseph Parker's game plan change fighting Bakole than Dubois?
Massively. Dubois is going to come forward and try and blast you away, whereas I think Bakole's going to hold position and pick his shots in a lot more devastating fashion.
You're going to have to go first a bit more, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just say, by the way, DAZN.com/TrueGeordie, we are on your co-commentary. If you don't want to do the whole 2-screen thing and you're watching on YouTube or X, don't forget you can click the link in the description below or use the QR code on screen now. Or if you're on Twitter, it's one of my previous tweets, DAZN.com/TrueGeordie. And when you buy the pay-per-view, the last 2 main events are going to be unbelievable. It's well worth it. One of our screens is about to be switched off, guys. Is this me? No, I've sorted it. I've fixed it. I've got everything under control. Don't worry about it. So, yeah, check us out on DAZN. Shout out to them. What an event we are about to witness. Joseph Parker steps through the ropes, and he is about to take on arguably the most feared man in the heavyweight division, the boogeyman, the Who Needs Him club chairman. And we're going to find out how good is Martin Bakole. It's not really a fair representation of him at his best, but if he does well in this fight, then we know he's the real fucking deal. Here we go.
I boxed with this guy in Newcastle a few years back. Yeah,
you were on the same card.
Same bill as him.
Same bill in Newcastle. Yeah, and I met him. Nicest guy you can meet. Like I've always said this. Most of the boxers I've met have been good guys, but you know when you see him up close and personal, this guy is a giant. And I've been around the likes of AJ, you know, Joe Joyce's, all these big guys.
Is he bigger than AJ?
I would possibly say so. You know, he's just, bearing in mind,
AJ's never been 300 pound, has he? You know,
AJ's lean. He's got abs, whereas Bakole, you know, he carries a lot more fat than the average guy. But you know, when you see him up close and personal fighting, he's got such a loose style, and you know, we've said this before. Generally speaking, I know he's carrying weight now, but he's never body beautiful. But he's got this style where he's so relaxed and everything's so effortless. The way he winds his punches up, and everyone compares him to George Foreman. And I always say it's almost like, you know, the second version of George Foreman when he come back in his later life. He wasn't, because George Foreman early in his career was all aggression and everything was wild swinging, whereas the second time round it was a lot smoother. And the power he can generate. I mean, if you watch him against Anderson, the way he just loops them uppercuts, it's like he sees everything in slow motion.
They're loose.
It's so loose, and then the way he can capitalise on every shot he lands.
It's very unique to the heavyweight division because
you don't see it.
Heavyweight, obviously, they're bigger guys, they're muscle bound. The level of flexibility and the ability for them to relax when they're throwing these massive limbs of this, it's harder for the mind to have that level of connection with your limbs. And that's where, like, it's funny because Bakole, we've seen his dance moves, right? Like, good boxers are usually good dancers, right?
Rhythm.
And he's got a bit of rhythm, and he's got a good connection between his brain and his body. And I think, like, that's how he can time people the way he can, because we've seen earlier, for example, Hamzah Sheeraz, a long-rangey guy, hard to get those limbs to connect perfectly and time everything because you're dealing with a lot more arm length than what average fighters are. He is a bit of a freak of nature, Bakole. We just don't know how freakish he is, because on my prediction for the Dubois-Joseph Parker fight, I said Dubois has some things that he's freakish at. Freakish power, freakish stamina, considering the size of the muscle of him. But Joseph Parker, there's not a quality that I look at him and go, oh, you're freakish at that. Yeah. You're like an 8 out of 10 at everything, though. Yeah. And he's good at everything, but he's not great. And at the top level, if you look at Usyk and you look at his ring IQ, his stamina, you know, his footwork, it's 10 out of 10. They don't just have one thing that they're 10 out of 10 at. They have multiple things they're 10 out of 10 at. And what we've seen from Bakole is he might be 10 out of 10 at a couple of things at least. But we just don't know because of the level. No one wanted to fight him, and now he's in here with fucking 2 days notice.
For a man of that size, he flows very, very well.
Yes.
And in terms of, like, what you were saying there about, like, when he's looping them uppercuts in, right? Yeah. Say, for example, I'm thinking of fighters in the heavyweight division with long reaches, right? Dillian White comes to mind, for example. He's got quite a long reach. He's got long arms for a man that's 6'4". He's got arms the size of a man that's 6'7" or something, right? And when he'll throw one of them shots, he'll have to readjust and reset. And there's that little momentary thing where, like, the offset. Bakole will throw one and miss one, and there'll be another one to come and another one to come. And what I'm saying is he flows through the rhythm. He doesn't disrupt very easily, Bakole. And actually, I think it was the first knockdown against Jared Anderson actually came from that. He misses a shot and then follows up and lands that second uppercut. So I think that Bakole not only flows very well, I think that we'll find out a lot of answers here, but I think power, when you're coming to, and you're speaking about sort of assets of Bakole's, where you're looking, you go, that could be a 10 out of 10 asset. That's one there, very much so. The power, I think
when you look at him as at the heavyweight division, he's one of the most naturally gifted fighters in the sense of, guys, you know, like Alexander Usyk looks like a guy that's done hundreds and hundreds of reps of the same combination, whereas this guy just looks like he's just come out the womb and he just knows how to throw an uppercut,
He's not had time to get a new pair of shorts. He's not had time to have a trim.
I honestly feel like we're about to watch a special moment.
Predictions, lads. By the way, when we get going, one at a time because we're getting excited. Predictions, Loza.
I'm going to just, for the crack, I'm going for Bakole.
What are you saying, Joey?
Parker points.
KJ?
Bakole.
Travis?
I'm going to say Parker KO.
Fuck me.
It sounds ridiculous, the fact that he's had no training camp and he looks massive.
I feel like if Bakole could do him within 3 rounds, though.
Isn't it mad?
No, that's sitting on the fence.
Do you know what's funny? He's come out the corner and he hasn't moved from the corner. He's just pretty much, his feet are not moving.
He's waiting for it over.
By the way, though, if you think he looks tentative here, this is exactly how he started off against Jared Anderson. Exactly how he started off.
Joseph Parker looks very sharp, very quick, working the body early on. I mean, I'd be going for that body big time if I'm him, just to try and...
He's got to grow into the fight.
Yeah.
Allow himself to really get comfortable, because this is his training camp.
He's got such...
Genuinely.
That's funny. He's got such a looseness. Everything's so natural with him. He's just like you see. He's just waiting for Parker to overcommit. And
Bakole looks slow as fuck early on here.
Heavy.
Yeah.
He looks like he's got serious weight in his feet.
You know the interesting thing, you got the call on what, Thursday?
Yeah.
When do you reckon the last time he did exercise was?
He's been a lot of time in transit, bro. He hasn't exercised.
That's what I'm saying. So we know for fact that he hasn't done no exercise in 72 hours. We know that for fact. If he was on holiday in the Congo, like literally like holidaying it up, like, is this the first bit of exercise he's done in 10, 12 days?
It looks like it's the first bit of exercise in a year.
Well, except the pad session on the plane.
It looks like his first time on the planet. He doesn't look. I mean,
Yo, he's landing that jab. Let's not play around.
I like his jab a lot, by the way. He extends it. But right now, I mean,
you can just tell that.
You can tell he's knackered. He doesn't look good.
Look at this.
Little left hook on Parker from Bakole there.
All I say is
the beauty is whether he's run or not, it doesn't make a difference because this is what he does. He's got slow feet, but his hands, his reflexes are really good.
And at this pace, I was saying 4 rounds. At this pace, you might have 6 or so rounds before you start to really feel it if it stays at this pace. For Joseph Parker, I feel like you've got to get behind the jab, double it up, and then go with the right hand down to the body.
And also, he's got the height advantage over him as well, you know.
The thing is, certain styles need fitness, whereas Bakole's so relaxed, he can plant his feet and just rely on his head movement.
That's right.
You know, wind the shots up. He doesn't, like we said earlier on, he doesn't fully rotate on his shots. He can generate power, just the shortest of movement. It's freakish.
Let's not forget, Joseph is a slow starter, though, naturally. So he's going to take his time, which is a bit weird.
Look at that.
Nice uppercut from Bakole.
It was a bit slow and heavy, though.
It just clipped them, though.
Oh, that was over the back of the head there.
Put all that weight on him. Put all that weight on him.
He's
Let him know about it.
His feet are just not there.
Nah. The speed on that right hand is bad. Like it's.
He cannot afford to try and step in.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, you know what it is, mate? He showed a little bit of something there. Like, I think he's just saving his energy. He doesn't want to spend it all.
He won that round.
If
I would say so, yeah.
If I'm Bakole, I'm saying, do not move your feet. I'm saying, stand there, let him come to you. Yeah. Do not waste any energy.
Does anyone think he won the round? Everyone?
Yes.
I
do.
I didn't really see Parker land any significant punches.
Yeah, Parker landed a
couple early on.
Yeah, Bakole
to the
left hook, and Bakole's round.
Thank you very much. Because I was watching that thing saying, I don't know what Parker hasn't reminded me of.
Parker landed a jab or two.
There you go.
Bakole won the round.
Yeah.
See, Bakole there through that uppercut, he was pretty much leant back and he just looped it up like
That's
it was
the thing,
effortless.
Right? When you're 315 pounds, you have to be economical with your energy expenditure anyway. And I'm not saying that he's going to win today, but if anyone can pull it off, it's someone like him who's used to not fighting.
He's definitely aware of his physical ability.
What are you saying?
I'm saying he can win today.
I think he can win.
I'm saying
he's got the power.
I think he can win. Without a doubt, he's got the power to win. It would be mental. Like, Joseph Parker should be a heavy favourite because of the full camp here. And it's not just 2 days' notice, it's a brutal flight and getting in at 3 a.m. this morning. Like,
how's he slept?
But even still, it's still the different style he's got to adapt to. Like, he's been in camp for Dubois. Let's not play on what that means. Do you know what I mean? Bakole offers different issues. Yeah,
but let's just realize for everything that Parker's got to deal with, whatever how negative and hard it is, Bakole wasn't prepared at all for anything. At least Parker was prepared for something. You know what I mean?
Look at the sides, bro. Look at what he's carrying.
An uppercut from Bakole, right uppercut there.
Look at the timber that he's carrying on the sides, bro.
I know, man.
Ooh!
He makes Tyson Fury look like a bodybuilder right now.
1-2 from Joseph Parker there.
Yeah.
He's massive, though, man.
Just walking forward.
Now Bakole is walking Parker down.
You know what's crazy? Bakole's still in better shape than Fury. Physically, when you look at him, at least Bakole looks solid, whereas, Fury's just got this looseness about his body. He's like a river.
His skin didn't snap back after pregnancy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hear you.
The zero elastic.
Whenever I see anyone with love handles, I'm like, that'd be Tyson Fury.
You lot upsetting Joey.
You know what's interesting, is that Parker is heavier than he normally is as well. So he's not looked fast in this at all. He's taking shots as well.
This is what I've been...
These uppercuts are landing.
Look at this.
Bakole.
And he's backed him up. He's backed him up.
Mate, if he does this, I'll be in shock.
Left uppercut and a left body shot landed from Martin Bakole there.
Clubbing shots.
I think Parker's been hurt with a few little uppercuts, short shots on the inside there. I tell you what it is, Bakole's a bad man.
He's just walking forward.
He doesn't respect his power at all.
Did you see that?
Wow, he just
Parker
shook
just
that.
landed a solid shot and he just shook it.
Mate, this is mental.
It's demoralising, but that did hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh!
There we go.
What happened?
I think he caught high on the head. I think he's temple.
The pair of them landed at the same time, I think, but Bakole went down.
Yeah,
Bakole's on the floor. He's climbing back to his feet.
Please make it.
He doesn't look good. He looks shaken. And
No!
That is bullshit. This is fucking fixed, this. After that, what the fuck is going on here? After the Hamzah Sheeraz fight early on and the referees waved off already. What the fuck am I watching?
The trainer was up on his corner.
To be honest, that landed high on the head and his equilibrium. It had a delayed effect and he just...
I think his trainer ended it still.
Let's see that.
If not, the referees are.
Why is your trainer ending it there, though?
What the fuck is the point in this?
Why is your trainer ending it there? Your man made it to his feet within 6 seconds.
Fuck off.
I don't know,
This
man.
is fucking bullshit.
Wait.
What the fuck
I don't know.
is going on?
I need to see again.
Let's just say something.
Let's wait.
I've never ever seen Bakole's legs do that delayed dance that he just...
I know, but at the end of the day, right, he got back up and all of a sudden it's waved off. So I want to know if the towel was thrown in because the referee, like a man who's that good, who's supposedly the boogeyman of the division, which that's just gone right out the window.
No, it's not,
man.
hasn't it?
2 days,
Hasn't.
bro.
Right.
It's
So
2
that was
days.
but what I'm saying is to the casual audience, this was their experience of Martin Bakole. Right, regular boxing fans, this is their first experience of Martin Bakole at the big table, and that's what we're.
There's no way you watch this and you don't know the story of 2 days' notice and watch this.
Do you think people give a fuck?
Absolutely.
Do you think people care?
Who's spoken more, Martin Bakole or Billy Nelson? Billy fucking Nelson. Billy Nelson's the one that stirred all the shit up in the first place.
That was shit,
He's the one that talks all the thing about. He was saying stuff before Martin Bakole was.
Right. I was all excited, right, for this. If I'd have known that they were going to throw the towel in, if that's what's happened, at the first sign of fucking trouble, I'd have said, don't get on the flight, mate, because you're just cashing a check and you're delivering dog shit to the fans. Like, the first knockdown. Do you know how many fucking knockdowns Padley got up of? He was on the building site 2 days ago. What the fuck was that shit? I want to fucking refund.
This is the heavyweight division and his legs done a serious dance.
Let's have a look.
Bullshit.
This was a high over the top of the head. Them ones do... What's the delayed effect? He done that. Do you know that belly dance? He does that video where he's doing that.
Ironic.
Nah, lad.
Look at this.
Look at him. He looks like a baby elephant falling over.
That is not enough to call a fucking fight.
Got up in 6 seconds.
Let's have a look what
Tyson Fury was given 11 seconds to get up. Come on.
Let's see, because when he gets up, I just want to see how his corner acts.
He just salsa dance there. I'm
shot cuffs high on the top of the head.
There's no towel. It was the referee. It was the referee.
Is that even a man?
Fix, man. Fucking Oh,
it's the referee, because I need to see what... Because there's no towel. There's no towel in there.
No, but look, Billy Nelson jumps up. Wait, just wait.
He does jump up.
I need to see Billy Nelson.
He walks to the corner, sees him there, and look at this. He ends with... Oh, wait, no, hold on. That's not it.
No.
He ends with Billy Nelson on his feet, right in the corner with him.
Wait, they need to show us exactly how he gets up and goes to his corner.
Why bother flying all that way if we're going to fucking throw the towel in at this point?
500+ million grand, that's why. But...
Bullshit, that.
I want to see if the towel actually did come in or not.
Congratulations. You've just given up your #1 contender fight for nothing. For a few million quid.
Nah, he's not going to lose that.
Mate.
He's not losing that, man.
I don't think that...
He's down the pecking order, whether anyone likes it or not.
I think we've got to wait to see whether we're blaming Martin Bakole for this.
Yeah.
Because what I saw was Martin Bakole get to his feet. What I saw was the second he was on his feet, Billy Nelson was stood up in the corner with him.
There we go.
That to me says,
that's what I thought he
we
stopped
go over there, and if something bad happens, don't worry, I'll jump in straight away.
You know what? You know what?
Like this, though. Think like this from the team's camp. They're gonna look at it like my fighter is in a great position in the division. Go out there, do a favor, get this money. But the fact is, the minute you start getting battered because you're not ready for this,
He's taking fucking selfies, man.
He's got generational wealth.
I'm not interested in this guy.
Do you know what's happened?
This shit.
Generational wealth. He just realised he's gone there and he's got paid a shitload. So he don't care, because I was trying to see what his language would be like. Is he going to be pissed off that this thing has happened? The referees called it off. What the fuck? They haven't even showed us what's happened.
Bullshit, man. Mate,
so in the corner, Billy Nelson said to him, "You got to work your way into this fight. You've not even had a spar." Billy Nelson to Martin Bakole. That was what the audio picked up in the corner.
But does that mean he's called it off then? Billy Nelson didn't call it, so the referee did.
This was in the corner, and then he comes out for the second round.
We don't have a clue whether or not. Look, right now, we've seen nothing to show us that Billy Nelson called this off yet. We need a replay. What the fuck is going on, man?
Why won't they fucking show it, bro?
I think that Billy Nelson did call it off.
I hope he did. I hope he did. But is there a conflict of interest when your coach is also your manager and your coach is thinking about your money in a way that he wouldn't ordinarily be doing that?
Well, I think he also knows that your ability is like incredibly handicapped in this moment.
This is what I'm saying.
You're taking a big knockdown that he's never seen you take before.
We've had it announced by. Sorry, lads, I've got a confirmation.
Go on.
That wasn't a towel thrown in. It was a knockout victory. It was not a towel thrown in.
The corner there, the referee.
So Buff has just announced that it was a knockout. So it wasn't a towel in.
The thing is, I said it earlier on. The
referee just calls it off. Here you go. Watch it again. You looking? It's ridiculous.
Listen, the trainer knows the fighter.
Bro, if he
It's
had,
the referee. It's the fucking ref.
If he had have had a big head, the shot didn't even land. He hit him on the top of his hair. He's got a grade 3, and
you guys will get the. You guys will get that.
Billy Nelson doesn't throw that in.
He doesn't throw it in. Check it.
So it's the referee then.
The referee just calls that in like a shit. The referee just says, "No, I'm finished. I've seen enough."
Mate, mate, this is a fucking co-main event on a Riyadh season card, and you're calling off for one knockdown when fucking Padley's just gotten up off the
The referee just does that one. Nothing.
Oh my god,
it's such a difficult one.
Look at it.
Oh shit! And
fuck
this referee.
This is what you've got to understand. The referee's there to do a job. If he gets the decision wrong and a man gets seriously injured, and bear in mind he's aware that the guy come in.
Joey Knight.
2 days notice.
So Joey Knight, Joey Knight, he's seen it. You've seen it. You're gonna watch it now, Joey. You just seen the footage.
Let's be real.
Shit decision.
Let's be real. That referee, if he doesn't know the call he's just come here last night, does he throw it then?
No way.
He's been. It's one of those where it's like referees in football when you don't give the decision because of influence of the crowd or the team. That he's been influenced by the story and not what actually happened here.
No, because that's the job of a referee. He needs to know the full picture to make his decision. They don't just go in there blind.
Are you saying he got that right?
I'm not saying what I'm saying.
Because you're arguing for him, so
the shot didn't even land. The fucking shot didn't even land. We've just seen the fucking shot.
It did land.
High on the head, bro. Stop this.
High on the head. Yeah, not the equilibrium. High on the cranium, the top of the forehead. I've taken shots there.
Yeah, but look at his
don't scramble your senses like that. It was enough. It was enough to put him down. It wasn't a flush. Like a clean
can I just
right
say something
hand.
here? You talked about the heavyweight division, and people always say this, oh, he went down over nothing. Have you ever been hit off a heavyweight on the top of your head? There's a reason why it's illegal, because the top of your head is softer than the front of your head. There's a reason why you can't punch on the back and the top of the head.
I've got a question then, Loz.
Yeah.
Should that have been waved off then?
And my point is, I can understand why the referee in that moment...
I'm asking you a question, though. Answer the question.
Possibly, but I'm not a referee. But what I'm saying
is... you have to give an opinion.
Yeah,
come on.
Well, to be honest, I need to see another clear picture of it, but obviously I'm not in there in the ring.
Showed you, mate.
You know what it is? It's that thing.
That just shows you the whole thing, bro. Like,
You know what it is,
It's like he's taking a piss, bro. Bro, we're watching everyone.
I just watched the shot
I just fucking showed you.
Wait, he wants to see it again. He knows deep down in his heart, yeah. He knows what he saw. It's fucking bullshit.
Did you have Bakole winning round 1?
Yeah.
Did you think he was winning round 2?
No, but look at it like this, yeah.
He made it to his feet within 6 seconds of going down.
Referees, they ref fights according to how different fighters are, yeah? If Vander Holyfield, Tyson Fury, they're not getting a fight called off on a knockdown as you're struggling to get to your feet.
Yeah.
Someone else who's Amir Khan is a bit chinny, gets up, he's absolutely out of it. He's getting it waved off. What I'm saying is the referees, they're going to tailor their approach according to the fighters in the ring and the situations. The referee knows this guy is coming from 2 days, no sparring preparation. He ain't been hitting the head in weeks. And here he is.
Travis, this is my...
No, what I'm saying is this is the what the referee is dealing with. Yeah. We're looking at it like Bakole's never looked like this. Bakole's never had a 2-day camp.
This is my problem. I'm trying to...
Was that top level refereeing?
No, shit referee.
Yeah, but listen, this is...
Was that championship refereeing?
Let's be honest.
Wait, hold on.
None of us are...
That's a question for you
decision.
Shut the fuck up.
Can I just say this, yeah? Everyone can go, oh yeah, well it's easy for you to say. If I took a fight on 2 days' notice, I got dropped off of that shot that skimmed the top of my head, right? Whether it scrambles your senses or not, I got dropped off of that. I turned around, got up to my feet. Within 7, I'm looking at the ref, and he calls it off. I'm fucking fuming. I'm absolutely fuming.
The only reason why Bakole's not truly fuming is because he's taking that long flight and he said, I've got paid a shitload. He's never been paid like what he's got. So he smiled and took selfies. Yeah.
Would Marius Wack have given us more rounds?
come on, everyone would have.
Do you know
Marius Wack would have made it to the 4th round.
That's shit.
He's retired.
That's shit. That's fucking shit.
It's, do you know what it is? This is the difficult.
This is the danger man. This is the bogeyman of the heavyweight division.
I just wanted this. Look, if he dropped them again and then he was like, enough's enough, fair enough. But one knockdown when we're seeing 3 in the last round of the last fight, like
what I'm getting at is, you know, for one, I'm not qualified to referee, but yes, I've got an opinion. But this difference is, you know, even the knockdowns in the previous fight, the heavyweight division, as we know, it's a different league in its own. And when you get hit like that over the top of the head, it was a heavy shot. I've never seen him do a dance like that.
We're paying review money here, mate. I expect to see someone go out on their shield at the very least.
That's what we expect as the fan, and this is what frustrates us, because it is different. The angle of a referee who, if he gets a decision wrong, could essentially lose his job. You know, he's got to make the best possible decision in a split second. It's difficult.
A championship. This is a world title fight essentially level, and for me, when you're fighting world title level fights, I expect to see a fighter be given much more of a chance. Look, if he barely made up on the 9th second, I'm like, you know what? He was barely up there, probably fair enough. 6 seconds and he's up. I'm like...
Do you know what's almost the thing which makes me think, well, it's kind of the right decision? Because Bakole didn't complain. If the fighter's complaining, like... Maybe he did get the decision right because he knew that because you know that's their job, to look in the eye. They're trained to see how the fighter looks at him, and you know there's so many different things from a referee. I'm not qualified in this, but I've been around boxing. There's certain things the ref looks at. They can tell the way your pupils dilate. There's certain things they look for. He obviously looked in his eye and seen something. That's all I can go off. You know what I mean? And it is a difficult decision. That's my point. But at the heavyweight division, you get that wrong, you have a problem on your hands.
The overwhelming sentiment online that I've just seen there is that was an awful stoppage.
There you go.
Yeah, because that's the casual. We want to see someone die. You know what I mean? We don't care. We just
don't want to see someone
entertainment value. But I'm just really.
But can I just ask a question? How many amazing comebacks, if they were called off that easily, would we have missed?
Well, that's always the argument.
Ever seen. When we're saying we've got to give the fighter might die, yada yada yada. Let's be honest though, yeah, like. That in that scenario, it didn't look like that was. We've seen those a million times before. When he gets up that quickly, I think he deserves more of a chance.
I think the condition that Padley was in, right? Night and day to what Bakole was looking like in there.
Exactly.
Bakole was in there. We've never seen him look like that. So straight away, you can see the conditioning.
No, we've seen
it's not
Bakole
fantastic.
like that.
No, come on. He threw the right hand.
He was enjoying Congo.
He did not look. He was not in condition for fighting today.
This was my whole point.
This wasn't the same as Padley.
Against Carlos Takam, he looked identical to that.
Nah, that's a worse conditioning. The way he moved, his feet were glued to the floor.
I agree.
Like he was in quicksand.
I thought he won round 1 and I thought he was winning round 2 until he got dropped.
Yeah.
But do you know what I said earlier on? I seen him against Anderson. He looked tired in the 5th round, and that was in a full camp. This was a man, and this is the whole point of the referee's job. They need to know the full picture when they're making decisions, whether guys come in last minute. You know, they know the fact that he's been on a flight. What does a flight do? It dehydrates you. There's so many factors that referee is trained in. It's not just the clear picture where we're looking and thinking we want to see him go out on his shield, and I get that. I wanted to see more than that. I'm not saying I'm happy with the decision from a fan's point of view. All I'm saying is from a referee's point of view, they've got to look at other factors when they're making the decision, and that's the difficult point. But of course,
devil's advocate, I'll give you that. It's fair. He's making some good points.
Do you know what I mean?
I'm just disappointed.
Well,
I was really excited.
I just want to see him get a bit more of a goal.
Put it this way, I was meant to be fighting against Ezra Taylor early in the year. The boxing board didn't let the fight go ahead. Bear in mind, I was active. I hadn't fought for a couple of years, and then I'd come back and had one fight. Because I hadn't had more than one fight, they didn't let the fight go ahead yet. As an amateur, I was more experienced than the guy I was meant to be fighting. As a pro, I'd had more fights. I'd fought for an English title. I know the way the boxing board and all these look at certain situations.
You have to let Bakole fight after a 12-hour flight.
In the same with Padley. It's crazy.
Boxing board corruption is what they should be called.
It is crazy. This is what I mean. They look at these different pictures, and the rules do sometimes seem to differ depending on the situation, which is very frustrating.
I'm disappointed, man. Sometimes it feels that, for me, if I'm on my conspiracy theorist energy, that feels like a hit job, bro. They waved it off and said, "No, we're not gonna."
you
Because
know
now
what's
look what
mad?
he looks like. Look what he looks like. You got Bakole, who was the guy, and he might struggle to get a fight because they're saying, "Listen, guy turned up in his pajamas and got danced left on the floor."
It'd be interesting to see what Turkey's saying here.
I want the bank account of that
Yeah.
referee watched like a fucking hawk.
It's not so much that. Again, look, I understand, guys. You'll argue with me about the thing of the shot. I always say, like, the equilibrium, those shots, they do rock you and whatnot.
Yeah.
Clearly, Bakole was stunned. Okay, maybe I overreacted in terms of saying the punch didn't even fucking hit him. I overreacted there.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if that was a crisp right hand, bang on the chin, say it was the shot that Zhang dropped Kabayel with earlier in the night, it was the shot that Zhang dropped Parker himself with. If that was that fight and they called it off, I'd have been going, that's premature, man. Yeah. But then I could agree with everything Loz is saying and gone, flights, dehydration, this and that and that. The fact it was such a, in my opinion, that's what you'd kind of call a freak knockdown. Yeah. In my opinion.
But if you use your imagination for what that looks like when he gets up and goes into the middle of the ring with Parker from then on, it's curtains.
Yeah.
Parker is closing
But then the
show.
referee can do. The referee can close that.
But what I'm saying is,
that's the argument. You could have waited a little bit longer and see how he responded.
The referee could have seen how he responded to a couple shots.
I hear you, but you have to look at the fact he's not in a condition to take those punishments. He's not coming off of a camp.
Yeah,
and the killer is, I hear what you lot are saying. I'm hearing all you lot's points, and that's probably the first time he's been punched in how many weeks since he's gone to Congo, bro.
Well, allegedly, he was sparring beforehand, but my counterpoint would be, who generally in the heavyweight division takes shots the best? The biggest guys. Tyson, Fury, Zhang, fucking Big Baby Miller. The 300-pound guys, it's harder to knock them out. And there is a possibility that he could have recovered. And like Kanye West said, and luckily it's one of the few things I can repeat that Kanye West has said in a while.
I was going to say, but...
I guess we'll never know. Right?
Yeah.
Like, because it would have been nice to just see him, like, all right, take a few more shots, then wave it off or whatever. Give him that opportunity as a professional boxer on the world level for a title. I feel like you need to let things go a little bit more than one knockdown, gets up after 6 seconds and you still wave it off. Not even 9 seconds, like he's struggling and he's on the roll. Like 6 seconds he's up and he's like, right, all right, I'm ready again. Yeah. And then you wave it off.
What I would say from the paying public's point of view, if they're going, bear in mind everything I just said before about the reasons why they're going to call it off, if that's the case, realistically, they shouldn't have brought someone in who they're going to be, calling off as early if that was going to be the case, because really they are robbing the fans from what they're paying for this pay-per-view. So it's difficult.
Do you reckon if Bakole goes down, he calls it off after 6 second get up?
If Parker goes down.
Parker.
No, if Daniel Dubois comes in and he'd have fought this fight and he'd been dropped then, and 6 seconds he gets back up, I don't think they call it off.
No, but like I say, that's why we took
Frank
all
Warren will
into
lose his mind. But guess who? It's a hit job sometimes. You have to say, look at it.
And let's be honest, whose team is it?
Ben Shalom.
Ben Shalom's team.
It's a fucking
and there's
hit
a lot
job.
of people who would
You
operate
can't tell
against
me
that.
they.
Shit.
Hamzah Sheeraz got
That's
a
just
gift
took things to
decision.
another level.
No, Hamzah Sheeraz got a gift decision tonight. Ben Shalom ain't going to get anything like that.
I didn't even get it. Ben Shalom is the most excited about a heavyweight.
I didn't even realize that dynamic.
He got a second, and they went to the corner and said, "Oh, no chance at all." How? And there's no one in the corner saying stop it because they know their fighter better than anyone.
And who's part of the team?
Is Frank sitting there just going, do you think I'm going to let him come in here and just mess up my fight?
Because if you got a heavyweight fighter, guess what? If Bakole gets time, he gets to fight Dubois with a full camp. How does that look?
Yeah.
Go on, guys. Tell me how that fight goes. Now, guess what? We've got this guy out of position.
I'd say Dubois faints and the ref stops it. Faints at Bakole once and the ref just calls it off.
Martin Bakole, his position, whether we like it or not, is
I'm going to lose my mind.
He's lost what was there, that boogeyman.
Do you think he'll still fight FA Jagbar? You got what you got, a 90-day suspension?
He's at the bottom of the thingy. I'm telling you, that clip is stinky.
That feels a lot less likely now in terms of when it was supposed to take place, early May.
Yeah.
I don't think he's...
Wait, that's enough time, I think.
90 days suspension.
No, that's 3 months. So now he loses that fight.
The British boxing control what they class in that 90 days. Not that, there's ways around it. Not that they'd find out. But they class sparring as that 90 days.
Okay.
Not just contesting. Sparring is in...
So that means you'll have a 2 months on top of that. So it's like a 5-month ban on boxing. And I understand he got paid for that. But Was it really worth it when, if you win your next fight, you're first in line for Daniel Dubois?
Mate, they have royally. Don't you forget
fucked your reputation.
Don't you forget how long we look at the count. Go back to, sorry to do this, Tyson Fury when he does the Undertaker get up.
Yeah, no, it's true.
And the way they said, we're just going to see how this looks. We're just going to wait. Because even the count was, some people say that 10-second count was the longest 10-second count in our lives. Yeah?
By the time they started boxing, it was 12 seconds. 12,
you're telling me the referee said, I went over, because if that goes true, who knows him the best? The trainer, yeah? The trainer would say, tell win before the referee does. I know him. I've spent rounds with him. The referee's kind of just seeing him he's gone over to him and go, nope. How?
And the referee was just like, I saw a twitch in his toe or something like that to let me know that he's still it was a mad
Come
break.
on, stop
like,
this.
It's mad. And he was like, his eye contact, he didn't break his eye contact with me. He let me know he
And
was
Ben
right there.
Shalom has been royally stitched up today, because guess what? If you got a heavyweight boxer, if you got a heavyweight guy, you kind of run boxing. Let's be real. Okay, the heavyweight is it says who's
He's the king on the chest.
I'm the king I'm the king of the table. And Bakole is a problem for Dubois. Bakole is a problem for everyone. And guess what? He's just gone down to, and it looks bad because the stats are big,
every heavyweight,
big waist.
Believe me, every single heavyweight is celebrating right now.
Absolutely.
Because now we've got even more excuse to go. We don't have to fight that guy. Joseph Parker knocked him out.
Especially after a guy who doesn't normally knock people out. You know what I mean?
Hey, Joseph Parker, let's be honest here. At 267 pounds, he may be hitting harder than he's ever hit before. Probably is, right? Logically. But equally, he's never ever been a hard puncher, and he's never gotten guys out of there at the top level. Like
I'm looking at this so differently now. With
Ben
conspiracy.
Shalom. It's a big conspiracy. Ben Shalom has lost Buatsi and Thingy in one day.
I just want to make it clear that I'm not accusing Frank Warren of anything. He's a very litigious man, and I like him.
Boxing's
allegedly.
I really like you.
They're playing battleships, and boy, did he sink.
But it just
Ben Shalom
fucked me off this.
Two of his biggest ships. He loves. Remember when he said when he walked over to us in LA and how happy he was with Bakole. Fuck off.
Mate, Ben Shalom had Fraser Clark.
No, but hold on, though.
Ben Whittaker.
Hold on, though.
He had Bakole. I mean, he was building a lovely stable.
And Junior.
Oh, and Eubank Jr.
So what about this? When
Connor Ben's winning that, by the way. Now that this has happened.
When AJ was coming through, if Anthony Joshua got offered the world title, this wasn't even a world title, but a massive opportunity like this.
He ain't taking it.
In line with a world title on 2 days' notice. Whether AJ wants it or not, does Eddie Hearn let him take
Absolutely
it?
no chance.
Because Eddie Hearn's intelligent. See what you want about Eddie Hearn? He is, when it comes to boxing, he knows exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Whereas Ben Shalom, he's learning the ropes still.
To be fair, it depends who you are to Eddie Hearn. Because with some of his guys, he'll roll the dice tomorrow.
Yeah, you're talking...
But the ones he cares about...
Your heavyweight.
Yeah.
You think he's going to do that to any of his heavyweights of any level of heavyweight?
No, but he believed in Bakole, and he knew Bakole was getting frozen out. So he said, "Look, now, I get if my fighter wins, training camp, we get all the chips." He said, "I'm all in, literally casino, everything on red." Yeah,
but we already knew he had that opportunity coming up, and he's just thrown it away.
Can I go back in time 4 hours? You know when we were talking about a lose-lose?
Yeah. And
I said to you, nah, it's not a lose-lose. If Joseph Parker wins it, he needs respect because regardless of whatever, it kind of is a lose-lose. It's a lose or no gain.
That's
in my
right.
opinion.
It's no gain.
You've gained nothing from that. No one now is looking at, and I love Joseph Parker, by the way. Like, no one now is looking at Joseph Parker going, fuck me, man. He's earned his shot there. Like he's whatever.
Absolutely.
That's a shitter for Parker.
Do you know what
Financially, it's great, but it's a.
I'm disappointed for Bakole. He's been screaming out for opportunities his whole career, and you know he's in an era where these things happen. Like you're meant to know the way the landscape goes and things that can happen. No elite athlete should let themselves turn into a baby elephant. Like the way he was there, like that is disgusting. Even out of camp, you should never look like that.
I must admit, I'm completely with you on that. That was the one thing I thought when I heard he was 315 pounds was like, you're out of order for this. There's not because
it's disgraceful.
Here's the thing: your profession, whatever you choose to be in life, there's a certain level of professionalism that every single person should have. I don't care what your job is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But if you're a quote unquote elite level athlete, not being over 300 pounds is the bare minimum expectation.
Yeah.
And tonight,
I'm gonna
he let himself down, in my opinion. Like, if you can't stay away from the fucking buffet, you don't deserve to be.
I'm sorry, but I've been boxing.
You don't deserve to be world
I've been boxing for 20 years, and I've never been that out of shape. I've not been to world level boxing, and I know plenty of fighters. That condition there is disgraceful.
But then heavyweight. Let's talk. Let's get this right. Yeah.
Regardless,
he fights at 285, by the way. So he's 15 pounds over by being 300 pounds.
Yeah,
it's
but
not the same scale of.
Yeah, but okay, let's take.
He's 315. No, but so today he was 30 pounds heavier than 2 stone heavier than what he fights at.
So let's take the weight out of the equation, because yes, it's different. The heavier you go, the more it is. But you could tell by the way he was moving around the ring was terrible. I've seen guys in the pub.
But he's not in camp. He's not in camp, bro. I hear what you're saying.
This is my whole point of the argument. You're meant to be an elite athlete. You've been a guy who's been screaming on the sideline, not getting the opportunities. And you've watched the whole thing the way Riyadh season.
I can't believe we're saying the way he was moving around the ring was terrible. I'm not being funny. It wasn't as good as the prime Bakole that we saw. But go back. Anyone now that's watching this, just go and watch round 1 until he drops him, against Jared Anderson. Bakole was slow. He was dropping down to his right. He was flat-footed. He wasn't all that different tonight. He looked worse. He didn't look 80% worse. He maybe looked 20% worse.
I feel like he was weird. The thing is, when his feet were planted, he looked okay. But his feet movement.
He was wearing Daniel Dubois gloves, bro.
Well, I honestly feel as if the whole physicality, his movement. Yes, like I say, we know he can stand with his feet planted and throw a shot. But any time he missed with a shot, he had no ability to reset himself. Like, to be honest, I think he was 50% at best. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. I just think as an elite athlete and knowing the way the landscape is, and a guy who's been pushed out. Nobody wanted to fight him. Are you ready?
But look at Ricky Hatton, though. Ricky Hatton will put on weight and then lose it for fight time.
Okay, so but guess what? He was the guy everybody loved. The opportunities were there. One era where, he had a time for a camp. There was no last-minute jobs with Ricky Hatton. Whereas we're talking about Bakole, he's been left on the sideline. He's been shouting for his opportunity. If I'm Bakole's coach, I'm saying we are ready all year round, just in case.
In that last fight against Jared Anderson, did anyone look at him and go, "Body beautiful"? That like at 285 pounds, I just, as a man who's weighed 300 pounds for a long time myself, I look at him and go, "Fuck me, I'm in better shape than him." Looks like that to me is mind blowing that you can get 285 pounds and allow yourself to put 2 more stone on.
Can I just say, Brian? I've trained you recently, okay, and I've seen you in the gym. Feet look way better than Bakole's, and you're just casually keeping fit. This guy is an elite athlete. No, this is no joke. I'm not. This isn't big and Brian. This is nothing about Brian.
I've been losing weight, right? I've been working hard. Don't worry about it. I've got to stay healthy.
I was going to say, not 300 pounds anymore.
Ah, baby.
Them
cheekbones back.
Can I just say,
they're back.
Brian isn't trying to get himself in a position to fight for a world title.
Yeah.
And his movement, his feet, standing at probably 300 pounds now, is way better than Bakole's.
Fuck me.
And that's why. This is why I'm saying it's criminal. I'm not saying.
Have you drunk a lot tonight, lads? Are you all right?
My point is there's no way an elite athlete at any stage should not be, fitter than what Brian's movement is. And
honestly,
that's not putting Brian down. It's a simple fact. It's not fighting.
Call me next time, Turkey. You'll get some footwork. Right?
Listen,
it's hard to put the blame on the person that took the fight on 2 days' notice.
I respect
that. Put the blame on the ref.
So wait, excuse me, who's the blame on? Who's
ref?
No. If you're gonna blame, if you're saying the ref for the stoppage and it was on him and he didn't quit, then it's the referee. But I'm saying to put it on him and say, 2 days' notice, you're not in great shape. That's terrible from you. That's a bit mad.
No.
Let's be real. I hear what you're saying
you
about...
forget what I'm saying. He's an elite athlete looking to fight for a world title. Like, this is the whole thing about this generation. It's
we go to work when we go to work, bro. Like, he...
No, that doesn't... We discussed
How many fighters get that out of shape?
None.
How many? How many?
Trust us, I've lived the last 20 years around boxers, and I'm not saying that there's fighters don't get that out of shape, but generally the ones that like that don't really make it.
But why do we see Ricky Hatton
at the top?
The reason Ricky Hatton was brought up is because he's the exception to the rule. Yep. We never see this, and that's the slightly disappointing thing in Martin Bakole is I feel like he's played himself because he took this opportunity and reality was he was massively out of shape, and it's like we knew he was going to be a bit heavy, but it was too out of shape for him to even get in the ring.
You lot are missing a hit job, bro. Allegedly. As a hit job, in my mind, you can't tell me that's okay. The referee's saying on a big night, you understand what this fight means. AJ would never. Do you know what Frank Gorin? Do you know how Eddie Hearn would have chased down that referee. Frank Warren, think about all those guys, how they would have ran down that ref at the end of that.
Can I just say, DAZN.com/True Geordie, it's the main event of the evening. Beterbiev versus Bivol 2. They've been knowing each other for a long time. They were on the Olympic squad together. The last fight was razor close. The opinions were divided. No doubt the opinions will be divided tonight. Who knows what's going to happen? But I want to say, don't forget to subscribe. DAZN.com/True Geordie. You can buy the pay-per-view if you want to watch the main event. Predictions, lads.
I've got no fucking...
Mate.
Beterbiev, straight off. Do you know why? Because I believe in the last fight, well, no, he won. Second of all, he was coming off a knee injury. So I just think now, I don't feel like Beterbiev needs to change.
What about age?
I don't think the age plays
40.
a part. I think his style isn't a reflex-based fighter. His style is power, big good fundamentals, a bit like Bernard Hopkins, had good fundamentals who can go longer. And even less than someone like Bernard Hopkins, he's got that extra power who's the equaliser, and I just think he's a freak of nature.
Anyone else got a prediction?
When you have less well-paid fights, right, there is always going to be more possibility you'll pick up an injury and you might have to pull out of that fight, yeah? You might have to get some surgery, minor surgery, whatever. Riyadh season has clearly shown you from the last 15 minutes that fighters will go through any lengths and measures just to make sure that they can get in a ring. So when we talk about, last time he was coming off knee surgery, if I had to put my last pound on it, Beterbiev is not in the ring tonight at 100%. Because at that age, with the amount of injuries that he has had, I would lean towards the fact that this camp he's suffered injuries and whatnot, and therefore I believe we'll see a probably similar version of Beterbiev. So the question for me is just how much better can Bivol be on this night?
You know he's hungry for this.
You know he's hungry for it.
Yeah.
I think that Bivol will build up a bit more of a lead and it won't be sort of third, fourth round like before that Beterbiev got into it. My gut feeling tells me that Beterbiev will get to him and either take it on points or maybe by a late stoppage.
Ooh, late stop, bloody hell. Okay, you see the knee wraps that.
Say that again.
I think that Bivol.
That one spun me, boy.
No. This is the mad thing about it. I've really thought about this.
Bivol late stoppage, yeah?
No. I think that Bivol will take an early lead in this one. I think that he'll be able to sustain that lead for longer because I thought it was only about 3-4 rounds he was able to sustain it for in the first fight before Beterbiev started to get to him. And I think that he'll maintain that lead for longer, but I think that Beterbiev will get to him in the end.
Anyone picking Bivol? I think you were.
Me,
yeah.
I'm picking Bivol.
Yeah.
I think he's going to increase on the areas that he failed in last time round. And I reckon once he banks 7 rounds on his bicycle.
Yeah, but do you know what he done, Trav? Can I just say, he thought he had banked those rounds last time out because we thought, he's taking a round off in round 10.
11, yeah.
Take it round 11. And then all of a sudden he boxes the 12th like that as well. And it's like, bro, you're not 4 rounds clear. You're like at best 2 rounds clear. And if you are 2 rounds clear in those people's opinions, then you're not clear enough.
Yeah. I wonder about those knee wraps that Beterbiev has because I feel like I only remember seeing 1 last time.
You think he's deteriorated further?
There's 2 there.
It is possible at his age, man. Like
I might need to check that.
Every training camp is miles on the clock for him.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm him, allegedly, if he wins tonight, it'll be Benavidez next, who's obviously been heavily avoided by Canelo. I'd love to see that fight. But equally, it's like, what version of you is showing up at this stage? You know what I mean? We're going to have to see what he's got left in the tank tonight. Because for me, prime Beterbiev beats a prime Bivol, but Bivol is way closer to his prime right now. And with every fight that we see from Beterbiev, he gets further away. Bivol can do a few more years before he's out of his prime, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he's athletically phenomenal. But I'm picking Beterbiev by knockout because I think Bivol, if he really wants to win this fight, is going to have to throw more punches. Last time he hid behind those gloves for far too long and he gave up too many rounds, and he knows now that's not going to work. You can't sneak this. And I think he's going to have to take a few more risks unless he does what Tyson Fury did, which is to come in and fight even more defensively safe and to not even really throw caution to the wind here. And that's what I'm wanting. Yeah. I want to see him throw caution to the wind because then he might win. And I actually like him, to be fair. But
I think that's his only chances. I think if he doesn't take the risk, because I believe that Beterbiev is going to be even more aggressive. He's going to start a little bit faster.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference. I just think I think that was the best time to beat Beterbiev on the last camp because he was coming off the back end of that injury. Going into this one, if he doesn't take the risk, but I do think the fact that he takes the risk, he's going to walk onto a shot. I just think Beterbiev's just I can't see anybody beating him. Like, he's just an absolute beast.
He's a freak, isn't he?
Then there has to be some slowdown, bro. Like, is it 40? He's actually 40.
Have you actually seen it?
39, 40. Yeah.
No, he's 40 now, and he's 40 now, I think.
But in the final 3 rounds, in the final 3 rounds, it was him, wasn't it? It was him being the aggressor.
Yeah.
And this is the thing is, apparently his coach said, we felt like if it had gone another round, we would have got him out of there because he was just wilting under the pressure slowly but surely. But we just didn't. We ran out of time, basically.
Do you know, normally when you talk
like
about...
Joy and Cray Cray, we've just run out of time.
Exactly.
Oh, that's not
Exactly it.
We ran out of time.
Do you know normally, though...
40 years old and shares the same birthday as Emma Bunton.
Oh. Where did that come from?
No.
You know, normally though, when you talk about the age and stuff, they normally start to take more punches. The speed's getting slower. Beterbiev's never been the quickest. It's all about timing. His power's still the same. He's not getting hit more or less than any time previously.
I'm saying.
I don't think there's any deterioration.
You know, Beterbiev stoppage.
I think that this is apparently, according to our audience, is this right, Alex? 50-50 of the audience?
Okay.
50-50. Okay. The audience are split 50-50.
Oh, look how Bivol's...
My theory was that Bivol was hurt in the first fight, and we and the general audience in itself didn't pick up on it.
In the 11th.
You lot know.
I thought he was hurt early.
Okay.
I thought he was hurt early. So I thought he was hurt early in that fight, and we didn't pick up on it, right? In terms of like within the first 5 rounds, I thought he weathered a little storm, then another one later on. If, and it's a big if he can go through without weathering those storms, then he could take it, 7-5 or something like that on the scorecards. But I'm going to stick with what I said, Beterbiev on points probably.
Guys, no excuses. Let's try and score this one perfectly.
No problem, mate.
We had some arguments the last time.
Yeah, that's one of
Bivol started brilliant. Bivol started good though.
The only way you beat Beterbiev is to hurt him. That's the only way I see him because he grows stronger.
Who fought the best against him, in your opinion, boys?
Say again?
Who had the best performance against him?
What, apart from Bivol?
Yeah.
Do you know the only one I can think of is Callum Johnson early on? He dropped
Callum Johnson dropped him, but he got stopped.
Yeah,
it was the next round.
I reckon Yard did more damage to Beterbiev than Bivol did. I think Yard had a better performance.
You're right, actually, I forgot about that fight.
Smith June.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, defo had a couple rounds where Beterbiev was like flipping
At no point did I look at I looked at Bivol and thought, you're outboxing Beterbiev, yeah. But at no point did I think, oh, you're hurting Beterbiev in the way Yard did.
Yeah, 100%. And I think after the fight, he dropped to the floor like as if to say, thank fuck for that. You know what I mean?
And even like there was moments in the fight where he backed him up. He backed him up like a lot of times in the fight, whereas Bivol clearly couldn't back him up at any point in that first fight.
But we do know Bivol isn't really a heavy hitter. Really.
Well, that's the thing.
Not his style. So
that's the thing.
I never really at any stage expected that. But credit to Yard, to be fair, because it takes some hell of a man to back up Beterbiev.
Beterbiev has been slightly more aggressive here in the second half of this round. He's obviously still getting caught a little bit. But he was in the last fight. This was exactly the way he was. His jab is lightning quick, his feet are lightning quick. But what I'm saying is Beterbiev isn't allowing him the space that he allowed him in the first round of the last fight. He was a little bit too passive, Beterbiev. He's doing what he did in the third round.
Well, what I think is different, slightly different, is that Bivol is not expanding so much energy to maintain this distance.
He's moving his feet slower in this fight.
Last time round, he was on his bike, Madrimov.
I think he's realised if I can just hold my ground a little bit more, conserve it. Maybe the second half of the fight, I can stay with Beterbiev because he couldn't stay with him in the second half in the last fight.
Absolutely.
That was the bottom line, really.
There's such clarity, and this is a Bivol round, by the way.
Easy.
Last time you couldn't. It was like you couldn't even tell from the first round. It's like, oh my god, who's winning this?
Yeah, but even still, though, for me, I look at Beterbiev, his game plan, and think he's not trying to win round one. He's trying to enact the lactic acid building up in you, so then he can really start hurting you later.
Yeah,
Bivol round one.
Some of that counter stuff. Bivol just looks sharper. He looks like he's everything that he was saying about I can't wait to get to him. Even when the referee was like, let's go, Bivol was there already. Can't wait to see him.
I said when we talked about in the prediction, lads, Bivol's level, you could easily argue in terms of boxing skill on show in the last fight, was arguably higher than Beterbiev, but it's not sustainable. And that's the thing that I'm yet to believe. Until I see it, you have to show me you can do this for the fight now.
He's bringing the pace down, which I like.
That's smart.
First round, because the first round, last time round, he was so antsy, like, oh my gosh, you do hit hard and I can't get hit. This time round, it's like, no, I got you.
The pace went up in the second half of that round, by the way.
Yeah, but
it started slow and it got a lot quicker.
I reckon it's going to be better fight management this time round. Remember I was mentioning fight management? That's so important for Bivol in this fight with Beterbiev.
There's nothing wrong with hitting the glove sometimes.
Yeah.
Because it will keep your man off. And you see that, say, for example, right, but Beterbiev doesn't throw counter punches off at the end of every other shot like the lighter weight divisions will do.
Yeah.
So if Bivol can keep his hands consistent, keep touching him up, and then he'll back himself to be able to get through with them straight shots. I think good jab from Bivol there.
The concern is when Beterbiev raises the pace, he has to raise.
He's doing it now. He's doing it now. But Beterbiev is raising the pace right now already. So round 4, he really raised the pace. Round 2, he's doing it earlier this time.
He just rocked a little bit
like
there,
he was,
Bivol.
Mate, Bivol did get clipped there.
This is the thing. It's once he steps up, goes through them gears, Beterbiev, it's so difficult to stay with him.
See,
I told you that the pace was going up.
Lads, a man that's had a knee injury there, that moment, when when Bivol has turned Beterbiev out of the corner and then all of a sudden Beterbiev has to readjust his feet, that's when you need to get on him with a double jab right hand, because his feet at 41 years old coming off the back of knee surgery are not going to be what they were. I think you turn him there and you get on him with a double jab there, score your points there.
This is against such a monster. It's so difficult, but it is. If he wants to win, he's going to have to.
Good shot.
He's believing in himself. Beterbiev stepping forward each time. He's trying to. Bivol's fighting well, by the way, but Beterbiev's literally stalking the prey and trying to get to that body.
The thing is, this, like Brian said, the pace of Beterbiev is faster than the last fight, and that's what I said it needed to be. But Bivol needs to be able to throw so much more punches, and I just think the pressure he's under already in the second round, is he going to be able to maintain this?
I know, man. Because Beterbiev doesn't have to respect his power. He doesn't have to respect Bivol at all.
Through it.
Not in the same way,
Yeah.
Do you think?
And I don't know how
do you think there was never a moment in that fight where Beterbiev took a shot off Bivol and thought,
I don't think we've seen a backward step for him at any second of that fight. That's the problem. So I imagine he did take a shot and thought, fuck me, that was decent. But he never showed it with the way Bivol showed it. And that's a clear sign for me.
It's that thing of that, the shot landed clean, but it didn't buzz me.
The thing is, Beterbiev's got such a poker face, it's so difficult to know when he's hurt and when he's not.
Can I tell you a mistake that I'm seeing Beterbiev making here?
Go on.
And it's hard because this is high level stuff and there's not many mistakes being made at all. It took Beterbiev, he goes, I've said it. It took Beterbiev about 3-4 rounds to start going down to the body last time out, and that's why I perceived him as having a slow start. When he started to do it, he slowed Bivol down. I haven't seen him go down to the body apart from just now. All that often. I think he needs to start doing it earlier.
He's hunting him to get there. He's not thinking about points. He's actually thinking about stoppage. He's saying, I'm going to get to your body and I'm going to just let you know I'm investing.
That's in the corner. In the last fight, the coaches were saying you need to go to the body. And like you say, when he did start to do that in the second fight, it paid off because that's why Bivol started.
Wow.
Afraid of him.
Bivol is biting on everything here.
Bivol knows what's
he's
there.
like, what the fuck? Get me out of here.
I don't like it from Bivol.
Bivol, you see the step back, he's like, I know what you are.
That was fair.
I know, that's fair.
Did you see the deep breath before he went to sit down? He took a big, massive deep breath.
Because his literal fight or flight instincts are really kicking in.
It's that nervous energy.
He's debating whether to leave the arena.
I know what you are, and I know you've got your. Before we was playing a chess game and was like, I'll give you something, you give me something back. Now.
Bivol's head.
What?
Bivol's got a golf ball come up on his head.
Oh, already? Fuck
me. Watch. Look. When you see Bivol on the hairline here, he's got a golf ball come up on his head already.
Okay. Thing is, it's like the shots that he throws, they're like a stone throw away from Sheeraz's keep off me punches. You see what I'm saying? They land, but they're not like too much on them. We're just going through the motion at this point. You see what I mean?
That's the way he boxes. Everything's so loose and relaxed. It hasn't really got that heaviness behind it. Because if you want to punch hard, you generally
Scoring-wise, lads, what we give him the first 2 rounds?
I'll probably give him to Bivol, to be honest with you.
That's fine.
I'd give... The second was a swing, but give the first to Bivol.
Yeah, first to the Bivol, definitely. The second one, I probably was.
Look, a Beterbiev, yeah, man. Fuck me.
Beterbiev is saying, I'm looking for you.
But you know that
style, I won't leave you.
You know when the scorecard doesn't tell you the identity of the fight?
Yes.
That's my point. It's like, I feel like Bivol might have won it, but the damage being done and the amount of exhaustion taken from Bivol, wow.
Not coming forward.
I think that you could give that last round either way, personally.
You could. Yeah. This is like Travis is saying, the scorecards don't always tell a full picture.
If I rewatched it, I might be like, no, this is definitely one way or the other, but obviously we get one.
Can I ask you a little question? Is it just me, or does Bivol look more nervous in this fight than he did?
I said that. In my prediction, I said, we've seen Tyson Fury in the rematch, give it all the big talk, but we see fighters, when you know you're in there with the real shit, you're actually more nervous because you're like, I've got to be perfect, and he knows now just what he's in there with. I think Beterbiev's stalking him down here in this third round. It's mad.
That's absolute facts there, because when you know what it is, before you go in there with a beast, there's an element of, it might not be as bad.
Exactly.
You've got that ability to have, almost
delude yourself.
You can delude, exactly. But when you've been in there and done that, do you know the best example I'll give in? My first ever fight, I remember not being nervous at all. But the second time, people think you're going to be more nervous the first fight, but the second time, when I realised how difficult it is, different ball game.
I'll give you a little thing here that's just happened, right? Bivol has let go of 6 shots. One of them got through, good shot. But then Beterbiev just throws one shot. It's a straight right hand to the body, and it stings straight to the body. And it's all day. It's one of those ones where it's like, well, is it quality or quantity? Because you're keeping him off, and I made the point earlier on, it's good to keep him off, but at the same time, it's how you feel when you're in there. I know sometimes if I throw a few shots and not much lands, and then they just throw one and it lands, it is a bit demoralising.
Beterbiev's head movement's been pretty decent at times,
You know what? I think
Bivol's fighting brilliant.
I feel like Bivol was a lot weaker this
Bivol's
fight.
fighting brilliant, but he just knows that he can't. He's just still in front of him.
I think Beterbiev's will to win is stronger this time.
Yes.
And he's actually willing to take. And he's like, I'm walking through everything.
I'm coming
you've got,
through this.
boy.
This is exactly what I said. I knew he was going to come in. His legs better than it was. His camp would have been better. He'd be able to do that road work, all the necessary strength conditioning. He's going to be fitter and stronger in this fight. Whereas Bivol, on the opposite side, he now knows what he's in with the nerves. Now he's in there. He's fighting to me like he's fighting in fear. Keep me off. The punches are trying to keep Beterbiev off.
He's doing a good job, Bivol. I'm not saying he's not.
It's a Bivol round so far.
Yeah.
It's been Bivol.
But like what Joey just said, that right hand landed on the side.
See, that one shot probably did more damage than every shot Bivol threw in the full fight.
We've seen
There's a
that
good
in the
body
last
shot
fight.
there from Beterbiev.
Beterbiev looks like he might have Bivol slightly hurt. Yeah, he's backing up, but he's still throwing.
This is a good fight.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
This is even better than the
Oh,
last
there you
one.
go. That
was good from Bivol.
This is even better than the last one.
It's better.
This is even better than the last one, guys.
Of course it is.
Guys, I'm giving that as a Bivol round. Let me tell you how I'm reading this, right?
Go for it.
You know them movies that are just rich shit in terms of like. Like you just from the opening scene, it's like, yeah, I get where you're trying to lead me, but I know the twist at the end. You know what I mean? This is how I'm watching this fight. It's like, yeah, Bivol's racking up some points, but I know the ending.
It's like a main event Rocky fight, but it's like 15 minutes into the film.
You know Rocky's winning.
He's gonna.
You got Mr. T doing this one as well, you know.
I scored this. I did like a round by round scoring video on this last fight, and something that Joy said really came to mind is like Bivol would land at times when he's multiple punch combos, like he'd land 4 or 5 maybe, and he'd throw about 10, and then Beterbiev would throw 1, land 1, and Bivol would react so much more.
Of course.
And that's, I think, what we're seeing a little bit of is Bivol is winning these rounds. I don't know about round 2, but round 3 and round 1, I definitely give him them.
It's just a case of he's got that equaliser, and the damage he does with one shot is the equivalent of Bivol's 10 shots.
Can Bivol, as we've seen in round 4, round 5, can Bivol keep the work rate up and the speed up? Because those are the things that really win in those rounds.
This is round 4.
Right hand from Beterbiev.
This is round 4, and this is what it was like in round 8 or 9 in the last fight.
Yeah. He's invoked the fight and made it a dog fight a lot earlier now, Beterbiev.
I knew this was going to happen. It's like Beterbiev, they were angry that he spoiled his 100% knockout ratio. He was annoyed.
Right.
Yeah.
How dare you disrespect me and not go down?
And he's fighting like it now.
How can he fight like that, though? How dare you disrespect my record? What?
Yeah.
Madness, bro.
It's the bodily reactions for me of how they take a punch.
Yeah.
Bivol will land a crisp right hand, and you don't see a reaction from the body of Beterbiev apart from right. I'm going to come back at you. When Beterbiev lands them, you see a
turns him
a worrying sort of reaction from Bivol.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just how he looks. Maybe I'm reading things wrong, but.
This is how every guy that steps in the ring with Beterbiev reacts. It's like, what the hell's going on here? Even if you hear the coach of Beterbiev, he says, when he holds the pad for him, he says, even the heavyweights don't feel like this on the pad. It's crazy.
Good shots from Beterbiev. And
Hey, do you reckon Beterbiev showed him too much respect in the first one?
Absolutely. Well, I don't think it was a case of respect. I think his leg and injury and all the rest of it, I just don't think he was quite 100%.
Hard to keep up with him.
I think he felt that he took too long to work his way into that first fight, and that's why I think you can clearly see, even though we're scoring these, like, not this one particularly, but even though we had scored 2 of the first 3 rounds to Bivol, I think you can very much see that Beterbiev is getting to work earlier on. In doing that, you walk into the line
This is the Beterbiev round, by the way.
With a quicker,
this is a
sharper
Beterbiev
man.
round so far, lads. We've got a minute to go for those who aren't watching.
It's a pretty dominant Beterbiev round.
The fitter you are, the more confidence you have to start earlier. When things haven't been right, there's a level of second guessing, so...
He's punching the
I don't
crap
feel
out of
like
his
the
wrist.
Father
and his
Time
forearm.
is even answering him right now.
I've said this on every fight. I've never seen any difference. Doesn't get hit any more or less. Power's exactly the same. Engine's the same.
What I
Pin
like
him
is
on
that
the ropes.
he's
Pin him to the
not
ropes.
looking for a
Pin him to
perfect
the
shot.
ropes.
He's trying to land on the forearms. He's just punching his guard to bits. Like
Every
he's just-
punch.
yeah.
Doesn't matter where it lands. It could land on your eyelash. It does damage.
See, that doesn't mean nothing. He's still stepping forward.
Actually, I've got to give credit to Beterbiev's defence as well. He's
title.
blocking a lot of these on the gloves from Bivol, which obviously early on Bivol was landing quite well.
He looks in better shape all round.
It's like punching a mattress,
No
mate.
backstep.
Good right hand from Bivol. I don't know how flush it connected because Beterbiev landed quite well there, but Bivol was moving back with it.
Lads, I'll tell you
That was a good shot there,
shot there.
Bivol. Was it balance?
Balance. Oh, another one.
Another one.
Take him out with that one.
But he's angry, Beterbiev. You've angered him.
Banging.
Hey, that right leg though.
Right, I'll tell you something, right? The last 10-15 seconds of this round won't support what I'm about to say. Defensively, I think Beterbiev is sharper.
Without a doubt.
In this first 4 rounds, there's certain punches he's leant back out the way of, just got out the way of. They were shots that were hitting him in that first
Exactly.
fight.
Absolutely.
He's sharper. He's sharper.
It's that leg.
I'll give him
It's
at
that
least
leg.
one round so far, maybe 2.
I'll
But
give him that last round. I'll give him 1 round only.
yeah,
Who?
I give Beterbiev 1 round only, but it doesn't say
I thought
the
2 was
message
a
of the
swing
fight.
round.
It's not saying that. I'm still believe it's going in Beterbiev's favour,
yeah.
if that makes sense.
So
But
difficult because
I think it was that second that was a swing round, and I think it was 1 and 3. I would clearly go. Not clearly, they were competitive, but I'd say Bivol, Beterbiev, definitely that one.
he believes in himself. I like this Beterbiev from. I'm coming forward.
This guy.
Meet me.
It wouldn't now surprise me if we went 4 rounds in a row with Beterbiev winning them.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm feeling. But listen, hopefully not. I want it to be as competitive as possible.
That was the thing that Bivol struggled with last time about swinging the momentum. He had a really good round 9 after losing a couple of rounds, and then you're like, oh, he's back on top, and then he lost the next 3. So like, to only win, like, in my opinion, roughly 1 round of the last 5 or 6, it wasn't enough.
They got it a draw.
You notice that Bivol hasn't landed probably 1 body shot this whole fight.
it's too risky with a power punch. He's like, let me just keep you on the end of the jab and the long left hooks.
Right hand, and that was high.
But even the straight jab to the body. You know Mayweather used to throw that to control.
Yeah, the stab, Them do damage, over the round. Stab with the solar plex.
Yeah.
Bivol doesn't look the way he looked last time. It's not masterful at the moment.
Do you know what it is? I still think he's boxing well. It's
Nice body shot from Beterbiev.
It's the beast he's got in front of him.
This is bullying so far this round.
And it's funny because it's like he does a lot of simple things all at the same time very well. Like he's not dynamic shot selection. It's just
It's subtle. Everything's subtle. This is the thing though. That's what, do you know when you look at any masters at anything, they make the basics look so simple and so easy. It looks effortless.
It's a good fight though. Of respect for
This is the best fight in boxing. This is 2 of the best fighters pound for pound. Like, doesn't get much better
Bivol's
than this.
barely thrown a punch in this round, lads. This is, and I said it when we had that chat before. What we cannot see, if you're judging this and Bivol's trying to win a decision, is When he wins, there's competitive rounds. But when Beterbiev wins, they're one-sided domination. It doesn't look good on the judges' eyes.
The funny thing is, Beterbiev looks like he's almost took a little bit of a round off. He's slowed down a little bit.
He's still winning this round.
He's already done enough in that first couple.
But what I'm saying is that's the perfect opportunity for Bivol to step on the gas because he's got to find his moment to capitalise on. He's not doing that.
Too happy to play the B-side, mate.
I'll take a break when you're having a break. It doesn't work like that.
This is the Beterbiev round for me.
Without doubt.
Just about.
He's getting stalked. This is.
And Bivol started the round throwing a few decent jabs.
Swapping right hands at the same time.
Nothing deters Beterbiev.
No,
just here.
No. And being able to stand in front of your man and tap him. That's one thing. It's like, you know, when you're throwing these big shots, whatever, but just being able to stand in front of your man and tap him and set something up. Bivol down there with a shot to the body, right hand.
Beterbiev never takes a backward step and never avoids the opportunity to trade. We like so many fighters that we seen early on, we were like wondering why Hamzah wasn't throwing more or whatever. Whenever the opportunity is given to him, when Bivol's ready to throw, Beterbiev is like, I'm happy, bro. Let's fucking keep going, bro.
Guys,
Bivol is covering up, man.
Looks like one
this has been
serious
domination.
man.
Oh, he's got the body now as well.
One serious guy.
Oh, this motherfucker out, son.
Solo overhand.
Bivol's in trouble. Bivol's in trouble.
Let's go.
Oh, yes. Beterbiev is putting the fucking stamp on this round.
Finish him.
Come on, son.
Finish him.
This is going to be a KO.
Jesus.
It's going to be a KO.
Bro, he said, we're different.
Yeah.
Yes, there's elite levels, but guess I'm this and you are him.
What a gift to have that type of power.
What?
What a gift.
Not the power alone.
Irrational.
It's the stamina plus the power, isn't it?
Absolutely. Listen,
a lot of fighters are strong, but they don't have that level of gas like to stalk you the way he does.
This is what makes it worse. He's not just being gifted with power. He's got an engine. He's got skill.
Mental strength.
He's got everything.
Chin.
Everything.
It's like you made him on a frigging game.
Yeah. He's the final boss, like. He is the final boss.
If you're going to design a fighter like you would pick him, like there's no things that I would add to him. He's borderline perfect. It's ridiculous.
And don't get it twisted, Bivol's is the real deal as well.
He felt that.
He's like Bivol's.
He did, yeah. That was a good shot by.
Well,
you wouldn't know.
I was thinking about what Loza said.
though.
That's what I'm saying. I'm letting you know that Bivol is actually wicked.
I was thinking about what Loza said. This is the best pound for pound fight in boxing.
Yeah,
because if you go other pound for pound fights, you move fighters up or down weight categories to make that fight. Crawford, Canelo, Inoue, Tank, whatever. In terms of both men in the same weight category actually competing at the same weight, it is the best pound.
We just don't give it the attention because they're not the most entertaining. The build-up, the styles are, they're not good talkers.
He's following up, he's actually...
Bivol's ex-wife is celebrating right now already. She's freaking herself after this.
She's waiting in Beterbiev's hotel room, isn't she? She's waiting. I haven't heard the old flick of the beat job for a while.
Beterbiev ain't got nowhere near it.
Yeah, she's thinking of Artur. Oh, God almighty.
She was getting crazy with them Arturs, bro.
Yeah,
she was loving it.
One dish left in the sink and she'd be doing live streams against him. Like that.
Hey, God.
Again, Beterbiev comes out this round and just piling on the pressure.
Bivol's not throwing anything.
Nah, mate. Too often that happened in the last fight, but it's happening even more in this fight. And that's why I predicted him, because I said, I just don't trust Bivol. You need to prove it to me, because I just don't believe he believes he can beat Beterbiev.
Not enough.
Boys, when these lot sparred on the Olympic squad, or I think it was the Olympic squad, the Russian squad and whatnot, this is how it went.
I bet.
This is how it went, and this is why Beterbiev. I'm never going to say he was dismissive. I think he very much respects Bivol, and I think he admires Bivol. He's a fella. He's a compatriot. They're countrymen. I think he admires him, but I think the reason why he didn't have that fear of him was because this is probably how the spars went.
What age were they when they were on the Olympic squad? So Bivol was the young lad.
Yeah.
And he was the OG at that point. Bivol's tried to unload a combo.
Good combo.
First bit of aggression we've seen from him in a while here in this fight. But again, Beterbiev just eats it and keeps coming and keeps throwing.
Do you know the funny thing is, I'm sure it was maybe Dan Aziz or someone, they said when they went and sparred Beterbiev, all the lads who were sparring with him, they all got together like, right, you tear him out first, then I'll step in.
Yeah.
They were trying to do a game plan amongst 5 or 6 of them. Yeah. That's how much of a beast he is.
A fucking nightmare of a man, isn't he, the final boss?
That'd be normally, because when you go for sparring, you just worry about yourself.
Yeah,
but it was that
It's
difficult.
getting a bit embarrassing now, lads.
What he's doing to him.
What
he's doing to him.
Food with laxative
He's playing with him.
Yeah, Bivol, you're going to have to enter the
Bivol,
kitchen
brave.
sink,
Well
bro.
done, Bivol. That's nice.
Go out bold, bro.
That was a good shot there.
Good, he's
Let's see how much you want this, Bivol. Let's see how much you want.
Oh,
this,
no,
man.
Right hand there from Bivol.
Throw something at him, bro.
He's getting greedy though, Trav. He can't get greedy.
Bro, at this point, what else can he do?
What I would say is Beterbiev is looking like he's slowing down a little bit.
No, he's
but
fine.
He's had to work hard.
He's fine. He's been throwing punches. He probably ain't thrown this much.
No,
Lads,
Good from Bivol at the end,
so far, I'm leaning towards.
Sure.
Right hand from Beterbiev.
He's hit him.
Big right hand.
He ate it.
I don't know if he ate it properly, you know, Trav.
He ate it.
I tell you
I
what,
think he's on wobbly legs.
He's all right.
Oh, that's that.
No, credit to Bivol. He's
okay.
take a shot. You could
Ate that.
really take a shot.
I'm giving that Beterbiev.
Oh, easy.
I was about to go, lads, I reckon I could maybe give it a Bivol, and he just
I loved
lumped
it
him.
because the sentence didn't leave his mouth, and it was like, nah.
You're right.
fuck
It's
all
a
that.
little bit of a little bit there.
There's a golf
little
golf
knot.
ball just on the top, if you can see.
Yeah, just there.
At this point, I feel like the corner is just them sitting there going, oh, fuck's sake.
The thing is, Bivol's.
What's that here?
You're funny.
It's like, what do we say at this point? It's like,
Like,
it's
what
not
can we
fucking
tell you to
working,
do?
bro.
Is
Like,
it where?
Just sulking and pissing.
Like, if I was the corner, literally, I'd just stay. I'd stare at him for a minute, and go, could get tired.
No, you ask him what you got this watch. You want water? Or...
It goes to the point where you go, what would you like? Do you want to? It's like
No,
there's
when your corner's moving indecisive, that's a madness, you
Want
know.
to throw the towel in, mate? Because it's pretty rough.
Well, it's just like, he's a proper dickhead, isn't it?
Yeah, this is difficult. Well, better look next time.
There's only one man they need in that corner, John Fury.
Yeah.
Give him the
No man born of his mother.
Give him the complete opposite advice.
Go on, my son.
You're winning this.
Do you know what you need in his corner? You need Teddy Atlas going, come on.
We are firemen.
Firemen. We live in the fire.
Live in the fire.
Yeah, this is what we need.
You know what, you say that, but that might actually do it.
I'm telling you, if you're like that in that situation where you're thinking about life or death,
Right.
you need someone to really realise why you're here.
Right.
What's your reason? This is what we're training
Ross is
for.
obsessed with death tonight.
Yeah, he said death like 5 or 6 times.
He's got some dark energy tonight.
Damn.
Mate, I watched a funny interview from Tyson Fury ahead of the Canelo Billy Joe Saunders fight, and he's like, oh, he's not even taking it too seriously, you know. He had a beer the other day. It's a fucking boxing match, you know what I mean? Well, he's had plenty of them. It's not a big deal. And I'm not even joking. Within 60 seconds in the same interview, he goes, he told us the other day, this is life and death for him. and I'm watching it.
Cheers.
And it's like, he said to me, I'm willing to die for this. And so I thought, well, he's definitely winning then.
Yeah.
And I was just like, you're unbelievable, you, mate. Honestly, fuck
It's
me.
a better Bivol round, though. It's a better Bivol round.
It's only
because Beterbiev hasn't been landing as much as...
He's slowed down. I said in the last round, he's definitely slowed down a little bit.
Still 1 minute 38 to go.
Isn't he?
Still 1 minute 38 to go, mate.
You trying to say there's like whistles of time?
It's just happened just there. He just aged. This is the difficult thing. Maybe that's where you'll notice it with Beterbiev. Maybe his engine might just slow down. The power's still there. Everything else is different.
He started earlier this time round, so that's going to have a knock-on effect.
Yeah, definitely.
Is it demoralising to have throw a wicked combination and have the guy still walk forward?
Well, yeah,
absolutely.
It's like punching a mattress, bro. Like,
Very much so.
nothing happens.
So it
Trust
doesn't
me.
get any worse.
Yeah.
I hit people sometimes, and I think I did a little walk off, and then they just like walk back over and hit me with a shot, and I'm like, oh, you fucking prick! Like,
Didn't hurt
my
you at all?
camera on. I was going to post this on Instagram. You fucking ruined it.
That's hilarious.
Crazy.
This is a much
It
better
could be a
for
Bivol round, you know?
So far, if nothing mad happens.
What? 40 seconds.
I got to say, when Beterbiev has to rotate left, his knee doesn't support that journey at all. So if I'm him, I got to... Bivol's get on his bike and make him be off balance because that right leg doesn't seem to be that reliable.
That's good analysis. I'm way too drunk to do that.
I think Beterbiev is slightly tired in this round.
That's what
However,
he did the last round.
even still,
Good Bivol round.
Bivol's not landing
Solid
great
Bivol
shots.
round.
Yeah, though he might be winning the round, but it's not like I'm looking at going, "Whoa, can Beterbiev survive this?" Not at all. He's still on the front foot.
Well, that's the best it can get at this point.
Absolutely,
He's gotta
I
turn
agree.
it around.
Yeah, fair play.
When you see that combo like that, he's thrown 4
Solid
and nothing's
Bivol round.
actually
go.
landed.
Yeah, Beterbiev's defense is definitely better.
Look at this, guys. Let's look at what we're seeing here. But this is the best round of the fight for Bivol so far.
Yeah.
Yes.
But can I tell you something? And this is something that I think we sort of half credit Bivol with it, but we don't credit Beterbiev with it. These guys are defensive geniuses.
Yeah.
Because they don't do it off the back foot. They're walking into each other, and it's like block, slip, block, block, move. But it's not the flashy American style of doing it. It's Soviet defensive ability.
How many rounds we giving Bivol?
2? No, 3.
That first 3, easy. Maybe 4.
It's probably up to 4.
Nah. I'd have given 3.
Do you know?
Maybe 3.
Do you know the reason why Bivol had more success
3 or 4,
there?
3 or 4.
He was throwing his jab a lot more. He was like. He stopped jabbing. You can't stand there like this with a high guard against Beterbiev. He needs to use his best attribute, his boxing at range.
Beterbiev's going to come out with mad energy this round, though.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You're going to see.
I agree.
He's going to come out with mad energy this
He
round.
can't let Bivol get momentum from that round.
True, very true. Especially the fact that went the distance last time. You can't rely that he's going to get him out of there. He needs to make sure that
What round is this, lads? I couldn't see.
I think it's 7 or 8.
8.
Is it 8?
Wait for it.
8,
Around 8.
8. Wow, it's flown.
It's flying, isn't it? That's when you know it's a good
Bivol's
fight.
not thinking that. He's thinking, damn, how many weeks have I been here?
So I've got it.
That's right hand there.
4-3, I suppose. Yeah, 4-3 to Beterbiev.
I think that's about what I've got it, mate.
Look at that. Hey,
good, that's
listen,
good, that's
Bivol's
good
looking
work.
a bit sharper. He needs to make sure that Beterbiev doesn't just cancel his progress, though. That's one shot.
You know how you just cancel progress?
Yeah. One shot, and we're like, oh shit, he's about to go.
That's the annoying thing, you know what I mean? You do a full, 2 minutes 50, and then Beterbiev just lands a couple of solid shots.
If he can establish a jab and keep a glove on his face, like he could open him up on a nice little cut, because I can see some red in and around that left eye.
Look at Bivol, is a great boxer in and out, but he's not jabbing. That's his strength, boxing at range, but he's not doing it.
Well, he just heard you there.
Yeah, he did a double jab right hand there, to be fair to him.
He was doing it in the start of the last round, then he stopped.
I think Bivol's winning this round so far.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot more positive. There we go.
Beterbiev's tired. He's slowed right down.
This is a big problem. He might have shot his load a little early in his fight, because he came out starting from like round 2 and 3.
Does anyone know what knee it was that was the surgery? Was it the right knee?
I'm guessing it's the right knee, but
because have you seen him stepping with his left foot before he steps with his right foot a lot of the time when Bivol's trying to circle off?
Yeah,
which is, I don't want to say schoolboy stuff. I mean, I'll make worse mistakes, but still.
That foot is dragging. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's a bit.
Well, like you just said, he's got 2 straps on this fight.
Yeah.
If he did just have one, the last one.
Where's that right hand from Beterbiev as well? He's not throwing it enough.
Well, that exit there shouldn't be that easy. You've got to cut across in a diagonal line.
Another great round from Bivol right now, though.
Oh, there's still a minute left.
Beterbiev's punch output has dropped by 50%.
Massively. Something's different. Either he's tired.
Oh, do you see how shit that body shot was? It looked slow as fuck.
That was good from Bivol jab and then a left hook off of it.
See, if he starts reaching his shots here, then we know that right leg, he can't move, he can't trust it.
Is that right eye of Bivol's really, is that swelling up now underneath his eye?
He always looks like he's got sweat. His face,
it's the shape of his
looks
face.
like that, yeah.
His cheekbones.
I can't believe how Beterbiev's work rate's dropped. This is a real opportunity for Bivol here to work his way back into this and take over.
This is his opportunity, like you said, to just get some rounds under his belt.
Yeah, he needs to start literally outworking him every round if he's slowing down like this.
It's the second camp on the bounce in the first time in a long time since he's done that.
Well, if you want to be champion, that's the normal expectation.
Nice.
No, I hear you, but I'm just mean at 41
on the glove.
He hasn't had to do this in a little while. Hey, this is 2 rounds.
Bivol round for me. I think that puts me Beterbiev 1 up.
I think I'm
such a difficult one.
What are you level now?
You said 4-3 before. This was the 8th round. That's 4-4, right?
4-4, mate.
Okay, yeah. So even.
Hey, Bivol's
a good round.
back in this fight, man.
I think he's weirdly because
bang.
Beterbiev had some more dominant moments earlier than what we've seen in the first fight. But actually, it may be that he spent more energy for the long game.
Yep.
Because Bivol actually doesn't look as fucked and doesn't look as wary of him now. That punch output was the thing that we were like, wow, because he threw 250 punches more than Bivol in the first fight. And in this fight, I mean, there was a couple of rounds where you were like, what's going on with Bivol? Why is he not throwing? But now I'm looking at Beterbiev thinking, why are you not throwing now? Like, that's not something we usually see from him.
Shaking
Most guys are out of here by now.
Yeah.
He's not really...
He's not a 12-round fighter.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
He has knocked people out in the late rounds, though.
He definitely has.
Yeah.
But most of the guys don't compete with him the way Bivol is.
Yeah. I wonder if Bivol's went to work on his cardio and made sure I'm going to be fit as fuck in these final rounds this time.
Let's see if he can maintain.
That's what he had to do. His punch output needed to be more.
You know what, Bivol, well done for that. I love some of the stuff.
Yeah,
Good work.
And they've got it equal as well on their own scorecard, so we're probably close to the mark here. He's just not. He's
That
not
right
closing
leg.
the
That
distance.
right
That
leg.
is brilliant from. I like some of these combinations that Bivol's throwing in.
He's actually starting to knock Beterbiev out. It's like his legs can't support the blows as much.
And that right leg, he can't. You see how he's reaching that right hand when Bivol rotates, mate.
Bivol's circling away, and he can't catch up to him in time, can he? Come on.
So that's why he wants to rotate that way now because he wants to cut out.
Yep.
Hey.
Bivol taking the centre of the ring now.
Mate,
This was a
mate, that's a bad sign
big
for
surprise.
Beterbiev. But mate, that's a terrible sign.
Yeah,
for
I should have been in the camp with Bivol. I would have spotted that earlier.
Mate, you would have. I wouldn't know that. I'm like before this fight, I thought Beterbiev wins by knockout. I'm leaning further and further away because he just doesn't look like that knockout puncher here.
There's a lot of fight left.
It could easily happen. But what I'm saying is in the last fight, he looked fresher at this point than what he does right now.
You know what? There might be a reason why he started so fast. Because if he's got a knee issue, he wants this done early.
Shit, bro. Bivol looks good.
But unfortunately, it hasn't ended early. It's still going. So it's
still here now. It's a problem because now Bivol's growing into this fight.
And then you see him drop their hands and he just gave a little walk round to enjoy his work as well. Let the judges know, look, did you see what I just did?
Oh, he's doing it. Remember when he did that to Canelo? He's doing a little bit of that shit, yeah.
He's feeling himself.
Yeah.
100%.
Because he humiliated Canelo at times. That was fucking rough.
This is taking on a different identity. I didn't see this coming. I thought we had a KO in the works.
I thought that extra work would have really started playing. Bivol would have, been really struggling at this point.
But go too early.
But the work slowed right down from Beterbiev, hasn't it?
This round.
Actually, you know what,
Beterbiev did just get through the over. I'm right, but Bivol's response
Straight
is
back
really
to him.
good. This is good work from.
There we go, Bivol.
I think Bivol's been brilliant.
This is how we box.
Great work.
This is how
and
we
he's
box.
enjoying himself as well.
Come on, let him know.
Just don't get greedy.
Get out of that
Bivol.
corner. Don't
That's
go
it.
that way. Other way. There we go. Oh, this is quite slick still. I mean,
Shit.
You do what you're doing. I'll just watch.
You're playing driving instructor for like fucking Michael Schumacher.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, no, good idea. Good idea.
The thing is, when Beterbiev, if Bivol gets too much success, it annoys Beterbiev and then he steps on the gas. You almost want to just.
Bro, you need to step on the gas
But
now.
this was supposed to be that round where he does that and it's not working.
Mate, the feet of Bivol are so good here because what he's doing, he'll circle off to that left. He takes the rightward step, but then he ends up going to the left. But what he does is it just buys him them 2-3 seconds.
Yeah.
And that doesn't sound like a long time, but if you carry on doing that consistently throughout the round, all of a sudden you've wasted 30 seconds.
Right.
That's the sixth for the round. Do you know what I mean? It's like...
And do you know the problem I think that Beterbiev's not doing? He's not invested in the body like he should have been.
Beterbiev looks like he's dying.
You lot got Bivol up in it.
He can't
by
get there.
one.
Yeah,
Maybe they're by
Bivol by one.
now I do.
Bivol up by one.
It's why is Beterbiev not going to the body?
He doesn't look right.
The feet, he doesn't have the feet to get into position to throw. Look at that. He's off balance. And even when he rotates to his right, the right leg, something's up with the right leg because he can't generate any power or balance when he throws.
In the previous, a couple of rounds ago, he was able to counter punch. And you know what's talking about that ability, just pull back and come back with your shots.
Yeah.
That's just
Where's the
disappeared.
body shots gone as well?
Body shots, everything's.
I don't understand why he hasn't thrown more body
But
shots.
he's reaching. Look how he's reaching his right hand when he throws his right hand.
Yeah.
That's because that right leg is not coming with him.
You just got to give the credit to Bivol because he's
if Bivol
fighting
wins
brilliant.
this fight, lads, imagine how mentally strong he's going to be as a champion. Like after coming over this motherfucker.
But then is there a trilogy?
I think there would
It would
be.
definitely
I'd
be a
watch it
trilogy.
as well.
I
Before
don't
said
know if I
didn't
wanna
care.
see it.
Before I said I didn't care about it, I'm telling you right now, if he wins this fight, I'm watching this.
I'm watching a trilogy all day long.
Yeah. I'm winning.
If you're a boxing fan, you'll watch this again.
I'd like to see Benavidez, then a trilogy or something like that.
Yeah,
Let's break it up a little bit,
I'm
guys.
bored of seeing these.
I think because of the age of Beterbiev, the trilogy would happen straight away. But I would like to see him go in there with another.
Let him do something else.
Benavidez looks like he's pouring it on in this round.
He's trying to.
It's best of three, fam.
He's chasing him around. He can't cut the ring off now. You notice that? He can't bring that right leg wide and cut the ring off anymore. He just follows him around.
He's moving. His shots don't even look as heavy as they were.
Look at that. Watch. Following him around.
This is crazy.
It's a little bit better work to start the round by Beterbiev, but let's see how Bivol.
Much more composed by Bivol. He's comfortably managing this fight.
Now.
Yeah. Look at that.
I don't know if he's winning this round though.
He's
About even in a minute, I'd say.
It's so difficult. It's almost like Beterbiev, because he's slowed down, it's enabled Bivol, but
it's not Beterbiev's hands that are slowed down, because I think they stay quite consistent. It's the feet that have slowed down for me.
You got to stop him.
Because normally you can walk forward, throwing combinations.
Right.
He almost walks sometimes the way he crosses his feet, but he doesn't seem to have that ability in this fight.
Nope. It's like he's got old overnight, and this sounds like a clear cliche, but he does look completely different right now.
But I think it's the leg. I think that's what the problem is.
But that's old age. Stuff does.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But when you say old age and you think like your reflexes go, something like it's actually just his body breaking down, which again is, I suppose, is age.
It's age, isn't it?
Wear and tear.
With David Haye, the Achilles went,
There you go. Good little combo from Bivol there, and he's backing Beterbiev up.
Bivol getting backwards as
well. And again, it is worth noting there is a lot being taken on the gloves here, but it's the pressure from Bivol that was just non-existent in those first rounds.
All good right hand from Beterbiev though. Yeah, don't get greedy.
This is quite a close round, to be fair, on actual
another one of those ones.
Points scored.
See that? You see that he can't turn a corner. He's literally going straight line, and when he moves,
he can't get the power in it.
Yeah, he can't.
I'd probably edge Beterbiev in this round.
Yeah, he's had a good bit of work to the body in this round.
Even the come forward pressure, he's been a little bit more on him.
Fair enough.
Oh, this fight.
Swing around.
Come on, lad.
I probably
follow it up again. Come on. Nah, he's not.
I'm not majorly.
He's not capitalising on his success in this round.
The old Beterbiev throws about 4 more punches there and really puts it on him, and he's letting him off.
Well, in the last fight at this stage, he was literally on Bivol, just walking forward, borderline walking towards him, just throwing them arms.
Yeah, he's different now.
Well done, Bivol, for finishing the round strong.
I think you might argue I'd probably score that round, Beterbiev. I thought he landed about 4 or 5 clean body shots on Bivol in that round. Now, at this point, I've got it around level, and remember what happened last time, 11th round. What did he do? He took a round off. There's 6 minutes left of this fight, and you cannot afford to take 6 seconds of this fight off. Bivol needs to be landing and throwing, at least throwing, for the next 6 minutes of this fight.
Bro, I've got to say,
feels like a very different fight.
The thing that we noticed last time these guys fought, every fucking replay was all for Bivol, and we're doing it again. And I wonder, like, is this because he's a matchroom fighter or whatever? What the fuck's going on here?
They've just showed Bivol highlights, and I'm not arguing it. Like I can see how you can see it from both sides. Like I'm not arguing it.
Both.
But there was, I counted there 5 clean right hands or jabs to the body from Beterbiev in that round there. I mean, maybe when you go to the body, you could argue they're not as eye-catching, and that's why the replay doesn't show it.
I feel as if the replay should just be the main moments from the round. It doesn't matter who's they're from. And Beterbiev definitely had some. Even in the first fight, he won the fight.
I don't think Beterbiev won that last round. I'll be honest with you.
It's really hard to score.
I think, look at this work here. It's become so, we're used to seeing Bivol land these shots. It seems like, it's not really major. And then Beterbiev landing is now more of a surprise because.
Do you think it's because it's more often 1 thrown, 1 landed, whereas with Bivol it's 4 thrown, 1 landed?
Yeah, that's right. And also Beterbiev's shots last time round were way more impactful to the point where it looked like, oh, geez, is he going to go? This time round,
his engine also just slowed so much compared to last fight. And we did say, like, fighters age overnight, right? It's not that he's aged to a point where he's bad.
Can't afford to be doing what he's doing right now, though.
Maybe just manage the fight better, that round management better. He started early, hoping that he'd probably have his man out of there, and Bivol's still there. Fair play to him, really.
What I would say is, whether or not his mindset's in this place, earlier on in the fight I said Bivol's body isn't reacting in the way that I would want to see it react if I was part of Team Bivol. I'm not seeing that now when he gets hit. I'm not saying he's losing confidence, but I'm seeing more of a confident. Look at that. There you go. Lovely combination from Bivol there.
He responds and he responds again.
2 big moments there from Bivol in this round.
Come on, man.
Puts it heavily in his favour for the second.
Winning this.
Beterbiev needs to get something significant at this stage.
I can't believe. Look at that right leg. It's awful. That right leg is nailed to the ground, mate.
Keep your feet moving, Bivol.
Good right hand from Beterbiev.
Got the fitness.
I think the right leg not being strong is taking the power off his punches. So now Bivol's thinking, I actually can stand with you still. You actually have to back up now.
Oh, Bivol's backing him up with low hands.
Look at this.
Second.
Look at this.
Everything comes off the back leg, you know what I mean? That's what drives you in.
Absolutely.
Hey, well done, Bivol, man. I did not see this. I did not see this happening.
Hey.
I feel like Bivol's winning this round.
Yep.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
He just can't get greedy because I feel like he's winning this.
If
right
he
now.
dances for round 12, he's done it.
But say from here on out, right, 37 seconds, Beterbiev, to win this round now, needs to have 3 sustained attacks. Because I've got Bivol 2 sustained attacks up in this round. So it's like, yeah, you can finish it out strong, but like you were saying earlier, we've got to think how the end of the round went.
Look at that.
Beterbiev's getting hit.
Look at that.
Oh,
well done.
Hey, listen, he's
Don't get greedy.
he's every second of that 41 years old.
I've got to give him credit though, because when he's getting clipped by Bivol, he's throwing every fucking punch back at him. He's not fucking taking a backward step. Like as much as Bivol's looking the better fighter in this 11th round, Beterbiev is not showing a fucking shred of fear.
Hey, you didn't give Buatsi any of that credit, so we're not about to do that with Beterbiev.
I thought he had big balls.
I'm joking.
Are we saying
Bivol up.
Bivol 1 up.
Beterbiev needs to.
I've got Bivol 1 up.
I've got Bivol 2 up.
Bivol's up by that 2 or 3 rounds, man.
I'm personally saying Bivol stays on his feet, he wins the fight.
Yeah.
Easy.
So you've got him 2 up.
I think this round, if Beterbiev wins this round, it's a draw.
I've got him up by. I've got Bivol up by 1.
I got him up by like 2 or 3 rounds.
You got 2 rounds up.
2 or 3.
If I'm honest, it's hard.
No, 2 or 3.
There's been so many close rounds.
You've got to pick 2 or 3.
Okay, I'll go 2.
I've got him up by 2.
Okay, fair.
I got 2.
2.
Yeah.
He's done. I'm really
Look at his face.
surprised and impressed by Bivol.
You've got him up by 1.
I've got him up by 1, mate. I think he's been.
I've got him by 1.
More
but
energetic this time, but Beterbiev hasn't been. Like, it's not just that I think Bivol's improved. I think Beterbiev looks like he's aged.
Look at the confidence. He jumps off his stool. Even when they was talking to him and the legs were shaking, he said, "Yeah, let's get up."
Beterbiev's going to throw everything at it, but I think he's.
Now you got to know if you're. This is the big round for Beterbiev.
Yeah,
big round.
He needs to really go for it now.
Look at that.
With everything.
I can't not see that footwork just disappearing, man. Look at that. He can't change direction.
Wow. The scoring is mate. His own scoring is a piece of shit.
Can I just say, right, we've all just gone round and said we've got Bivol up and whatnot, but the scoring for both fights, I think, has been a little bit suspect in favour of Bivol.
Massively?
Yeah.
Remember when the way Eddie Hearn reacted?
No one in the front 5 rows.
Oh, come on.
Beterbiev won.
Come on, Beterbiev.
I do feel like in this fight, though, whichever way it goes,
I don't mind.
I don't mind. Whereas the last fight, had it went to Bivol, I would have been angry. I feel like Beterbiev deserved to win.
I feel more like that with the last fight.
This is a Bivol
I feel
fight,
like with this fight, even if Beterbiev has a pretty dominant round, I'd go, nah, I think Bivol's done enough there.
I think that Beterbiev dominated Bivol more in the last round than Bivol has dominated Beterbiev this round. And I don't have any shred of doubt in my mind.
Last round or the last
fight?
In the last fight, if Beterbiev versus Bivol won, I think Beterbiev was more dominant than Bivol has been today.
Yeah.
I think Bivol is edging this fight currently, but Beterbiev was a clear winner for me
100%
after
agree.
watching it back.
Totally agree.
That's fair.
That's what I was saying. I would, if it had went to Bivol in the last fight, I would have been fuming. I think it would have been a robbery. This one, whichever way it goes, I wouldn't argue personally.
What it is I feel in boxing that you can consistently nick rounds and in doing so build a wide lead. And I don't feel that Bivol's got a wide lead, but I'm saying, like, every round you go, yeah, competitive, good shots landed. But I just, for me, I had Bivol
I think this is
2 up going into this round, and I'm
sustained attack for it.
Do you think Beterbiev's winning this round?
I think Beterbiev's winning this round.
I'd say so.
Yeah, I'd say Beterbiev winning this one.
I don't know, man.
Good work from Bivol, though.
I think the punch that's this time round is Beterbiev's thrown more, but Bivol's landed more.
Mate, Beterbiev, I think, is winning this round. Like,
I'm interested
again,
in
I
the
feel
stats,
like,
to be fair.
I feel like Bivol's boxing like he knows he's won again.
Yeah.
And he was wrong. He was wrong. No, he was wrong in the first fight. I admit that.
Nah,
he might be wrong in this one, but I feel like he's boxing like he knows.
Was that a
he's
cut
won
over?
this.
He's hurt him now. So.
A cut over the eye of Bivol.
Mate,
see, this is the way.
This is what
Beterbiev needs to go for it.
Get on your bike and dance.
Referee, get involved.
Break him.
What's up, man? Fuck off, man.
Break him.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds.
Beterbiev, Bivol, the final round.
The way Beterbiev finishes here could swing the fight. Because you know how the scoring is. See,
Get out of there, bro.
Yeah, Beterbiev is massively
fuck
winning
it.
this
Nice
round,
shot.
lads.
Hold your feet and go for it.
No.
Hold your fucking feet and go to war.
Come on, boys. 12 seconds.
Get
12
out
seconds.
of
10
there.
seconds.
Get out of
Referee,
there.
come on. Get them together.
Get out of there, bro. Don't swing with
Imagine
him.
he smoked them in the final 10 seconds. That would be mental, wouldn't it?
He's ended it well. All right, cool.
Good fight. Really good fight.
Bivol is undisputed light heavyweight champion.
I think he might be.
He is.
I don't.
Look at the damage.
Look at though, does he?
I don't think
I know what you mean.
I'm
I don't
gonna
care about
say Bivol.
Bivol
I
done
think
it,
he
mate.
might be. I think he might be.
If
still.
they rob him tonight, that's
No,
Well, you win it, 'cause you win it, it's a robbery.
Trav, if you score it by a point, would you call it a
I'm
robbery?
being dramatic.
I love it.
Come
Keep it
on.
up.
Taking me to task.
Get to task straight to. Bro, he's
I was on the stand. I was like, wait, I didn't get arrested.
All right. Can we just go around and score this right now, as you thought it happened?
Have you seen the body language difference between the pair?
Oh yeah.
Beterbiev smiling, Bivol looked like he's went to hell and back.
Yeah, but then in the first fight, you could go, corner in between the 11th and the 12th round. Beterbiev's corner told him
right.
he needed a knockout. So there's always those sort of things you can bring into it.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is, I can go on the eye test of what I watched, and that only I'm no expert, but I give it to Bivol by one round.
Good for 1 round.
Bivol 1 round. Yeah. Travis.
Bivol. I'm not gonna get into the round count, but yeah, I think Bivol.
And you know,
Rosa?
and
I'm going Beterbiev. I just feel like the damage done. I know it's punch stats and all the rest of it, but
can I say when I say I give it to Bivol by 1 round, that's on the assumption that I gave Beterbiev that what we call the swing round.
Yeah, what was round 2, wasn't
Round 2 I felt was a swing round, so I'm going Beterbiev for that swing round, which when I watch back I may swing either way. Plenty of other rounds.
do you know what I do?
Wow.
I feel
Do
as
not clip that.
if I'm honest, I would be happy with a draw. I feel like this fight was so close. The draw would be. I wouldn't argue with that. I know it's not the decision you want to see, really, but
Second
I feel like it's so close.
I must admit, I wouldn't. One thing I wouldn't say is I don't think Beterbiev won, but I wouldn't mind a draw or Bivol by 1 round. I'm really torn between Bivol by a round and a draw. I'll probably go a draw.
I'm going draw. Yeah, it's kind of. I feel as if that's a fair decision. I feel
Bivol night. Let's not do this, guys.
I might rewatch this and think differently.
This is the thing.
I watched the first one 4 times.
Yeah, I need to watch it again, to be fair.
It was that good, wasn't it?
When the fight's that entertaining, and let's face it, when we're watching this, we're drawn into it. We're not sitting here just predominantly judging. We're watching the fight, trying to analyse it, but
There's the respect.
it's so difficult.
These
Are
men.
we able to them tell us what the?
Yeah, I think we're going to see it here anyway, aren't we? Because someone's getting their hand raised.
We'll just wait.
No, but whether they, because I feel like they
Oh,
might
the
go
lads will
split.
tell me.
I feel like
Tell me what kind of decision it is, boys, in the headphones.
it might be majority or split.
Let me know.
It will be a split decision. It's not going to be like a. It'll be a split.
All right. We don't have audio.
I'm saying they go unanimous decision, Bivol.
This is same. That's what I think.
2 rounds. They gave it 2. I had 1. So, yeah.
In my
Look at Eddie. He knows something. Look.
Eddie's got his eyes
That's
closed.
that's that smug look.
No, he's got his eyes closed.
he's hopeful, mate.
Yeah.
It could be the smug look from Eddie.
Yeah, but you close.
Most people are scoring at Bivol on
Sometimes
the
when
bottom
you're
here.
about to have a really good moment, you close your eyes.
I don't know.
Crazy.
He seems to be praying, Eddie. God bless him. Who's won it? And the winner.
His hands raised. Bivol's hands raised.
Come on, it's got to be Bivol. Let's not do this. Let's not play games.
And it's Bivol!
Unanimous.
Fair play.
Unanimous.
Fair play.
I don't know. I imagined. I didn't hear it. You know
Yeah,
they do
cut
the
it down.
split decision.
It's fair. It's fair.
Got to respect it,
It
man.
was fair.
Majority.
Majority.
There was a majority decision.
It's fair. It's
Yeah.
fair. It's
See,
fair.
guys?
Yeah.
Boxing
Majority
does
what,
win sometimes, yeah?
One draw then. One a draw, yeah. Majority, yeah.
I think that's fair. To be honest.
Yeah. Otherwise it'd be a split. Majority.
Yeah, sorry,
is
my bad.
one draw.
Yeah, so someone did have it a draw, yeah.
Yeah. That's, yeah.
To be fair, I'm not unhappy with that decision. Like, I'm actually happy for the story of Bivol to come back after getting, beat by him.
I don't need to see this again, even though I know that they're going to win a trilogy. Because for me, when I watched that fight, what I seen was an aging Beterbiev and a fighter in Bivol who was far closer to his prime. And Beterbiev, with those knees strapped up, couldn't cut the ring off, couldn't close the distance. Stamina wasn't as good as it was last time. With every fight camp he does, it's going to get worse, not better. I think Bivol can maintain the level he's at now for another few years. So I've seen enough. It was a great rivalry. I'd rather see Benavidez next.
Couldn't get the
So
power.
hold on, just quickly, because this was a close fight and it was a majority decision, and a lot of us were saying we wouldn't argue either way or whatever.
Yeah.
Stylistically, who would you rather see face Benavidez, Bivol or Beterbiev? Because I'm going to put it out there, I'd rather see Beterbiev face Benavidez.
Yeah, but I kind of want Benavidez. I kind of want Beterbiev to hang his gloves up after this, because it's like, you were undisputed, right? You lost your undisputed. Go out at the top like you're 40. Your body's breaking down in front of all of our eyes. There's no way that was as good as last time from him.
Beterbiev,
and I don't need to see it anymore.
No, Beterbiev
proven
deserves another
everything.
go. He deserves. If his legs are going,
If he wants to,
if
fair
his
enough.
legs are going.
But what I'm saying is, if a coach was being honest with him, he'd go, mate, leave it. Leave it there.
That's
because you're going to get chinned next time.
What he couldn't get was he couldn't generate the power.
He couldn't close the
when
distance.
He just couldn't generate the power.
But you know what it is? Up until about 6 rounds or whatever, we're all excited about him. We're all changed. The leg went, and I'm more excited about seeing Beterbiev in any fight than I am Bivol. Like, the power that he brings, you're always on the edge of your seat. Like, I never sit and watch Bivol thinking there's going to be a knockout at any moment. I don't feel that same way.
We do have to wrap this up. Sorry, lad. It is getting late. We have to wrap it up. A quick final thought from Dmitry. Loza, what did you make of the fight quickly?
Absolutely loved it. Great fight. This is pound for pound elite fighting. I don't care who won or lose there. It was a great fight to watch.
What do you make of it?
Great fight, and not only that, absolutely terrific card. Like, literally, we've done how long live?
Oh, God, no, 6-7 hours, something like that.
It felt like about 2.5
8 hours. Eight hours, I think.
My life.
8 hours.
7.5, something
I've
like
had the time of my life. What a card of boxing. Long live Riyadh.
Yes. Travis, do you have anything you want to say, bro?
Great night of boxing, man. Bivol put on a boxing masterclass to exist with Beterbiev at that level, handling that power and navigating to a points win. Yeah, mate, congratulations.
Boxing won, man. Boxing fans won.
Just quickly, fight of the night. For me, Callum Smith beat Buatsi. I love that fight. To me, that was the fight of the night.
What Agit Kabayel?
For me, Agit Kabayel.
Kabayel for
performance of the night.
Performance of the night. Just while we're at it, Agit Kabayel against Zhilei Zhang.
Okay.
Agreed.
I have to give credit to Bivol. I didn't think he could do that. Not only did he manage to outland Beterbiev in rounds, but the work rate was there. Everything was there. It was a world-class performance. We're looking at one of the pound-for-pound best.
Yep.
And credit to him, man. He's one of the greatest. Thanks to everyone who's joined us tonight. Hopefully we will see you again for Eubank versus Ben.
Yes.
Technically.
Come on.
Juniors. We'll catch us later. Cheers, guys.
Peace.
Peace.